Chapter 1. Goodness, I found myself in a perilous profession. Shen Xiuyun, in a state of drowsiness, faintly heard a man calling him master. The voice was deep, gentle, and imbued with affection. In his hazy perception, the caller's hand brushed lightly against his cheek. The tender gesture carried a longing akin to the way the man uttered the words master. Before he could ponder further, he suddenly felt a warm sensation upon his lips. Shen Xiuyun was taken aback. He had been single for over 20 years, and here he was, being forcefully kissed by a man in his dreams. He strained to open his eyes, but it was an impossible feat, leaving him to seethe with impotent rage in his mind. What a chaotic dream this was, and he had even unwittingly entered a master-disciple narrative. Had he truly indulged in such absurd fantasies? He was not that kind of person. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in his mind. "No, host, you're not dreaming." Shen Xiuyun instinctively inquired in his mind. "Who is speaking?" "System. I am System 666666. You may call me Xiao Lu." Shen Xiuyun. "Very well, old Lu." "System. I must remain cheerful. I cannot curse or harm a host." Shen Xiuyun calmly interjected. "Let's skip the pleasantries. Could you provide me with some backstory to clarify what is happening right now?" Having navigated the literary world for many years, he was acutely aware that the roles of master and senior brother often belonged to high-risk antagonists. Their fates typically involved either being dismembered or subjected to grievous tortures, with a fate as grim as becoming a human puppet. The man before him had just called him master, which was alarming. Was he not teetering on the brink of the grave? "System. Host, you have transmigrated into the character of Shen Xiuyun, the master in the novel. Are you still escaping? After dying from staying up late reading novels." Shen Xiuyun suddenly recalled. "Ah, I remember this book." As a typical 996 worker, Shen Xiuyun had few hobbies apart from reading novels. The day prior, while browsing the internet, he inadvertently clicked on a pop-up advertisement, which led him to a dual male protagonist novel set in a flower market, titled, "Are You Still Escaping?" The title was tantalizing, and the synopsis was compelling. The content captivated Shen Xiuyun's attention, compelling him to stay up late, devouring over half the book. The story primarily revolved around a disciple who, unable to attain his master's affection, fell into darkness and ultimately imprisoned his master for various reasons. The master, Shen Xiuyun, was revered as the celestial lord of the Shantian sect, a paragon of strength in the cultivation world, with the potential to ascend to immortality at any moment. However, after a fierce battle with the demon lord, he suffered severe injuries, leading to a drastic decline in his powers and becoming a frail beauty. The disciple, Zhu Xingyao, was a hybrid of human and demon blood, naturally possessing enchanting violet eyes. His mother, the younger sister of the Huashi sect's leader, had been deceived by an unknown demon cultivator, resulting in his unexpected birth. Bearing the stigma of being labeled a traitor to the sect, she had sought numerous ways to terminate the pregnancy, all of which failed. Zhu Xingyao's birth was met with disdain. He was even loathed by his own mother. As a result of his unknown father's identity, he was derogatorily referred to as a bastard, enduring relentless bullying throughout his childhood. At the age of 10, an elder of the sect predicted his disastrous fate, leading to the stripping of his powers and expulsion from the sect. Thus, he was left abandoned on the roadside until the passing master took him in. It was a testament to the age-old adage, never pick up a disciple haphazardly. As with all master-disciple tropes, the daily interactions and tender moments led to unacknowledged feelings, causing the master to unwittingly become the light of the disciple's life. On the day of his comingafage ceremony, the disciple could no longer suppress his feelings and confess to his master, only to be met with a heartless rejection and subsequently sent away for training in a secret realm. Little did he know that separation would last 6 long years. When Zhu Xingyao returned, everything had changed. His master had taken on another charming and obedient disciple, having never sought him out during those 6 years. Overcome with jealousy, the disciple spiraled into darkness, vowing to reclaim his master. Yet, instead of returning immediately, Zhu Xingyao seized the opportunity presented by the ailing former demon lord effortlessly consolidating power over the fragmented demon realm. He concealed his true intentions and returned to the Shen Xiuyun sect, orchestrating the expulsion of a knave junior disciple and sowing discord between the sect and his master, leaving the already weakened master reliant upon him. Simultaneously, he commanded the demon clan to retaliate against those who had wronged him, employing ruthless tactics that plunged the cultivation world into chaos. However, as fate would have it, Zhu Xingyao, while traversing treacherous paths, fell victim to an unassuming junior disciple, ultimately revealing his schemes before his master. In a fit of rage, the master severed ties and expelled him from the sect. How could Zhu Xingyao, madly in love with his master, accept such an outcome? He resolved to abduct his master and confine him. According to the plot's development, Shen Xiuyun had apparently transmigrated into the latter half of the story, where an exhilarating chase would ensue, with both parties seemingly unable to escape their fates. However, in the original narrative, the master perpetually failed to escape, always being recaptured. Shen Xiuyun suddenly felt a lump in his throat and anxiously asked, "System, I won't follow the original master's path, will I?" No, he had found the original story thrilling, but he had never anticipated becoming that frail beauty of a master. From the outside, the allure of a sickly character seemed tantalizing, but encountering one within the narrative was a matter of life and death. The system remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. You can alter your own fate and earn a chance for rebirth in your original world, along with a reward of 500,000 in commission. Shen Xiuyun's eyes lit up. This was a delightful offer, and the system appeared to be quite agreeable. However, in the next breath, system continued. However, aside from the ending, you cannot make significant alterations to the original plot. This unexpected twist made Shen Xiuyun want to lash out at the system. Why? The system explained. If you deviate too far from the original storyline, the world within the book may collapse, and everyone here, including you, will cease to exist, preventing your return to the original world. At that moment, Shen Xiuyun felt the urge to slam the table. I have a phrase of exasperation that I'm unsure whether to voice. System, host, don't lose hope. Although the story has progressed to its latter half, you've only just been captured for about half a year. It's merely a temporary confinement. There's still a chance to escape. The criteria for a successful escape was simple. As long as Zhu Xingyao did not find him, it would suffice. Shen Xiuyun wanted to roll his eyes, but alas, he was unable to open them, so he could only scoff internally. It was easy for the system to say that, considering Zhu Xingyou's unparalleled strength on the Xianma continent. What qualifications did he, a former celestial lord of the Shen Xiuyun sect whose powers have been sealed, possess to escape from Zhu Xingyou's clutches? System, host, you can do it. Yay. Shen Xiuyun, you can only cheer me on. Let me express my gratitude. Having you is indeed a blessing. The system, unable to counter, promptly logged off. During their conversation, Shen Xiuyun's soul had fully merged with his body. He opened his eyes to find himself lying on a bed of ice. According to the book, this bed had been collected by Zhu Xingyao after annihilating several sects, specifically crafted to nurture the master's damaged spiritual roots. At times, one could not discern whether to praise Zhu Xingyao for his profound love or to condemn him for his hypocrisy. On one hand, he imprisoned the master's powers. On the other, he sought to heal his master's wounds. It was perplexing. Shen Xiuyun rose from the bed and gazed into the mirror, stunned by the visage before him. He was astoundingly handsome, resembling the modern version of himself in certain aspects. His hair flowed like satin, and his garments were as pure as snow. With sword-like brows and phoenix-like eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips, his clear, untainted gaze sparkled with depth and brilliance. Coupled with an ethereal and transcendent aura, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as an otherworldly being. Was this truly his face? P.S. A note for any unwitting readers. This is a dual male protagonist narrative involving romantic relationships between boys. If you cannot accept this, please exit promptly to avoid emotional distress. The male protagonist is somewhat unhinged. His way of expressing affection differs from the norm, involving coercive love, confinement, and intense scenarios. If you're new to dual male protagonist stories, I kindly advise caution. Furthermore, Zhu Xingyao has always loved the current incarnation of the master, with no narrative of substitutes or love triangles. The author simply cannot write such tropes. The transformation into the present circumstances will be revealed as the story unfolds. Chapter 2. Master, when will you agree to become my Tao partner? Shen Xiuyun raised his hand, pinching his cheek in disbelief, only to be suddenly greeted by the sound of delicate silver bells. He rolled up his sleeves and discovered a silver bracelet clasped around his left wrist, adorned with a tiny hollow bell that faintly pulsated with spiritual energy. Shen Xiuyun's lips twitched. Splendid. It was a perfect recreation of the original work. This object was indeed a magical artifact that restrained his master's spiritual power, personally crafted by Zhu Xingyao, and even a cultivator at the tribulation stage would struggle to sever it. With a sigh, Shen Xiuyun regretted seeking thrill by opening this book. Others traversed into stories to alter their fates, starting afresh and proceeding gradually, while he had been thrust directly into the moment when the protagonist had turned dark and was unbeatable. He lamented, he no longer wished to play. Shen Xiuyun, Lao Lu, before I perish unexpectedly, what becomes of my master in the end? System. In the original text, Master repeatedly attempted to flee, thoroughly inciting Zhu Xingyao's wrath. In a fit of rage, he burned down Xiantian's sect, taking Master back to the demon realm, where he was locked in bed and tormented day and night. Master was thus subjected to 5 years of relentless suffering, both physically and mentally, before meeting his demise. The male protagonist, unable to bear this outcome, subsequently took his own life. And then, the grand finale ensued. Shen Xiuyun's eyelids twitched violently. Such cruelty, system, if it weren't cruel. How could it be labeled as Yandere? Shen Xiuyun, if I hadn't escaped, would I have met the same fate? And this manner of death is simply, the system hesitated. Theoretically speaking, yes, Shen Xiuyun felt numb. Perhaps it would be better to just end it all now, to die and be reborn swiftly. The system urged, host, remain calm. There is still hope that, yes, the two engaged in an internal debate. The door was suddenly pushed open. Shen Xiuyun, now seated at the edge of the bed, turned to see a figure clad in fiery red occupying his entire line of sight. The face was strikingly handsome, with a vivid red demonic mark between the brows, and a pair of enchanting violet eyes scrutinizing him, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression despite the casual demeanor. Zhu Xingyao's deep voice, imbued with a natural allure, inquired, Master, have you awakened? You've been asleep for nearly half a year. Shen Xiuyun instinctively swallowed, his throat bobbing nervously. This was his first time recklessly courting death according to the script, and he had no experience. Uncertain whether he would perform well. It was the allure of the original work that captivated readers. The celestial being, once proud and unyielding, now reduced to mere mud, only made readers yearn for more as he was bullied by Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun endeavored to emulate the original character's aloofness, coldly questioning, how long do you intend to confine this master? Listening to those words, the original character was truly brave. Reduced to a captive, he still dared to speak so sternly to the demon lord's disciple. Wasn't that simply masochistic? Yet, to return home, he had to diligently portray the original master, in a flash. Zhu Xingyao closed the distance, standing mere inches from Shen Xiuyun, their breaths mingling. Well then, when will my master consent to become my Tao partner? Shen Xiuyun snorted coldly, mocking, Tao partner? Abandon that thought. The moment those words escaped his lips, Shen Xiuyun distinctly felt the temperature around him plummet several degrees, cool enough to produce icicles. An invisible pressure seemed to permeate the air, making it difficult for him to breathe. He desperately pinched his own hand beneath his sleeve, using pain to anchor his senses, striving not to faint like a weakling. Zhu Xingyao's expression darkened, his gaze frigid. His long fingers abruptly grasped Shen Xiuyun's smooth chin, looking down upon him. Dare you repeat that? On the surface, Shen Xiuyun appeared as cold as ice, yet inwardly he was whispering, of course I dare not. Thus he chose silence, shutting his eyes and turning his head away, feigning disinterest in the wayward disciple. This aligned perfectly with the original master's persona, who disregarded his darkened disciple's madness, as if even a glance would insult his eyes. Zhu Xingyao could not abide Shen Xiuyun's indifference. He had expended so much effort to awaken his master. It was not for the latter to ignore him. He would prefer Shen Xiuyun to scold or strike him, indicating that the master still cared. But indifference signified utter disregard, as if he could do as he pleased. Having devoted decades to his master, holding a sincere heart, he merely hoped that one day his master would glance at him. Yet, not only had the master rejected him, but he had also deliberately sent him down the mountain for training and, during the years of his absence, had neither inquired nor taken notice. Even accepting another disciple, the master had once promised that there would only ever be one disciple, Zhu Xingyao. Why break that promise? Why deceive him? Why save him only to abandon him? It would have been better to let him die unheeded on the roadside. The master would never know that being cast out of the sect meant they would never meet again in this life. This thought pierced Zhu Xingyao's heart, leaving it bloodied and raw, rendering him tormented beyond belief. Zhu Xingyao's voice turned cold as he commanded, "Shen Xiuyun, open your eyes and look at me." With force, he left angry red imprints on Shen Xiuyun's fair skin. "Tsk, how delicate the master has become." Seeing Shen Xiuyun unyielding, Zhu Xingyao suddenly leaned in, blowing softly into his ear, whispering, "If you do not open your eyes, I may just have to." Those words proved effective, and Shen Xiuyun, startled, opened his eyes. However, upon catching the playful glint in Zhu Xingyao's enchanting violet eyes, he realized he had been toyed with. Through clenched teeth, Shen Xiuyun muttered, "Boring." Zhu Xingyao observed his master puffing up in indignation, the corners of his eyes tinged with red, and his gaze narrowed, concealing a deep yearning. He reached out, gently brushing the corner of Shen Xiuyun's eye, his tone inadvertently softening. "Are you upset?" "Master, you ought not to look at me with such eyes. It makes me want you know what that means." Shen Xiuyun, if it weren't for his current frailty, and if the other weren't so formidable, he would truly yearn to give this disciple a few good slaps. Zhu Xingyao was oblivious to the countless thoughts of "let the wayward disciple perish" that flitted through Shen Xiuyun's mind. Instead, he settled beside him, reaching out to draw his master into an embrace. "Come, let me hold you." Shen Xiuyun, feeling a wave of disgust, swiftly swatted away that intrusive hand, coldly huffing, "Do not touch me." He was, after all, a straight man. Zhu Xingyao, undeterred, seized Shen Xiuyun's slender wrist, pressing him into his embrace, holding him tightly while greedily inhaling the faint, cold fragrance that emanated from him, not allowing him to struggle in the slightest. "Master, do you still believe you are the exalted celestial being? Do you think you possess the power to refuse me? Release me." Shen Xiuyun pushed against Zhu Xingyao's chest, striving to create distance between them, only to be held even tighter. It was too close. He could even feel the others. As a man, Shen Xiuyun was acutely aware of what that was, thus feeling both embarrassed and angry. "Do not touch me. Release me. Get away." Were these the only words the master could say to his disciple? Zhu Xingyao's gaze grew increasingly shadowed, and his cool fingers, unbeknownst to him, had wrapped around Shen Xiuyun's nape, gently gripping the delicate, pale neck, not too tight nor too loose, just enough to elicit a flicker of discomfort. Then he leaned close to Shen Xiuyun's ear, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. "Master, my patience is limited. You had best not make me wait too long, or I cannot guarantee what I might do." Once captured by the grip around his neck, Shen Xiuyun dared not move. This was truly a chokehold on his fate. Did he dare to make a single move? If Zhu Xingyao's hand slipped even slightly, it could lead to dire consequences that he simply could not understand. How one could transition seamlessly from smiling softly to wielding one's power, as if to take their life in an instant. How was Zhu Xingyao capable of such a flawless switch? Was he mentally fractured? Shen Xiuyun trembled. The Yandere type was terrifying. "Help me. Save me." The system encouraged him. "Host, hang in there. You can do it." Shen Xiuyun's heart was filled with tears. He could not hold on any longer. He wanted to go home. Feeling the rigid body trembling slightly in his embrace, Zhu Xingyao's lips curled into a smirk, experiencing an inexplicable thrill that in the past, merely gazing upon the aloof celestial being was sacrilege. He dared not touch the proud and solitary master. Yet now, was he not like a docile kitten, Nestled in his arms, Zhu Xingyao loosened his grip on Shen Xiuyun's neck, narrowing his eyes slightly, and began to stroke the master's silky black hair as one would pet a cat. He murmured softly, "Master, do not be afraid. As long as you obey, I shall not harm you. I will treat you well, very well, just as you once treated me. Not provoke me again, all right? I fear I might lose control." Lose control of what? Of the urge to slay his master. Shen Xiuyun could only seethe in silence, cursing inwardly. Were it not for his familiarity with the original text, knowing this was a smooth-talking lunatic, he might have nearly fallen for this charlatan's sweet words. No wonder the master sought to escape. He would too, given the chance. Thus, the two remained entwined in a fade of intimacy for quite some time, neither moving, until a rumble emanated from Shen Xiuyun's stomach. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shen Xiuyun recalled that the original character had supposedly long since ceased needing sustenance. The system is online to provide clarification. In the past, it was unnecessary, but after the master was injured, his spiritual power regressed significantly. Now, with his cultivation sealed, he is rendered akin to an invalid, necessitating sustenance just like an ordinary person. Zhu Xingyao, is the master hungry? I shall have someone bring the dishes immediately. With that, disregarding whether Shen Xiuyun was willing or not, he rose and carried him outside. Chapter 3. Is the master contemplating how to escape from his disciple? Shen Xiuyun felt a twinge of discomfort. As a grown man, being carried like a princess? Wouldn't this attract the attention of the demon cultivators outside? Turning him into a spectacle, he could only shrink further into Zhu Xingyao's embrace, deceiving himself into thinking that this would render him invisible, safe from prying eyes, observing the subtle movements of his master. Zhu Xingyao's lips curled into a soft smile, his gaze gentler as he tightened his grip around Shen Xiuyun's arm. After a while of being carried, Shen Xiuyun sensed something amiss. The surroundings were too quiet. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and was astounded to see that the demon cultivators had all knelt, not a single one daring to cast their gaze upwards. The intimidation was palpable. Zhu Xingyao walked steadily to an octagonal pavilion before setting Shen Xiuyun down and instructing his subordinates to bring forth the carefully prepared meals. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Xiuyun began to survey his surroundings. If it weren't for the odd atmosphere, he might have thought he was back at Yiji Peak. The master's bedroom and the pavilion where he usually rested were meticulously recreated by Zhu Xingyao to resemble the Yiji Peak of Xintian sect. Alas, the harsh environment of the demon realm, with its sparse vegetation and perpetual howling winds, rendered Zhu Xingyao's efforts futile in perfectly replicating Yiji Peak. Just look at the half-dead peach tree planted by the roadside. It was clearly struggling, a pitiful sight indeed. In truth, aside from the constraints of captivity, Zhu Xingyao genuinely cared for Shen Xiuyun. He tirelessly searched for treasures and spiritual herbs capable of restoring his master's spiritual roots, personally prepared meals for him each day, and even took it upon himself to clean the quiet room. However, the good and the bad cannot simply balance each other out. Someone like Zhu Xingyao, who would not accept rejection of his affections, resorted to various means to isolate his master, effectively forcing him into confinement. Such love was suffocating to say the least. Thus, Shen Xiuyun resolutely chose to flee. Furthermore, he believed he was not inclined towards MNAS for the plan to escape. In 5 days, a rare spiritual herb would emerge in the cultivation world, perfectly suited to nurture Shen Xiuyun's spiritual roots. Zhu Xingyao would personally make the journey, likely taking 2 days to return, presenting an opportune moment for escape. According to the original text, during these days, the master would encounter a disciple from Huanyu's sect, to whom he had once rendered a favor. With this disciple's assistance, the master had managed to escape once before. Yet, unbeknownst to the master, Zhu Xingyao had secretly placed the Kanglin mirror in his chamber, closely monitoring every move he made. Consequently, the master was swiftly pursued and brought back before he could venture very far. Upon his return, the male lead imposed an even more stringent soul-binding chain upon the master, restricting his movements, and began to personally craft a dedicated space for him. As for the Huanyu sect disciple's fate, it was said to have ended poorly, reportedly thrown into the abyss of 10,000 serpents. Shen Xiuyun sighed inwardly. His attempt to escape would undoubtedly implicate others. Outside the confines of the book, these characters were mere figments of paper and text, but within the narrative, there were living beings around him. What a predicament, truly a predicament, the system consoled. Host, upon returning to reality, you may spend money to have the author revise the entire text. Shen Xiuyun was surprised to learn that such a possibility existed. If someone were to play the game, it would certainly be the system. The master in poor health? Just as Zhu Xingyao had arranged the dishes, he noticed his master furrowing his brow in concern. "Master, are you unwell?" Shen Xiuyun glanced at Zhu Xingyao and replied nonchalantly. No, to be fair, as the male lead, Zhu Xingyao's appearance was impeccable. With his dense, jet-black hair, sculpted features, a prominent nose, lips perfectly proportioned, and a pair of narrow, enchanting peach blossom eyes that could ensnare anyone who gazed too long, he exuded a captivating allure. Unlike the master's cool and reserved beauty, Zhu Xingyao was strikingly flamboyant, as dazzling as a blazing flame. With an inexplicable air of aggressive charm in his attire and demeanor. "Master, does my face not make for a more appetizing feast than the dishes?" Zhu Xingyao inquired with a playful smile. Shen Xiuyun was jolted back to reality by this remark. His face burning with embarrassment, he cleared his throat, attempting to mask his fluster by hastily drinking from a nearby cup. What was wrong with him? Why did he find Zhu Xingyao so attractive, to the point of losing his senses? He had no interest in men. Zhu Xingyao, resting his chin on one hand while serving Shen Xiuyun dishes with the other, appeared to be in high spirits, his eyes brimming with affection. "There is no need for the master to feel shy. I am yours, and you may gaze at me as you wish." Shen Xiuyun felt mortified, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself. Unable to endure any longer, he snapped, "Enough. I shall remain silent." "Very well. I shall heed your request." Zhu Xingyao, ever compliant, lifted his chopsticks to select Shen Xiuyun's favorite dish. Bringing it to his lips, Shen Xiuyun was taken aback. "I have hands and feet. Why must you feed me?" Yet, in that moment of distraction, Zhu Xingyao had already succeeded, having gone without food for an entire day. Shen Xiuyun's body reacted quicker than his mind. He instinctively bit into the greens, chewed a few times, and to his surprise, found the taste delightful. 5-star review. The system, witnessing this, erupted into a storm of despair in his mind. "Host, what are you doing? Why did you eat?" The original master was vehemently opposed to intimate contact with Zhu Xingyao. He is a straight man who would find such closeness repulsive. "You are deviating from your character." Shen Xiuyun's expression faltered as he stammered. "Why didn't you remind me earlier?" The system replied, "I thought you remembered. Altering the plot and deviating from character could lead to unpredictable consequences." Shen Xiuyun, now captured by the allure of the food, found himself unable to refuse Zhu Xingyao's offerings. The reason was simple. Zhu Xingyao understood his master's preferences all too well, perhaps even more than he did himself. Was there such a high degree of overlap in their tastes? It was a surprising realization. Engrossed in his own thoughts, Shen Xiuyun failed to notice the deepening frown on the young man across from him, who had been watching intently. Zhu Xingyao, slamming his chopsticks onto the stone table, coldly remarked, "Master, why have you been so lost in thought today? Are you plotting your escape from your disciple?" Chapter 4. How can a master accept gifts from others? Shen Xiuyun was startled, his neck stiffening. "How did you know I wanted to run away?" He quickly regained his composure, replying indifferently, "Do you think too much? Do I even have a means to escape now?" Zhu Xingyao regarded Shen Xiuyun, who resembled a startled deer yet struggled to maintain an air of aloofness, and a teasing smile crept onto his lips. This was the master he was familiar with. Albeit with rather poor acting skills, this small revelation somehow soothed Zhu Xingyao, prompting him to change the subject. "Master, you are full now. It is time for me to eat, is it not?" Shen Xiuyun looked at Zhu Xingyao in confusion. Then at the food on the table. "Go ahead and eat. I'm not stopping you." But when he was suddenly swept into Zhu Xingyao's arms, he realized what Zhu Xingyao meant by eating. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, his lips were sealed, causing Shen Xiuyun's mind to snap. His dazed eyes blinked once, twice, like a startled deer caught off guard. Zhu Xingyao pressed his forehead against Shen Xiuyun's. gently nudging the bewildered master, and murmured, "Master, close your eyes." Close my eyes? He was reminded of a certain plant. Regaining his senses, Shen Xiuyun pushed against Zhu Xingyao's chest, attempting to break free from this madman-esque grasp. Curse it, this cunning fellow had ambushed him. But the overwhelming disparity in strength rendered his struggles futile. He tried to lean away from Zhu Xingyi at first. Shen Xiuyun was hesitant to sleep. But fatigue eventually overcame him. The pleasant scent emanating from Zhu Xingyao gradually eased his mind, leading him to succumb to slumber. When he next opened his eyes, it was already the following morning, and Zhu Xingyao had long since vanished. The first thing Shen Xiuyun did upon waking was to conduct a thorough self-examination. His attire remained intact, and there was no discomfort in his body. Remarkably, nothing had transpired last night. His revered master, whom he had longed for day and night, had slept beside him, yet Zhu Xingyao had merely played the role of Lu Xiaohui. Was he truly inadequate? Suddenly, the system interjected with a cheeky tone. "Host, why do I sense that you seem to be anticipating him to do something for you?" Shen Xiuyun's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily retorted, "Absolutely not." As he propped himself up, he was astonished to discover that the sensation of stagnation in his spiritual energy had vanished. He felt as if his meridians had been unblocked, a wave of comfort washing over him. Could it be? He quickly rolled up his sleeves to reveal the silver bell on his wrist, still in place, though the spiritual energy flowing through it had been withdrawn. Consequently, his own spiritual energy could now circulate freely. Shen Xiuyun exclaimed, "Old Lu! Old Lu! I distinctly remember that in the original text, Zhu Xingyao never restored the master's spiritual energy at any point. What on earth is happening?" The system replied, I have no idea. Perhaps sharing a meal with him yesterday brought him joy. Nonetheless, this is a positive development. Recovering your spiritual energy significantly increases your chances of escape. Quickly, sense your current realm for me. Shen Xiuyun closed his eyes to attune himself. And soon his expression shifted from hopeful anticipation to one of utter despair. Lying on the icy bed with his hands clasped over his abdomen, his gaze was vacant, as if he were ready to depart at any moment. System, can you comprehend my current state of mind? The system, feeling helpless, admitted, to be honest, not really, but I'm making an effort. Shen Xiuyun smiled wryly, realizing that the original owner had plummeted from the pinnacle to the very bottom, entering the initial stage of qi cultivation. Moreover, his spiritual roots were riddled with defects, akin to a sieve. The system sighed in understanding. Condolences that the fall from a great ascension to qi cultivation is indeed a tragic fate. Burrowing under the covers, Shen Xiuyun felt a wave of grievance wash over him, almost to the point of tears. I knew it. How could Zhu Xingao suddenly show such mercy and do something so benevolent? He must have known all along that even without that layer of shackles, I would still be powerless, susceptible to his whims. This is an affront to my dignity. The system suggested, well, host, let us consider this from another angle. Having something is better than having nothing. Taking a deep breath, Shen Xiuyun's gaze gradually turned resolute. You are right. I shall make Zhu Xingyao pay for underestimating me. I shall sentence him to a life devoid of a wife. Collecting his scattered emotions, Shen Xiuyun resolved to seize the opportunity while Zhu Xingyao was preoccupied with discussions about seizing the spirit herb. He planned to casually encounter one of Zhu Xingyao's informants, thoroughly preparing for his first escape. The disciple from a Huashi sect, who had previously aided the master, had been compelled to submit to Zhu Xingyao after the sect was forcibly taken over, and had since been tending to flowers in the Demon Realm's garden. Little did anyone know that deep within the Qi Yuan flower forest lay a teleportation array that had remained hidden for countless years, unknown even to Zhu Xingyao, the Demon Lord. However, that disciple, who was about to assist the master in fleeing, was well aware of its existence. Unfortunately, the book did not specify the array's location, necessitating further exploration of the plot, in order to avoid raising suspicion. Shen Xiuyun deliberately led his entourage through several locations before veering into the Qi Yuan flower forest. After admiring the flowers for a short while, he suddenly clutched his mouth and began to cough violently. His face turning crimson, a group of demon cultivators, alarmed, rushed to his side, fearing for his well-being, and hurriedly escorted him to a gazebo for respite. Some even sent a message to Zhu Xingyao, convinced that the demon lord would arrive shortly. In the original text, the master indeed coughed due to weakness, even spitting blood. However, the current Shen Xiuyun possessed a modicum of spiritual energy and was not so frail, so his previous display had been entirely feigned. He had to do this to prompt the Huayu disciple to engage him in conversation, but he hoped to conclude matters before Zhu Xingyao's arrival. "Immortal Lord, are you all right?" Demon cultivator inquired. Visibly anxious, everyone present understood that this immortal lord was the demon lord's prized possession, and any misstep would likely result in them being fed to serpents in the 10,000 serpent cave. Shen Xiuyun lowered his head and closed his eyes to recuperate, responding, "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. My lord, in fact, the fragrance of the Qi Yuan flower can help calm the mind and spirit. A whiff would certainly bring you some relief." Upon hearing this voice, Shen Xiuyun's spirits lifted, and he raised his head with delight. Outside the gazebo stood a youth of about 15 or 16, holding a bouquet of Qi Yuan flowers while conversing with a demon cultivator. Shen Xiuyun suppressed his excitement and beckoned for him to come closer. The demon cultivator, upon hearing Shen Xiuyun's call, dared not obstruct him any longer. The youth was ushered in and, with utmost respect, performed a bow before presenting the bouquet to Shen Xiuyun. "Immortal Lord, these flowers are for you." "Thank you," Shen Xiuyun replied. Accepting the flowers, he was aware that within this bouquet lay a note containing information about the location of the teleportation array. In the original text, the master had discovered the secret contained within the bouquet upon returning home. However, the scene of the master retrieving the note had been observed by Zhu Xingyao through the Kanglan mirror. While he did not know the contents of the note, he was certain that the master was plotting something behind his back. Thus, he refrained from alarming the situation, instructing his subordinates to keep a close watch instead to escape. It was imperative that he did not return to the quiet room to examine the note. Perhaps this moment presented the best opportunity to obtain it. However, the thought of making a move under the watchful eyes of others made Shen Xiuyun somewhat anxious. He leaned down, bringing the bouquet close to his nose. Feigning a sniff, while his fingers discreetly sought the spot where the note was concealed. Just as he was about to succeed, a hand suddenly appeared from behind, snatching the Qi Yuan flowers away. How can a master accept gifts from others in secret? Chapter 5. Master, could you forgive your disciple this once? The situation felt like a cooked duck suddenly taking flight, nearly prompting Shen Xiuyun to unleash a torrent of expletives upon the thief. However, when he turned to see Zhu Xingyao's stunning visage, his expression froze, rendering him incapable of uttering a single retort. "Damn, that was fast. If the item falls into Zhu Xingyao's hands, will he notice any discrepancies? It's over. I might end up singing a requiem today. You have such a fondness for receiving gift from others." Zhu Xingyao's gaze turned dangerous as he scrutinized Shen Xiuyun, as if daring him to admit it. What a loaded question. Shen Xiuyun felt himself teetering on the edge of madness, racking his brain to determine how the original character would have reacted in this scenario. Fortunately, his comprehension skills were adequate, allowing him to quickly stabilize his emotions. He let out a cold laugh and chided. "What are you losing your mind over? He offered me the Qi Yuan flowers merely because he noticed my cough and wanted me to breathe in the fragrance for relief." Zhu Xingyao, momentarily taken aback by the retort, stared at Shen Xiuyun's flushed face, recalling earlier reports from his subordinates that indeed confirmed this incident, and was thus momentarily caught off guard by his anger. Reflecting on this, his tone softened considerably as he reached out to check Shen Xiuyun's pulse. "Come here, let me take a look." Shen Xiuyun subtly shifted to evade the approaching hand, his tone a mix of mockery and chill. "No need for that. Isn't it more to your liking if this one remains feeble?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the demon cultivators prostrating nearby felt an invisible pressure descend upon them, nearly pinning them into the ground. Shen Xiuyun's heart raced with trepidation. Had he gone too far, provoking a backlash? Help! Is it too late to retract that statement? Zhu Xingyao's hand hovered in midair, neither descending nor retracting, his long lashes concealing the turmoil within his gaze. After a long pause, he nonchalantly withdrew his hand, offering a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, that would suit my preferences. Shen Xiuyun displayed a knowing expression and snorted coldly before turning away, leaving without a backward glance. Only he understood that the brief exchange had left him drenched in perspiration, his jaw clenched to suppress his trembling. The system cheered in his mind. Host, splendid. Your understanding of the character is becoming increasingly profound. Not only did you avert danger, but your improvisation was absolutely stellar. Yet Shen Xiuyun could only wish to weep. Thank you, but I hope there won't be and next time he had refrained from allowing Zhu Xingyao to check his pulse, because any such inquiry would lead to exposure. Simultaneously, he had intentionally clashed with Zhu Xingyao, hoping that this would deter him from probing further into the hidden secrets of the bouquet. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he hoped to avoid detection. Otherwise, he might find himself in dire straits the following day. Meanwhile, the demon lord, left behind, sat in the gazebo, listening to his subordinates recount the details of their journey, playing with the Qi Yuan flowers in his hand, nearly polishing them to a sheen. When he learned that Shen Xiuyun had been fine throughout the journey, but had suddenly become unwell upon reaching the Qi Yuan flower forest, he pondered deeply, his brow furrowing as his expression darkened menacingly, as though he were contemplating a grim fate for someone. Finally, the demon lord instructed the disciple from the Huanyu sect, since the fragrance of the flowers is beneficial to the master. Starting tomorrow, you shall deliver a fresh bouquet to the quiet room each day. Returning to the quiet chamber, Shen Xiuyun lay anxiously on the bed, his heart heavy with unease. The failure of his mission loomed over him like a guillotine, its blade ready to fall at any moment. Leaving him in a state of agitation, night fell. The door creaked open, and he recognized the presence of Zhu Xingyao, perhaps feeling guilty and fearing exposure. He found himself even more apprehensive about facing Zhu tonight than he had the previous evening, cold sweat trickling down as he buried himself under the covers, his fingers tightly clenched and trembling slightly. Zhu Xingyao stood by the bedside for a moment, his enchanting gaze fixed on the wall-leaning Shen Xiuyun. In the darkness, he let out a silent chuckle, though the amusement did not reach his eyes. He climbed into bed, fully clothed, lying beside Shen Xiuyun, wrapping him in an embrace, resting his chin on Shen's shoulder, his voice pitifully plaintive like an abandoned puppy, asking if his master was still angry with his disciple. Shen Xiuyun turned away, remaining silent, resembling a proud cat refusing to be touched. In his mind, he thought, it is not an elevation. A prisoner has no right to express anger. Zhu Xingyao persisted, pleading for forgiveness for his disciple's transgressions, asking if his master could show leniency this time. Unable to restrain himself, Shen Xiuyun finally spoke, "You are not at fault. The blame lies with the original owner, who took you in only to be betrayed." How could the master forgive his disciple? If the master favored the rare Chuyin flower, would it be acceptable for the disciple to have that young man from the garden deliver a bouquet every day? At this moment, Shen Xiuyun found himself at a loss for how to respond. After an unpleasant afternoon, Zhu Xingyao had likely retreated to his own madness, and this sudden display of humility felt somewhat out of character. Moreover, the offer was genuinely difficult to refuse. Unsure of Zhu Xingyao's intentions, Shen Xiuyun deliberated for a moment before finally conceding. "Do as you wish." Little did he know, the person holding him from behind wore an expression of coldness in those beguiling purple eyes. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, upon opening the door, Shen Xiuyun encountered the disciple from Huanyu's sect, who appeared calm and unscathed, showing no signs of having undergone torture. Any lingering doubts he had about Zhu Xingyao's peculiar behavior from the previous night evaporated. When he accepted the flowers, he deftly concealed them within his wide sleeves, swiftly checking for hidden notes, and indeed he discovered the message tucked away among the blossoms. Subsequently, he found a vase in the room to casually arrange the flowers. This morning, he still had a narrative to navigate, intending to drive the clingy Zhu Xingyao away at the dining table, seeking a private space to examine the note's contents. Alas, it seemed he could not escape this storyline. Yesterday, he had nearly succeeded in taking a shortcut. How infuriating! As before, Zhu Xingyao prepared an elaborate meal, even more sumptuous than the last, arousing Shen Xiuyun's appetite, though Shen Xiuyun did not mind being fed. After all, who could resist delicious food? His unyielding master would refuse. which meant Shen Xiuyun would do the same. Zhu Xingyao, as eager as ever, served Shen Xiuyun, even attempting to feed him personally. This time, however, Shen Xiuyun abstained from eating, dodging in the opposite direction whenever Zhu extended his chopsticks. Zhu Xingyao displayed remarkable patience, seeming almost amused by the challenge, as if he were teasing a cat or dog, wielding his chopsticks like a trainer's whip. After several rounds of this, Shen Xiuyun could no longer endure and angrily swatted the offending chopsticks aside. The dishes clattered to the floor, the jade chopsticks shattered into several pieces, creating an atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Zhu Xingyao's patience wore thin, his expression darkening as if he could weep, yet he maintained a smile that appeared insincere to anyone who witnessed it. Does the master not wish to eat? Is he still angry, or does he find the disciples' cooking unpalatable? Chapter 6. Whom does the master desire? Shen Xiuyun retorted sarcastically. What appetite do you think I possess? Zhu Xingyao, casting a cleansing spell, gently brushed away the grease stains from Shen's attire, his eyes sparkling with deep amusement as he declared, "The disciple understands. I shall prepare an even better feast for you." Shen Xiuyun found himself momentarily speechless, pondering Zhu Xingyao's extraordinary forbearance over the past night and day. He recalled that on the day he awakened, Zhu had claimed he would go mad at any moment. Had he taken some wrong medicine? Ultimately, he decided to let it go. For the sake of the mission, he needed to speak sharply. "You do not comprehend. I lose my appetite the moment I see you." Unexpectedly, this statement struck a nerve, and Shen Xiuyun observed the fabricated smile vanish from Zhu Xingyao's face. In the blink of an eye, he found himself firmly ensnared in Zhu's embrace. Unable to move, Zhu's warm breath brushed against his ear. Yet he felt no warmth from the man. Rather, a chill crept up from his feet, enveloping him entirely. It was akin to being constricted by a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment. In this suffocating atmosphere, Shen Xiuyun heard Zhu Xingyao's cold voice. "Whom does the master desire?" The junior disciple, Shen Xiuyun. "Young man, why is your reasoning so peculiar? How do we leap to the second male lead?" The previous chaotic scenes had already unfolded at Xintian's sect, hadn't they? The system timidly interjected. "Actually, it hasn't been fully resolved. Shen Xiuyun." "What do you mean? Speak plainly. Do not take advantage of my incomplete reading." Zhu Xingyao, as if punishing Shen Xiuyun, bit his neck sharply, his tone growing colder. "I asked the master lost in thought. Surely, he isn't contemplating the junior disciple." "I am not. I have not. Do not let your imagination run wild." Having read the original work, Shen Xiuyun was acutely aware of how terrifying this jealous king could be when it came to the junior disciple. "I have been too indulgent with the master, allowing him to act so recklessly. It is time for a lesson." With that, Zhu Xingao dropped the false smile from his face and swept Shen Xiuyun into his arms, heading towards the quiet chamber. "Zhu Xingao, you cannot play this game. You are invoking a silent spell." Zhu Xingao softly reassured him. "Do not fret. Soon I shall release you, and you may enjoy yourself to your heart's content." Shen Xiuyun. Zhu Xingao laid him across the couch, fingers grazing Shen Xiuyun's cheek, his gaze intoxicated. "Master, shall we commune?" Having read numerous tales of cultivation, Shen Xiuyun understood the implications. The sea of consciousness of a cultivator is a delicate and private realm, accessible only to a soulmate. Such communion could only occur between partners. "Zhu Xingao, you dare." As the words escaped his lips, he realized the silent spell had unexpectedly been lifted. Zhu Xingao chuckled, resting his forehead against Shen Xiuyun's, his voice dripping with seduction as he replied, "What is there that your disciple would not dare?" Shen Xiuyun wished to scold him further when he was suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful intrusion into his consciousness, leaving him dazed in mere moments. The feisty little kitten that had been so defiant had submitted entirely. It was not until deep into the night that Zhu Xingao finally withdrew from Shen Xiuyun's consciousness, while Shen Xiuyun remained tranquil, his breathing deep and steady, already fast asleep. Zhu Xingao brushed aside the damp hair from Shen Xiuyun's forehead and placed a gentle kiss there, murmuring, "Master, sweet dreams." Shen Xiuyun slumbered for a full day and night, immovable as thunder rolled outside. During this time, the system, and he lost all contact. In his deep slumber, Shen Xiuyun felt weightless, as if floating among the clouds, swaying with the wind, or enveloped in a warm spring. Thoroughly comfortable and reluctant to awaken. Outside, the system was as agitated as ants on a hot stove. For the 250th time it shouted at the unwilling Shen Xiuyun host. Host, wake up! Do not sleep any longer. If you do not awaken soon, you will miss your chance to escape. Tomorrow, Zhu Xingyao is set to leave the demon realm, and if you remain asleep, you may lose your first opportunity to flee. It seemed as if Shen Xiuyun heard this, abruptly sitting up from his lethargy. What? No. I must escape. He glanced around the room, memories from before his slumber flooding back, recalling the wild events that transpired in his consciousness. Leaving him feeling a bit, the system interjected. Host, perhaps it is best not to dwell on the past. Locate the formation, tidy up, and prepare to flee tomorrow. Shen Xiuyun smacked his forehead, remembering, right? I have matters to attend to. He hurriedly searched for the hidden note, inadvertently noticing the lingering marks on his body, causing his face to flush crimson. The system lamented, there is no salvation for this host. Fortunately, Shen Xiuyun retained a modicum of rationality. Recognizing that escaping was paramount, he straightened his attire, attempting to appear presentable as he headed for the door, only to find his legs weaken beneath him, collapsing to the floor with a thud. The system quipped, unceremoniously kneeling. Host, what is this grand gesture? Shen Xiuyun, gripping the edge of the bed, gritted his teeth. I did not do this willingly. The system seemed to grasp the situation. Could it be because of Zhu Xingyao? Host, you are rather weak, are you not? You've been asleep for so long and still have not recovered. At that moment, Shen Xiuyun felt an urge to dismantle the system, retorting, you are weak. Your entire family is weak. It is not as you presume. He felt as if his cultivation had reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, and the cracks in his spiritual root had lessened somewhat. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt utterly drained, lacking any strength. The system speculated, you must be too weak to absorb the essence. Shen Xiuyun forced a smile, responding, well said, do not speak again. However, after this encounter, he discovered that dual cultivation seemed to be far more effective for the restoration of his spiritual roots than any magical artifact or spirit herb. In fact, after just one session, he astonishingly ascended to a significant new realm. Indeed, within the tropes of cultivation literature, any seemingly incurable injury is sure to be healed upon engaging in dual cultivation. At present, Zhu Xingyao likely remained unaware of the efficacy of this method in mending his master's spiritual roots. Otherwise, he would not be so preoccupied with looting and pillaging elsewhere. Shen Xiuyun silently vowed in his heart that he must not let Zhu Xingyao uncover this secret, lest he be driven to his demise. Furthermore, this escape must succeed. Failure was not an option. As evening approached, Shen Xiuyun found himself once again dragged by Zhu Xingyao to dine. This lad's obsession with feeding his master was truly perplexing. The original text even mentioned that during his time at Xintian's sect, Zhu Xingyao had a particular fondness for preparing meals for his master. Shen Xiuyun suspected that the author of this narrative included such details solely to intentionally deepen the bond between master and disciple, indulging in sugary moments for the sake of sweetness. Otherwise, how could one explain that a character known for their aloof demeanor, having lived for a century or two and long detached from worldly desires, would suddenly develop a craving for food, accompanying their disciple for daily meals? His master was hardly a glutton. Today, his master appeared to be in good spirits. Zhu Xingyao observed Shen Xiuyun's pale countenance. Lost in thought. Chapter 7. Master, do not let me down. Shen Xiuyun did not wish to dwell on this topic for long, and replied coldly, you are mistaken. Am I? Zhu Xingyao inquired, offering a piece of fish fillet, carefully deboned, to Shen Xiuyun's lips. I am not hungry, Shen Xiuyun replied, and he truly was not, perhaps due to having overindulged recently. Zhu Xingyao chuckled, seemingly struck by thought, and said with a hint of mischief, it seems the disciple fed his master too well the other day. Shen Xiuyun shot him a sidelong glance. There is no need to interpret it so quickly. Zhu Xingyao set down his chopsticks, cradled his chin in one hand, and with his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering, said, In that case, if the master ever decides to act petulantly and refuses to eat, this method could serve as a remedy. To prevent the master from neglecting his own health, Shen Xiuyun retorted, "You beast, you are truly killing me with filial piety." Zhu Xingyao playfully twirled a strand of Shen Xiuyun's dark hair around his finger, suggesting, "Since you do not wish to eat, perhaps we could engage in something more meaningful together with the remaining time." Shen Xiuyun instinctively covered the collar of his robe. "Wary, what are you plotting? Where does your mind wander, master?" "I merely wish to invite you for a stroll," Zhu Xingyao replied, leaning in closer, his deep voice akin to aged wine, intoxicating even with just a whiff. "Or perhaps, master, you desire me to do something for you?" Feeling uncomfortably close, Shen Xiuyun's heartbeat quickened beyond his control. He leaned back slightly, stating, "I do not wish to go out." However, his refusal was in vain. Shen Xiuyun was compelled to accompany Zhu Xingyao for a stroll. He wanted to express that the demon realm held nothing of interest, merely barren, dark stones as far as the eye could see. This place was vastly different from the human realm, devoid of the distinction between day and night. The sky was perpetually shrouded in pale, purple clouds, with even the light filtering through tinted in the same hue. As they walked, they unknowingly arrived at the banks of Huashi River. Zhu Xingyao pulled Shen Xiuyun to sit on the railing of a stone bridge, inviting him to gaze at the clusters of blood lotus blooming in the dark waters. Shen Xiuyun had no desire to look, finding the color unsettling, especially with Zhu Xingyao's even more disconcerting commentary, nearly prompting him to flee. Zhu Xingyao pointed to the largest blood lotus among them, saying, "The blood lotuses of Huashi River only bloom on the night of the full moon." "Do you know why their color is so vividly red?" Shen Xiuyun replied with an impassive expression, "I do not wish to know." Zhu Xingyao, undeterred, continued, "The more people they consume, the more vibrant their hue becomes." "Isn't that fascinating?" "Fascinating indeed." "You madman," Shen Xiuyun retorted. Zhu Xingyao added, "In truth, the waters of Huashi River are even more intriguing, filled with countless vengeful spirits unable to transcend. Should one fall in, they would be torn apart by these spirits in their anguish, their essence nourishing the blood lotuses that fill the river." Shen Xiuyun glanced at Zhu Xingyao, his hands clenched beneath his wide sleeves. "What are you implying? You do not wish for your master to accompany you into the abyss, do you?" Zhu Xingyao gathered Shen Xiuyun's long hair, smiling meaningfully. "Why do you look at me like that, master? Surely you do not think I would drag you down with me. I only wish to live alongside you for a long time. I would never do such a thing." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun was nearly driven to curse. "Then why frighten me with your madness? Are you unwell?" Zhu Xingyao paused before suddenly stating, "Master, I must leave the demon realm for a few days." Shen Xiuyun inwardly scoffed. After all the twists and turns of the night, full of teasing and threats, he finally arrived at the crux of the matter. Zhu Xingyao turned Shen Xiuyun's face toward himself, insisting, "Do you not wish to inquire where I am going?" Shen Xiuyun, unusually compliant, refrained from countering Zhu Xingyao. "What are you going to do?" After all, he was soon to flee. He might as well indulge him one last time and satisfy his final wish. "I'm naturally going to collect spirit herbs that can restore your spiritual roots, but I will encounter some bothersome individuals along the way. It is a pity that there are no more blood Bodhi in this world. Otherwise, I would have shared more." Yet Shen Xiuyun understood that this was the treasured possession of Shintian's sect, likely the sole item capable of restoring spiritual roots in existence. At that time, his master had faced considerable opposition to allow Zhu Xingyao to consume it, igniting much controversy. Zhu Xingyao sighed softly, reaching out to caress Shen Xiuyun's cheek, murmuring, "Will you obediently wait for me to return from the demon realm, master? What do you think?" Shen Xiuyun replied, feeling that this question was rather redundant. Neither the original owner nor himself would patiently await his return. Yet, why did he feel a strange melancholy at the thought of abandoning Zhu Xingyao for home? They had only spent a brief few days together, most of which were laden with unpleasant memories. Perhaps he merely felt pity for this fellow, who had been cast aside by his master twice. No, soon to be thrice. Rejected in a drunken confession. Expelled from a sect, and soon to be left behind as he fled. In this light, Zhu Xingyao was indeed quite unfortunate. Thus, he mused, one should not become a sycophant, for in the end, one may find themselves with nothing. Lost in thought, Shen Xiuyun failed to notice that Zhu Xingyao had captured his expression, his violet eyes dimming gradually, transforming into a still, lifeless pool devoid of ripples. Then he abruptly embraced Shen Xiuyun tightly, striving to meld him into his very being, struggling to restrain himself. Master, do not let me down. Do not compel me to harm you. It may be hard to believe, but last night, Shen Xiuyun actually experienced insomnia. The moment he closed his eyes, he was haunted by Zhu Xingyao's final words. Master, do not let me down. Strangely, he discerned a tinge of heartache and vulnerability within that phrase. Shen Xiuyun shook his head, attempting to regain his composure. Why should he feel sympathy for him? He ought to first extend compassion to himself. In the morning, having successfully seen Zhu Xingyao off, Shen Xiuyun devised an excuse to venture into the Qiyuan flower forest. He claimed he did not wish to be disturbed while admiring the flowers, instructing the demon cultivators trailing him to remain stationed outside the garden. The demon cultivators, unaware of the teleportation array hidden within the flower forest, believed that encircling the perimeter would prevent Shen Xiuyun from escaping, even if he sprouted wings. Moreover, given Shen Xiuyun's currently pitiable level of spiritual power, escape was impossible, so the demon cultivators acquiesced to his demands. Everything progressed smoothly. Shen Xiuyun and the disciple from Huashi sect successfully reached the location of the teleportation array, working together to clear away a pile of dead branches and leaves, revealing the intricate formation in its entirety. The opportunity lay right before him. Yet Shen Xiuyun found himself in a quandary. He squatted in the center of the array, his expression grave, and asked the system, how does one activate this teleportation array? The system sighed, Host, I do not know. You must figure out yourself. Shen Xiuyun could not help but begin to doubt the system's utility. Are you not a system? Is there something in this book you do not know? The system shrugged. I do not know everything. If it is not detailed in the text, I cannot know. Furthermore, what is written may not necessarily be true. Shen Xiuyun sighed. Find it, I suppose I overestimated your capabilities. Reflecting on it, if the system were truly powerful, he would not need to devise a plan to escape. Unable to resolve his internal debate, Shen Xiuyun turned his hopes toward the Huashi sect disciple standing nearby. Can you activate this array? Chapter 8. The first failed escape. The Huashi sect disciple looked troubled. I'm sorry, immortal sovereign, but Pingyue is merely an outer disciple of Huashi sect. This array is not the commonly used teleportation array of today, and I cannot activate it. Shen Xiuyun rubbed his temples in frustration. It seemed he must rely on himself after all. But how does one even operate this contraption? According to various descriptions in cultivation novels, it is believed that one can activate it simply by infusing spiritual energy. However, the formation before me bears 4 distinct patterns, and I am uncertain which one serves as the correct switch. This ancient formation, long neglected, is unreliable and cannot withstand repeated attempts. Moreover, the instant of transmission will unleash a formidable surge of spiritual energy, inevitably alerting the demonic cultivator stationed outside that he has but one chance. Just as Shen Xiuyun found himself at a loss, staring at the formation for an extended period, a fleeting memory flickered in his mind. Upon regaining his composure, it was as if a light had dawned upon him. He gathered the spiritual energy within him into the index and middle fingers of his right hand and directed it towards the second pattern on the formation. The dim formation erupted in a dazzling brilliance, as bright as day. At the moment, it made contact with the spiritual energy. When the light faded, both Shen Xiuyun and Pingyue had vanished without a trace, in that fleeting instant of their disappearance. Zhu Xingyao, who should have long since departed the demon realm, materialized above the formation out of thin air, his gaze, icy and piercing, fixed upon the now utterly dysfunctional array, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. While a swirling mass of agitated purple demonic energy surrounded him, in the next moment, a vast expanse of peculiar kite flowers beneath his feet was reduced to mere powder. Master, why do you flee? Have I not treated you well? Why must you abandon me once more? Shen Xiuyun experienced a wave of dizziness before plummeting uncontrollably from the air, landing with a splash into an unknown river in the human realm. Surrounded by water, icy and bone-chilling, he realized with horror that it was winter in the human realm. Struggling to the bank, he crawled with all fours, his nose reddened from the cold, his entire body nearly numb, his teeth chattering incessantly. The damp white robes clung uncomfortably to his form, icy water streaming down them, vaguely outlining his tall and slender figure. Lying on his back on the ground, he gazed up at the familiar sky. Feeling the snowflakes gently kiss his cheeks and a smile gradually spread across his lips, he had truly emerged from the demon realm. Yet, for reasons unknown, that NPC companion had not arrived with him, and he was left wondering about his fate. After lying on the bank for some time, Shen Xiuyun felt he had regained a modicum of strength, and he leaned against a withered tree for shelter from the wind. Achoo! Achoo! Once on land, the frigid wind quickly coated his damp clothes with a thin layer of ice, which gradually hardened, while his hair had turned into icicles. Shen Xiuyun himself was on the verge of becoming a frozen statue. How pitifully weak he felt. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, trouble is brewing. Zhu Xingyao has deceived us. He never left the demon realm. The moment you activated the teleportation array and vanished. He became aware of it. He is now furious and will arrive within half an hour. Host, you must flee. Perhaps a miracle will occur. Shen Xiuyun felt tears welling up. He wished to run, but could he even move? Was there a possibility that he would perish from the cold before Zhu Xingyao arrived to break his legs? System, just a moment. I believe I possess a spell that can instantly dry your clothes. Receiving the incantation from the system, Shen Xiuyun shivered as he attempted it repeatedly, finally managing to cast it successfully once. As warmth gradually returned to his body, a faint hue returned to his pale complexion. But he had no time to rest further. He had to run, to try regardless of whether escape was feasible, or else all his sufferings would have been in vain, in the brief span of half an hour. Shen Xiuyun endured an overwhelming ordeal. The biting cold made his legs feel as if they were not his own. Yet, the thought of Zhu Xingyao's imminent pursuit spurred him on, and he gritted his teeth to persevere. He could not be captured and must return home. Host, you have failed. Zhu Xingyao has caught up. The system lamented. Shen Xiuyun glanced back, spotting Zhu Xingyao suspended in midair, clad in crimson, surrounded by swirling, demonic energy. And his heart sank. He turned and fled in desperation. Not so soon. Why was it happening so quickly? Shen Xiuyun refused to give in and continued to argue in no matter which direction he chose. Within 5 meters, Zhu Xingyao would invariably appear before him, haunting him like a specter. Master, why the haste? Are you not happy to see your disciple? Happy? Not in the least. Shen Xiuyun quickly turned around. Zhu Xingyao stood before him. Hands clasped behind his back, the icy wind unable to penetrate his presence, exuding an air of leisure as if taking a stroll in the backyard. Master, are you not tired? You cannot escape this way. Just then, Shen Xiuyun, wearied from his flight, halted and glared at the man who had been toying with him like a cat playing with a mouse. Are you feeling pleased with yourself? Zhu Xingyao lowered his eyelids. His tone slow and deliberate. No, disciple is quite disappointed. Shen Xiuyun, in defiance, sat down on the ground, coldly retorting. Is that so? I didn't notice. Yet, you appear as if you were leisurely strolling through the snowstorm. That much is evident. That is because you do not care. Shen Xiuyun thought to himself. It is understood. No need to publicly execute me with such words that I end that moment of distraction. Zhu Xingyao's icy fingers grasped Shen Xiuyun's chin. His voice cold as he questioned, have I not treated my master well enough? In this lifetime, I have never been so sincere to anyone. Why must you repeatedly abandon me? Shen Xiuyun replied, because I do not harbor feelings for you. Because it is merely your one-sided devotion. Zhu Xingyao's so-called affection for his master was akin to offering a banana when one craved an apple, then blaming the recipient for not appreciating the gesture. What a petulant child, one-sided devotion. Zhu Xingyao's face darkened wholly at those words, his grip tightening, the swirling demonic energy in his violet eyes intensifying, as if he might lose control at any moment. After a lengthy pause, he chuckled bitterly. Master, you truly are heartless. Shen Xiuyun fell silent, feeling suffocated. Wasn't it obvious? His master had cultivated the path of indifference, indifferent and loveless. It was his own choice to pursue this thorny path. Blame the master, blame me. Must the blame shifting be so unfounded? Forget it. It was not worth arguing with a darkened demon lord, even if it were one-sided devotion. So what? Zhu Xingyao leaned in closing Shen Xiuyun in his grasp, cupping his face and kissed him forcefully. Shen Xiuyun felt his breath slowly being siphoned away, but fortunately at the last moment, Zhu Xingyao released him. Shen Xiuyun gasped for air, kneeling on the ground, coughing violently. Zhu Xingyao regarded the disheveled Shen Xiuyun and said softly, "Master must be curious as to why your disciple was able to locate you so swiftly." Shen Xiuyun coughed for a moment, wiping away the tears that had streamed down his face due to his physical discomfort, revealing the unremovable trinket on his fair wrist. He tugged at it vigorously, leaving a faint red mark on his wrist. The bell, is it not? He should have realized it sooner. Zhu Xingyao knelt down, grasping Shen Xiuyun's wrist, his fingertips grazing the red mark, and in an instant, the injury healed completely as he held this flawless hand, as if admiring a work of art, his tone infused with a blend of helplessness and regret. Does master not recall that from head to toe, inside and out, you are marked by your disciple's demonic energy, bearing his imprint? Even without this bell, your disciple could sense your location with ease, no matter where you are. Chapter 9. Master, how shall I punish you? Shen Xiuyun felt an urge to pounce upon him and bite him to death. You are so formidable. Must I then extol your virtues? Zhu Xingyao readily accepted. How would you like to praise me? Master, Shen Xiuyun was provoked by shamelessness. I do not wish to engage in idle chatter with you. What do you truly want? Naturally, it is to take master back to the demon realm. Zhu Xingyao tightened his grip on Shen Xiuyun's slender wrist, asserting his point, and then added, to confine you. Shen Xiuyun thought to himself, as expected, and maintained his facade. You might as well grant me a swift end. Personally, he could accept being locked away, but he found the accompanying forced love story intolerable. How could a disciple bear to harm his master in any way? Zhu Xingyao retrieved a white fox fur from a spatial bag and draped it over Shen Xiuyun, fastening the ties, his fingers brushing over Shen Xiuyun's delicate features, before lifting him into his arms. Suddenly airborne, Shen Xiuyun instinctively grasped the system, spoke earnestly. Rest assured, host, it is highly unlikely that you will perish in the early stages. Instead, you will merely experience a celestial demise. Shen Xiuyun smiled, feeling somewhat comforted by the reassurance. Thank you, he replied. The system continued. In our realm, there is a saying, if you cannot defeat them, join them. If you cannot evade them, then embrace the experience. Shen Xiuyun retorted with a chuckle. Ah, that's easy for you to say without feeling the pain. The one who will suffer is him, not me. He pondered that although he had spent over 20 years in a modern world without any romantic relationships, it would not be so simple for him to accept the notion of dating a boyfriend. However, upon deeper reflection, given Zhu Xingyao's formidable prowess, if he truly wished to impose something upon him, resistance would be futile. Shen Xiuyun shook off his chaotic thoughts, deciding to take things one step at a time. Perhaps the situation wasn't as dire as he imagined. Yet, the reality proved to be even more distressing. Who could tell him when Zhu Xingyao had prepared such an expansive room filled with copper mirrors? The space was adorned with numerous full-length mirrors, their surfaces polished to perfection, reflecting the figures within clearly. Each copper mirror was embellished with intricately carved glass borders, exuding an air of opulence. An instinct warned Shen Xiuyun that these objects served a purpose far beyond mere decoration and could shatter his worldview. While Shen Xiuyun was lost in thought, Zhu Xingyao had already embraced him, standing before one of the mirrors. The languid young man in crimson rested his head on the shoulder of his white-clad master, his enchanting violet eyes mischievously surveying the reflection of his master's thin lips, which were pressed into a serious line. The master, pristine in his white attire, bore an aura of austere detachment, with his collar tightly fastened and his waist cinched securely, embodying a demeanor that was both pure and coldly indifferent. The master's immaculate appearance was utterly captivating. He longed to witness the master in a state of disarray. Zhu Xingyao's left arm encircled the slender waist of Shen Xiuyun, while his right hand gently grasped his chin, compelling him to tilt his head slightly upward, presenting a visage of reluctant compliance. Even more appealing, Zhu Xingyao mused. Satisfied with his handiwork, he leaned closer to Shen Xiuyun's ear and softly inquired, "Do you like the arrangement here, master?" A swell of unease expanded within Shen Xiuyun. He did not. Zhu Xingyao sighed dramatically, "But I have long wished to bring you here, master." Shen Xiuyun frowned, questioning, "What exactly do you intend to do?" This madman couldn't he possibly be thinking of what? Of course, Zhu Xingyao smirked, leaving the words unspoken. "Master, since you have unilaterally distanced yourself from me, how should I punish you?" Shen Xiuyun's body tensed, his expression as frantic as a startled rabbit. Although he grasped Zhu Xingyao's implication, he still attempted to resist. "What if there is no punishment?" Zhu Xingyao chuckled. "Master, your thoughts are quite naive. One cannot escape punishment." His fervent gaze roamed over Shen Xiuyun's reflection in the mirror, tracing the panicked glint in his eyes, the flush at the corners, and the nervous movement of his throat. It was as if a predator was surveying its territory, contemplating its prey, deliberating on where to strike for the most delectable taste. Shen Xiuyun felt invaded by that gaze, his heart racing like never before. He felt akin to a fish on a chopping board, unable to escape. "Calm down. I promise I won't run away again." As if, "Very well, those are your own words, master." Zhu Xingyao's hand settled on Shen Xiuyun's shoulder. The robe that could easily withstand an infant's strike crumbled under Zhu Xingyao's grip as though it were mere fabric. Shen Xiuyun despaired. "That's not what I meant." "Zhu Xingyao, don't make me hate you." At the sight of such a beautiful view, Zhu Xingyao's throat involuntarily bobbed as he entwined his fingers with Shen Xiuyun's hand, gripping it tightly. "I do not wish for this either, but this is the only way I can punish you." Zhu Xingyao leaned in, executing the most fervent desire of his life, to claim his master. It was not merely a merging of souls within the sea of consciousness. It was the genuine possession of his master. A full 3 days in the eyes of Pingyue, fear finally surged forth. Not to mention that the process of soul-searching was far more agonizing than being devoured by a myriad of serpents. But once the soul was probed, all the secrets he had concealed would be laid bare before Zhu Xingyao, potentially bringing trouble to that individual. If you do this, what if the immortal venerable finds out? Before Pingyue could finish his sentence, Zhu Xingyao had already struck a palm against him, infusing demonic energy directly into his body. "What makes you think I would fear him knowing?" Zhu Xingyao retorted. "If my master were truly afraid, he would not have fled. He would laugh himself awake in his slumber." As the dark energy permeated Pingyue's sea of consciousness, he emitted a wretched scream. The pain felt as though a searing iron rod were being stirred within his mind, and despite his wish to die, he found himself unable to escape that fate. Moments later, his breaths grew shallow, his pupils dilated, and his expression became vacant, with shimmering fragments of broken memories drifting from his brow. Zhu Xingyao perused those memories, most of which depicted Pingyue's various attempts to stalk and spy on his sister during his time at the Huashi sect. Just a cursory glance felt like sullied his own eyes. However, in the past 6 months, there was an instance where he had encountered a peculiar figure in a black cloak. That person was cautious, their voice and appearance obscured, making it difficult to discern any flaws. Yet, just before the scene concluded, Zhu Xingyao caught sight of a black jade ring, intricately carved with dragon patterns, adorning the figure's left thumb. Zhu Xingyao smiled, a cold and chilling smile that did not reach his eyes. "Little junior brother, you truly are tenacious, aren't you?" When Shen Xiuyun awoke, Zhu Xingyao lay beside him, toying with a memory orb from which intermittent wails of torment emanated, sending shivers down Shen Xiuyun's spine. Instinctively, he recoiled but inadvertently tugged at a sensitive spot, causing him to hiss in pain, tears streaming down his face unbidden. "Master has finally awakened," he thought. "Why do you regard your disciple in such a manner? Are you curious about the memory orb in my hand?" Zhu Xingyao turned to him, using his thumb to wipe away the tears from Shen Xiuyun's eyes, observing him with keen interest, noting the terror that his master struggled to conceal and the slight tremors of his body. Many years ago, his master had gazed upon him with tenderness and compassion. Now, however, "I am not curious at all," Shen Xiuyun retorted, backing away from the object in question that, if he was not mistaken, the owner of those pained screams was none other than Pingwei, the very individual who had aided his escape. Zhu Xingyao had not only slain Pingwei, but had likely tortured him to death. Yet upon hearing Shen Xiuyun's words, Zhu Xingyao not only refrained from retracting the orb, but, with a wicked sense of delight, presented it closer to Shen Xiuyun. Oh, not show it to me. Shen Xiuyun's voice transformed, akin to a cat with its fur bristled, ready to lash out. Zhu Xingyao coaxed. All right, I shall not show it. He then stowed the orb away, enveloping Shen Xiuyun in his embrace, gently stroking his back through the fabric of his robe. Master feeling guilty. Shen Xiuyun's throat felt parched, uncertain of what to articulate. Zhu Xingyao was correct. He was indeed feeling remorseful. Despite his efforts to convince himself that this was merely a narrative, that everything was but fiction, the events had transpired, and he could not help but feel guilt for having caused someone's demise. If you are remorseful, Master should cease any thoughts of fleeing in the future. Otherwise, many others may find themselves in a similar plight. Do you understand, Master? Shen Xiuyun's expression was vacant as he nodded stiffly, finding it difficult to assert that he did not comprehend. Zhu Xingyao was truly mad. It was unfathomable what kind of twisted childhood he must have endured to become as he was now. Shen Xiuyun felt that if he remained in Zhu Xingyao's presence for too long, he too might be driven to madness, that I must escape. I must. Chapter 11. The Master's soft heart Shen Xiuyun felt as though he were trapped in a dream. He found himself in a cramped, dimly lit room, devoid of a shadow beneath the moonlight, suggesting he was in a spectral form. The room was engulfed in darkness, save for the fragmented moonlight filtering through the window. He vaguely perceived a small figure cowering in the corner. Who is it? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was violently kicked open from the outside. Several Taoist-clad cultivators stormed in, the elder leading them, pointing at the shadowy figure in the corner. Bring that person to the altar. The Grand Elder has decreed that the disaster-warding ritual must commence today. Shen Xiuyun felt a sense of familiarity with the unfolding events, especially when he beheld the child being dragged out. It was Zhu Xingyao. More accurately, it was a younger Zhu Xingyao, appearing no older than 10. That he was filthy, with disheveled hair, and his ill-fitting garments accentuated his frail form. Beneath the empty pant legs, his bony feet were exposed, revealing deep wounds around his ankles, as if inflicted by a sharp instrument, still bleeding. Shen Xiuyun was taken aback. This could not be the scene of Zhu Xingyao's severed spiritual roots, could it? In the original narrative, the protagonist's past was often glossed over for the sake of pacing, and this included Zhu Xingyao's harrowing history. Intuition urged Shen Xiuyun to avert his gaze, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself inexplicably drawn to follow. Being a mere specter, he could not traverse as swiftly as the others wielding swords, and upon arrival, he discovered that the young Zhu Xingyao had already been bound to the altar. Iron chains, as thick as a man's arm, ensnared him entirely, rendering him utterly immobile. He was akin to a fish on a cutting board, awaiting slaughter. On the altar, the Grand Elder recited incantations with closed eyes, and with each segment, a black wedge was driven into Zhu Xingyao's wrists or ankles, with another piercing his dantian. Each penetration elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Zhu Xingyao, who instinctively struggled against the pain. Veins on his forehead bulging, cold sweat mingling with blood, pooling upon the stone platform. Shen Xiuyun found it difficult to breathe. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and halt the ritual. Truly, this was still a child. He had committed no transgressions warranting such a fate. Yet, nothing would pause for his desires. Even if he reached out to seize the instruments of torment, his efforts would only pass through ineffectually. Those on the altar and those observing below were indifferent to the cruelty unfolding, with many eyes gleaming with excitement. At last, we shall sever the roots of this calamity, if he continues to cultivate. Who knows what disasters he may bring upon our Huashi sect. Indeed, we do not wish to end up like his unfortunate mother, driven mad by him, as soon as the words left his lips. A woman appeared at the foot of the altar, clad in black, her hair white as snow. Her face bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Xingyao's. Yet, now it was a visage of horror, with sunken eyes and bloodshot pupils that seemed capable of devouring souls. As she attempted to rush onto the altar, she was restrained by the protective elders, who dragged her away as she frantically screamed, "Ha! You are going to die. You wretched spawn are finally going to perish. You should have died long ago. I should never have borne you. Good riddance, good riddance. No longer will your face trouble my sight. Ha!" Her venomous curses echoed far and wide. Shen Xiuyun initially believed that upon hearing his biological mother's maledictions, Zhu Xingyao would succumb to despair and anguish. Yet, on his face there was only numbness. His hollow purple eyes reflected the pitch-black night, devoid of light, color, or hope, an abyss of silence. Shen Xiuyun's heart clenched painfully. As though gripped by an unseen force, he could not help but reach out to caress the boy's cheek, though he could not physically touch him. The future Zhu Xingyao, a figure to be feared, was once so fragile and pitiable. Shen Xiuyun felt an inexplicable illness within himself. How could he feel pity for someone who had forced him into this life? How could he entertain the notion that perhaps someone might rescue this child struggling in the mire? If only he had not endured such despair, perhaps events would not have escalated to the monstrous figure he later became. "Master, why are you crying?" Shen Xiuyun awakened to Zhu Xingyao's warm kiss. The youth cradling his face, reverently kissing the tear-streaked corners of his eyes. Shen Xiuyun parted his lips, intending to speak, yet found his throat parched, as if stuffed with cotton, stifling him to remain somewhat immersed in the dream from earlier. Unable to extricate himself in that dream, he had stood by the altar, watching helplessly as Zhu Xingyao lost consciousness for blood loss. Zhu Xingyao gazed at Shen Xiuyun with a mix of anxiety, his purple eyes brimming with concern. "Did Master have a nightmare? Would you care to share it with your disciple?" Shen Xiuyun's hoarse voice inquired. "Does it hurt?" He sensed a peculiar dissonance in the intense empathy he felt, but could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Perhaps he was inherently soft-hearted? Yet, he usually remained rather heartless. Zhu Xingyao was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Shen Xiuyun pressed on. "Is it painful to have your spiritual roots severed?" A fleeting moment of blankness crossed Zhu Xingyao's face, followed by a faint quiver of his lips. Realizing he might have inadvertently struck a nerve, Shen Xiuyun hastily added, I didn't mean to bring up old wounds." Yet, Zhu Xingyao suddenly grasped Shen Xiuyun's warm hand. His eyes glistening with an emotion Shen Xiuyun could not decipher. With reddened eyes, he resembled a forlorn stray dog, pleading, "It hurt. It hurt so much, Master. I was in so much pain back then. It felt like I was dying. Even now, recalling it brings back the ache." Shen Xiuyun, "To be frank, my dear youth, you have rather overdone your performance. Earning sympathy is not achieved in such a manner. How peculiar it is that he would so carelessly blurt out such a question moments ago, leading to his current state of being treated as a mere cushion." Shen Xiuyun felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had no desire to be pushed around by a dog, especially one that could bite at any moment. After much effort in kicking Zhu Xingyao away, he finally found himself able to breathe freely. He tapped on the system, inquiring about matters concerning dreams. The system analyzed. It seems to be a randomly dropped small scene benefit, conveyed in the form of dreams, intended to help you better understand the male lead, thereby facilitating your escape. Shen Xiuyun raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Is it truly as you say? Why do I find it so hard to believe?" After witnessing it, he felt utterly despondent. The system remarked, "I had thought that after experiencing that event, you would be in a state of despair for several days. Yet, it appears your adaptability is quite strong." Shen Xiuyun responded, "I appreciate your compliment, but consider this. Aside from being forced to accept it, could I possibly contend with him? Furthermore, we in the human realm have a saying, to bide one's time and endure hardships. That is precisely my current situation." The system replied, "Ah, so your earlier display was all an act, a gentle offensive to lower his guard in preparation for your impending second escape. However, to be frank, the character's collapse indicates that the master will not be so gentle." Shen Xiuyun was reluctant to admit that he had indeed felt quite distressed at that moment. The pain in his heart felt both familiar and foreign. Perhaps it was an emotion inherited from the remnants of the original owner's body. Regardless, he did not wish to delve deeper into that topic and preferred to discuss the second escape instead. Upon hearing the system outline the general trajectory of events, he nearly spewed his soda all over the system. Shen Xiuyun sighed. Now I understand why Zhu Xingyao became increasingly unhinged afterward. Chapter 12. The ill master's beautiful persona remains unshaken. Shen Xiuyun chuckled softly. To have one's lifelong white moonlight run off with a rival. What man could accept such a ludicrous affair? Although the junior disciple could hardly be considered a genuine rival, the emotional harm inflicted upon a Yandere remains fatal. Shen Xiuyun dared not contemplate the fate that awaited his young disciple should this attempt also end in failure. What would his own fate be? No, his young disciple, Long Yuni, as a second-generation practitioner capable of navigating the realms with ease and supported by a lineage of ancient monsters, could likely return home and survive. Unlike him, the Xintian sect had suffered greatly in the past and now found itself in a precarious position, unable to contend with the formidable Zhu Xingyao present. The most pressing concern was how to discreetly convey a message for help to his young disciple. Zhu Xingyao might have him confined, yet he had not sealed away his spiritual power, allowing for communication through a message jade slip that in the realm of cultivation. These jade slips are somewhat akin to modern smartphones, delivering encrypted messages that are relatively secure. The book mentioned that Zhu Xingyao possessed a precious jade slip in his Qingquan bag, crafted by the master himself, which was indeed used for communication in the original text. How could he deceitfully obtain Zhu Xingyao's Qingquan bag without raising suspicion? Or rather, how could he gain access to that jade slip? The system stated, the book does not elaborate on the process of acquiring the jade slip, allowing you considerable creative freedom, so long as you obtain it and ensure the main storyline proceeds accordingly. After delivering this information, the system promptly disconnected. Shen Xiuyun felt inclined to leave a poor review. This system clocked out faster than anyone else. He would have preferred that the author had detailed the escape process this time. Yet, it was evident that the incompetent author intentionally left things ambiguous, creating chaos for the sake of chaos. This significantly increased the difficulty of the game. Fortunately, he still had ample time, with over a month remaining to lower Zhu Xingyao's guard. For the next fortnight, Shen Xiuyun endeavored to maintain his aloof persona while half-heartedly engaging with Zhu Xingyao. However, he found himself nearly every day feeding the demon. At tea times, they would visit the room filled with mirrors, sharing the experience of gazing at their reflections. Other times, he would find himself in the quiet chamber, shackled to the head of the bed by that soul-binding chain. There was also the meticulously crafted little dark room, providing an extreme sensory deprivation experience that it was maddening. Shen Xiuyun lamented the fact that he lacked an uncle, for then he might have had the luxury of a day off. It turned out that being the partner of a demon lord was a far more brutal form of exploitation than a 996-work schedule. Shen Xiuyun felt a profound sense of despair. Following his previous escape, it seemed his credibility with Zhu Xingyao had plummeted below the horizon. Despite his cooperation, the soul-binding chain remained firmly in place. Shen Xiuyun was at his wit's end. He couldn't even leave his room, let alone secure the jade slip. What to do? After much contemplation, Shen Xiuyun concocted a dubious scheme. System, is there a way for me to fall ill? The system replied, feigning illness would only complicate your task further. The male lead would undoubtedly become overly anxious and restrict your movements to the bed. Shen Xiuyun retorted, stop with the nonsense. Just tell me if there is a way. The system fell silent for a moment before hesitantly stating, there is a method, but it happens to coincide with the recent arrival of a small gift pack from the main system for maintaining your persona. However, its effects may be somewhat potent. Shen Xiuyun replied, bring it on. Shortly thereafter, he began to feel a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath, reminiscent of the moment he first inhabited this body. As if a great weight were pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. He covered his mouth and coughed laboriously. Cough, cough, cough. This buff was indeed rather overwhelming. Master, what is wrong with you? As Zhu Xingyao entered, carrying a dish, he happened upon Shen Xiuyun struggling to maintain his strength. Shen Xiuyun's face was as pale as paper. One could easily believe that a gust of wind could carry him away. Zhu Xingyao hastily placed the dish on the table and, in a flash, was at Shen Xiuyun's side, supporting his back and easing him onto the bed. He grasped Shen Xiuyun's wrist, sending a stream of spiritual power into his body for examination. Moments later, Zhu Xingyao's expression darkened as he looked at Shen Xiuyun. Master, what have you done? Even if he had not examined Shen Xiuyun's body that day, it was clear that Shen Xiuyun had been in good spirits lately. There was no reason for a sudden deterioration in condition, especially considering he had been preparing meals with those precious spiritual herbs and flowers daily. Master, what is it that you intend to do this time? Are you willing to harm yourself? Shen Xiuyun was taken aback by how quickly Zhu Xingyao's mind worked, accurately deducing his intentions. Unfortunately, this time it was the system's handiwork, no matter how much Zhu Xingyao suspected. He would find nothing amiss. Shen Xiuyun took a breath, reciting the carefully prepared script he had composed, adopting a tone laced with sarcasm. What have I done? Rather, what have you done? Try being confined like a criminal in a room, unable to leave even for a moment, while being forced to engage in those activities with you. Do you think one could be happy under such circumstances? Zhu Xingyao opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless by the retort. Thus, are you suggesting that everything originates from him? Is my presence truly such a burden? Shen Xiuyun observed the hurt in Zhu Xingyao's eyes, his fingers clenched tightly around the bed sheets beneath the covers. Admonishing himself not to show compassion, as he wished to turn back and have the author rewrite a happy ending for this pitiful child, one where the master would love him endlessly and refrain from darkening the narrative further. Zhu Xingyao's gaze fell, his long eyelashes casting shadows over the pain in his eyes, also masking his confusion and contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his head, concealing all emotion, and smiled. I too do not wish to keep you imprisoned. But what can be done? You always wish to flee. Shen Xiuyun had initially intended to say little, but the words slipped out. Have you never considered that your way of loving is misguided? The master of the emotionless path likely never taught him how to love properly. Otherwise, he would not have strayed so far. What is wrong with it? Zhu Xingyao raised an eyebrow in retort, his fingertips toying with a strand of Shen Xiuyun's long hair. Compared to the past, when I could only wait pitifully for you, at least now you are truly by my side. The past version of me was foolish, waiting until the end only to be abandoned by the master for another disciple. Shen Xiuyun rubbed his temples in exasperation, sighing, It is not that I abandoned you. It is simply that you understand the master as responsibilities. The reason for not seeking disciples is that the Xintian sect is also in distress. As the immortal lord, the master must stand up for the sect. Zhu Xingyao curled his lips, releasing the strand of hair he had been holding. In truth, he wished to express that the fates of others were of no concern to the master, and that the master could have remained unscathed without injury. But why did you choose to accept others as disciples? You promised me that in this lifetime, I would be the only one. His voice was cold, laced with a strong sense of accusation. Shen Xiuyun was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Xingyao's certainty made even him, who had read the original text, begin to doubt whether the original owner had indeed made such a promise. Furthermore, such a commitment seemed somewhat. Shen Xiuyun attempted to guide him gently. Since you understand the master's responsibilities, you should also comprehend that the acceptance of a disciple was... Zhu Xingyao forcefully interrupted. I do not wish to hear. He warned, Master, I do not want to hear a single word about that person from your lips. Not even one. Otherwise, you shan't leave the bed tomorrow. Shen Xiuyun's fists clenched tightly. How could he betray his own master? Clearly, it was Zhu Xingyao who first brought up Long Yi, and it was he who accused himself of being a heartless man for taking on a disciple that irked him. How could it be that, in the end, it was he, as the master, who had not yet thrown the table in anger? How could he be so pampered? Shen Xiuyun, having failed to discipline his wayward disciple, was so incensed that he felt a pang of anguish in his liver. In frustration, he rolled up his blanket and turned his back to the rebellious student, seeking to force himself into slumber. Not long after, he heard Zhu Xingyao's voice, calling him in a tone laced with grievance and pity. Master, it was akin to calling for a lost soul. Master, are you angry? Of course. Master, do you not feel stifled by remaining in the quiet chamber for too long? Are you having a moment of conscience? Zhu Xingyao seemed to relent, sighing as he proposed. In a few days, it will be the Lantern Festival in the mortal realm. I could take you out for a breath of fresh air. Shen Xiuyun, feigning sleep, turned to him. If you're going to say that, I might just wake up. Chapter 13. The master attempts to escape again. Zhu Xingyao feigned concern, saying, but I worry if I take you out. What if you run away again? Shen Xiuyun, aware of his shattered credibility, could only explain patiently, you think highly of me. Do you believe I could escape right under your nose? If you truly cannot rest easy, then stuff me in your Chinkoan bag. Zhu Xingyao looked mildly surprised, seemingly incredulous that the master would be willing to stay in such confinement. As long as I can go out for some fresh air, it suffices. Then if I agree to this, what benefits will the master bestow upon me? I cannot allow the master to take advantage of me for free. What do you desire? What do you think I desire? Zhu Xingyao's hand rested on Shen Xiuyun's tightly bound cloud-patterned belt, his finger playfully tugging at it, his beautiful eyes arching provocatively, casting a captivating curve as he looked meaningfully at Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun found himself somewhat dizzy from the enchanting gaze of this person beside him, his heart racing unevenly. When this person smiled, he truly resembled a charming spirit. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. Zhu Xingyao, seemingly pulling a book from nowhere, exclaimed, if the master agrees, we can now study the secret manual of the Huashi sect. After reading the full title, Shen Xiuyun was taken aback. Zhu Xingyao shoved the book into Shen Xiuyun's hands. Looking pitiful as he implored, Master, it has been ages since we last discussed a secret manual together. Will you teach me? Is this manual even legitimate? Shen Xiuyun thought of the book in his hands as a hot potato, neither able to discard it nor keep it. Yet for the sake of the task, he must endure this humiliation and nodded through gritted teeth that on the day of the Lantern Festival in the mortal realm, Shen Xiuyun was, as he wished, stuffed into Zhu Xingyao's Chinkoan B8G in Shen Xiuyun's mind. An individual of Zhu Xingyao's caliber should possess relatively few items in his Chinkoan bag, for only the finest treasures would capture the attention of such a notable figure. However, at this moment, he gazed at the mountain of items, falling into a brief silence. Shen Xiuyun held aloft a luminous pearl, struggling to navigate through the clutter. Lao Lu, hurry, help me find where the jade slip is. System, host, look under the pile of books to your left. Is there not something glowing? Shen Xiuyun glanced up and indeed saw the glowing jade slip. After tremendous effort, he finally extracted it. The system reminded him, host, the jade slip needs to establish mutual contact to send messages, just like how you can only chat with friends after adding them on WeChat. Currently, the only contact for the jade slip is the master. If you wish to contact the second male lead, you must know his transmission password. Shen Xiuyun anxiously asked, what does the book say? Quickly tell me. Zhu Xingyao was currently flying through the air. But Shen Xiuyun was unsure if this fellow might whimsically check the status of the Chinkoan bag at any moment, putting him in constant danger of being discovered. System. The book does not state. Shen Xiuyun was furious. When I return, the first thing I will do is strangle this author. System. Host, do not rush. I am currently unlocking it. Please wait a moment. You can pretend to read a book. Do not let the male lead notice anything unusual. Shen Xiuyun. All right, I will heed your advice. He casually picked up a book, dusted it off, and revealed the title. The paranoid demon lord turns me into a madman. Shen Xiuyun's hands trembled, and he quickly discarded it. How did it so closely resemble his current predicament? It left him with psychological trauma. Next book, repeat the above actions. After becoming a disciple of the Huashi sect, I became the object of everyone's infatuation. The title was evidently provocative. Another switch. The little white rabbit is trapped underground by the Demon King for 108 days. What a peculiar title. Did Zhu Xingyao's Chinkoan bag contain no legitimate manuals? Why were there only such tantalizing novels? This was truly too stimulating. System. Host, the password has been sorted out. Quickly send a message to your disciple. Long E. Shen Xiuyun found a high pile of clutter to sit upon. Using the novel to shield the jade slip, while keeping an eye on the surroundings, he intermittently infused a faint amount of spiritual energy to send a distress signal. Disciple, your master is currently trapped in the demon realm by your senior brother. I hope you can come to assist me in escaping. Remember, do not act recklessly alone. Proceed with caution. Though the message was brief, it left Shen Xiuyun feeling as if he had exhausted all his strength. Cold sweat soaked his back, and the jade slip in his palm felt scalding hot. Just as he was about to return, the jade slipped to its place. Ensuring everything remained undetected, Zhu Xingyao's voice suddenly called from above, "Master, what are you reading?" Shen Xiuyun was startled, hastily clutching the small jade slip tightly, pulling his hand into his oversized sleeve. This caused the book titled "The Little White Rabbit is Trapped Underground by the Demon King for 108 Days" to fall to the ground with a thud, landing right on the page featuring the Demon King. The Demon King turned out to be a snake. He revealed his true form to bully the little white rabbit. It is said that the true form of snakes has two. Shen Xiuyun watched the two entangled figures, momentarily forgetting his fear of being discovered, his heart pounding loudly, cheeks flushed. This was mortifying to suffer such embarrassment before his own disciple and over such material. Zhu Xingyao chuckled lightly. "So it turns out Master enjoys this kind of thing?" Shen Xiuyun attempted to salvage his dignity. "I did not. You must listen to my excuse." Yet Zhu Xingyao replied, "It is not that it cannot be done. But Master must exert a bit more effort for the words of Yu Jielin. I always wish for Master to be spared any toil." He paused. "There is no better day than today. Master may as well try it out himself." Shen Xiuyun, "Forget it. I am tired." Zhu Xingyao soon brought Shen Xiuyun to the capital of the mortal realm. Although Shen Xiuyun could not go out, Zhu Xingyao's magic allowed him to see the external world and hear the voices of others. He truly felt the vibrancy of the capital. The houses were stacked closely. The streets were brightly lit. The crowds flowed endlessly, and the dazzling array of delicacies made one's head spin. Shen Xiuyun's gaze was fixated on a roadside stall selling candied chestnuts, and he found himself drooling uncontrollably. They looked delicious. If only he could have a taste. Zhu Xingyao's voice inquired, "Master, do you wish to eat?" Shen Xiuyun replied nonchalantly, "Not particularly," yet his eyes remained glued to the candied chestnuts, the esteemed immortal. A flower on a lofty peak. How could he possibly indulge in such cravings? Alas, upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao smirked, striding towards the vendor to purchase a large bag. He then sought out a tea stall and sat down, diligently peeling the chestnuts for his master. Shen Xiuyun was astonished. The demon lord himself was peeling chestnuts. What a sight! The warm candlelight from the tea stall cast a soft glow on Zhu Xingyao, accentuating his gentle features, rendering even the striking demonic mark on his brow less glaring. For a moment, Shen Xiuyun found himself entranced. Zhu Xingyao peeled a small handful, placed them in a paper bag, and magically delivered them into Shen Xiuyun's hands, saying, "If Master desires anything, you may speak to your disciple." Shen Xiuyun held the still warm bag of candied chestnuts, momentarily stunned. Although the chestnuts were not particularly hot, he felt as though his heart had been inexplicably scorched, stirring a sense of bitterness within him. In a fleeting moment, a vague image flashed in his mind, a tall man in white, holding a child whose height barely reached his waist, gently touching the child's head, bending down to say softly, "If a Yao wishes for anything, you may tell your master." Gasp! Shen Xiuyun suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Was this the original host's memory? Chapter 14. The master is truly ill fortunately. This sensation was but a fleeting moment, and Zhu Xingyao, engrossed in peeling the chestnuts, remained oblivious. However, why had he not received the original host's memories upon first arriving? And why were fragments surfacing recently? For instance, how to activate the teleportation array last time, or the dynamics of this master-disciple relationship. Was there perhaps some sort of latency in memory reception? Or was it simply unpalatable? Zhu Xingyao's voice broke through his thoughts. Shen Xiuyun instinctively bit into the candied chestnut in his hand. It was indeed quite sweet and powdery. No, it is quite good. Zhu Xingyao, having stored away the remaining chestnuts, remarked, "Indeed, the skills of others do pale in comparison to those of your disciple. Upon our return, I shall personally prepare something for you, Master." Shen Xiuyun replied, "There is no need for such trouble, to be honest." He cannot comprehend individuals like Zhu Xingyao, who revolved around a single person. How much affection must one hold to do everything personally for another? Furthermore, would one not grow weary of being so focused on just one person day in and day out? Even though the master possesses striking good looks, Shen Xiuyun's experience in the mortal realm albeit constrained from mingling freely, has ultimately been rather pleasant. However, upon returning, the troublesome fish scale technique has caused him considerable fatigue. It turns out that the burden above is indeed substantial, especially since he is also encumbered by that frail buff, leaving him drained in no time. Initially, he intended to use this technique merely for show. Yet, upon the system's suggestion that Zhu Xingyao had previously pondered whether dual cultivation could restore his spiritual roots, he was so startled that cold sweat broke out, compelling him to persist with it. Unbeknownst to him, the pressure he faced was akin to the grueling 996 work culture. Had he been aware, it would have been unbearable. Please, release me. I am truly exhausted. Can we resume our practice another day? Shen Xiuyun, with a hazy gaze, leaned against Zhu Xingyao's shoulder, uncertain of the knight's identity, intermittently murmuring amidst the jolts. Zhu Xingyao was unwilling to relent, gripping Shen Xiuyun's wrist with fierce determination, insisting, "Today's tasks must be completed today. This is a lesson once imparted by my master. You are truly something. Is it not the master who knows best whether the disciple is capable?" Shen Xiuyun glared at Zhu Xingyao, with eyes brimming with emotion. Leaning down to bite Zhu Xingyao's shoulder in frustration. The bite was forceful, as if venting his pent-up grievances from recent days. Soon, the taste of iron and sweetness lingered between his lips. Yet, Zhu Xingyao showed not a flicker of discomfort. Rather, he laughed with delight. Tenderly stroking Shen Xiuyun's sweat-drenched dark hair, he remarked, "Master, your bite lacks sufficient ferocity. This mark shall fade by tomorrow." Shen Xiuyun retorted, "You sadist." Perhaps the act of biting had spurred Zhu Xingyao. For soon Shen Xiuyun found even the strength to curse him in his heart had ebbed away. Ultimately, he could not discern when everything came to an end. The frail buff, compounded by excessive exhaustion, led Shen Xiuyun to suffer from a high fever during the night, leaving him in a haze that this moment. Zhu Xingyao genuinely felt a pang of regret. He shouted through thought transmission to the demonic cultivator waiting outside, "Summon Yi Qing to me at once." Yi Qing, who had been lying dormant in his cave, was kicked awake in the dead of night and rushed over with a look of urgency. The dignified protector of the demon clan was drenched in sweat. He had heard on the way that the immortal lord had fallen ill and was running a fever. It was undoubtedly due to the insatiable demands of the demon lord that the immortal lord's frail body had succumbed. He had long admonished the demon lord to practice restraint. Yet those words had grown tiresome. It seemed that this time he could not afford to retreat simply because of a beating after taking Shen Xiuyun's pulse. Yi Qing mustered his courage to say, "My lord, I dare to speak frankly. You ought to be more considerate of the immortal lord. His body cannot withstand your relentless exertions day and night." Zhu Xingyao cast a cold glance at Yi Qing, retorting, "Are you implying that I am at fault? Just a few days ago, the master was improving, yet now he suddenly deteriorates. It is evident that he has done something himself." He had initially intended to test whether everything was merely superficial, yet he had not anticipated this outcome. Why Yi Qing inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. If the demon lord persisted in his actions, the immortal lord might not have many days left. He glanced at Zhu Xingyao's expression, which was evidently one of wanting to kill him, prompting him to choose silence. As a competent protector, his role was not to inform the demon lord of his unfulfilled desires, but rather to devise a way for him to indulge his appetites fully. Why Yi Qing racked his brain. "My lord, there is a way. Although the blood bodhi is no longer available, the golden glazed fruit from Yunwu Mountain is nearing maturity and could temporarily alleviate the immortal lord's condition. However, it would only provide a fleeting effect. After all, a damaged spiritual root is not so easily restored." Observing a slight softening in Zhu Xingyao's demeanor, Yi Qing knew he had spoken rightly. Regarding the fever, it would soon subside after taking the medicinal pill. Zhu Xingyao replied coolly, "I understand. You may leave now." Wai Yi Qing felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly departed. Zhu Xingyao lay beside Shen Xiuyun, gazing at his master's exquisite sleeping visage, reluctant to blink. Lately, he had been plagued by an intense sense of loss, as if everything had unfolded too smoothly, despite the master being right beside him. Within reach, he felt an ever-present fear of losing him. "Master, Please do not leave me again. Stay by my side forever. If you would, should you run once more, I might lose control. 3 days later, Zhu Xingyao returned from the outside, nursing an injury, presenting Shen Xiuyun with a golden fruit, roughly the size of an ordinary peach. The fruit radiated with a surge of spiritual energy, clearly not an ordinary item. Shen Xiuyun did not take it. Frowning with inquiry, "What on earth have you been doing? How did you end up like this?" Based on the progression within the text, Zhu Xingyao should have been virtually untouchable at this stage. Yet the bloodstains and the exposed wounds on his chest indicated he had endured a fierce battle. Zhu Xingyao nonchalantly replied, "Oh, just had a skirmish with a few ancient beasts at Yunwu Mountain." Shen Xiuyun felt an overwhelming urge to open Zhu Xingyao's head to see if it was filled with mush. "Have you lost your mind? Engaging ancient beasts for no reason." Zhu Xingyao licked his cracked lips. "There was no choice. They had something my fellow disciples desired but refused to part with it, so I had to find another way to make them relinquish it." "And then what?" "You gained nothing for yourself." Shen Xiuyun pressed Zhu Xingyao onto the bed, retrieving some healing pills from his cosmos bag. He had only realized after entering that Zhu Xingyao had opened this personal artifact to him. Just as he was about to undress Zhu Xingyao to assess his wounds, Zhu Xingyao seized his wrist, his violet eyes fixated on Shen Xiuyun. Filled with hope, "Master, are you worried about your disciple?" "Not at all." "Then why does the master not speak those words while looking at me?" "Humph." Shen Xiuyun sneered, demonstrating through his actions that he was entirely unconcerned. He tore through Zhu Xingyao's blood-stained red robes. "Ah, it hurts. Master, be gentler." The provocative tone made Shen Xiuyun's face flush. He shot Zhu Xingyao a glare. "Be quiet. Stop making a scene." Zhu Xingyao blinked innocently. "But I can't help it. It truly hurts," with a sigh. Shen Xiuyun pinched a silent spell on Zhu Xingyao's neck. The world fell silent. After tending to Zhu Xingyao's wounds, Shen Xiuyun found himself forcibly embraced as they slept together. Zhu Xingyao had indeed lost a significant amount of blood and was thoroughly exhausted. He slept deeply, his curled eyelashes casting a faint shadow on his eyelids. The ruthless demon lord could also possess such a tranquil and obedient side. Yet, as Shen Xiuyun gazed upon that face, he found sleep elusive, particularly after realizing that the golden glazed fruit had been specially procured for him by Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun understood he could no longer linger. He felt himself gradually being consumed by Zhu Xingyao's actions. He was wavering. Yet absurdly, he was not truly the master. He queried the system in his mind. "How long until the second male lead arrives with the others?" The system replied, "In 3 days. However, there is a minor plot point to navigate first. 3 days from now is Zhu Xingyao's birthday, in the original text. On this day, Zhu Xingyao had coerced his master into preparing a meal for him, only to find that the master had drugged the food, leaving him unconscious for a time. Otherwise, the second male lead would never have had the opportunity to take the master away." Shen Xiuyun responded, "Understood that I will prepare a meal for him. Consider it the final act I can perform before parting." Chapter 15. Collaborating with the master for a performance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhu Xingyao's recovery abilities were remarkable, as he was nearly bouncing back to life by the second day. He insisted that Shen Xiuyun consume the golden glazed fruit. However, under the influence of the frail buff, the fruit's effects were not particularly pronounced. Fortunately, Zhu Xingyao attributed this to his master's inherent frailty and did not dwell on it too much. "Master, I remember today is your birthday." Shen Xiuyun grasped a teacup, sipping tea as if casually mentioning it. Zhu Xingyao looked at Shen Xiuyun in surprise. "Master actually remembers?" Shen Xiuyun continued, "Of course, as a token of gratitude for your assistance in procuring the golden glazed fruit, I shall prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for you." Upon hearing this, a barely concealed joy illuminated the youth's eyes. "Is this true?" Shen Xiuyun nodded. Indeed, it was somewhat embarrassing to admit that Shen Xiuyun had rarely cooked during his time in the modern world. He was only adept at instant noodles. Now tasked with preparing a bowl of longevity noodles, he found himself at a loss. Thankfully, this was a cultivation novel. He could perform fire spells. Otherwise, he would have been unable to ignite a flame. After much struggle, Shen Xiuyun finally produced a bowl of noodles that looked presentable, with each strand distinct and the egg perfectly cooked without burning. Before serving the noodles, he discreetly added a powder that would render Zhu Xingyao unconscious. As for where the powder came from, Zhu Xingyao's Cosmos bag was filled with as he medicated Zhu Xingyao. He silently pocketed some for his own use, which was now fortuitously applicable. Shen Xiuyun placed the bowl of noodles before Zhu Xingyao. Wiping the thin sweat from his brow, his hands tightly clenched within his sleeves. Well then, taste and see how it is. Zhu Xingyao couldn't help but chuckle. Master, you. What are you laughing at? Zhu Xingyao cleared his throat, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Nothing, that I merely recall that you remain unchanged, just as you were many years ago. Even while preparing a meal, you managed to present yourself in such a disheveled state. Your master possesses an extraordinary mastery of the sword, unparalleled by anyone. Yet in the realm of daily life, he is akin to an elegant maiden who has never touched the water of the world. The dishes he creates could truly make one feel as if they were dead and then resurrected. During the time when he rescued me from my grievous injuries, I had no choice but to endure many of his culinary endeavors. Hence, when I was finally able to move, I resolutely took to cooking for myself, and over time, I honed my culinary skills to an impressive level. Zhu Xingyao delicately wiped the cheek of Shen Xiuyun, which resembled that of a calico cat, with his sleeve. The latter finally grasped the situation and was instantly overwhelmed with embarrassment, casting a fierce glare at Zhu Xingyao with his phoenix-like eyes. Rather than being angered, Zhu Xingyao merely smiled, finding his master's vexation endearing. How he longed to kiss him. Zhu Xingyao lifted his chopsticks to pick up some noodles and brought them to his lips, inhaling the aroma with a twitch of his nostrils, but suddenly froze that a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes before vanishing. What is the matter? Is it bad? Shen Xiuyun observed this scene with a heart racing in his throat. Could it be that he detected something amiss? Yet, according to the original text, he did not seem to notice anything. Otherwise, how could he have eaten it? Moreover, Zhu Xingyao was no fool. He wouldn't consume something if he suspected a problem. Zhu Xingyao's lips curled into a slight smile as he returned the chopsticks to the bowl and raised his head, saying, "How could that be? What my master prepares is undoubtedly the finest." Shen Xiuyun's fingers, hidden beneath the table, fidgeted restlessly, his palms sweating profusely. "Is that so? Then why don't you take a taste? I don't often cook, so what I make might not be to your liking." "If you don't enjoy it," Zhu Xingyao replied emphatically, "I like it as long as it is made by my master. I shall enjoy it." His bright eyes gazed sincerely at Shen Xiuyun. And if his master could frequently cook for him in the future, he would be even more delighted. Shen Xiuyun forced a smile, leaving the matter for another time. Perhaps he could request the author to grant you some benefits later. As for me, I shall refrain from intervening. Zhu Xingyao lowered his head, a hint of disappointment washing over him. Under Shen Xiuyun's watchful gaze, he finished an entire bowl of noodles. Shen Xiuyun's mindset shifted from anxiety about imminent exposure to a desperate plea within his heart. Why wasn't this medicine working? Did he receive a counterfeit? Or was Zhu Xingyao's constitution so exceptional that he was immune to all poisons? Yet, under his master's intense expectations, Zhu Xingyao graciously collapsed with a thud against the table. Shen Xiuyun exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally, he was no longer fainting, and he had no idea how this performance would proceed, especially since the second male lead was about to make his entrance. Shen Xiuyun slipped his arm under Zhu Xingyao's armpit, lifting him with effort and tossing him onto the bed. Though he appeared slender, he weighed like a stone. How exhausting! No sooner had he thought this than a tremendous commotion erupted outside, the ground vibrating beneath him. Chaos seemed to reign beyond the walls, and Shen Xiuyun heard a voice among the demons shouting. Those pretentious cultivators, daring to launch a sneak attack. Let us annihilate them. To death together, Shen Xiuyun mused. It seems Long Yunyuan has brought a considerable number of subordinates. After all, he is the young master of the Dragon Clan, truly a figure who commands attention. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from afar, accompanied by an unstoppable momentum. The sound was quite loud, prompting Shen Xiuyun to cover his ears. Before long, a black dragon appeared outside the window, coiled majestically in mid-air. The dragon's form was sleek, its scales gleaming, and its claws exuded a commanding presence. Its eyes were firmly fixed upon Shen Xiuyun, who was trapped within the confines of the room. The black dragon circled the barrier, selecting a spot, and with a swift motion of its sharp claws, struck down, causing the barrier to emit a series of cracking sounds. With each ferocious assault, cracks spread like spiderwebs across the barrier, until, ultimately, it could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered into countless fragments. Master! The black dragon transformed into a youthful figure clad in dark attire, wearing a crown of black jade atop his head. His deep black eyes akin to obsidian, shimmering with an elusive light. His handsome profile radiated an enchanting brilliance as he leaped through the window, arms outstretched, and enveloped Shen Xiuyun in a warm embrace. Master, I have finally found you. How have you been lately? He detected a familiar scent on his master, which stirred a sense of inexplicable affection within Long Yunyuan. However, he soon realized that the aura surrounding his master was tainted by an unpleasant odor, and his peripheral vision caught sight of the soul-binding chains around Shen Xiuyun's ankles. Master, what is this? The youth's gaze turned fierce as he beheld the glaring black chains adorning Shen Xiuyun's porcelain-white wrists and ankles. Soul-binding chains, Shen Xiuyun replied. Long Yunyuan's eyes blazed with fury as he drew his sword, intent on delivering several strikes to the unconscious Zhu Xingyao on the bed. How dare he treat you this way? I shall cleanse the house for you at once. How could that wretch dare to act so toward my master? It's all my fault for arriving late. But thankfully, nothing has reached an irreparable state. This time, I will surely rescue my master. When I return to the Dragon Clan, I shall implore my father to immediately negotiate a contract with my master, never to part ways again. Shen Xiuyun intercepted Long Yunyuan, wishing only to flee. This matter required careful deliberation. This was his territory, and lingering too long could lead to unforeseen variables. Zhu Xingyao was half-demon, possessing a lineage from a powerful demonic clan, and was not easily vanquished by ordinary means. Moreover, he bore the protagonist's halo. Shen Xiuyun was deeply concerned that Zhu Xingyao's exceptional constitution might shorten the effectiveness of the medicine. What if he were to awaken suddenly? I will heed my master's wishes. Long Yunyuan replied, outwardly compliant, but inwardly clenching his fists. His intention was the same, to take his master away, to expedite the contract, and deal with Zhu Xingyao the demon at a later time. Long Yunyuan placed his hand upon the soul-binding chains, channeling his internal spiritual power, and soon the chain's surface glimmered with ice crystals, exuding a chill. Moments later, with a forceful grip, Long Yunyuan shattered the chains. The bells on his wrist were disposed of in the same manner. Though the soul-binding chains crafted from deep-sea black iron were indeed sturdy, they could not withstand extreme cold. He was the Dragon Clan's most gifted mutant ice spirit root in centuries. Even before he hatched, his master had praised him, making it not difficult to break this. Young master, the number of demons is increasing. We can hardly hold out, a disheveled Dragon Clan disciple called out to Long Yunyuan from outside. Long Yunyuan adjusted the black gold bracers on his arms, signaling for them to retreat. He turned back to Shen Xiuyun and said, Master, let us depart, as he cast a final, lingering glance at the sleeping Zhu Xingyao on the bed. Shen Xiuyun felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow welling up within him. Was it reluctance? How could that be? Shen Xiuyun lowered his gaze with a smirk, sweeping his sleeve as he leaped onto the now transformed Long Yunyuan's back, stating coolly, Let us go. The demon cultivators below, still embroiled in battle, naturally noticed the pair of man and dragon. Upon realizing who the person atop the dragon was, Yi Qing's expression changed drastically, and he hastily transmitted a message to the still missing Zhu Xingyao. This is bad, Your Majesty. The immortal sovereign has run away with your little junior brother. Chapter 16. Master, you always make me angry. Shen Xiuyun felt somewhat unwell. No, it was more than just a little. It was quite severe. He felt a bit dizzy from riding the dragon. His legs felt weak, and his stomach churned violently, on the verge of upheaval. Riding a dragon should be a thrilling and exhilarating experience, but it should not feel like a roller coaster ride filled with peril. Long Yunyuan noticed his discomfort and, with a thoughtful glance, suggested, Master, should I carry you on my sword instead? Shen Xiuyun acquiesced. Long Yunyuan's face lit up with joy, and suppressing his excitement-induced awkwardness, he added, "Master, if you're feeling unwell, you may lean on my shoulder." Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow. It was not to that extent. He still had some spiritual power at his disposal, unlike before when he would collapse at the slightest breeze. Long Yunyuan felt a tinge of disappointment, respectfully stating, "It was inconsiderate of me, and why Master is strong-willed. Even with diminished spiritual roots and years of illness, he rarely lowers himself." This suggestion was indeed inappropriate. It's nothing. Long Yunyuan directed the Long Yuan sword swiftly towards the eastern sea, simultaneously creating a spiritual barrier around them, large enough for two to shield against the fierce winds. However, the aura emanating from Shen Xiuyun, which belonged to Zhu Xingyao, kept Long Yunyuan's heart in turmoil. Unable to contain himself, he spoke up, "Master, should we not deal with that scoundrel's lingering aura on you now? Otherwise, he may soon trace it back to us." Shen Xiuyun raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a solution?" Based on the information he had gathered from the system about this world, it seemed that one could only thoroughly eliminate it by soaking in the purification pool at Xiantian sect for 10 days. Unbeknownst to Shen Xiuyun, Long Yunyuan's lips pressed together nervously as he replied, "I can cover it as long as I mark you. I can directly erase his scent." Shen Xiuyun was taken aback. Not understanding, he turned to the system, asking, "What does marking mean?" He rarely read novels with dual male leads, and such specialized terms were not familiar to him. The system explained, "It means allowing a demon to bite, thus acquiring the scent of that demon. Marking signifies exclusivity. It is something only a demon would do for their beloved. The pressure emitted by a high-ranking demon's mark could allow you to traverse the demon realm with ease. Host, you must agree to his request." Shen Xiuyun. "Why?" "Firstly, he fears pain, and secondly, he has an instinctive feeling that speaking it aloud may invite misfortune, a sentiment born from the intuition of a man." The system implored with earnestness, because this pertains to the subsequent trajectory of the storyline. Moreover, the marking will temporarily render you invisible beneath Zhu Xingyao's watchful eyes, greatly aiding your escape. Once you successfully flee, you will be liberated from this corporeal form, and everything will cease to concern you. The plot within the book will be carried forth by an AI embodying your character. The system's words rang true. Nothing could outweigh the allure of returning home as a straightforward man. He was compelled to endure coercive circumstances daily, fearing he might lose his way upon returning. Thus, is it too much to strive a little for the sake of going home? Shen Xiuyun pondered internally. System, how much time remains? System, 40 minutes. It is drawing near that a resolution formed in Shen Xiuyun's heart. Long Yunyao, sensing Shen Xiuyun's prolonged silence, anxiously inquired, "Master, is it permissible?" Shen Xiuyun almost immediately affirmed, "It is permissible. I can only hope this truly brings an end to it all. Otherwise." Long Yunyao was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Shen Xiuyun's agreement. He felt a surge of excitement. Did the master's thoughts align with his own? Perhaps they were merely hindered by the propriety expected between master and disciple, preventing them from being voiced? Excellent, quite excellent. Master, why do your words always provoke such ire within me? Damn, upon hearing that voice. Shen Xiuyun nearly leaped off the Long Yuan sword in fright. Zhu Xingyao, how did he arrive so suddenly, without the system even having a chance to warn him? He stiffly raised his head to see Zhu Xingyao suspended in midair, wielding a demonic sword that crackled with purple malevolence, exuding an aura of imminent fury. Clad in a flowing crimson robe, his purple eyes, swirling with dark energy, coldly fixated on him, devoid of warmth. How swiftly he arrives. Shen Xiuyun swallowed hard, thinking that today he was likely to meet his end. Zhu Xingyao uttered 2 words, frigid as though dipped in ice water. "Come here." Shen Xiuyun shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum, instinctively retreating behind Long Yunyao. Zhu Xingyao's current demeanor was truly terrifying. Long Yunyao, displaying remarkable intuition, raised his arm protectively around his master, resembling a mother hen shielding her chick, witnessing the affectionate interaction between the master and his junior disciple. Zhu Xingyao's eyes nearly burned with the desire to rend Long Yunyao to shreds. The master was fearful of him, and no matter how well he treated Zhu Xingyao, it could never compare to the bond formed with this later disciple. Given the choice, who would select the latter? Master, do not make me repeat myself a third time, or you shall find yourself weeping and begging me. Zhu Xingyao pronounced each word with deliberation, declaring that once he captured them, he would punish Shen Xiuyun before Long Yunyao very eyes, compelling him to acknowledge his wrongs and plead for mercy. Let the junior disciple observe how the aloof and unapproachable master imparts wisdom to his disciples, revealing that he does not extend the same guidance to everyone as he does to the eldest disciple. Shen Xiuyun trembled, his complexion paling, instinctively clenching his fists. The original text did indeed mention a passage where Zhu Xingyao, enraged by his master fleeing with the junior disciple, succumbed to madness, his dark energy overwhelming him to end the heavenly demon palace. Before Long Yunyao, he forced Shen Xiuyun's junior disciple to witness this as a means of inflicting emotional harm on a rival and deriving satisfaction from possessing his master. Ultimately, the Zhu Xingyao depicted in the original text became exceedingly extreme, leading to his master's demise. Filthy words, utterly intolerable. Long Yunyao rebuked with fury, intending to keep Shen Xiuyun longer. It was he who had willingly approached. Elders, take action! As his words fell, several figures in black robes suddenly appeared in midair, encircling Zhu Xingyao, each summoning their own innate treasures, forming an unbreakable demon-suppressing formation. Zhu Xingyao remained still, seemingly truly ensnared. Shen Xiuyun exhaled a sigh of relief, inquiring of the system, which informed him that 35 minutes remained. Master, the demon-suppressing formation requires 9 individuals to be complete, and the disciple must remain to assist in the formation. You may return to the clan and await news of the disciple. Long Yunyao retrieved a sword from his storage pouch, offering it to Shen Xiuyun. Signaling for him to depart on his own, he had already removed the soul chain, and with his current golden core cultivation, flying away on the sword posed no issue. Shen Xiuyun hesitated, casting a reluctant glance at Long Yunyao, ultimately steeling his heart to accept the sword, advising caution. Things had escalated to this point. Any further hesitation would render the sacrifices of Long Yunyao and the others in vain. With 33 minutes remaining, he must succeed in his escape. Rest assured, Master, the disciple will manage. Meanwhile, trapped within the demon-suppressing formation, Zhu Xingyao cast a malevolent smile at Shen Xiuyun, saying, Master, allow me to remind you, should you choose to flee today, everyone here shall perish. Chapter 17. The master captured again, Shen Xiuyun soared through the forest, internally cursing the system. You treacherous fool! Why did you not warn me that Zhu Xingyao was closing in? The system lamented. Host, it is not that I failed to warn you, but rather that I had no time. He was too swift. The male lead's prowess is truly monstrous. He was in the demon realm merely 3 minutes ago. During his last capture of you, he did not even exert his true strength. It was a misjudgment on my part. I believe the task assigned to facilitate your escape here was nearly impossible to accomplish. My apologies, host, Shen Xiuyun. I will truly be grateful. Mid-Golden Core, is this truly the extent of the Master's restored power? It pales in comparison to the past. The haunting voice behind him drew closer, nearly sending Shen Xiuyun into a panic as he desperately fled. The disciple thought that after spending time with him, even if it was feigned affection, he should not have agreed to that statement. Yet he had not anticipated. The distance of the voice closed in further, and Shen Xiuyun felt tears brimming with despair. Who on earth would come to his rescue? How could you dare to acquiesce to his proposal? Does the master truly comprehend its implications? I know, yet I am powerless. I, too, am in despair. Suddenly, Shen Xiuyun found himself airborne, thrust into the grasp of another, his throat gripped tightly and slammed against a tree, reminiscent of the first time he was captured. However, this time, Zhu Xingyao was not merely toying with him. He exerted considerable force. Shen Xiuyun struggled for breath, his throat nearly crushed. He pounded against Zhu Xingyao's arm, as solid as steel, gasping, "Let go, release me." Zhu Xingyao indeed obeyed, loosening his grip on Shen Xiuyun's neck, yet he adopted another method of confinement. He pinned Shen Xiuyun's flailing arms against the trunk of the tree. His voice menacing. I have granted the master numerous opportunities, yet you continually trample upon my trust. It truly pains me. I do not relish the master fleeing, yet I cannot help but desire to witness your struggles. To see you work desperately to escape, only to ultimately fall back into my grasp. I long to see the master glaring at me in anger. It is a beautiful sight. Shen Xiuyun, having nearly exhausted his spiritual energy from his earlier escape, could only muster words of reproach. You are insane. Indeed, the disciple has long been afflicted with madness. Did the master not already know? Shen Xiuyun gasped in pain, tears involuntarily spilling forth. Are you a dog? Zhu Xingyao, noticing the moisture on his face, lifted his gaze to Shen Xiuyun. Are you truly crying? The master is so delicate. This is merely the beginning. Master, master, are you here? Long Yunyao sniffed the air, following the scent with curiosity. How strange. This direction is correct, yet the master does not respond. Everything had transpired too rapidly for him to comprehend why the master abruptly abandoned him to flee. It seemed he was terribly afraid of Zhu Xingyao. Surely, it was a result of the torment endured at the hands of that demon over the past 6 months. Damn it. One day, he would certainly slay Zhu Xingyao beneath his sword. Avenging the master! As the scent grew stronger, Long Yunyao's heart leapt with joy. The master was swallowed whole by him. The fragmented light filtering through the forest illuminated the scene, and even if only his garments were visible, Long Yunyao recognized that the figure obscured by the crimson youth was his master, pure and unsullied. What is this? Zhu Xingyao, what are you doing to the master? Get off him at once. This authoritative shout successfully jolted Shen Xiuyun, who had been dazed by the kiss, back to reality. To be caught in such a predicament by his own junior disciple filled him with profound embarrassment. Instinctively, he attempted to push Zhu Xingyao away, only to find himself ensnared by a binding spell. Zhu Xingyao proclaimed, since the master is so fond of the junior disciple, how about I make him disappear? Then the master's gaze will only hold me in it. Correct? Shen Xiuyun hastily retorted. No, do not do that. He was on the verge of madness. Why did it have to come to this again? Is there truly no other way for a sickly, obsessive person to resolve issues than by eliminating those who irritate him? The master is lying. Zhu Xingyao's voice was frigid, his icy finger tracing the flushed contours of Shen Xiuyun's cheek, gliding down to his neck. If you do not harbor such feelings, why do you not seek out anyone from the Zanyangong, but him alone? If you do not care for him, why then agree to the junior disciple's request? Master, if you wish to deceive me, at least provide a more compelling reason. Shen Xiuyun found himself a loss for words, interrupted mid-sentence by the frenzied Long Yuni. Zhu Xingyao, you treacherous spawn of ingratitude. Do you wish for me to repeat myself? Remove your filthy hands from the face of our master. Long Yuni's eyes blazed crimson as he charged forward, sword in hand. Zhu Xingyao glanced back, scoffing coldly, and swiftly conjured a barrier, draping a crimson garment over Shen Xiuyun's delicate, peach blossom-like visage. He summoned his demonic sword to meet the approaching foe. I shall see if your words possess even half the might of your strength. When I rend you limb from limb, do not beg for mercy. Long Yuni retorted, you are insufferably arrogant. The clash of black and red figures erupted in the air, their movements so swift that Shen Xiuyun could only catch fleeting shadows. The sharp clang of blades echoed, each encounter sending shivers through Shen Xiuyun's heart. As anticipated, Long Yuni, a mere pawn in the narrative, despite being at the early stage of tribulation, stood no chance against the male lead who had succumbed to darkness. In just a quarter of an hour, Long Yuni fell from the sky like a kite severed from its string. Coughing, he struggled to rise, blood trickling down his arm and staining the pure white dragon abyss sword he grasped. Zhu Xingyao advanced, his demonic energy swirling around him, halting a mere meter away from Long Yuni. With a gaze as cold as death, he inquired, "Do you have any last words?" Long Yuni spat defiantly. "You wretch, you should never have merely driven me away from the Xiantian sect." With that, an unseen force sent him flying once more, blood spilling from his lips, his complexion pale as death. Shen Xiuyun, Having broken free from his immobilization, pounded frantically against the barrier, pleading, "Zhu Xingyao, calm yourself, cease this madness, do not continue this violence." Long Yuni lay on the ground, gazing at Shen Xiuyun within the barrier, proclaiming with unwavering resolve, "Master, I fear not death. Should he dare to slay me today, the entire dragon clan shall seek vengeance." Shen Xiuyun shouted, "Silence! This fool, did he wish to hasten his demise? Did he not comprehend the wisdom in preserving one's life? Xingyao, no, I implore you to return with me. I shall heed your every command. I swear I will not flee this time. Spare him, please." Zhu Xingyao remained silent, his back turned, standing alone like a desolate tree in autumn. His grip on the demonic sword trembled slightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. After a long pause, he finally found his voice, hoarsely asking, "Are you begging me?" "Master," Shen Xiuyun was taken aback, then replied solemnly, "Yes, I am begging you." Zhu Xingyao suddenly laughed, a sound both mournful and lonely, tears welling in his eyes, which he brushed away carelessly. He turned and dismantled the barrier imprisoning Shen Xiuyun, pulling him close. Cradling his head with one hand as his enchanting peach blossom eyes locked on Shen Xiuyun's face, in a husky voice, he murmured, then, "Master, grant me a kiss." Chapter 18. Master, why do you run so swiftly? Naturally, Shen Xiuyun paid no heed to threats, soaring away on his sword. Now was not the time to linger. After losing sight of Shen Xiuyun's figure, Long Yuni's sunny demeanor faded, his expression growing stern. With resolute hands, he formed seals and summoned the dragon abyss sword into the formation, which suddenly blazed with golden light. Intricate incantations manifesting in the air as the demon suppression formation took shape. Zhu Xingyao cast a disdainful glance at the efforts of the old-timers trying to ensnare him, scoffing, naive, as Shen Xiuyun maneuvered his flying sword through the air. He cursed the system in his mind. "You wretched scammer! Why did you not warn me that Zhu Xingyao was in pursuit?" The system, sounding beleaguered, replied, "Host, it is not that I failed to warn you, but rather that I had no time. The last time he captured you, it was as if he were toying with you, not using his full strength if the second male lead, accompanied by those in the late stage of the nascent soul, cannot delay you for even half an hour. You may need the majority of high-level cultivators in the realm to stand a chance next time." Shen Xiuyun nearly choked in despair. "Half the cultivation world. Have you lost your mind? Do you think they would show me any courtesy? And to run once would risk the lives of many. Is that not a jest?" The system replied truthfully, "They may not extend you courtesy, but they must respect Zhu Xingyao in a month from now. He will invite cultivators from all over to the Huan sect for your binding ceremony." Shen Xiuyun retorted, "You need not be so blunt. How long remains?" 10 minutes, exclaimed the system eagerly. "Host, push forward." Upon hearing this time frame, a flicker of hope ignited in Shen Xiuyun's eyes. He was finally about to escape the clutches of darkness and return to a semblance of normalcy. However, before he could even contemplate how to spend his newfound freedom, a haunting voice shattered his dreams. "Master, is this truly all the strength you have regained? It pales in comparison to your former self." Shen Xiuyun turned to see Zhu Xingyao, seemingly unscathed, causing his heart to race with terror. He frantically accelerated his sword, the scenery around him blurring into a mirage as his internal energy rapidly waned. Zhu Xingyao's teasing voice echoed from behind, "Master, why do you run so swiftly? Your disciple struggles to keep pace." Shen Xiuyun cursed inwardly, "Shut your mouth and stay away from me. Master, are you certain you do not wish to turn back and plead for mercy from your disciple? Perhaps I might show you some mercy." Zhu Xingyao's playful taunt brushed against Shen Xiuyun's ear, a sticky, intimate whisper akin to a demon tempting him towards sin. Abruptly, he reached out, snaking an arm around Shen Xiuyun's slender waist and yanking him into an embrace. Declaring, "Caught you!" Shen Xiuyun found himself ensnared by iron-like arms, nearly suffocating, his back pressed against a firm physique, pain shooting through him. "Release me! Release me! Just 5 more minutes! I was so close to returning. Master, perhaps you should conserve your strength for the teachings I shall impart later." Zhu Xingyao remarked as he flew towards the forest floor, seemingly intending to linger. Shen Xiuyun was on the verge of madness. "I do not wish to be with you." Should Zhu Xingyao follow the narrative's course. It would leave him with a lifetime of psychological trauma. Zhu Xingyao feigned regret. Then who do you wish to be with? Your junior disciple. He suffered 3 broken ribs and lost a dragon tendon. He currently lies unconscious and will miss the chance to hear your teachings that the mere mention of this. Shen Xiuyun's heart raced with alarm. What have you done to him? He's not dead. Zhu Xingyao hoisted Shen Xiuyun onto his shoulder, securing him with one arm, then cut open a rift in the air with his demonic sword, stepping through with Shen Xiuyun in tow. Being carried in such a manner was uncomfortable, and Shen Xiuyun feared that a misstep could send him tumbling to injury. In the dark chasm. They traversed but a few moments before light pierced through, revealing that they had arrived in the demon realm. A throng of demon cultivators lay prostrate, welcoming their demon lord back. Now that we are in the demon realm, release me. Shen Xiuyun thought of his current position, resembling a mere sack of flour, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, wishing for the earth to swallow him whole. Zhu Xingyao did not falter, lightly slapping Shen Xiuyun's posterior, murmuring a low warning, do not move. Given Shen Xiuyun's fiery nature, such a touch might ignite a blaze, the outcome uncertain. With that slap, Shen Xiuyun promptly complied, biting his lip with such fervor that it appeared he might bleed. They did not return to the quiet chamber. Instead, Zhu Xingyao led him to the Hall of Heavenly Demons, a space where the demon lord occasionally convened with his subordinates, quiet and expansive, upon seeing the throne carved from the bones of demons. Shen Xiuyun's body recoiled instinctively, a flurry of alarms ringing in his mind. Gasping, he inhaled sharply as his back met the unforgiving throne. Ignoring the pain, he summoned his energy and leaped from the bone seat, determined to distance himself from this place. Yet, as if reading his thoughts, Zhu Xingyao grasped him mid-air and forced him back down. Zhu Xingyao employed a formation to bind his movements. He was rendered immobile. Master truly is disobedient. Punishment is in order. What followed was a searing kiss from Zhu Xingyao, a tempest of heat that left Shen Xiuyun breathless, his mind clouded, rendering him a mere puppet at the mercy of his captor. At last, Zhu Xingyao released the dazed Shen Xiuyun, wiping the crimson traces from his lips in a moment of carelessness. Shen Xiuyun bit down on Zhu Xingyao's finger, glaring at him with a look that seemed to wish for 100 holes to be pierced into his body. Fierce yet pitiful, Zhu Xingyao felt inexplicably amused, excitement dancing in his eyes. Master gazes at me thus. Surely, it is not without intent. Shen Xiuyun, exasperated, snapped. You are insane. Zhu Xingyao replied slowly. I am indeed unwell, as Master must have known all along. Shen Xiuyun's voice unconsciously carried a hint of sorrow as he implored. What must I do for you to let me go? What sins has he committed to end up here, as a disciple nurtured by the Master? What right does he have to repay debts? He is truly the epitome of an unjust victim. Zhu Xingyao enunciated each word with deliberate clarity to the bitter end. Shen Xiuyun swore fervently, I do not harbor any feelings for you. Even if you force me, my heart will remain unchanged. A fleeting glimpse of hurt flickered in Zhu Xingyao's eyes, but quickly dissipated. It matters not, for my affection is enough. Whether you love me or not is inconsequential, as long as you remain by my side forever, solely belonging to me. The subsequent events in Shen Xiuyun's memory were fragmented, yet he vaguely recalled the tears that refused to fall, while Zhu Xingyao's deep, enchanting voice echoed in his ears. Master, will you take a look at me? Master is crying again. How can a disciple endure such sorrow? Would Master kindly teach me how to practice this secret technique? Why the fright? If we do not complete the entire manual today, I cannot bear to see you overexert yourself not bite yourself. You are bleeding, and it pains me. Zhu Xingyao's fingers brushed over the wound on Shen Xiuyun's lip, and the injury instantly vanished. A madman indeed. Everything Master says is true. I am not only a fool, but also a scoundrel who betrays his master. Yet what if this scoundrel loves you? Master, I truly, deeply love you. Could you perhaps harbor even a smidgen of affection for me? Chapter 19. You always are like this. No wonder you are unpopular. Revised. Zhu Xingyao carried the unconscious Shen Xiuyun back to the quiet chamber, returning shortly thereafter. The sense within the hall had been dispelled by Zhu Xingyao's spiritual power, as Night Qing knelt on one knee below. Upon Zhu Xingyao's return, he could not suppress a mouthful of dark blood, followed by several more. As he grasped the armrest with a feeble grip, his head slightly bowed, dark hair cascading to obscure half of his face, though his pallor was stark as paper. "Your Majesty." "You are injured," Night Qing exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he anxiously inquired, "Is it due to the uncontrollable presence of both spiritual and demonic energies within you?" If Night Qing were to comment, the madness exhibited by their current demon lord could, in some respects, rival that of the long-deceased demon Lord Dijiang. Both were exceptionally gifted, yet Zhu Xingyao was far more terrifying. He dared to leverage his half-demonic identity to forcefully pursue both the sword and demonic paths, allowing the incompatible energies to coexist within him. This was akin to seeking grain from fire. While his strength might surpass that of his peers, a misstep could lead to annihilation. Previously, the demon lord evaded scrutiny at Xintian's sect thanks to this self-created method of cultivation. Had it not been for Long Yunya's later exposure, Zhu Xingyao settled himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, and casually brushed away the stains, stating, "It is nothing that I underestimated that useless dragon. The Fumo Tiangang array is indeed formidable. Had I fully understood certain matters concerning Long Yunya, I would have left no survivors today." Zhu Xingyao took a moment to regulate his breath, color gradually returning to his pale visage. "What is the situation in the demon realm?" Night Qing promptly reported, "The turmoil has temporarily subsided. We have captured several Dragon Clan offspring who failed to retreat in time, and they are currently imprisoned. Awaiting your judgment. As for our side of the demon realm, the casualties are minimal." "Well then, since we have captured them, we must make good use of them." Zhu Xingyao lazily leaned against the throne, tapping the armrest with his fingers, hinting at his intent. Night Qing paused for a moment, quickly grasping the implication of this good use. It is well known that the Dragon Clan possesses immense value. "This is a demand." "Understood," he replied. Zhu Xingyao shifted the topic. "Have you discovered any leads on Zhu Lingyue's whereabouts recently?" Night Qing hesitated before responding with a wry smile. "Not yet. It has been a long time since any demons have caught sight of her. I suspect she has found someone who can temporarily shelter her, which is why she has vanished so completely. Your Majesty's sister is undoubtedly cunning as a fox, despite many demons searching for over half a year. They have yet to apprehend her. Were it not for your Majesty's bloodbath at Huanyue's sect, she would have been out on a journey long ago, and this matter would not have escalated. She must be aware that the deeds committed against your Majesty in the past would lead to an inescapable fate should she fall into your hands, which is why she has refrained from showing herself. But who dares to harbor her? You may withdraw. I wish to be alone for a while." This subordinate takes his leave. As Night Qing exited, the heavy doors of the hall closed, leaving Zhu Xingyao, fatigued, to rub his temples. Upon awakening, Shen Xiuyun felt as if his entire body were in disarray, lacking even the strength to lift a single finger, while the shameful memories of the previous night gradually resurfaced. They were not as vivid as the original text, yet still quite embarrassing. Zhu Xingyao had pressed him to utter countless blush-inducing declarations of affection, such as his desire for him, his need for him, and the insistence that he could not live without him. This was utterly maddening. Was this truly him? Even in past encounters of such nature, he had never been so vulnerable. Could it be that he was truly bending? No, he would not allow it. What was Master thinking? Zhu Xingyao had appeared at some point, sitting by the bedside, meticulously tucking away the stray strands of hair from his temple. Shen Xiuyun turned away, unwilling to engage with him. He could not forget the actions of that little beast from yesterday. If given the chance, he would gladly carve multiple holes into that little beast, draining his blood thoroughly. "Do you not wish to see me?" Zhu Xingyao grasped Shen Xiuyun's chin, compelling him to turn and face him. Shen Xiuyun fell silent, as this was glaringly obvious. Zhu Xingyao tightened his grip, his voice laced with rising anger. "I detest when you remain silent, ignoring me." Shen Xiuyun winced at the pain and retorted, "What do you expect me to say?" Zhu Xingyao's cruel smile returned. "Anything will do, as long as you do not wear that mournful expression. It makes me feel as though you are resentful towards me because of the little junior disciple. That would upset me, and if I am upset, the little junior disciple might just—" Zhu Xingyao shot Shen Xiuyun a knowing look. Shen Xiuyun glared at him in anger. You are utterly unreasonable. Shen Xiuyun endured and managed to muster a few words through gritted teeth. You are always like this. No wonder you are unpopular. Zhu Xingyao released his grip, remarking, Indeed, I am not as favored as the little junior disciple. It is only natural that I am disliked, and it is to be expected that I do not meet Master S' approval. Shen Xiuyun frowned, feeling an inexplicable bitterness in his heart at those words that he could not help but clarify. What does he have to do with this? I have always regarded him merely as a disciple. Furthermore, due to my injuries at the time, I took him in but had little opportunity to provide guidance. He has truly lived up to the saying that a teacher opens the door. But the cultivation relies on the individual. Was it truly worth Zhu Xingyao's jealousy over such unremarkable circumstances? What a twisted sense of possessiveness. Is that so? But that lad does not seem to think so. How does Master view his disciple? Shen Xiuyun retorted sharply. That little beast. Zhu Xingyao laughed, unbothered by the insult. Ah, it seems I indeed hold a particularly special place in Master S' heart. Shen Xiuyun found his laughter insincere and inexplicably sorrowful. And the dull pain in his heart returned, leaving him feeling agitated. Do not laugh. It gives me the impression that you might burst into tears at any moment. Does Master dislike seeing his disciple smile at you? Indeed, I do. At the very least, smile more normally. Your smile reeks of villainy. Zhu Xingyao, for once, sincerely pondered the feedback. Then how would Master prefer his disciple to behave? Shen Xiuyun began to list off conditions. At the very least, be obedient, act docile, do not resort to force without cause, do not threaten me with the lies of innocence, and do not confine me with chains or cages. Zhu Xingyao patiently asked. If the disciple were to follow what Master has said, would Master then like the disciple? Would you willingly remain by the disciple's side forever? Shen Xiuyun fell silent. His answer was a resounding no. No one could genuinely love someone who had once forced them into submission. Zhu Xingyao's smile gradually faded, his hands resting on his knees tightening into fists. After a long silence, he looked at Shen Xiuyun and stated, Thus, one cannot blame the disciple for loving you in his own way. No matter how I act, Master will never like me. Shen Xiuyun wished to say more, but the system suddenly interjected, Host, it is imperative that you do not provoke the male lead at this moment, or he may render Long Yunya's existence a living hell. Zhu Xingyao's heart sank at this warning. What do you mean? The system explained, according to the ensuing plot in the book, the male lead did not kill Long Yunya and not out of respect for Master, but out of jealousy, wishing for him to suffer more than death. You are aware that Long Yunya, in his original form, is a dragon, and in the realm of cultivation, he is a treasure. Numerous individuals covet a single drop of dragon's blood, a scale or a bone, driven mad by their desire. Zhu Xingyao has, on numerous occasions, covertly instructed his subordinates to extract dragon scales, draw dragon blood, and harvest dragon bones, all of which are forms of cruel torture. Moreover, the dragon clan possesses formidable regenerative capabilities, coupled with Long Yunya's considerable prowess, meaning he has long served as a tool for Zhu Xingyao to strengthen his influence, with the dragon clan unable to intervene. Upon hearing the system's words, Shen Xiuyun's face instantly drained of color. What about Long Yuni now? The system fell silent, tacitly acknowledging Shen Xiuyun's thoughts. His heart plummeted. Why had the Master's expression suddenly soured? Why had he resorted to such sorcery? Zhu Xingyao pinched Shen Xiuyun's chin, his touch icy, and he frowned in displeasure. It would be best if the Master refrained from these tricks, lest he suffer for them. Shen Xiuyun merely gazed at him in trepidation, remaining silent. Noting that Shen Xiuyun's complexion remained ashen and showed no signs of improvement, Zhu Xingyao sighed. The Master truly was disobedient. He crouched down, one hand supporting Shen Xiuyun's back while the other slipped beneath his knees. Lifting him effortlessly into his arms, the sudden suspension of his body jolted Shen Xiuyun back to his senses, and he clutched Zhu Xingyao's shoulders in fear. What are you doing? Naturally, I am taking the Master to bathe. You are mine, and only my scent should linger upon you. Every part that had been touched by another must be cleansed, if it could not be washed clean. Zhu Xingyao paused, his voice turning icy. Then it shall be excised. Shen Xiuyun instinctively tightened his embrace around himself, Recalling the time he rode the dragon, gripping Long Yun's dragon whiskers, it was utterly finished. Chapter 20. Master, do you think you should be punished? The water of Yuqing Pool rippled as Shen Xiuyun, clad only in his outer garment and with his long hair cascading down, leaned against the pool's edge. The humid mist caused his complexion to flush slightly, the thin fabric failing to conceal the marks on his skin. Zhu Xingyao waded over to his side, a cloth in hand, wetting it before applying it to Shen Xiuyun's back, diligently scrubbing him. Shen Xiuyun's initial trepidation soon transformed into enjoyment. Why not indulge in this free service? However, it wasn't long before he began to sense something amiss. Are you trying to scrub my skin off? Shen Xiuyun glared at Zhu Xingyao. His arm, which had grasped the dragon's whiskers, now reddened from the scrubbing. The original body's fair skin left marks with the slightest pressure, let alone with vigorous scrubbing. Zhu Xingyao continued his cleansing, stating, as the disciple has mentioned, everything must be thoroughly cleaned. Shen Xiuyun ached to retract his hand. I suspect you are doing this on purpose. I can't even detect any other scent. Zhu Xingyao, unwilling to argue further, cast a binding spell, rendering Shen Xiuyun compliant and easily manipulable. Half an hour later, Shen Xiuyun had nearly been scrubbed to the point of losing a layer of skin. His skin, having soaked too long, felt wrinkled and unyielding. That's enough. I need to soak my hair that I wish to return to sleep. Zhu Xingyao shot a glance at his master, noting how increasingly pampered he had become, reminiscent of his former self. Pampered? Shen Xiuyun was puzzled, realizing this was not the first time he had heard that term from Zhu Xingyao. In the books, the master was a steel-hearted man who shed blood but no tears. How could he be described as pampered? Had Zhu Xingyao truly not remembered correctly? Just a bit longer, master, until we wash that area. Shen Xiuyun momentarily failed to comprehend. Which area? Zhu Xingyao teased. Right here, master. Shen Xiuyun bit his lip. You. Zhu Xingyao patiently explained, if it's not thoroughly cleaned, master will feel discomfort. Shen Xiuyun, now a mature master, immediately understood the implications of his words. In his heart, he cursed Zhu Xingyao several times as a little beast. Observing Shen Xiuyun struggle to endure, Zhu Xingyao's gaze deepened, and he finally lost his restraint. Late at night, Zhu Xingyao carried the slumbering Shen Xiuyun away from Yuqing Pool. He had initially intended to take the master to announce that matter before Long Yun. But alas, the master was simply too enticing. It appeared he would have to wait until tomorrow. When Shen Xiuyun awoke, 3 days had passed. He was utterly exhausted from the relentless turmoil, lacking any significant appetite even during meals. At the dining table, Zhu Xingyao suddenly inquired, does master wish to meet the junior disciple? Shen Xiuyun's hand trembled, causing the piece of meat he had just picked up to fall back in his bowl. Why was he bringing up the second male lead? The system promptly responded. It should pertain to that scene where the second male lead forces the master to agree to a contract in a month. Shen Xiuyun felt an ominous premonition. This coercion. The system continued. It is exactly as you suspect, but there are no strict requirements to follow the original narrative. The host could strive to muddle through as he had previously in the Tianma Hall. Shen Xiuyun exclaimed in frustration, how can I muddle through? That day, the second male lead was beaten to the point of unconsciousness, allowing me to escape. Now, for days have passed, Long Yun must have nearly recovered, and I cannot escape this calamity. He recalled the original text, where the male lead had lost his sanity in front of the junior disciple. Afterward, he inexplicably developed an affinity for that sensation, leading to frequent encounters. The book described the scene at Huashi Cave, where the master had taken in a closed-door disciple. It appeared the master had truly neglected teaching his disciples in recent years. He could only be trampled down like a dog. The disciple knew the master must be cursing him internally, lamenting how he had raised such a beast. Yet this beast was 100 times stronger than that useless one. Now, the disciple intended to demonstrate to him how the master usually instructed the senior brother. After all, the master's method of teaching was one he could never experience. Wasn't that right, my dear master? The master already had me, yet he greedily sought to take in others as disciples. The disciple was genuinely displeased. Master, do you think you should be punished? The disciple is confused. Isn't this already a form of punishment? In such a scene of a long-lost reunion between master and disciple, why did the master remain silent? Did he not have a single word to say to his closed-door disciple? If the master did not impart his teachings now, he would have no opportunity to hear them later. The disciple would absolutely not permit him to return alive to the dragon clan. Your disciple can only be me. Why was the master not speaking? Clattered. In reality, Shen Xiuyun was startled by this remark, causing his chopsticks to clatter onto the table. Let's eat first. Shen Xiuyun picked up his chopsticks again, his palms sweating profusely, trembling as he struggled to grasp his food. For the time being, the only strategy was to employ the tactic of delay. Whatever could be postponed should be postponed. However, as the saying goes, one can evade the initial day, but not the 15th. He would have to confront this troublesome plot eventually. Without this segment, there would be no subsequent third escape, and he could only brace himself. Devil Lord. The surrounding demonic cultivators saluted Zhu Xing. He merely cast a cursory glance, continuing to carry Shen Xiuyun. Along the path, every so often, a purple skull sign marked the bonfires. Shen Xiuyun observed the eerie resemblance to the description of Huashi cave in the original text. Feeling increasingly uneasy, finally, Zhu Xingyao halted, setting Shen Xiuyun down and pointing to a colossal creature coiled on the ground. Master, it has been quite some time since you last saw the junior disciple. Hasn't it? I brought you to meet him. Are you happy? Shen Xiuyun followed Zhu Xingyao's gesture and beheld a battered black dragon huddled in a corner, its body bound by thick black iron chains. The air thick with the stench of blood. Zhu Xingyao had truly gone this far. Shen Xiuyun trembled as he asked, "What have you done to him?" "I've plucked the scales, drawn some blood." And so forth. Zhu Xingyao replied nonchalantly. Shen Xiuyun was seized with terror. "You must release him. After all, he is the young lord of the dragon clan, and I had him assist me in leaving the demon realm. He was merely following orders. Isn't it enough punishment for me?" He understood that the consequences of failure to escape would be severe, yet he would rather suffer the repercussions himself than allow another to bear the brunt. Zhu Xingyao's gaze turned fierce as he pinned Shen Xiuyun against the wall, growling, "If the master does not speak, I might have almost forgotten. You dared to contact him using the communication jade slip I made for you. That was our possession. How could it bear the traces of another?" Shen Xiuyun felt a twinge of guilt and instinctively leaned back, attempting to distance himself. Being too close only conjured unspeakable images from the original text. You knew all along? He had been thoroughly exposed. Zhu Xingyao, with a smile devoid of warmth in his peach blossom eyes, leaned close to Shen Xiuyun's ear and murmured, "Indeed, the moment I discovered the truth. I wish for the junior disciple to vanish from this world. But if I were to do so, you would surely be displeased again. Therefore, I spared his life. Am I not understanding of the master? Am I not obedient? Would you care to praise me?" Shen Xiuyun's lips trembled, his complexion grim as he found himself unable to utter a single word of praise. After a moment, Shen Xiuyun relented, saying, "Let our matters remain between us. Do not involve others. I will leave the matter to you. Do as you wish. T worst, he would merely lie in bed for a few more days. After all, he had grown accustomed to it over time." "Very well," Zhu Xingyao readily agreed, then added an unattainable condition. "As long as the master personally strips him of all his cultivation." The flicker of surprise in Shen Xiuyun's phoenix eyes was instantly shattered. "That cannot be. For cultivator, cultivation is akin to life itself. This is no different from killing him. Master, are you aware that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw?" Zhu Xingyao smiled at Shen Xiuyun with an innocence that belied the deepening chill in his gaze. "You wish to release this potential threat while retaining his cultivation. How can I possibly find peace in such a predicament? Please do not do this." Shen Xiuyun grasped Zhu Xingyao's sleeve, his eyes pleading for understanding. Observing Shen Xiuyun's submissive demeanor towards Long Yuni, Zhu Xingyao felt a pang of anguish, as if a knife were slicing through his heart. If the roles were reversed today, it was Zhu Xingyao who found himself a captive. Would his master also be willing to compromise for him? Would there be even a trace of sympathy stemming from their past bond? Zhu Xingyao tightened his grip on Shen Xiuyun's shoulders, his eyes devoid of warmth. Is this demeanor of my master a reflection of his concern for me? "I am not." Shen Xiuyun quickly shook his head. "Could we perhaps negotiate different terms?" "Any condition would suffice." A mischievous smile spread across Zhu Xingyao's face. resembling a cunning fox. Truly, is there nothing else that could be considered? Shen Xiuyun instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a sense of being tricked, yet steeled himself to respond. Very well. Zhu Xingyao declared. Then let my master personally announce to the entire realm of cultivation that next month, you and I shall hold a binding ceremony at Huanyue sect, inviting all to witness and celebrate. Shen Xiuyun blinked in confusion. Is this truly sufficient? Is it not expected to be followed by a series of humiliating concessions? Why does this seem somewhat divergent from the original narrative? Does my master disapprove? Zhu Xingyao's icy voice echoed, "No. I agree," Shen Xiuyun replied immediately. This task is thus accomplished. Only a fool would refuse. Zhu Xingyao scrutinized Shen Xiuyun intently. Was it merely his illusion, or did his master appear to exhale in relief? Perhaps even displaying a hint of excitement. Could it be that his master, in fact also, "Master, I oppose. You must not acquiesce. You cannot. You will perish." The black dragon, curled in a corner, had not known when it opened its eyes. Its mouth moving in urgency to cry out those words. Chapter 21. Master is so sweet. Revised. The subsequent words eluded Long Uni. No matter how he tried to voice them, an invisible hand seemed to constrict around his throat, preventing him from revealing any knowledge he possessed. Years ago, he stumbled upon a peculiar book. Within its pages lay a world almost identical to his own, where he was the unrequited disciple of his master. And his senior brother was destined to succumb to madness, unleashing bloodshed upon the realm of cultivation, ultimately leading to his master's demise. Over the years, he diligently trained, seeking ways for his master to evade this predetermined fate. Yet ultimately, the inevitable events remained unaltered. Long Uni struggled to repeat, "Master, do not agree to this that he may kill me, but do not yield. The conflict between immortals and demons cannot coexist. How shall you establish your place in the realm of cultivation in the future? Zhu Xingyao will ruin you." Shen Xiuyun found only the last sentiment agreeable as a modern individual. He held little regard for the notion of immortals and demons being irreconcilable. Mutual respect, heartfelt connection, and genuine affection were paramount, rather than coerced love. Since you cannot speak, perhaps it is best to remain silent. Zhu Xingyao had summoned the demonic sword without notice, its black blade swirling with malevolent energy. He regarded Long Uni with murderous intent, preparing to strike, only to be seized by Shen Xiuyun, whose warm palm pressed against Zhu Xingyao's skin, abruptly calming the torrent of dark energy within him. Yet he maintained a sullen expression. "Master, do you intend to restrain me? I have already consented. I shall not renege." Long Uni struggled, the chains rattling ominously. "Master, you cannot. You must not do this for my sake." Shen Xiuyun's voice was low and commanding. "Silence, my decision is made. Your words are unnecessary. Eldest brother, cease your reckless utterances, or I may be unable to save you." Long Uni held his breath, tears brimming. Resigned to silence, he understood that his master was not acting of his own volition. It was all to save him. Surely, his master intended for him to retain his strength for future strategies. Upon his return, he would rally more allies, devising a plan to rescue his master. As they journeyed back, Zhu Xingyao, having achieved his objective, remained inexplicably grim. His fierce demeanor suggested he might devour a child at any moment. Shen Xiuyun mused that men's hearts were as elusive as needles in the ocean, making them difficult to fathom, and thus decided not to guess any longer. However, the individual embracing him from behind could refrain from exuding such a chilling aura. Though Zhu Xingyao rested his head in the crook of Shen Xiuyun's neck, appearing peacefully asleep, there lingered an unsettling sensation that he might snap and bite at any moment. Hadn't he cooperated in the performance today? Why was his mood more unpredictable than a woman's during her cycle? Although he longed to express his frustration, Shen Xiuyun suppressed it, patiently inquiring, "What troubles you?" As Zhu Xingyao lowered his head, his hair entwined with Shen Xiuyun's, he recalled how his master had previously resisted the idea of forming a bond with him. It seemed that a mere threat towards his junior brother would lead to his master's acquiescence. Truly, his master cared deeply for his junior brother, so much that Zhu Xingyao wished he could vanish. Shen Xiuyun's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers tightening around a window frame. Are you planning to breach our agreement? Zhu Xingyao coolly touched Shen Xiuyun's face with his icy hand, chuckling softly. Why are you so anxious? Master, I was merely jesting. However, to prevent any disruptions, I have decided to wait until our bond is formed before releasing him. Very well, if my disciple remains trustworthy, should not my master also fulfill his promise? What more must I do? Is it not merely awaiting the binding ceremony next month, preparing for my demise? Zhu Xingyao seated himself before Shen Xiuyun at the desk, smoothing a sheet of rice paper with a ruler, then preparing ink. What are you doing? Shen Xiuyun, still dazed from the earlier kiss, was momentarily lost in thought. Did my master not promise to personally write the invitation? Have you forgotten so soon? He had indeed agreed. The invitations were vital for relaying information, yet he had not indicated the need for immediate execution. There remained an entire month. Zhu Xingyao placed the ink-laden brush in Shen Xiuyun's hand. Master, write, complete one invitation, and my junior brother shall endure half an hour less of punishment today. Shen Xiuyun gritted his teeth, wishing to retort, to resist, yet found himself utterly incapable of struggle. Under the current circumstances, is this how we shall proceed? Indeed. Are you certain? Absolutely. Zhu Xingyao guided his hand above the pristine rice paper. Master, please, write. Shen Xiuyun, recognizing he could not withstand the pressure, resigned himself to fate. His hand trembled as he grasped the brush. And just as he was about to write, a sudden jolt caused him to falter, and the brush hit the paper, leaving a shaky and chaotic stroke. The other hand clutched the edge of the table. Turning slightly blue, I've written it incorrectly. Let us use another sheet. Zhu Xingyao smiled as he discarded the failed paper into the corner, as if it were no great matter. Can you not compose yourself? TSK, Master, how has your handwriting become so distorted? I can hardly recognize it. Do you think the sect leader will identify your script? Whether you recognize it or not matters little, if he dares to claim ignorance. I shall have no choice but to ascend to the heavens on the spot. This one is quite decent. Your brushwork and composure remain as they were in years past, leaving me feeling inadequate. Shen Xiuyun had surrendered to the inevitable, and ultimately, the invitations remained unfinished as Zhu Xingyao's patience waned. When Shen Xiuyun awoke, his throat felt parched and dry. His hands and feet seemed bound, his spiritual energy inaccessible, and a black blindfold obscured his vision. What further tricks does Zhu Xingyao intend to play? Water. His throat felt as though it might ignite. The past week of captivity had led him to seriously suspect that the demon lord was a spirit-draining fiend. Zhu Xingyao responded, well. The moment the words left his lips, Shen Xiuyun felt the mattress beside him dip, and then a cold cup brushed against his lips. He hastily drank several gulps, the cool water cascading down his throat. Zhu Xingyao watched intently, his gaze growing ever more fervent. Master, you look truly magnificent, Shen Xiuyun. A sudden, unexpected coolness graced his lips as water was offered to him, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Master, you are so sweet. Once released, Shen Xiuyun gasped for air, and upon hearing those words, cursed Zhu Xingyao multiple times in his mind, yet outwardly softened his tone. Could you possibly untie me? My wrists ache. Living in constant trepidation, he feared he might not survive until the next opportunity to escape. He felt it necessary to adapt. The system abruptly chimed in. Host, remain unyielding, uphold the persona of the unattainable flower. Shen Xiuyun, to hell with the persona. I have no idea how many times it has crumbled without consequence. The system. Host you. Zhu Xingyao pressed a kiss to Shen Xiuyun's forehead before releasing him. No, I cannot. If I free you, you will run away. Shen Xiuyun took a deep breath, resolutely reminding himself that patience is a blade above all. He must endure it. I will not flee. Truly, I will not. You gaze into my sincere eyes. Chapter 22. Master, eat the fruit. Shen Xiuyun is acutely aware of the vacuity of the promises he has made, yet he remains indifferent. Survival is all that matters. Zhu Xingyao lightly brushes his thumb across Master's rosy lips. Aware that this mouth is the most deceitful of all, and the disciple no longer trusts it is better to remain bound. This way, the disciple can do as he pleases with Master. Shen Xiuyun rolls his eyes in exasperation, remarking, When you bound me with the soul lock chain, you were free to do whatever you wished to me. Zhu Xingyao replies, it is different. The soul lock chain binds only the ankles. Unlike the immortal binding rope that restrains the entire body, Master's skin is delicate. Once the garments are shed, the ropes cling closely to it appears remarkably enticing. Zhu Xingyao contemplates this. A fervor ignites within him. He yearns to act on his desires now. Shen Xiuyun, puzzled, questions, how is it different? Zhu Xingyao, with affectionate intent, responds, it is perhaps better if Master does not understand. The system gently interjects. Host, the male lead implies that binding and restraint add to the allure. A fixation every darkened disciple harbors towards their master. Shen Xiuyun. All right, no further explanations are necessary. I'm already aware of the level of depravity. The latter part of this tale spirals into a realm of unrestrained abandon. Disregarding any semblance of decorum, that it is no wonder that some in the comment section have proclaimed this book divine. The author truly lives up to the pen name Yun Xiao Fei Che. Does Master truly yearn to free himself from the immortal binding rope? Zhu Xingyao seems to have a sudden change of heart. Shen Xiuyun seizes the opportunity, thinking only a fool would willingly submit to being tightly bound. Zhu Xingyao smirks subtly. Then may I command Master to do anything I desire. Shen Xiuyun senses an ominous undertone in his voice. Zhu Xingyao loosens the blindfold covering Shen Xiuyun's eyes. After a brief moment of squinting, as his eyes adjust to the light within the room, he notices Zhu Xingyao holding a plate of small, red fruits, plump and glistening, appearing delectable. Zhu Xingyao selects the most appealing one and presents it to the lips of Shen Xiuyun. As Shen Xiuyun bites down, his lips inadvertently brush against Zhu Xingyao's fingertips, the soft sensation causing Zhu Xingyao's gaze to darken. He inquires, Master, how does it taste? Shen Xiuyun, cheeks bulging, respond with a muffled, very sweet. Zhu Xingyao continues to feed him several more, grinning as he declares, if Master finishes this plate of fruits today, I shall free you from the immortal binding rope. Shen Xiuyun nods emphatically. All right, is it truly that simple? He had previously anticipated some dreadful task. Just in time, as he is feeling peckish, this small plate is hardly a challenge. By the time he reaches the fifth fruit, Shen Xiuyun is filled with regret. He curls up on the icy bed, his expression inexplicably strange, his body trembling slightly, and a thin sheen of sweat forms on his forehead. Zhu Xingyao's devilish voice echoes once more, Master, be good, open your mouth. Shen Xiuyun's voice trembles, reminiscent of past pleas for mercy. Must I eat more? The fruit's flesh is firm, and the temperature is cool. Consuming too much causes discomfort. Can he retract his earlier statement of very sweet? Zhu Xingyao gently coaxes, does Master not wish to be freed from the immortal binding rope? This opportunity is fleeting. If missed, it shall not return. However, Shen Xiuyun's complexion flushes, his phoenix eyes misty, biting his lip, hesitating to respond. Did Master not promise me? Are you wavering? Zhu Xingyao feigns hurt. Zhu Xingyao patiently reassures Master, just a few more bites, for these fruits were meticulously chosen by me. If Master consumes 5 more, I shall release you from the immortal binding rope. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun feels a flicker of hope. Is this truly the case? Indeed. Zhu Xingyao pinches a plump, glistening fruit, presenting it to Shen Xiuyun's lips once more, satisfied as he feeds him another. When his hand retreats, it leaves behind a trace of moisture. Upon reaching the last fruit, Shen Xiuyun can no longer endure. His voice, laden with unbidden tears, pleads, let us leave it for tomorrow. Shall we? No, what must be done today cannot be postponed. Be good, just one more. Shen Xiuyun's gaze becomes unfocused, his thoughts muddled, and he reluctantly consumes the final fruit. Zhu Xingyao cradles Shen Xiuyun's face, kissing him passionately for an extended moment. Master is impressive. You truly finished them all. You must be weary. Rest well. The disciple now has to deliver the invitations you pen to the various sects and will return later to check how well Master digests the fruits. Shen Xiuyun, too fatigued to utter a word, drifts off into a hazy slumber. Zhu Xingyao retrieves the immortal binding rope, tucks Shen Xiuyun under the covers, and vanishes from the quiet room. He proceeds to the heavenly demon hall, extracting another Kinglan mirror, placing it upon the table, revealing the scene within the quiet room. Zhu Xingyao meticulously reviews all the invitations Shen Xiuyun has written. Aside from the hasty handwriting, there appear to be no issues. Even the letter to the leader of the Xiantian sect is composed with decorum, expressing a desire for the leader to carve 2 wooden figurines as gifts for the binding ceremony. Has Master truly given up this time? Zhu Xingyao feels uneasy, yet cannot pinpoint the source of his distress. He harbors a strong premonition that this time, Master may genuinely leave him. As his thoughts whirl chaotically, a voice resonates from outside the hall. Your Majesty. Yi Qing seeks an audience. Entered. Why? Yi Qing strides forward, offering a respectful bow, noting the dark clouds shadowing the demon lord's countenance, and resolves to tread carefully in conversation to avoid provoking misfortune. Your Majesty summoned me. Is there something urgent? These invitations, you shall deliver them personally to each sect. Zhu Xingyao gestures towards the table, where the sealed red invitations float towards Yi Qing. He hastily catches them with both hands, storing them away in his bag, replying earnestly, "Yes, I shall ensure they are delivered splendidly." It turns out it is merely an errand, which greatly relieves him. Zhu Xingyao inquires, "How are the preparations for the binding ceremony coming along?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing beams with pride. Our demon realm is abundant and united. In just a few short days, we have nearly completed half of the arrangements. Your Majesty need not worry, though time is short. I am confident our binding ceremony shall surpass all others in grandeur. Well done. Zhu Xinyao's grim demeanor finally lightens. By the way, I recall that your clan possesses a unique secret technique, capable of leaving a mark on a person's soul, allowing for mutual awareness regardless of life or death. Yi Qing ponders for a moment before responding. Your Majesty refers to the Heartlink spell. Indeed, such a technique exists, but it requires a mutual affinity. Otherwise, the one forcibly leaving the mark would suffer the torment of a burning heart day and night. Zhu Xingyao dismisses the concern. That is of no matter. Simply procure the method for me. Yi Qing remains silent, returning to assist the demon lord in locating the spell's manuscript. Each day, he toils for the sake of others' love, feeling a twinge of sorrow. However, the thought of the domineering demon lord's deep affections providing ample material for his writing fuels his motivation anew. Chapter 23. Master's Nightmare, revised. Uncertain if it is due to the recent torment he endured, Shen Xiuyun finds himself plagued by an unsettling dream that he envisions Zhu Xingyao piercing the heart of the original protagonist's senior brother, the leader of the Xiantian sect. Then he sees Zhu Xingyao restraining him at the edge of the unrepentant cliff, helplessly watching as the entire Xiantian sect is engulfed in flames. The blaze illuminates half the sky, accompanied by the heart-wrenching screams of injured disciples, echoing in anguish. The once ethereal Xiantian sect has transformed into a hellish inferno. In that moment, Shen Xiuyun acutely feels sorrow and pain, a heart-wrenching agony that leaves him gasping for breath. No, please don't do this, don't take lives. Why is Master crying? Is it because you are so moved by the gift the disciple has given you? Suddenly, Zhu Xinyao's cold, frenzied voice pierces through the air, akin to a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Crying, the chilling wind from the cliff seems to awaken Shen Xiuyun slightly. He indeed feels his eyes moistening, the remnants of tears drying upon his cheeks. Why does he feel such profound sadness? Why is this happening? You killed my brother. How dare you? Shen Xiuyun's voice, hoarse and strained, questions Zhu Xingyao, who stand behind him. Zhu Xingyao replies with a tone of resignation. Disciple has long since informed Master that anyone attempting to take you from me shall meet their demise. The sect leader was simply too much of an obstacle. Shen Xiuyun's lips quiver, nearly unable to fathom the reality. Are you even human? You destroyed the entire Xiantian sect. Among them are those who treated you kindly. How could you bring yourself to do this? Zhu Xinyao's tone is laden with regret. I did hesitate, but only when Master's home is lost will you wholeheartedly remain with me in the demon realm. Shen Xiuyun is engulfed in sorrow. Why did I save you back then? Why didn't I let you die by the roadside? Zhu Xingyao embraces Shen Xiuyun from behind, gripping his chin to force him to face him. Does Master regret it now? Alas, it is too late for regrets. Shen Xiuyun trembles, cursing vehemently. Beast! Zhu Xingyao pressed a gentle kiss to Shen Xiuyun's cheek, one hand tugging at his collar, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. The master had repeated the same few phrases so often that the disciple had grown weary of them. She wished he would speak of things she found more delightful, lest they squander this beautiful moment. I do not. Shen Xiuyun's lips were abruptly silenced. His fingers dug painfully into the gravel, causing his fingertips to bleed, his entire body trembling lightly. Zhu Xingyao, feeling a pang of sympathy, grasped his hand, intertwining their fingers. In an instant, the wounds on his palm vanished. Master, you truly are reckless, always injuring yourself. Oh, you not realize that only I can inflict pain upon you, even if it hurts? Shen Xiuyun resembled a soulless marionette. Murmuring without anger, Zhu Xingyao, please let me go, I beg you. Release me. Stop tormenting me. I cannot endure this any longer. Just kill me. Zhu Xingyao leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear, a cruel smile gracing her features. Is Master jesting? In this life and the next, I shall never allow you to leave. You are mine, and only mine. No matter where you go, you cannot escape. Master, you cannot escape. You are destined to remain with me forever. To be toyed with in this manner, no, he did not want this. He yearned for home. He refused to be a plaything. Shen Xiuyun awoke with a start from his nightmare, sitting in silence for a long while. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, only to realize that the binding spell had been undone. In truth, his desire to return to the modern world was not due to any family ties he could not bear to leave behind. He had been an orphan since childhood, devoid of parents and attachments. He longed to return simply because he could not tolerate the thought of being a lonely soul in this foreign realm. Forced to endure the affections of his own disciple, soon, very soon, he would be freed. In less than half a month. The invitation should have reached his senior brother, Yun Xiqing. All Yun Xiqing needed to do was craft a wooden puppet as instructed. Once he was dead, he would summon his soul and immerse the puppet in the purification pool, rendering it impossible for Zhu Xingyao to sense him if he could evade detection for just an hour. That should suffice, should it not? Shen Xiuyun was unaware of what Zhu Xingyao had planned for him today. The narrative had deviated from the original text, leaving him somewhat perplexed by Zhu Xingyao's intentions. When in doubt, consult the system. Hey, is there a plot I need to follow today? System. No, based on the original storyline, Master will merely be forced to endure Zhu Xingyao's company daily until the day of their binding ceremony. Rest assured, it will be quite easy. You can simply sleep through it. Sleep through it. My foot, Shen Xiuyun thought uneasily, glancing at the bowl on the table, catching a faint whiff of blood. System. This item is not mentioned in the book, so I am unaware of it. Shen Xiuyun felt irritation bubbling within him. How can you know nothing? How did I end up with such a useless system? Other systems grant their hosts incredible powers, while you merely chat with me. The system, weak and pitiful, dared not speak. If only the hosts were stronger, they would never have been bound to such an inferior system. What was Master thinking? So engrossed in thought. As Shen Xiuyun conversed with the system, he appeared lost in a trance, which irked Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun quickly dismissed the system, replying, I was contemplating what you plan to do to me. The disciple wishes to leave a mark on Master. What do you mean? This mark is akin to a symbol of the demon clan, indicating that Master belongs solely to me. Shen Xiuyun understood. What a wretched thirst for dominance. Was Master's body merely a canvas for embroidery? If I refuse, what then? Zhu Xingyao lightly traced Shen Xiuyun's cheek with his index finger, speaking softly, then the disciple shall simply have to bind you again. You. Are you addicted to threats? Master, please cooperate with your disciple. 1Tu, Shen Xiuyun relented. To clarify, he was not being cowardly. This was merely a strategic retreat. In the next moment, Zhu Xingyao produced a slender needle from thin air, its tip glinting coldly, appearing exceedingly sharp. Shen Xiuyun was instantly reminded of the haunting figure from his childhood. Wrong mama. Zhu Xingyao cautioned. It may sting a little. Shen Xiuyun felt a prickling sensation in his chest, aware that something was gradually seeping into his skin. Throughout the entire process, neither spoke. Occasionally, Shen Xiuyun would glance at Zhu Xingyao, whose focused demeanor gave him the illusion that he was creating a work of art. Shen Xiuyun stifled a yawn. How much longer will this take? I am starting to feel drowsy. If not for the slight sting, he would have surely drifted off to sleep. Almost done. Soon, Zhu Xingyao's fingers glided over Shen Xiuyun's heart, completing the heart-binding spell. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he felt the intense, burning pain in his chest that Night Qing had described. After a moment of adjustment, Zhu Xingyao guided Shen Xiuyun to face the mirror. Shen Xiuyun beheld the mark on his chest, a vividly blooming blood-red peach blossom. If it were pink, it would appear delicately beautiful, but this crimson hue exuded an inexplicable, eerie allure reminiscent of the blood lotus in the Huashi River that Zhu Xingyao had once shown him. Zhu Xingyao gazed intently at the flower, his eyes ablaze with passion. Is it beautiful? A delicate flower paired with a stunning beauty. My master is truly one of a kind. Shen Xiuyun retorted, what kind of pigment is this? My blood. Shen Xiuyun cast Zhu Xingyao a look that said, of course it's you. However, before he could observe it for long, the flower began to fade, leaving the skin beneath pristine and unblemished, devoid of any trace of the mark. What is happening? Based on my understanding of Zhu Xingyao, he would never produce a subpar result. Would Master like to know? Zhu Xingyao's peach blossom eyes sparkled with mirth as he leaned closer to Shen Xiuyun's ear, playfully nibbling on his earlobe before whispering a few words. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun's eyes widened in shock, followed by a furious glare at Zhu Xingyao, his fair complexion flushing a deep crimson from his cheek to his neck. Zhu Xingyao, with a playful smile, suggested, shall we give it a try now? Shen Xiuyun felt his legs weaken, shaking his head vigorously. Just once. No, that's not good. This was typical of him. He would never just do it once, but would always insist on pushing him to the brink of unconsciousness. Zhu Xingyao inhaled the fresh scent of Shen Xiuyun's hair, drunkenly narrowing his eyes. What is wrong with that? Master S cultivation has improved recently, hasn't it? This is clearly beneficial. Shen Xiuyun's heart fluttered, and he stammered, why you know about that? The water spirit root can nourish the wood spirit root. The disciple should have realized this sooner. Previously, I was like a headless fly, searching everywhere for herbs from Master, not realizing that I myself was the best remedy for restoring Master S roots. Master, do you think this is destined by the heavens? Shen Xiuyun maintained a calm exterior while vehemently rejecting the notion of fate within. Chapter 24. With me, there will be no reversal. Repair? This is not fate. It is clearly a disastrous entanglement. Master did not perish at the hands of ferocious beasts for the sake of the world. Instead, he met his end at the hands of Zhu Xingyao, which must be the greatest calamity of his life. If given the opportunity to return to an earlier time, Shen Xiuyun would have completely ignored Zhu Xingyao lying on the roadside. Zhu Xingyao's long fingers wove through Shen Xiuyun's silky black hair, playing absent-mindedly. Master, is it all right? Shen Xiuyun silently stepped back, swallowing hard. It is not. Zhu Xingyao inched closer, his peach blossom eyes concealing profound desire. His voice low and husky, I will not tire, Master. How could Shen Xiuyun not understand Zhu Xingyao's nature? You're sweet-talking me now, but who knows what will happen later? Shen Xiuyun wrapped his arms tightly around himself. Zhu Xingyao continued to coax. How could that be? The disciple merely wishes to kiss you. I will not do anything else. Shen Xiuyun looked at Zhu Xingyao skeptically. Are you truly this easily satisfied today? Really? Absolutely. That night, Shen Xiuyun lay on the bed as if paralyzed, his phoenix eyes half closed, the remnants of blush lingering at the corners. He lacked the strength even to lift a finger. Master. Shen Xiuyun turned his head away, unwilling to face Zhu Xingyao, that little rascal. Zhu Xingyao reached out to caress Shen Xiuyun's cheek, only to have his hand dodged. His fingers hovered awkwardly in midair, curling in embarrassment. The disciple prepared a feast for Master. Would you like to try it? Shen Xiuyun replied gruffly, no need. Now that I am in the nascent soul stage, I do not require daily sustenance. Although he had indeed craved Zhu Xingyao's culinary skills for quite some time. After yesterday's events and today's coaxing, he had lost all interest. Zhu Xingyao let out a resigned sigh. patiently attempting to placate him. Master still angry with the disciple. You think too much. Master does not even glance my way. You are clearly upset. Fine, I will eat. Shen Xiuyun found himself utterly exasperated by Zhu Xingyao. He was acutely aware that if he did not acquiesce, Zhu Xingyao would soon descend into madness. It was far wiser to descend the steps of this predicament gracefully. How he wished time would pass more swiftly, allowing him to escape. Zhu Xingyao noticed a change in Shen Xiuyun. Over the past fortnight, Shen Xiuyun had become particularly compliant and obedient, nearly fulfilling every request. Just a few days prior, Zhu Xingyao had felt a surge of joy, believing that his master had finally come to terms with their situation. Yet, gradually, his happiness waned, despite having initially desired a docile and submissive master. Shen Xiuyun's transformation left him feeling inexplicably lost and anxious. This was not the master he yearned for. He wished for a master who could exhibit anger, in a peculiar twist of fate. He found himself making a slight alteration. Master, the arrangements of Huashi sect are nearly complete. In the remaining days. Let us reside there. A change of scenery might lift your spirits. Shen Xiuyun indifferent replied. Whatever you wish. Zhu Xingyao wore a smile that appeared somewhat forced, pondering why his master had been so accommodating lately, leaving him feeling rather unaccustomed. Shen Xiuyun countered, What's wrong? Do you not like it? Without delving into the reasons, he felt utterly drained, lying flat in resignation. The system had once urged him to put up a struggle, but even the system seemed weary now. Zhu Xingyao pressed a kiss to Shen Xiuyun's face, tightening his embrace slightly and insincerely stated, Of course, I like it. Master, I cherish all types of disciples. Shen Xiuyun retorted, Then that is sufficient. Don't tell me you prefer the version of me that remains indifferent to you. Zhu Xingyao responded. Shen Xiuyun turned away, picking up a script to read, feeling an uncanny familiarity with many of the plot lines in the tale of the domineering demon lord's passionate love. Who in the demon realm could have penned this? Shen Xiuyun had anticipated that, given Zhu Xingyao's style, Huashi sect would have been transformed into a quintessential demon realm aesthetic. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find it rather enchanting. There was no haze or pollution, but rather an ethereal beauty. The mountains were interconnected, shrouded in mist, with houses nestled among the peaks. Thanks to specific formations, even though the mortal realm was still in winter, Huashi sect enjoyed a perpetual spring, with lush greenery thriving. Zhu Xingyao personally guided Shen Xiuyun around, and upon witnessing his master's evident enjoyment, the weight that had been suspended in Zhu Xingyao's heart for days finally lifted. Shall we visit the lotus pond at the back mountain? Having finally managed to escape for a breath of fresh air, Shen Xiuyun eagerly agreed. Zhu Xingyao seemed to have procured a small boat from somewhere, placing it on the lotus pond, and as he wrapped his arms around Shen Xiuyun's waist, he gently propelled the boat forward with his spiritual energy. The lotus flowers in this area were flourishing just as they had in years past, and Zhu Xingyao marveled at their beauty. Shen Xiuyun glanced at the sprawling lotus leaves and flowers, curiously inquired, You haven't returned to Huashi sect in many years, have you? Do you still recall how it was back then? It seems improbable that you would have such vivid memories without a special story attached. Zhu Xingyao replied, If it weren't for this lotus pond, I might not have even reached the age of 10. What do you mean? He continued that my mother was mad, and the sect master neglected me. When hunger became unbearable, I would sneak here to dig up some spiritual lotus roots, though I was occasionally caught. What happens if you were caught? Zhu Xingyao's tone was carefree, as if he were discussing someone else that a beating, nothing more. These lotus roots were of little value, but were not something a mixed blood like me could enjoy. He refrained from mentioning that he had first discovered the food when he had been pushed into the pond. At that time, he was merely 7 years old and nearly perished in the water. Yet later, he ensured that those who had wronged him met a similar fate. Look at how splendid these lotus flowers bloom now. They deserve their share of credit. Shen Xiuyun remarked. He had suspected as much. The male protagonist indeed had a tragic childhood. However, he recalled that the original text mentioned the sect master had it even worse, along with his daughter, Zhu Lingwe. Both had met their ends through severe torture. Drained of blood, merely for neglecting Zhu Xingyao when he was bullied, Zhu Xingyao did not strike him as someone who would tolerate such indifference. Zhu Xingyao, plucked a budding lotus flower and handed it to Shen Xiuyun, adding, "Fortunately, later, the disciple encountered the master. Without the master, there would be no present-day Zhu Xingyao." Shen Xiuyun leaned closer to the lotus flower, inhaling its subtle fragrance. "Did I truly treat you this well before?" The delicate pink lotus was indeed beautiful, yet it paled in comparison to his master's radiant visage. The flower before him seemed to fade away. Zhu Xingyao gazed at him, entranced. His master was truly breathtaking. Even seated there, he could captivate his very soul. Not to mention, he had once always smiled at him. It was no wonder he found it hard to resist. Clearly, it was his master's charm that drew him in. Otherwise, why was it that his master rarely displayed any discontent towards others? His master treated him exceptionally well, cooking for him and remembering his birthday. Yet his master would often vanish for several days. And even when Zhu Xingyao attempted to reach him through communication talismans, he met with silence. Moreover, he would return late at night, only to disappear again in haste, occasionally mixing up the times. Shen Xiuyun felt bewildered. Why did this resemble the story, yet diverge from it? Was a great ascendant truly that busy? Did he need to leave early and return late? As Shen Xiuyun pondered, he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him. It was Zhu Xingyao drawing closer. The small boat was just wide enough for two people to sit facing each other, and Zhu Xingyao's fidgeting made him worry that they might capsize. Shen Xiuyun poked Zhu Xingyao's chest with a finger, attempting to nudge him back to his original position. "Why are you leaning so close?" Zhu Xingyao caught his hand and playfully squeezed it. Asking master, "May I kiss you?" Shen Xiuyun replied, "No. What if the boat capsizes?" He could hardly comprehend Zhu Xingyao's sudden benevolence and wanted to take him out. It seemed quite self-serving. "With me around, we won't capsize." Zhu Xingyao removed the lotus flower that Shen Xiuyun had placed between them, casually resting it on a lotus leaf, declaring, "It's my flower." Shen Xiuyun reached for the lotus flower, tried to escape the closeness of Zhu Xingyao. But before he could lift himself, he was pulled back. "Master, be good. You can take it when we leave it if you like. All the lotus flowers here are yours." In the depths of the pond, the faint sound of fabric tearing could be heard. Chapter 25. Indeed, my master and I share a mutual understanding. Repaired. "Where are you taking me?" Shen Xiuyun found himself cradled in Zhu Xingyao's arms, his eyes covered, the world around him cloaked in darkness. He felt utterly exhausted. Earlier, on the swaying boat, his legs had turned to jelly when Zhu Xingyao pushed the boat back. Zhu Xingyao kissed his forehead softly and whispered, "We're almost there, master." Shen Xiuyun had ruined his previous garments, and now he was draped in Zhu Xingyao's attire. The vibrant red was rather striking, and the clothing was ill-fitting, but it served its purpose. Zhu Xingyao soon came to a halt. "We've arrived. Be careful and stand steady." Shen Xiuyun cautiously placed one foot on the ground, ultimately leaning on Zhu Xingyao's arm to stabilize himself. Zhu Xingyao removed the sash covering Shen Xiuyun's eyes, and as he began to see the scenery, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay an endless expanse of grassland. Tall grass brushed against his knees, and as the wind blew, it swayed like ocean waves, producing a rustling sound akin to a symphony. The sun was slowly descending, casting a golden-red hue upon the clouds, creating an indescribable beauty. In this moment, Shen Xiuyun was reminded of the famous phrase, "The long river meets the setting sun." The sunsets over the desert and grassland always evoke a unique sense of in modern times. Due to work commitments, he often found himself working late into the night, rarely having the opportunity to travel. Such breathtaking scenes were seldom found online, let alone experienced in person. Captivated by the beauty before him, Shen Xiuyun exclaimed, "This place is stunning." However, Zhu Xingyao was focused on him, admiring his gentle profile, the slight upward curve of his lips, and the crescent shape of his eyes. "Yes, it's beautiful. Nothing in this world compares to your beauty, master." Shen Xiuyun turned back, catching sight of Zhu Xingyao's earnest gaze, and instinctively smiled slightly. Zhu Xingyao was momentarily taken aback. The world around them faded, leaving only Shen Xiuyun as the most vibrant stroke of color in his eyes, eternally radiant. Unable to contain himself, he pulled Shen Xiuyun into a tight embrace, as if wishing to meld him into his very being. He kissed Shen Xiuyun fervently, to the point where Shen Xiuyun struggled to breathe, nearly losing consciousness. Master, how can I possibly let go? Shen Xiuyun gasped, his words fragmented. I'm about to faint. Zhu Xingao gently traced Shen Xiuyun's high nose with his finger. Teasing, Master still hasn't learned to breathe properly. You're so clumsy. Shen Xiuyun leaned against Zhu Xingao, pouting silently, thinking you truly are a master of ruining the mood. Clumsy? I adore that about you. How could he not? Is it impossible for you to go a day without making some flirtatious remark? Shen Xiuyun brushed the grass off his palms and struggled to stand up. It's getting late. We should head back. Just wait a moment. Wait for what? As soon as Shen Xiuyun's voice fell, he suddenly beheld silvery white lights swirling before him. First one, then countless others, enveloping him as if he were amidst the twinkling stars of a night sky. The sight was so astonishing that Shen Xiuyun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What is this? Fireflies, the system has gone mad. Host, the male lead is quite impressive. Shen Xiuyun truly wished to slap it, exclaiming, what are you shouting about? Haven't you seen the world? Although he too was taken aback. System. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Zhu Xingao inquired, Master, do you like it? Shen Xiuyun nodded, thinking that such a breathtaking scene would likely be favored by anyone. Had this been a romantic narrative, the female lead would have surely been cradling her face with starry eyes. Yet Shen Xiuyun was a man, a straight man at that. He felt little beyond confusion and queried, why are there fireflies at this time of year? If memory serves me right, aren't they typically seen in summer? This secret realm only has them during this season. Do you know why they dance so gracefully? Why? Shen Xiuyun vaguely recalled that dancing was often associated with courting. Zhu Xingao explained, they attract one another and subsequently reproduce. The implication could not have been more blatant. Shen Xiuyun felt his heart inexplicably racing. Am I going insane? Zhu Xingao took Shen Xiuyun's hand, gazing at him tenderly, and stated, Master, let us become partners. Shen Xiuyun's expression tightened with anxiety, unsure how to respond, and mentally inquired of the system. Does the original work contain this scene? System, let me check. Yes. The male lead meticulously prepared, intending to express his feelings once more, yet received merely 2 words from the master, which was quite nauseating. The beautiful atmosphere plummeted, leading to another quarrel between the master and the male lead. The male lead, humiliated and enraged, directly resorted to tormenting the master, compelling him to repeat his agreement time and again, leaving the master bruised and battered, unable to regain his composure until 3 days later when they finally bonded. Shen Xiuyun felt numb, exclaiming, damn it. Then I must agree to him. Although in the original story it was under such duress that he eventually acquiesced, he figured skipping some steps should pose no issue. Shen Xiuyun feigned contemplation for a moment and declared, did I not agree to you previously? The last situation was rather unsatisfactory. I wish to reconfirm with the master. This time, it is just the 2 of us. Does the master still consent? Without hesitation, Shen Xiuyun nodded. He was timid, fearing paralysis. Upon seeing this, Zhu Xingyao's eyes sparkled with delight, his lips curling into a smile as if he had savored honey, and he embraced Shen Xiuyun, kissing him for considerable while that I knew it. Master and I share a mutual understanding. Shen Xiuyun thought, being overly confident is not ideal. This is what one might call forcefully establishing connection. Though he wished to think this way, Shen Xiuyun inexplicably felt a surge of agitation, perhaps because he was to depart in 3 days. Shen Xiuyun awoke late, leisurely finishing the porridge prepared by Zhu Xingyao. Upon hearing that the chief disciple of Xiantian sect had arrived and wished to meet Shen Xiuyun, he tidied himself in front of the mirror, covering himself thoroughly, though the marks on his neck remained visible. It was all Zhu Xingyao's fault for always biting him there. How could he face the younger generation after that incident by the lotus pond? Just thinking of that swaying boat made Shen Xiuyun's face flush with embarrassment. Zhu Xiao nonchalantly remarked, we are to bond soon. Why does Master still fear being seen? Besides, if he dares to look at anything he shouldn't, I'll gouge out his eyes. The 2 of them arrived at the main hall, where the chief disciple had been waiting for quite some time. The young man, dressed in a blue robe, appeared dignified and composed, exuding the presence of a chief disciple. He clasped his hands, bowed to Shen Xiuyun, and addressed him as Uncle Master. Shen Xiuyun nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. Thank you for your goodwill, Uncle Master. I shall speak briefly before departing. For half a year, the master had scoured everywhere for his uncle, but had continually sought ways to delay his heart demon tribulation. Recently, just as he was preparing to enter seclusion for the tribulation, he suddenly received an invitation to bond with this individual. Shen Xiuyun cast a sharp glance at the indolent figure beside him, commenting, "Since the master failed his heart demon tribulation, the two of you will likely find it difficult to attend your bonding ceremony. Thus, he has sent me with a congratulatory gift for you." Shen Xiuyun retrieved the gift from his bag and presented it to Shen Xiuyun with both hands. The master said that since you have made your choice, he has no further remarks to make. From this moment on, you and Xintian sect shall have no further ties. Shen Xiuyun silently accepted the box, pondering how the original protagonist's senior brother was truly capable, crafting such a perfect excuse for unavailability. Please convey my gratitude to senior brother for the gift. I owe him an apology. Shen Xiuyun nodded and turned to leave. Zhu Xingyao, who had been resting his chin in silence, suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. Why does this seat hear the chief disciple's words, as if blaming me for sending the invitation at an opportune time? Did I disturb him during his heart demon tribulation? I am also curious about what unspeakable secrets he harbors that led to such a disastrous tribulation." Shen Xiuyun retorted coldly, "Whatever the demon lord says is final. I take my leave." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Zhu Xingyao's keen perception sensed that further questioning might reveal too much. The master's heart demon tribulation indeed bore issues, for the heart demon was none other than his uncle. How astonishing! How could it possibly be his uncle? Chapter 26. Bonding with the master. Revised, Shen Xiuyun returned to his room while holding the box containing the puppet. Extracting its contents, a palm-sized wooden carving, the figure's demeanor and attire rendered with exquisite detail. Were it to be painted, it would rival the finest modern figurines. Zhu Xingyao examined the puppet, finding no flaws, and was pleasantly surprised by the craftsmanship of the sect leader's uncle, as it appeared almost lifelike. Yet, why did the master wish for the sect leader's uncle to send such a gift? Perhaps it served as a unique memento. Once he returned, this book would likely undergo a thorough revision. This trinket could be seen as a remnant of his journey through the narrative, or perhaps something more. Shen Xiuyun's agitation intensified, prompting him to cease his overactive thoughts that on the day of the bonding ceremony, Huashi sect was adorned with red silk and peach blossom trees, transplanted throughout the sect, bloomed beautifully, exuding a captivating fragrance. Zhu Xingyao had also captured numerous rare flying spirit beasts, allowing them to soar and call out above Huashi sect, creating a spectacle akin to 100 birds celebrating. Many cultivators came to offer their congratulations, marveling, "Is that a Suanio? 129. How incredible! The demon lord truly spares no expense that I think I might just believe in love again." Of course, many more feigned congratulations, secretly there to witness the spectacle. They gathered in groups, chattering animatedly, lamenting the decline of morals, astonished that the esteemed Xintian sect's immortal master was entangled with his own disciple. Someone gossiped, "I heard it's not just one, his closed-door disciple. The Dragon Clan's young master is also infatuated, utterly captivated. The immortal master is even more alluring than that vixen." What? Is that true? Are you reliable? You clearly have been living under a rock. Today the Dragon Uni was returned to Huashi. Battered, with several of his dragon tendons extracted, it seems he attempted to rescue Shen Xiuyun from the demon realm days ago and was consequently beaten by Zhu Xingyao. How tragic. That can't be true, right? Even Zhu Xingyao wouldn't dare treat the Dragon Clan's young master so harshly. Would he openly challenge the entire Dragon Clan? What does it matter? He is a hybrid of human and demon. What does he have to fear? Have you forgotten how he once slaughtered Huashi sect? His methods instilled terror in the hearts of many in the cultivation world. Who would dare provoke him now? Isn't Xintian's sect going to intervene? This is a calamity stemming from their own sect. Didn't you hear that sect leader Yin Xiqing was enraged by the apprentice? He raised a line with the demon clan, leading to his heart demon tribulation's failure? Ah, now that you mention it, I haven't seen sect leader Yin today. With the demon faction running rampant, If this continues, the cultivation world is in for trouble. Not far away, several young members of Shen Xiuyun's sect gathered around a table, their faces etched with indignation as they listened to the slanderous remarks. One could no longer contain himself and forcefully slammed his cup onto the table. "Senior brother, what they are saying is utterly disgraceful. Let me go teach them a lesson." Shen Xiuyun raised his hand to stop his fellow disciple, stating, "Their words are their own business. You cannot control them." However, Shen Xiuyun added, "Calm yourself. Master has instructed us not to stir trouble today. It is of paramount importance to bring back my esteemed master. The small puppet that was sent is, in fact, a precursor to a soul-calling technique. It is an incarnation of my master, crafted from a peach branch, and can only elicit a response when touched by him. Once the spell integrates into the body, the puppet becomes an ordinary object, leaving no trace behind." Inside the new residence, Shen Xiuyun has donned a magnificent red wedding garment, adorned with white edges, while the sleeves and hem are intricately embroidered with lifelike peach blossoms, radiating vibrancy. Accustomed to seeing this visage clad in ethereal white, exuding an air of cold detachment, the sudden shift to red is strikingly stunning. Indeed, a beautiful exterior looks splendid in any attire. Zhu Xingyao personally assists Shen Xiuyun in arranging his hair, a task he is reluctant to entrust to others. However, since Shen Xiuyun changed into his attire, Zhu Xingyao's gaze has been unyieldingly fixed upon him. He yearns to tear apart this wedding gown of his master and witness him weep before the copper mirror. Such a sight would be exquisite. As Shen Xiuyun feels the warmth of another's hand gripping his hair, he cannot evade the burning gaze reflected in the mirror. "What is with your stare?" Zhu Xingyao inserts a jade hairpin into Shen Xiuyun's hair, his hands resting on Shen Xiuyun's shoulders, encircling his neck, consumed by thoughts of his master. Shen Xiuyun, with a hint of exasperation, replies, "Could you perhaps restrain yourself?" The disciple has indeed been quite composed. Otherwise, a knock at the door interrupts Zhu Xingyao's impending jest. "Your Majesty, the auspicious hour is approaching," calls Yi Qing. Zhu Xingyao rolls his eyes in mild displeasure, responding to the voice outside. "I know. Master, let us depart." Shen Xiuyun takes a deep breath, placing his hand atop Zhu Xingyao's raised palm. Truth be told, this is the first time in 2 lifetimes that he is stepping into the sanctum of matrimony. And with a man at that. Zhu Xingyao clasps Shen Xiuyun's delicate hand. Though his master has wielded a sword for years, his hand remains as smooth as ever. Zhu Xingyao's palm begins to perspire slightly, revealing his nervousness. He has longed for this moment. And now, is he truly to bind himself to his master? The fear that it may all be an ephemeral dream lingers. As they exit, Shen Xiuyun inadvertently trips over the threshold, nearly stumbling, but Zhu Xingyao swiftly catches him. "Master, be cautious." Shen Xiuyun nods absently, a faint blush gracing his ears. The ceremony is set to take place in the Star Palace, an open hall capable of accommodating thousands. Upon arrival, they find a considerable number of attendees already present. Shen Xiuyun scans the crowd, recognizing a few familiar faces, such as Yi Qing and Jin Qiansun. Yet most are strangers, their gazes varying from admiration to disdain. Zhu Xingyao, displeased with the brazen stares directed at Shen Xiuyun, narrows his eyes, sending a piercing glare that makes those caught in its path feel as if pricked by needles. Silencing their unwarranted scrutiny, an unfamiliar elder from the demon clan recites the vows, while Zhu Xingyao's biological father remains a mystery, perhaps already deceased, necessitating a proxy. This elder, seemingly a youthful figure in his 20s, is actually around 500 years old, hailing from the northern frontier, known as Yuqing Rome. The vows briefly recount the lives and love story of the two, culminating in heartfelt blessings. After half an hour of this ritual, Shen Xiuyun's initial nervousness has morphed into drowsiness. The second step of the ceremony, the exchange of life tokens, follows. These tokens are essential to every cultivator. If shattered, the individual perishes. This step is straightforward, by pricking their fingers. They each let a drop of blood fall onto the other's token, thereby completing the majority of the binding. The spectators, both genuine and insincere, applaud, proclaiming the union a match made in heaven. Amidst the cheers, Zhu Xingyao's gaze remains affixed on Shen Xiuyun, the love evident in his peach blossom eyes nearly engulfing him. Master, we are finally together. He pauses, then corrects himself. Ah, no, I should now refer to you as my husband. Shen Xiuyun feels a peculiar allure in Zhu Xingyao's voice, causing warmth to rise to his cheeks. He casts a reproachful glance at Zhu Xingyao, silently admonishing him for his impropriety. Given the multitude of witnesses present, Chapter 27, Sweet Master, Drink Up Cultivation. Master is truly too easily embarrassed. Zhu Xingyao shields Shen Xiuyun's face with his sleeve and suggests, let me take you back. In your current state, should others see you, I would feel compelled to gouge their eyes out. Shen Xiuyun retorts, you do have a penchant for threatening to gouge out people's eyes. Zhu Xingyao embraces him warmly, pressing his cheek against his chest, tightening his grip around Shen Xiuyun's slender waist, addressing the gathering. The binding ceremony is complete. You may all leave, that I shall not prolong your company. The crowd exchanges knowing glances between Shen Xiuyun and Zhu Xingyao. Understanding the implications of their interaction, no one would have expected that such a fearsome figure could also exhibit moments of youthful earnestness and charm. The two then return to the bridal chamber. The room is aglow with the flickering flames of red candles, and as the door closes, the outside noise is muffled, replaced by the sweet scent of peppercorn filling the air. Zhu Xingyao pours 2 cups of wine at the table, handing one to Shen Xiuyun. Master, according to human customs, we have yet to partake in the cup of mingling. Shen Xiuyun attempts to decline, I do not drink, without allowing Shen Xiuyun to refuse. Zhu Xingyao firmly grasps his wrist, his gaze momentarily darting towards the wine cup, as though anticipating something. Sweet Master, drink up. Shen Xiuyun furrows his brow, leaning closer to sniff, confirming the sweet aroma, and reluctantly takes a sip. The warm liquid slides down his throat, neither fiery nor cloying, but rather pleasantly sweet. This tastes quite good, he remarks, slightly dazed. Zhu Xingyao presses his moist lips against Shen Xiuyun's, teasing, let me see if it is indeed as delightful as you claim. After a prolonged moment, Shen Xiuyun, feeling lightheaded, is released, and he touches his flushed cheeks, exclaiming, I feel rather warm, oh you not. Zhu Xingyao sits at the edge of the bed, his eyes locked onto Shen Xiuyun, a mischievous smile about to escape his lips. Not at all, oh you feel warm, master. Shen Xiuyun shakes his increasingly heavy head, the world around him blurring into double vision that I may have drunk too much. Zhu Xingyao swiftly catches the swaying Shen Xiuyun, kindly assisting him in removing his belt. Should we rest for a while? Shen Xiuyun discards his outer robe carelessly, collapsing onto the bed. Yes, I want to sleep. The scattered red dates and peanuts on the bed prove uncomfortable. With a flick of his wrist, Zhu Xingyao clears the bed of the scattered treats. Shall I accompany you? Master, no, you cannot sleep. Stay away from me. Shen Xiuyun weakly pushes against Zhu Xingyao's chest, but the soft touch of his fingers only softens Zhu Xingyao's heart further. Zhu Xingyao captures Shen Xiuyun's delicate hand. A hint of pleading in his voice. Master, why so unreasonable? Today is our joyous occasion. Why must you push me away? That is truly hurtful. Shen Xiuyun, eyes half closed, respond with equal grievance. You always push me away. I would never. Zhu Xingyao, unable to contain himself, raises Shen Xiuyun's arms above his head, binding them with soft ribbons to the bedpost, and removes Shen Xiuyun's jade crown, letting his inky hair cascade across the pillow like a dark web. What are you doing? Shen Xiuyun struggles, unable to break free, bewildered. Zhu Xingyao gazes adoringly at him, his finger tracing Shen Xiuyun's crimson lips. Hush, master, do not speak. Shen Xiuyun feels an overwhelming heat in his chest, akin to cradling a glowing ember, the temperature soaring alarmingly. It is that damned mark. Zhu Xingyao whispers fervently into Shen Xiuyun's ear, Master, you love me. Look at this mark. It is the best proof. Shen Xiuyun cannot articulate a response, only internally refuting, no, not love. Impossible. In a daze, he senses his body growing lighter, his awareness slowly fading. Somewhere distant, a voice calls out to him, and he follows that ethereal sound. Meanwhile, Zhu Xingyao, holding Shen Xiuyun, suddenly freezes, the color draining from his face. Trembling, he reaches to check Shen Xiuyun's breath. Nothing. How could he suddenly have no breath? Master. Zhu Xingyao seizes Shen Xiuyun's wrist, pouring a stream of spiritual energy into him. Yet it is as if all his efforts vanish without a trace. In a panic, he retrieves Shen Xiuyun's life token, only to find it shattered into 2 pieces. In that moment, Zhu Xingyao truly panics. Master, do not frighten me. You are merely deceiving me, are you not? Shen Xiuyun remained with his eyes closed, tranquil as though he had merely drifted into slumber. Yet, moments ago, Zhu Xingyao had probed his consciousness, only to find it void, devoid of anything. Master, please don't do this, I'm frightened. He trembled as he pressed a kiss to Shen Xiuyun's smooth forehead, his voice quaking. Zhu Xingyao tightened his embrace around the increasingly cold Shen Xiuyun, feeling as helpless as a child abandoned by the roadside, repeatedly confessing, Master, I was wrong. I promise I will never pressure you again. Will you not awaken? Please do not leave me all alone. You are all I have. Petit Xintian sex, first peak. Junior brother, return the soul. Shen Xiuyun faintly heard a gentle voice near his ear. As a finger softly pressed against his brow, a surge of potent spiritual energy rushed from his forehead to his limbs, granting him a sensation akin to having his meridians unblocked, filling him with ease and comfort. Moments later, Shen Xiuyun opened his eyes, only to find himself surrounded by a hazy mist, submerged in a pool of water, clad in a white robe. Opposite him stood a young man in a blue robe, of a similar age, with striking features and eyes like stars. His gaze, though imposing, was softened by the crimson mark on his brow, which alleviated the slightly oppressive aura he emitted. If he were to smile, it would surely feel like a gentle spring breeze. This must be the original Master's senior brother, he thought. Master, senior brother, Shen Xiuyun tentatively called out, but as soon as he spoke, he clutched his throat in shock. Why did his voice sound so soft and juvenile, like that of a child? What was happening? Had he regressed to childhood? Shen Xiuyun examined himself, confirming he possessed an adult's body. Yun Siqing explained in a calm voice. Do not worry. Once you adapt, your voice will gradually return to normal. Shen Xiuyun let out a sigh of relief. That was a relief indeed. He did not wish to bear this peculiar, childlike voice. It was far too unsettling. Yun Siqing grasped Shen Xiuyun's hand, a thread of spiritual energy flowing into it. After a moment, he inquired, Is there any other discomfort in your body? Not that I can feel, Shen Xiuyun instinctively replied. But then recalled, Wait, I have a mark. He pulled aside his robe to touch the area over his heart, but the skin there was smooth and unblemished. What mark? In nothing, Shen Xiuyun hesitated, struggling to articulate how it was a playful mark shared between partners. The more intense the emotions became, the more pronounced and vibrant the mark would appear. Now that he had completely changed his body, it should have been erased, correct? Chapter 28. Deathly escape, yet not fully escaped at Huanyue sect. Zhu Xingyao had tried various methods, yet none could rouse Shen Xiuyun from his slumber. His expression gradually turned frenzied, the purple in his eyes swirling with demonic energy, and the rarely seen purple demonic pattern spread across his forehead, as though he might lose control at any moment. Were it not for that mark, which allowed him a faint connection to Shen Xiuyun, he might have truly succumbed to despair. Master, you cannot die. If you do, I will not allow it. Once you awaken, I will ensure you suffer greatly. Those who dare to assist you, one by one, I shall eliminate, ensuring no one can ever aid your escape again. Zhu Xingyao dressed Shen Xiuyun, covered him with blankets, and exuding a menacing aura, exited the bridal chamber. He confronted a demon cultivator stationed at the outer courtyard, demanding, Summon Yi Qing for me. The demon cultivator, drenched in cold sweat, knelt and stammered, Your Majesty, the protector, I fear he is currently indisposed. Zhu Xingyao's eyes narrowed dangerously. Where is he? The demon cultivator stuttered. He is engaged in conversation with Qingrong Jun. He dared not mention that Qingrong Jun had forcibly taken the protector away, fearing the repercussions of his previous threats. Zhu Xingyao vaguely recalled their prior acquaintance and felt a surge of impatience. He could not afford to wait for their discussion to conclude. Issue a command to assemble 10,000 soldiers from the demon realm. We shall head to Xintian sect in the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The demon cultivator, though perplexed, complied, understood. How strange! Was it not the day of the Lord's grand celebration? Why the sudden journey to Xintian sect? Shen Xiuyun remained submerged in the water. Aware he would need to soak for 2 hours, he felt as if he might dissolve. However, leaving this water would make it easy for Zhu Xingyao to sense him. So he could only grit his teeth and endure. Shen Xiuyun exhaled in the icy water. Old Lu, is everything still normal? System. There are currently no signs of the male lead detected, but we have a significant chance this time. Shen Xiuyun reflected. That's good. If only I had known this method was so easily effective, I would have used it during my first escape. Perhaps I would have returned home long ago. System. Indeed, we took the wrong path, but as long as we are correct now, we have half an hour left. Shen Xiuyun felt tears of joy welling up. He was almost back to enjoying air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and watermelons. After so long in this alternate world, he suddenly found himself nostalgic for the grind of a 996 work life. No, once I return, I can claim that sum of money and no longer need to work. As parting drew near, the system expressed a tinge of melancholy. Boo-hoo. Host, I will miss you once you return. Shen Xiuyun sighed. I will miss you too, even though you've been rather useless all this time. System. Unbeknownst to them, Yin Xiqing was unaware of the internal dialogue between the one and the system, but he reached for the garments set aside and handed them to Shen Xiuyun, urging him to come ashore and cough. Before he could finish, he suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently, his complexion paling until blood froth appeared at the corners of his lips. Senior brother, what is wrong? Shen Xiuyun glided a few steps in the water, attempting to support Yin Xiqing, but someone was swifter than he. Master, it was Shen Xiuyun, who had just returned. He had intended to inquire how he might assist Yin Xiqing, only to witness this scene. Shen Xiuyun lifted Yin Xiqing to the shore, steadying him as he channeled continuous spiritual energy into him. Shen Xiuyun boldly speculated, has his heart demon tribulation truly gone awry? Shen Xiuyun replied, indeed. What is happening? Shen Xiuyun had thought this was merely a fabrication. Shen Xiuyun glanced at Shen Xiuyun, his expression odd. It is because, host, trouble is brewing. The male lead has arrived. Shen Xiuyun heard the system's alarm ringing in his mind. Just then, a disciple rushed in, breathless. Sect master, senior brother. It's bad, a multitude of demon cultivators has descended upon the foot of the mountain, and Zhu Xingyao has brought his men to our doorstep. Shen Xiuyun leaped from the water, his face draining of color. What? Taking a moment to regain his composure, Yin Xiqing opened his eyes, his voice cold and steady, exuding the calmness expected of a sect master. Do not panic. Explain clearly what has transpired. Perhaps influenced by Yin Xiqing's demeanor, the disciple steadied himself and articulated, Zhu Xingyao demands that you hand over the person. Otherwise, he will raise Xintian's sect to the ground. The protective formation at the foot of the mountain has already been easily breached. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun felt numb. Damn, he intends to make this a life-or-death situation again. Yin Xiqing quickly devised a response. Summoning the disciples at the foot of the mountain and gathering all cultivators above the golden elixir stage at Wuxiang Peak to prepare for the impending demon threat, Shen Xiuyun could no longer contain himself. Senior brother, Zhu Xingyao is acting because he fears that the dream he had before might become reality. Yin Xiqing interrupted, casting a binding spell on Shen Xiuyun. Remain at first peak. You are not to go anywhere. Senior brother, since he knows now, you will not relent. You must not hand me over. Shen Xiuyun's words were stifled, realizing he had lost his voice again. Why did everyone enjoy silencing him? This time was different from before. In the original text, Zhu Xingyao had truly gone mad. He had killed many. Yin Xiqing took a few steps forward, then paused, turning back to look at Shen Xiuyun, his expression complex yet inexplicably resolute, embodying a determination akin to embracing death. Ayun, I regret what happened back then. I regret that it was not me who was injured. You should have had the chance to ascend. Thus, this time, I will protect you, even if it means sacrificing my own life in the process. The memory of the fierce beast they fought together haunted him. Shen Xiuyun, in an effort to save him, had taken a blow, collapsing before him like a kite with its strings severed. For years, that scene lingered in his heart, a burden of guilt and self-reproach that morphed into a heart demon. His exceptionally gifted junior brother, who should have ascended, was now left with severed roots and diminished cultivation. Reduced to being bullied by a treacherous wolf he had raised, he would not allow this. Shen Xiuyun shook his head desperately, signaling to his elder brother that it was better to live than to die honorably. You are making me anxious. You cannot defeat Zhu Xingyao. He has even dared to torment Long Yuni. If he is in a bad mood, he will surely kill the sect master of Xintian sect without a second thought. Yet Yin Xiqing paid no heed to Shen Xiuyun's silent plea and departed with resolve. Old Lu, do you think Yin Xiqing might actually perish? Shen Xiuyun anxiously inquired of the system. According to the original storyline, he indeed will die at Zhu Xingyao's hands today. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun's expression twisted in anguish. Why was it so difficult for him to return home? Why did the author bestow Zhu Xingyao with such an overpowering, game-breaking ability? Why did he have to be so reckless as to open this book? Shen Xiuyun was enduring an agonizing wait in the clean pool, counting each second as if it were a year, but he was oblivious to the chaos outside, but the earth-shattering sounds made it easy to infer the brutality of the battle. The system prompted 10 minutes remaining. Another 10 minutes. Last time, it was just a hair's breadth away from total failure. Shen Xiuyun felt cursed with this 10-minute interval. It seemed like a time steeped in misfortune. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the once trembling ground suddenly fell silent. The Xintian sect was eerily still at that moment, and the immobilization spell on him was abruptly lifted. An ominous premonition surged within Shen Xiuyun. Master, are you still not planning to make your appearance? If you delay even a moment longer, I shall carve a piece of flesh from Yin Xiqing. Master, how many blades do you think the sect leader can endure? Chapter 29. What will it take for you to relent? Zhu Xingyao used his spiritual power to project his voice to nearly every corner of the Xintian sect. Upon hearing this, the tension within Shen Xiuyun snapped. The system cautioned, Host, I genuinely advise against going out. It would be wise to delay a little longer. After all, victory is within reach, Shen Xiuyun replied. Do you think I can stretch this 10 minutes? The system confidently asserted. With the Xintian sect's numerous peaks, he will need time to find you. As long as we conceal ourselves, we have won. Concealment is futile. He knows my location. Shen Xiuyun sighed with a bitter smile. Do you remember the mark he left on me? It is likely not merely a simple etching. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived so swiftly that he merely wishes for me to step out voluntarily. The system responded. However, according to the original narrative, Zhu Xingyao has succumbed to demonic corruption and lost his rationality. If you go out, you will... On the other side, Zhu Xingyao's impatient voice echoed again. Master, have you not yet made your decision? If not, I shall count to 3 and commence with the slaughter, starting with the sect leader's chief disciple. Hearing this, Shen Xiuyun hesitated no longer, hastily donning his garments to confront Zhu Xingyao, only to witness Zhu Xingyao thrusting his sword into Jin Qianxuan's chest. Stop! Zhu Xingyao cast a glance at Shen Xiuyun, disregarding his plea, and pierced the sword through Jin Qianxuan's heart, coldly withdrawing it from the wound. Jin Qianxuan staggered back, blood gushing forth from his chest. Staining his azure garments crimson, Shen Xiuyun rushed forward to seal several acupoints, temporarily staunching Jin Qianxuan's bleeding. Yet with his heart meridian damaged, it would be nigh impossible for him to advance his cultivation in the future. Shen Xiuyun could not restrain himself from shouting at Zhu Xingyao. I have come. Why did you still stab him? Zhu Xingyao regarded Shen Xiuyun with indifference, shaking off the blood from his sword. Clearly, it is the master's tardiness that has led to this. Yet you blame me for taking action. Shen Xiuyun was infuriated, nearly ready to stab Zhu Xingyao himself. You! Zhu Xingyao sheathed his sword, watching Shen Xiuyun with an air of leisure. What of me? Had I known it would come to this, why did you run? It is you who has implicated them, is it not? You twist right and wrong. Ayin, you should never have saved me back then. The demonic essence is, after all, still demonic. How could one expect that through guidance I would find the righteous path? We were mistaken. Yin Xiqing knelt on one knee, propped up by his sword, barely keeping himself upright. Clad in tattered azure robes, he was drenched in blood, with his right forearm a gruesome sight. It was evident that he had endured a torment akin to torture during the recent confrontation. Zhu Xingyao scoffed. Indeed, I possess half the bloodline of the demonic clan, yet without the blessings of the righteous path, I would not have achieved my current stature. Shen Xiuyun felt bewildered. Why did it seem as though Zhu Xingyao's descent into darkness held deeper reasons? Was it not stated in the book that he had turned to darkness due to unrequited love? Today, I shall fully embrace my role as a legitimate Dark Lord, turning the Xintian sect into a second Huanyu sect. Master, are you satisfied? With Zhu Xingyao's declaration, demonic cultivators began to recklessly destroy the buildings of the Xintian sect. The flames spread, igniting the forest, and soon the entire mountain was ablaze that it all resembled the dream he once had. Living beings writhed in agony amidst the inferno, only to be reduced to ashes. Though this was a mere book, upon entering this world, everything transcended mere words. Each person was flesh and blood. He truly could not bear to witness so many lives extinguished before him. Shen Xiuyun stepped forward, grasping Zhu Xingyao's arm. Ayao, do not do this. The sect disciples are innocent. Did you not come here to take me away? If that is your intent, Master, you have no right to plead with me. Zhu Xingyao coldly interrupted Shen Xiuyun, prying his fingers apart one by one. His eyes swirled with turbulent demonic energy, appearing volatile and uncontrollable. In the past, I indulged you too much, allowing you to act recklessly time and again. Do you believe I lack a heart, that I cannot feel pain? Shen Xiuyun shook his head. No, even paper figures have hearts, and those hearts are made of flesh. They surely feel pain. It is just that Zhu Xingyao is incapable of loving anyone. However, he absolutely could not provoke Zhu Xingyao further. Zhu Xingyao was now consumed by demonic energy, acting purely on impulse. Zhu Xingyao laughed bitterly. You see, you know I can feel pain, yet you still cannot bear to show me even the slightest compassion. Each time you deceive me, it is as if you were stabbing my heart repeatedly, mercilessly, a silent agony you could never comprehend. What will it take for you to relent? Then, Master, what will it take for you to wholeheartedly remain by my side? Shen Xiuyun's head throbbed painfully. Why must it always come back to this? Unless the sun rises in the west, unless Zhu Xingyao can truly restrain and change himself, he would never even consider the prospect of liking Zhu Xingyao. The master could not respond, for he was pondering a temporary solution, attempting to placate me first before scheming for the future. Was he not? Shen Xiuyun slammed the table in frustration. Damn it, I have figured out all your tricks. How can I continue this charade? Zhu Xingyao pressed his palm against Shen Xiuyun's cool cheek, speaking in the gentlest tone the most chilling words. But I will not allow you to have another chance. As long as I care for you, all those you cherish will perish, and one unafraid of death will come to interfere with us again. As long as you have no home, the place where I am may become your home. Shen Xiuyun urged once more. Ayao, you are acting impulsively out of anger at me. Do not commit acts you will regret. Regret? Why would I regret? Zhu Xingyao lifted Shen Xiuyun's chin, scrutinizing him with a playful gaze, forcing Shen Xiuyun to arch his neck painfully until he released him, then wrapped his arms around Shen Xiuyun's waist. In the next moment, he transported him to the no-regret cliff on the first finger peak. The night air in the mountains was chilling. The wind blowing from the cliff was bone-chilling. Host, the plot is now uncontrollably following the original script. The original host perished here. Host, there is no escape now. You can only find a way to preserve yourself. I can offer you no further assistance. The system lamented. Shen Xiuyun did not respond to the system's words. This was the first time since entering the book that he found himself so close to death. Would he die? Would death bring relief? Shen Xiuyun leaned over the cliff, biting his lip fiercely to stifle any sound, his hands pressed against the uneven ground, the sharp stones piercing into his palms. But the pain was nothing compared to the suffering in other parts of his body. He finally understood that Zhu Xingyao had indeed shown him mercy until now. Master, is this wedding night not extraordinary enough? Shen Xiuyun remained silent, his expression blank, his dark eyes reflecting the flickering flames not far away, the faint sounds of screams barely audible. Everything felt like a nightmare. How can one find solace? Chapter 30. Losing the master, Shen Xiuyun initially thought he could endure this. But he quickly realized he could not withstand the pain. Agony relentlessly tormented him, as if a blade were carving into his flesh, offering no reprieve. Zhu Xingyao, do you even understand what you are doing? Zhu Xingyao smoothly replied, I am betraying my master and annihilating my ancestry. Master. Shen Xiuyun gritted his teeth. Are you truly willing to descend into the depths of depravity, becoming a mindless puppet controlled by demonic energy? Zhu Xingyao laughed. Have you forgotten, master? I have always been a demon. Shen Xiuyun was left speechless, unable to penetrate the hardness of Zhu Xingyao's heart. Pain. Exquisite pain. Shen Xiuyun was drenched in cold sweat. His mind consumed solely by this overwhelming sensation that threatened to engulf him. The incongruous energies of demonic force and spiritual essence within him clashed violently, tearing at every inch of his being. With each passing second, he felt as if he were being subjected to a slow and torturous execution. Zhu Xingyao had previously managed to suppress the violent demonic energy within him, never allowing it to surface in his presence, nor permitting it to recklessly assail him. Yet now, with the demonic energy clouding his mind and reason, Zhu Xingyao was left with nothing but primal instinct he sought to etch a lasting memory into his master's mind. Willing to pay the price of death to escape in this world, no one could be as heartless and merciless as his master. In his youth, when he was shown compassion, his every request was granted, and he was given everything he desired. Yet when indifference took hold, his master turned a blind eye to him for 6 long years, taking on other disciples without a second thought. When Long Yunya exposed his true identity, his master dismissed him without a shred of the past bond between them, refusing to hear a single word of defense and casting him out to escape him. His master was willing to leave him with nothing but a cold corpse. Such was the nature of his master, a figure who inspired both love and hatred within him. Did his master comprehend the agony and despair he felt while cradling that gradually cooling body? Did he know that he would lose his sanity upon losing him? It was always a facade of compliance, while secretly plotting an escape. Time and again, he was deceived. Time and again, hope turned to despair. What must he do to ensure that he would be remembered, to prevent his departure? How could he make his master look only at him? The more Zhu Xingyao recalled these memories, the more the brutal demonic energy within him surged, growing ever more ferocious. Shen Xiuyun nearly lost consciousness to Yao. It hurts, he sighed, his voice trembling. This was the first time, in his delirium, that he instinctively murmured Zhu Xingyao's name. He felt as if such an intimate address had been uttered countless times before. Fragments of memories began to emerge from the fog of his mind, slowly taking shape. His chest felt heavy, constricting his breath. If a mirror were before him now, he would see just how pale his complexion and lips had become. He resembled someone pulled from the depths of water, sweat soaking his hair at the temples, his entire being akin to a flower ravaged by a tempest, on the brink of withering away. Shen Xiuyun began to understand why the original host had perished if he failed to restore Zhu Xingyao's sanity. The likelihood of his soul being torn apart by the demonic energy and ascending to the heavens in that very spot was 1000%. Zhu Xingyao, without a shred of compassion, declared, Does it hurt? It hurts me as well. I want my master to remember this pain, for only I can inflict it upon you. From now on, you can only offer this pain to me. Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow, his thoughts swirling chaotically, each word becoming increasingly difficult to articulate. That I am truly sorry for the harm I have caused you, for allowing you to lose control and become this way. I bear responsibility, and he never anticipated that everything would turn out like this after that fateful departure. But he genuinely could not hold on any longer. Zhu Xingyao, bewildered, questioned, What is my master talking about? Where have I lost control? I am fully aware of my actions. Shen Xiuyun's consciousness faded, his strength waning as he uttered, I'm sorry. Zhu Xingyao paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion and struggle passing through his eyes. Will my master apologize to me as well? A sense of unexplainable panic gripped his heart, though he could not pinpoint its source. That I'm sorry. Shen Xiuyun's eyes fluttered shut, his voice a soft murmur. Drifting into a daze, the tension in his body, held taut by pain, suddenly relaxed after uttering those words. The system's urgent calls echoed in his mind, growing fainter as his senses began to fade. reminiscent of the feeling when his soul had previously departed from his body, light as a feather. Was he about to be liberated? In this manner, it might not be too terrible after all. In that fleeting moment when Shen Xiuyun closed his eyes, Zhu Xingyao felt a sharp pang in his heart, an inexplicable, intense pain causing him to spit out a mouthful of dark blood. Suddenly, he realized something, glancing down at the figure in his arms with dread, trembling as he uttered, "Master." There was no response, only a profound silence. The sensation of being struck by the backlash of the heart's bond spell was overwhelmingly intense. Initially, he had made slight modifications to this technique. Should he harm the other, he would receive tenfold the injury in return. "Master." Zhu Xingyao lowered his gaze and was struck by the sight of Shen Xiuyun's body marred by gruesome wounds. As if struck by lightning. What had he done? Why was he at Wu Hui Cliff? In the distance, flames erupted from other peaks of the Shintian sect, painting the sky crimson. Zhu Xingyao's mind went blank. He vaguely recalled discovering his master's feigned death, sensing him at the Shintian sect, and then anger and disappointment surged within him in a moment of carelessness, under the influence of demonic energy. He had commanded an assault on the Shintian sect in a fit of rage, injuring Yun Siqing and bringing his master to Wu Hui Cliff, allowing the demonic energy to ravage him mercilessly. Zhu Xingyao cradled Shen Xiuyun, his trembling fingers unsure where to rest upon his master's form. His voice quaked uncontrollably as he struggled to conjure a smile that was more painful than tears. "Master, wake up! Are you trying to frighten me? Are you angry with me for treating you that way? You're just avoiding looking at me, aren't you?" Shen Xiuyun remained unresponsive, his eyes firmly shut. "Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't know how this happened. I didn't do it on purpose." "Master!" The anguished cries of Zhu Xingyao echoed across Wu Hui Cliff. He could no longer sense his master. Not a trace remained. He had lost his master, in this world. There would never be another Shen Xiuyun. Chapter 31. Dead, but not entirely gone. When Shen Xiuyun regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Just as he pondered whether he had gone blind, a warm yellow light suddenly appeared before him, floating like a round, plump orb, its large, bright eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. Just as Shen Xiuyun was about to inquire who it was, the orb abruptly burst into tears, crashing into his embrace. "Host, sob sob sob, you're still alive." Shen Xiuyun was taken aback. That familiar voice. He lifted the orb in his arms, astonished as he asked, "You're Lao Lu?" The system, sniffling, replied, "Yes, it's me, but could you please not call me Lao Lu all the time? It feels a bit odd." Shen Xiuyun chose to bypass this issue. What exactly is going on? Didn't Ti die? In the narrative of his master, it seemed that the only master to be killed by his disciple was likely him. That it was utterly humiliating. The system responded, "You did indeed die, but not entirely." "Host, what happened to you in the end? Why did you cease to resist? You kept saying you were sorry, when it was clearly Zhu Xingyao who should be apologizing to you." Shen Xiuyun sighed deeply. "Because I had crossed over once before, I had indeed told Zhu Xingyao that I would only take him as a disciple and would treat him alone with kindness. But I later broke that promise, which led to his so. One should never make promises lightly. Otherwise, if one fails to uphold them, one may return in tears to repay the debt." The system was taken aback. "What? You actually crossed over once?" Shen Xiuyun confirmed. "Indeed. When this book was merely a draft, I had bookmarked it. After that, whenever I fell asleep at night, I would find myself here at tea that time. I was curious because my master shared the same name as him." The comment section had warned him about the law of shared names in crossover literature, urging him to be cautious. But he had not believed it. As a result, he found himself transported into the story when he fell asleep, only to awaken normally during the day. Thus, for that period, he had believed he was merely dreaming. That in that dream, he had encountered a protagonist with a tragic backstory, treated with malice, stripped of his spiritual roots, and nearly suffocated by his biological mother. Shen Xiuyun was a connoisseur of beauty. Zhu Xingyao had been extraordinarily delicate and endearing in his youth, and coupled with his tragic circumstances, he had become a pitiable figure deserving of affection. After bringing him back, he had taken great care to nurture him as a disciple. Initially, Zhu Xingyao had been resistant to his affection, but over time, he gradually opened his heart, becoming quite clingy to A.T. that time. Shen Xiuyun had never suspected that this shift in attitude stemmed from Zhu Xingyao's feelings having transformed. He had been taken aback when Zhu Xingyao pursued him with declarations of love. He had thought Zhu Xingyao was merely acting on a whim, having had no exposure to other girls, and that he was mistaken in his feelings. Thus, he had pretended to enter seclusion for a while, hoping Zhu Xingyao would gain clarity. Little did he know, Zhu Xingyao was relentless, waiting at the entrance of his secluded cave daily. Reluctantly, he had instructed him to descend the mountain for training. This separation had resulted in Zhu Xingyao encountering misfortune in the Taichu's secret realm. While an ancient beast within their sect had unexpectedly broken free, necessitating his intervention to suppress it, he had wanted to find Zhu Xingyao, but his own responsibilities held him back. During that battle, he sustained severe injuries, and afterward, for reasons unknown, he discovered he could no longer enter the dream realm. Life in reality continued. While this regretful dream faded gradually from memory, the system finally grasped the situation. I see. The reason you could no longer cross over was likely due to your severe injuries, which weakened the connection between your body and soul. After your departure, your master reverted to an unconscious state, following the original script toward a tragic fate. Therefore, it cannot be said that you betrayed Zhu Xingyao. You were also powerless. Shen Xiuyun rubbed his aching temples, feeling a twinge of guilt and self-blame. I bear part of the responsibility. If I had not given him hope, he wouldn't have become so obsessed with me, nor would have fallen into darkness and committed such grave errors. At this juncture, it has become increasingly difficult to ascertain who bears the greater burden of responsibility. One can only lament the caprices of fate. The system indicates that the male protagonist's descent into darkness does not stem solely from a lack of affection from his master. The latest narrative I have received reveals that he had already succumbed to demonic influence, while still oblivious within the primordial secret realm, suggesting there are deeper, concealed truths at play. Host, the primary system alerts me that the male protagonist's corruption level is alarmingly high. He has chosen to end his own life, resulting in the collapse of the world. If given the chance to start anew, would you still wish to return? Shen Xiuyun's lips twitched in response. Please, that devilish plot. Do you expect me to endure it once more? Spare me. Although he recalled many past events, it certainly did not imply a desire to relive the chase, where they were both ensnared in a web of their own making. The system reassured him. Host, allow me to explain. The main system has determined that this time we are armed with the essence of redemption, that I will transport you to an earlier time. When the male protagonist has yet to be corrupted, you need only to guide him well, and you shall not suffer the betrayal of a disciple turned adversary. Once his corruption value reaches 0, you will have completed your task and may return to the modern world to live freely. Shen Xiuyun expressed a skepticism. Is such a fortunate circumstance truly possible? Why do I find it so hard to believe? The system continued. The author of this tale, having faced overwhelming backlash for the tragic ending, was inundated with countless boxes of blades. She has fervently sought assistance to amend the narrative, with the comment section flooded with pleas for a happy resolution. We have received her fervent request, but whether you wish to comply is entirely up to you. Shen Xiuyun pondered briefly, recalling that the untainted Zhu Xingyao before his corruption was rather endearing. A somewhat obedient soul, salvageable with a gentle touch. This time, he resolved to diligently teach him the principles of respecting one's master, ensuring he would not stray from the righteous path. It appeared that he had no better options available. So he consented. The system declared, contract established, commencing transport. When Shen Xiuyun opened his eyes once more, he found himself enveloped in dimness. The outside world was shrouded in a gray haze, indicative of night. The white canopy above his bed was conspicuously present. He was likely in the quiet chamber of Yiji Peak. The room's decor was both familiar and foreign, as he had awakened here on numerous occasions. The passage of time in the modern world was more than thrice that of this realm. Thus, for every day that passed in the modern world, nearly 3 days elapsed here. This accounted for Zhu Xingyao's claims of inexplicably disappearing for several days, only to return at night. Such elusive behavior would raise suspicions in anyone else within the Shintian sect. Yet Shen Xiuyun was an exception that he seldom ventured from Yiji Peak, and, given the formidable barriers surrounding the mountain, no one could ascend without his permission. Had he not taken Zhu Xingyao as a disciple, it was likely that no one would have noticed any irregularities until the day he departed. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Shen Xiuyun's musings. Reluctant to leave his bed, he knew that matters within the sect were typically communicated through jade slips, and no one dared to knock so persistently on his door. However, the individual outside persisted, reminiscent of Aunt Shue's relentless tapping. With a sigh of resignation, Shen Xiuyun donned his outer robe and rose to open the door. As he swung the door open, the silvery moonlight flooded in, casting a soft illumination through the gaps. The figure, slightly shorter than him, collided into him, clinging tightly as a frightened voice trembled. "Master, Master, you are truly still here." Shen Xiuyun's body stiffened, uncertain whether it was the sudden embrace or the title that evoked unwelcome memories. He swallowed hard and gazed down at the person before him, stunned for a moment before finding his voice. "Are you Zhu Xingyao?" Looking up at Shen Xiuyun, Zhu Xingyao's eyes sparkled with unshed tears, as if afraid that a mere blink might cause him to vanish. He earnestly corrected, "Master, it's I Yao." Shen Xiuyun, haunted by the memories of the day, he met his untimely end, felt a twinge of discomfort, even facing the uncorrupted Zhu Xing. He stepped back slightly, his tone laced with a hint of irritation. "Why are you out at this late hour instead of resting peacefully in your chamber?" Zhu Xingyao clung back to him like a stubborn adhesive, his tone increasingly pitiful. "Disciple just had a nightmare. Dreaming that Master had vanished and no longer wanted me, that I could not find Master anywhere. Yao is so frightened. Please stay with me." "Master," a frown creased Shen Xiuyun's forehead. This Zhu Xingyao felt somewhat different from his recollection. He had not been so clingy nor delicate before. Given the traumas of his childhood, Zhu Xingyao had always maintained a significant emotional distance from others, and had been rather fierce. Shen Xiuyun vividly recalled the moment he rescued Zhu Xingyao to Yiji Peak. The first thing the boy did upon awakening was to bite his hand ferociously. He had been like a wild cub. It had taken considerable time and patience for him to earn the privilege of petting the boy's head. Could it be that the nightmare had altered his demeanor tonight? "I am here. You see. Can you now return to sleep peacefully?" After all, the current Zhu Xingyao was still an innocent child untouched by darkness. Despite his unresolved feelings regarding the past, Shen Xiuyun was not inclined to be excessively harsh with someone who had yet to falter. Zhu Xingyao shook his head vigorously. "Disciple will not return." Shen Xiuyun sighed in exasperation. "What do you propose to do then?" "Disciple wishes to stay with Master." "That is out of the question." Shen Xiuyun firmly rejected. There was only one bed in his chamber. To remain together would mean sharing it. He was the Master. How could he allow his disciple to lead him by the nose? Absolutely not. Zhu Xingyao appeared wounded by this statement, silently stepping aside and respectfully bowing to Shen Xiuyun. His expression forlorn as he uttered, "Disciple understands that I am not particularly likable and that my background is sensitive. I am aware of this. Master is kind-hearted, taking me in out of pity. I should not expect too much. It is my greed that has led me here. Now that I see Master as well, I should be at ease. I shall take my leave. Master, please rest well." Shen Xiuyun. What does that tone, reminiscent of a deeply aggrieved woman, imply? As if he were devoid of compassion. Wait, just as Zhu Xingyao was about to step over the threshold, Shen Xiuyun called out to him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao's tightly pressed lips relaxed, a smile flickering at the corners as he turned, gazing at Shen Xiuyun with a mixture of confusion and caution. "Master, do you have any instructions?" Shen Xiuyun retorted curtly, "Close the door and come over to sleep." Zhu Xingyao seemed blissfully unaware of his master's nearly gritted teeth tone, his face illuminated by a sweet smile as he dove into the bed. Burrowing under the covers, eagerly inhaling the familiar scent that belonged to the person he cherished, his expression one of indescribable contentment, Shen Xiuyun, belatedly realizing that he had been ensnared in a scheme, thought to himself, "How did this happen?" The system timidly interjected, "Remove the word how." Zhu Xingyao poked his furry head out from under the covers, gazing at the still contemplative Shen Xiuyun, urging, "Master, why aren't you joining me?" Shen Xiuyun retrieved another blanket from the wardrobe and tossed it to Zhu Xingyao before lazily making his way onto the beat. As he lay down, he narrowed his eyes and warned the young disciple. "Behave yourself while sleeping. If you disturb me, I will kick you off the bed." Zhu Xingyao fervently promised, "A Yao will definitely be good." Only when he was being watched, of course. Shen Xiuyun then closed his eyes and ceased speaking. Before long, he felt something lightly brush against his brow, and soon his consciousness began to fade as he slipped into a deep slumber. Once he succumbed to sleep, Zhu Xingyao's eyes snapped open, sharp and alert eye in the darkness. Zhu Xingyao studied Shen Xiuyun's handsome visage. Slipping from his own blanket into Shen Xiuyun's, he extended his hand, gently caressing Shen Xiuyun's cheek, confirming again and again. The warmth conveyed through his fingertips reassured him that the man before him was indeed alive. Overwhelmed by the excitement of having regained what he thought lost, he yearned to envelop Shen Xiuyun in his embrace, wishing for no one to come between them ever again. After a moment, he whispered, "Master, you have returned." The years following his master's death had been a torment for him. He had chosen to follow his master into the afterlife. Yet unexpectedly, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a past he had never dared to dream of. He feared it was all merely an illusion, a fleeting dream. Thankfully, his master was truly here in this lifetime. He vowed to protect his master, ensuring no harm would come to him, and denying anyone the chance to exploit his vulnerabilities. He wished for his master to see and feel only him, Zhu Xingyao. Contentedly, Zhu Xingyao held onto the sleeping Shen Xiuyun, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Finding solace in it, he truly missed his master. However, he knew he could not act impulsively. He must wait for his master's consent. He could take his time. He had ample opportunity to learn how his master preferred to be loved. He could not frighten his master any longer. But after a moment, troubled, Zhu Xingyao threw off the covers, formed a hand seal, and vanished from the room. An hour later, Zhu Xingyao returned to the quiet chamber. His body chilled as he slid back into bed beside Shen Xiuyun. The latter stirred slightly in his sleep. Zhu Xingyao chuckled softly, tightening his embrace around him, drawing warmth from his master's body, and soon fell into a deep slumber himself. As dawn broke, Zhu Xingyao remained clinging to Shen Xiuyun. Reluctant to let go, he grasped a lock of Shen Xiuyun's dark hair tightly in his hand, murmuring in his sleep, "Master, you must not run away." Shen Xiuyun felt a bit suffocated, his chest constricted as if a heavy stone were pressing down upon him. He dreamt of being relentlessly pursued by Zhu Xingyao. Unable to escape, that little rascal even laughed and urged him to run faster. Shen Xiuyun was utterly exhausted. Run? What a ridiculous notion! Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around and slapped that insufferably smug face, only to be met not with Zhu Xingyao's usual perverse remarks about being his master, but rather with a plaintive inquiry, "Master, why did you hit a Yao?" Shen Xiuyun awoke, still dazed, struggling to discern the line between dream and reality. The figure before him blurred, devoid of the crimson robes or demonic marks. His lips felt parched. What was happening? He focused on the pitiful Zhu Xingyao beside him, lacking any of his former sharpness. With disheveled hair and an adorably foolish expression, his eyes brimmed with grievance, hands covering his flushed cheeks. Did he strike the wrong person? Shen Xiuyun awkwardly sat up, covering his mouth to clear his throat, attempting to replace his embarrassment with reprimand. "Why were you holding on so tightly just now? What kind of decorum is this? You're not a pillow." Zhu Xingyao seemed momentarily stunned by this outburst. Lowering his head, nervously clutching the blanket, embodying the picture of a disciple scolded by his master. "Master, please punish me as I have overstepped." Shen Xiuyun, initially still irked, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing this. If he spoke too harshly, it might seem as if he, as the master, was being unreasonable. Yet, remaining silent might only embolden Zhu Xingyao, leading him to become even more audacious in the future, spiraling everything out of control. After much contemplation, Shen Xiuyun could only issue a symbolic warning. "This shall be the last time. Do not repeat such actions in the future, or I shall confine you." Zhu Xingyao obediently replied. "Disciple shall remember." However, a sense of doubt lingered in his heart. Why did his master seem to disapprove of his affection now? when he had always been so attached. The essence of his master's soul was unmistakable to him. Was this unexpected behavior a sign that his master also? If his master was indeed aware of his past transgressions, why then did he choose to keep him close? No, perhaps his master was simply being lenient with the version of himself that had committed no wrongdoing. If only his true identity were known. Zhu Xingyao's heart shuddered. Thus, it was imperative that his master remained oblivious to the truth, as long as no one disturbed him. He wouldn't mind continuing to masquerade as an innocuous little rabbit for the rest of his life. After all, his master was more susceptible to the charm of a gentle creature than to forceful tactics. Shen Xiuyun waved his hand, indicating that Zhu Xingyao should take his leave. You may return after breakfast to listen to my teachings. Yes, master, Zhu Xingyao responded obediently as he departed. What Shen Xiuyun did not anticipate was that half an hour later, Zhu Xingyao returned, bearing a sumptuous array of dishes. He arranged the food on a low table, served rice for Shen Xiuyun, and finally took a seat opposite him, awaiting his master to begin eating. Shen Xiuyun hesitated for a moment before saying, Yao, your master has already embarked on fasting. You need not prepare a portion for me. That it wasn't that he disliked the delightful cuisine, but rather he wished for less frequent encounters. Does master find the meals prepared by his disciple unpalatable? If so, I shall strive to improve my cooking skills, Zhu Xingyao replied, his expression one of pitiful earnestness, as if he would weep at Shen Xiuyun's slightest disapproval. Shen Xiuyun clarified, No, your cooking is quite good. But a cultivator should minimize consumption of grains, as it may hinder one's practice system. Host, had I not known your true intentions, I might have almost believed your deception. Shen Xiuyun, get lost, do not interrupt my performance. System, all right, I shall swiftly depart. Zhu Xingyao, having grasped Shen Xiuyun's sincere concern, looked at him with unwavering determination, filled with resolve. Disciple understands. I shall strive to reach the golden core stage as quickly as possible. Shen Xiuyun felt a sense of satisfaction. The male protagonist, untainted by darkness, was truly simple-minded and easy to appease, far more so than the corrupted version. This task was remarkably effortless. Now, as long as he ensured that Zhu Xingyao did not venture into that confounding Taichu's secret realm, the outcome was already assured. In his contentment, Shen Xiuyun failed to notice the glimmer of ambition that flickered in Zhu Xingyao's eyes as he lowered his head to eat. Master, so you wish to distance yourself from me? But how could I allow you to succeed? You are my lifeline. Without you, how am I to survive? Chapter 33. Master, you must awaken soon, and on Yiji Peak, the vegetation was lush and diverse, yet the peach trees were particularly abundant. In the quiet courtyard, several stood tall. However, these peach trees, despite their flourishing leaves throughout the year, never bore flowers or fruit, which was indeed peculiar. Why do you keep staring at these trees? Zhu Xingyao replied. Master, I've been on Yiji Peak for 4 years, and these peach trees have never bloomed or borne fruit. There's something wrong with them? He recalled the 2 puppets that Yun Siqing had sent him in his previous life, which seemed to be crafted from peach wood. Given that his master possessed a wood spirit root, could there be a connection between him and these trees? Shen Xiuyun coughed lightly into his hand. They're not the problem. The issue lies with me. Alas, as the embodiment of the peach trees on Yiji Peak, how could he expect them to flourish when he himself had not engaged in certain activities? Fortunately, aside from Yun Siqing and his ascended master, scarcely anyone was aware of this matter. Otherwise, in his past life, he and Zhu Xingyao would have faced countless social embarrassments. Wait, his senior brother was aware. Damn it! Shen Xiuyun felt a wave of panic. Zhu Xingyao remained fixated on this dilemma, questioning why the peach trees in the mortal realm behaved differently. Shen Xiuyun adopted a serious tone. The mortal realm is one thing, but the trees of the cultivation realm are inherently distinct. Oh, Zhu Xingyao momentarily suppressed his curiosity, resolving to uncover the truth later. He had always yearned to cultivate beneath the peach trees on Yiji Peak, yet had never found the opportunity. Perhaps this time, this dream could finally come to fruition. A touch of greed stirred within him. It would be even more beautiful to cultivate beneath a tree full of blossoms. Shen Xiuyun sensed the growing peculiarity in Zhu Xingyao's gaze and hurriedly redirected the conversation. Enough of unrelated matters. He settled beneath a peach tree, holding a scripture, and earnestly began to expound upon its contents, discussing concepts such as the harmony of yin and yang and the benefits of partners in cultivation. Yet, Zhu Xingyao absorbed none of it. His master might mistakenly believe that his thoughts of rebellion had only arisen after he had fallen into darkness. But that was far from the truth. From the moment he awakened on Yiji Peak and laid eyes upon Shen Xiuyun, he had been smitten by this person. It was then that he bit Shen Xiuyun, leaving a mark that belonged only to him. That time, he had a vague understanding of his feelings and did not know how to express them. He simply cherished the moments when Shen Xiuyun would pat his head. Those such touches made him feel strangely unsettled. Fearing he might become unwell, he was not accustomed to closeness with Shen Xiuyun. Only after reading some particularly unique texts did he comprehend that those peculiar reactions were feelings reserved for someone he liked. From that moment on, the desire within him grew uncontrollably wild, like a rampant weed. Yao, do you understand what your master is saying? Shen Xiuyun inquired of the distracted Zhu Xingyao. Master wishes to convey that the harmony of yin and yang, and that having a partner is beneficial for cultivation? Precisely. Once you come of age, you may seek a partner of your choosing. Zhu Xingyao replied with innocent sincerity, but disciple prefers boys. Shen Xiuyun nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing violently. Boys with boys is contrary to convention and would invite public scorn. Could it be that Zhu Xingyao had been inclined this way all along? Shen Xiuyun found it difficult to fathom. Yet he recalled that Zhu Xingyao had only confessed his feelings after drunkenly revealing his heart. Now, this disciple should still harbor no inappropriate intentions. What did it matter what the world thought? Disciple only cares for the desires of his own heart, he mentally added, and anyone who dares to criticize shall be dealt with. Shen Xiuyun found himself quite exasperated. Well, if you truly favor men, I shall not force you to change. Just ensure you do not commit acts that betray your master and ancestors. Zhu Xingyao's gaze was earnest, nodding as if he understood. As luck would have it, his favorite pastime was indeed to deceive those above him. Betraying his master and ancestors, he only wished to torment his master. Others were of no concern. He yearned to hear Shen Xiuyun express how he found it impossible to resist him, how he wanted him, how he could not live without him. The thought consumed him. Master, you must awaken soon, he fervently wished, for I truly fear I may not be able to hold back. After weeks of continuous theoretical lessons, Shen Xiuyun found his throat growing hoarse. At times, after dozing off at his desk, his lips would inexplicably feel dry and painful. After careful consideration, he decided it would be best to alternate between swordsmanship and theory lessons. On this particular day, as he prepared to teach Zhu Xingyao sword techniques, an unexpected video call from Yun Xiqing disrupted Shen Xiuyun's plans. The projection spell was an upgraded version of the sound transmission spell, akin to a video call. In midair, Yun Xiqing's ethereal figure stood tall and composed, his expression serious. What brings you here, senior brother? Yun Xiqing looked at Shen Xiuyun with curiosity. Did you not send a message last month, saying you wished to discuss something with me when I had time? Shen Xiuyun was momentarily taken aback. The events of his past life felt so distant that he could not recall the reason for seeking Yun Xiqing. Have I forgotten? He mused. Are you currently preoccupied? What are you engaged in? Teaching Io to practice swordsmanship, Yun Xiqing replied, his brow furrowing. He has been in the sect for 4 years now and has matured into adulthood. Has he not yet learned to study the sword manual independently? You are indulging him too much. Let him peruse the sword manual himself while you come to Wuxiang Peak. Shen Xiuyun sighed in resignation. Very well, brother, please wait a moment. Upon closing the transmission technique, Shen Xiuyun turned to find his unwilling disciple, Zhu Xingyao, gazing at him with displeasure. Master, were you not supposed to teach your disciple sword practice today? Zhu Xingyao protested, unwilling to relinquish Shen Xiuyun to another. Even if that individual was his master's senior brother, in his previous life, he had always felt that Yun Xiqing had been excessively kind to his master. Furthermore, he later discovered that Yun Xiqing's heart demon tribulation was caused by Shen Xiuyun, which only deepened his resentment. Who could fathom the hidden thoughts that resided in Yun Xiqing's heart? Shen Xiuyun hesitated for a moment before soothingly saying, I shall teach you later. I will return shortly. Zhu Xingyao, seething internally, managed to muster a perfect smile. All right, then the disciple shall wait for master to return. Shen Xiuyun patted Zhu Xingyao's fluffy head, thinking that he was indeed more understanding than in his previous life. Showing consideration for his master, a sign of progress. However, he did not anticipate that Yun Siqing, who appeared to speak little, could engage him in conversation for an entire day, leading to his rebirth's first system notification. Male protagonist darkening value 2. Chapter 34. Has the disciple darkened? On the way, Shen Xiuyun reflected for a moment and finally recalled the reason he sought Yun Siqing in his past life. Although Yun Siqing was the sect leader and occupied with daily affairs, he had taken on 5 disciples, each of whom he taught well, instilling in them a sense of propriety and obedience. They were all models of the Shintian sect. Therefore, he wished to consult Yun Siqing to learn how to guide the rebellious and disobedient Zhu Xingyao. Striving to align him more closely with the exemplary standards set by others' disciples, it had been some time since he last saw his senior brother. Yun Siqing poured Shen Xiuyun a cup of brewed tea, recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier in the transmission technique, causing him to frown. When would Zhu Xingyao, so clingy, ever stand on his own? Would he require his junior brother to care for him for eternity? Sooner or later, his junior brother must ascend. Junior brother, do you not think you are overly indulgent with your disciple? Shen Xiuyun set down his teacup, savoring the lingering sweetness of the tea. Am I? Perhaps it is just manageable. Yun Siqing remarked, when Shen Xiuyun was cultivating with me, he was merely 8 years old. His entire family was slain by demonic practitioners. His background is no less tragic than Zhu Xingyao's. Yet, I taught him that the more one faces adversity, the more resilient one must be, and one must not wallow in the pains of the past. He is now capable of standing on his own. I understand your compassion for Zhu Xingyao's circumstances, but excessive protection may hinder his growth. Your guidance should lean towards the stern. Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. Brother, you make a valid point. I shall consider it carefully. He had indeed contemplated a stricter approach to Zhu Xingyao's education, but the boy was akin to a fragile glass orb. Too much change in a short time could be detrimental. Disciples were prone to emotional stress. Yun Siqing suggested, why not have him reside in the disciples' quarters? Being among peers will make it easier for him to open up that if you are concerned, I can arrange for him to stay with Shen Xiuyun, who can look after him during the day. What do you think? Shen Xiuyun felt uneasy. Perhaps in a few days, his spiritual roots have not fully recovered, and his health is still not optimal. Just be mindful. Afterward, Yun Siqing and Shen Xiuyun engaged in a lengthy discussion, mostly consisting of his senior brother's parenting insights and various considerations. Shen Xiuyun found himself curious as to why his brother and Jin Shen Xiuyun had not transformed into the archetype of a strict master. It defied logic. Was it not said that a strict master would make the disciple feel unloved, leading to dissatisfaction? Yet, in this entire narrative, he alone bore the brunt of the emotional wounds. Shen Xiuyun felt a surge of frustration. Before he could voice it, a system notification chimed. Detected male protagonist darkening value 2. The host is advised to return promptly to assess the situation. What on earth had transpired? Darkening value 1. Shen Xiuyun felt a wave of panic. Everything seemed fine at Yiji Peak. Why had the darkening value increased? Zhu Xingyao, what on earth are you doing? Shen Xiuyun felt as agitated as an ant on a hot pan, hastily bidding farewell to Yun Siqing. Brother, it is getting late. Let us conclude our discussion for today. I shall come to seek your guidance another day. Yun Siqing pursed his lips, shaking his head in disapproval. The longer he observed Shen Xiuyun, the more he felt disappointed. How long has it been since you left? Why the rush to return? It must be because of Zhu Xing. It seems that lad is quite clingy. You must have indulged him excessively. What is it that you find so endearing about Zhu Xingyao? Your once most cherished disciple, since taking on a disciple, has become less significant to you. Yun Siqing felt inexplicably irked, harboring a sense of jealousy without understanding why. Very well, now that you have someone else to care for, it seems I can no longer keep you here. Shen Xiuyun. Brother, why do your words sound so disconcertingly caustic? Can you not speak normally? Yun Siqing shrugged, producing several books. Take these. Read them often. Shen Xiuyun accepted them in his bag with gratitude. Thank you, brother, for the books. He then swiftly departed from Wuxiang Peak. Goodness, the darkening value had already surged to 10. If it reached 100, he would be forced to compose a mournful elegy for himself. Shen Xiuyun hurried back to Yizhi Peak, arriving as the moon rose high in the sky, bathed in moonlight. The nightscape shimmered with a silvery glow. Outside the quiet room, a figure huddled in the doorway, clutching a wooden sword, head resting on knees, curled up like a cat. Was he asleep? How stubborn it was to sleep outside rather than return home. Shen Xiuyun's heart felt tangled with a myriad of emotions, chaotic and disordered, leaving him uncertain on how to proceed. What should be done with you, master? Zhu Xingyao seemed to sense his presence, groggily opening his eyes to see Shen Xiuyun, resplendent in silver light, gazing down at him. Zhu Xingyao's face first lit up with surprise, but quickly fell into disappointment as he buried his head back into his arms. Shen Xiuyun stepped forward and knelt beside him. Exasperated, you're tired, yet you do not return to your room to rest. Your spiritual roots have only recently begun to recover. Do you not fear catching a chill? Zhu Xingyao responded sullenly, ignoring Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun bent down, his voice tinged with concern. Are you upset? If I do not lower the darkening value today, I shall be unable to sleep soundly tonight. Zhu Xingyao turned away, refusing to meet Shen Xiuyun's gaze. His voice filled with a hint of grievance. Master, you lied. You said you would teach me sword practice today, yet I have waited all day. Shen Xiuyun gently ruffled his soft hair. It is my fault for forgetting the time. Now, please get up, the ground is cold. Zhu Xingyao leaned against Shen Xiuyun's warm palm, slowly rising, but suddenly his legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. Shen Xiuyun reacted swiftly, catching him just in time. What happened? Zhu Xingyao rubbed his knees. I squatted for too long, and my legs went numb. I cannot walk. The implication was clear. He wanted Shen Xiuyun to carry him. Shen Xiuyun frowned. Excessive intimate contact must be avoided to prevent falling into a vicious cycle. Yet if he did not acquiesce to Zhu Xingyao's wishes, the darkening value would likely remain stubbornly high. What a headache. Very well. I shall help you. And no hugs. Absolutely no hugs. Shen Xiuyun channeled a bit of spiritual energy into his palm, gently pressing it against Zhu Xingyao's knee, his movements delicate. Zhu Xingyao could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from Shen Xiuyun's hand. The spiritual energy flowed forth, combined with tender motions. Zhu Xingyao's numbed leg should have begun to feel relief. Yet Shen Xiuyun noticed that he was trembling even more. Is your leg in pain? Zhu Xingyao lowered his head, biting his lip, and shook his head in a panic. Unbeknownst to Shen Xiuyun, his face was slightly flushed. In truth, he did not feel any pain. Rather, he found himself inexplicably affected by the slightest expression or smile from the person before him. Utterly captivated, his master had a way of unintentionally stirring his emotions. Shen Xiuyun muttered, "When did you become so delicate?" Zhu Xingyao gritted his teeth. I am not. I am clearly. Never mind. Let him have this moment. Master, you will eventually discover who truly possesses a delicate nature. Chapter 35. Master, I want to make you happy. Once Zhu Xingyao felt somewhat better, Shen Xiuyun personally escorted him back to the bamboo cottage at the mountainside. Master, please do not leave yet. Stay with me a little longer. Zhu Xingyao sat on the edge of the bed, tugging at Shen Xiuyun's sleeve, his eyes pleading. Shen Xiuyun gazed into Zhu Xingyao's enchanting peach blossom eyes, his thoughts momentarily scattered. For reasons unknown, the words of refusal that lingered on his lips were swallowed back, that he instinctively replied, "All right." Zhu Xingyao pressed his cheek against Shen Xiuyun's palm, his tone filled with grievance. Master, today you left your disciple waiting for so long because of the sect master. Will you not comfort me? Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow, pondering how to console him. He took out some spiritual fruits from his bag, rare treasures that were hard to come by even outside. Will eating these fruits make you happy? Zhu Xingyao squinted, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with playful light, smiling like a cunning fox. That's fine if master feeds me. Shen Xiuyun felt a peculiar oddity about himself. Yet he could not pinpoint its source. Unable to comprehend, he resolved to set it aside for the moment. He delicately peeled the skin of the spiritual fruit with his fingertips. The juice inevitably stained his fingers. Zhu Xingyao watched intently, as if she wished to etch every aspect of him into her very soul. When she received the spiritual fruit from Shen Xiuyun, their fingertips brushed against each other, causing him to withdraw his hand as if struck by lightning. After a brief contemplation, Zhu Xingao earnestly inquired, "Does master not like this?" Shen Xiuyun nodded, his mind a chaotic whirl, unable to think of anything beyond Zhu Xingyao's question. How strange. What was wrong with him? Zhu Xingao tentatively asked, "Why?" "It's not allowed." She grasped some crucial insight. Shen Xiuyun had not claimed to be unhappy, but had instead downplayed the matter with a simple "not allowed." What would make it permissible? It simply cannot be. Shen Xiuyun frowned deeply, lips pressed together, a flicker of struggle appearing in his calm eyes. Zhu Xingyao sensed something awry. Shen Xiuyun seemed desperate to voice something, yet remained silent, his heart resisting, likely harboring an unwilling secret. "What will happen? Can master tell me? I wish to see you happy." Shen Xiuyun continued to keep his lips sealed, his expression growing increasingly grave, despite her pressing inquiries. Zhu Xingyao felt a sense of urgency. Her soothing voice held an enchanting allure. "Master, would you not share with me?" Still, Shen Xiuyun remained mute, the struggle in his eyes intensifying. Zhu Xingyao sighed, realizing that further questioning would yield no answers. "Very well. I shall not press you today." Logically, if master harbored feelings for her, these should be questions she could ask, unless master himself had no answers, or perhaps another reason altogether. The world only recognized him as a mixed blood. Yet it remained ignorant of the nature of his demonic lineage. His father, a succubus, adept at beguiling hearts, had employed every stratagem to ensnare his mother, but that was a tale best left untold. The succubus clan, naturally captivating, possessed an unparalleled beauty. Anyone who entertained inappropriate thoughts towards them could easily fall prey to their charms, revealing secrets and confessions they typically kept hidden in his previous life. He had attempted to use his charm ability on Shen Xiuyun, yet every attempt had been futile. Now, at least, things were somewhat better than before. So, what did the sect master discuss with you for so long? This time, Shen Xiuyun replied promptly, "It concerns you." Zhu Xingyao narrowed her eyes, sensing trouble. "What about me?" Shen Xiuyun responded, "You want me to discipline you more strictly, to have you stay in the disciples' quarters and engage more with others." Yun Siqing indeed harbored ill intentions, devising such ludicrous schemes. "Isn't it enough for you to manage your own disciple?" Zhu Xingyao's voice turned icy, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "Did master agree?" "Noted. Oh, why not? It would make you unhappy." Zhu Xingyao's lips curled into a smile, her heart feeling as sweet as honey. "But in the future, I will still send you away. You are too clingy. How will you achieve independence?" Zhu Xingyao's smile faltered. "Oh, master, your words can truly infuriate. How should I punish you?" "Master, please stay with me today. No disciple has been left alone by you the entire day, waiting from dawn until dusk. Can you truly bear to abandon me?" Shen Xiuyun pondered for long, while before reluctantly uttering two words, "Very well." Seeing Shen Xiuyun relent, Zhu Xingyao feared he might change his mind, quickly pulling him down to sleep together. Clothed. After her rebirth, Zhu Xingyao retained the cultivation from her previous life, and she was uncertain why, perhaps due to that curse? Although Master was a grand ascendant, he had no defenses against her current meager foundation, making him an easy target. Yet, she could not overindulge in this. If it raised Master's suspicions, it could lead to trouble. Zhu Xingyao lay on her side, casting her gaze on Master, unable to tire of the sight. Excitement danced in her eyes, and as time trickled by, her gaze grew increasingly intense, akin to a famished beast poised to pounce. "Master, I truly like you. What should I do? My affection is nearing the brink of chaos. You must come to a realization soon." Shen Xiuyun slept soundly until dawn, the sunlight outside piercing his eyes. He attempted to shield himself with his arm, only to brush against a soft object beside him. In that moment, all fatigue fled from his mind. Upon focusing, he realized it was indeed Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun gasped. What had transpired last night? He felt around his body and was relieved to find his clothes still intact. But wait, his mouth felt a bit sore. Shen Xiuyun strained to recall the events of the previous night, yet the only image that surfaced was of him voluntarily remaining to comfort Zhu Xingyao. He had only intended to escort her back to sleep, never considering staying. How could he have agreed? He smacked his head, seriously doubting whether he had lost his senses at that moment. Zhu Xingyao, now awake, grasped Shen Xiuyun's wrist, halting him. Master, why are you hitting yourself? Does it not hurt? Shen Xiuyun regarded Zhu Xingyao with suspicion. Increasingly convinced something was amiss, he seized her wrist in return. A powerful surge of spiritual energy infiltrating her pulse. Recalling all the peculiarities upon their return, he could not help but question whether this individual before him was indeed Zhu Xingyao, or if some demon had usurped her form. Zhu Xingyao knelt, her expression pained, cold sweat glistening as she pleaded, Master, it hurts so much. Her meridians, still in the foundational stage, could hardly withstand the reckless onslaught of a grand ascendant's power. Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow, noting no anomalies in her cultivation, nor any foreign essence tainting her. Was he merely being overly sensitive and suspicious? What if that entity was lurking within her consciousness? Should he inspect Zhu Xingyao's consciousness? Io, let me take a look at your consciousness. Master, a cultivator's consciousness can only be open to their destined partner. Zhu Xingyao hesitated, caught between her words. Upon hearing the term destined partner, Shen Xiuyun hesitated, only to inquire, have you felt any discomfort in your body lately? Yes, Zhu Xingyao replied. I often have nightmares at night. What do you dream about? I dream that I have fallen into madness, committing grave errors, that I have caused Master's demise. Zhu Xingyao's expression was one of panic, clearly not feigned. Master, that is not me, right? How could I ever do such a thing? So, this was the cause of Zhu Xingyao's recent erratic behavior. Had she dreamt of events from her past life? Leaning weakly against Shen Xiuyun's shoulder, her body trembled. Master, I am so afraid. After a long moment, Shen Xiuyun's tense form gradually relaxed, as he gently patted Zhu Xingyao's head. Do not fear. You will not become that way, because I will not allow it. Yes, Io will not. Io is very obedient in a place unseen by Shen Xiuyun. Zhu Xingyao's smile was unrestrained and exuberant. Chapter 36. Even if I remain at the foundational stage for a lifetime, I will never disdain you. After returning to the quiet chamber, Shen Xiuyun inquired about the system regarding the darkening values from yesterday, and upon learning that everything was clear, he let out a long sigh of relief. If sleep couldn't dispel them, then he would system. Host, I have received several strategy guides sent by the main system. Would you like to take a look? Shen Xiuyun took a few sips of water to soothe his dry throat, and quickly replied, Yes, yes. Hurry and show me. Finally, the system was able to provide something useful. System, items are being transmitted, distribution completed. These are exquisite materials meticulously compiled by Yun Xiaofei, said to be essential for Shen Xiuyun to advance his emotional development, that I hope the host can make good use of them. With a thud, several beautifully packaged thick tomes fell onto the bed, their appearance impressively grand. Shen Xiuyun unwrapped the packaging and found 4 books in total. How to teach disciples to respect their masters. 1008 characteristics of a darkening disciple. How to respond when a disciple darkens, and high-risk profession of a master. How to excel at water carrying. Just from the titles, one could ascertain the reliability of the content. Shen Xiuyun felt confident. This mission would surely be accomplished, but he placed the books on the desk, deciding to thoroughly study them once he had finished teaching Zhu Xingyao swordsmanship in the days that followed, while teaching Zhu Xingyao swordsmanship. She frequently encountered accidents due to her excessive diligence. For example, after practicing swordplay late into the night, braving the cold winds, she caught a fever and required Master to stay up all night by her side. Or her eagerness to comprehend the techniques more deeply led to a chaotic disruption of her spiritual energy, nearly resulting in her falling into madness. There were even more absurd instances where she attempted to fast during the foundational stage, only to faint from hunger. One incident after another left Shen Xiuyun utterly exasperated. How did she become so prone to mishaps? The child seemed more obedient than in her previous life. Yet she was somehow becoming more difficult to manage. Shen Xiuyun could not understand. After multiple misadventures, he warned, from now on, you must not secretly overexert yourself. You are truly risking your life to pursue the path of immortality. Zhu Xingyao's long eyelashes droop, revealing a hint of hurt in her tone. Does Master disapprove of me for being too foolish and incapable of doing anything well? Shen Xiuyun genuinely wishes to affirm her. You have seen through the truth. However, to avoid undermining the young one's confidence, he can only insincerely express that Zhu Xingyao is remarkable and that she is learning well, with no need for haste in her progress. Although she has grasped the teachings well, if she continues to toil in silence, unforeseen troubles are bound to arise. Zhu Xingyao obstinately insists, it's not enough that if I cannot form my core and become stronger soon, I won't be able to bring joy to Master. If Master is unhappy, he might abandon me. Shen Xiuyun is taken aback. What nonsense is this? Why would you think that? When has he ever placed such pressure on Zhu Xingyao? Her expression mirrors his surprise, as if she is astonished that Master does not share her sentiments. She hesitantly voices her long-suppressed thoughts. Did Master not imply that I should hasten to form my core and fast from grains? Otherwise, why would he have suddenly reminded her that day? She is aware that her cultivation was delayed due to her severed spiritual roots, resulting in 4 years of foundational training, yet still being in the initial stage, which has drawn much criticism towards Master. I never meant that. Shen Xiuyun laments, feeling a deep regret. He only wishes for Zhu Xingyao to develop normally, but forgets that this young one is delicate, sensitive, and prone to overthinking. He gently pats her head and speaks earnestly. Although I have expectations for you, I would never abandon you if those expectations were unfulfilled. You can rest assured of that. Even if you remain in the foundational stage for your entire life, I would never disdain you. Upon finishing, Shen Xiuyun hurriedly inquires within his mind, if I end up failing to nurture the male lead, will there be any repercussions? The system hesitantly replies, Host, with the male lead's talent, as long as you teach earnestly, it is absolutely impossible for him to be wasted. Shen Xiuyun counters, What if? The system confidently asserts. There is no what if. The male lead must be strong. Upon hearing Shen Xiuyun's words, Zhu Xingyao suddenly embraces his waist, burying her face in his chest. Master, does Master truly understand what he is saying? How many people in this world can guarantee that another person will never abandon them, regardless of circumstances? Even among partners, such assurance is difficult to achieve. Surely Master cares for me in his heart. But why has he never expressed his affection? Is it due to their teacher-student relationship, or perhaps because of the emotionless path of cultivation, loving without awareness? Shen Xiuyun feels a ticklish sensation in his chest as Zhu Xingyao's soft head rubs against him. He chides softly, What kind of decorum is this? Release me at once. However, his tone lacks authority, sounding more like faux anger tinged with indulgent affection. Apologies for overstepping. Master, please don't be upset. Zhu Xingyao reluctantly loosens her grip around Shen Xiuyun's waist. His waist remains as slender as ever. In the past, when Master would perch on his waist, he could easily encircle it with one hand. As Zhu Xingyao recalls those moments, her throat suddenly feels parched, rendering her voice slightly hoarse. Master. Master, what is it? I merely wish to call out to Master, to momentarily ease the tumultuous thoughts in my heart. Shen Xiuyun feigns annoyance. What nonsense. Half a year has slipped by in the blink of an eye. And it is once again time for the disciples of various peaks to strive for the end-of-year KPL. Each year, at the end of the year, Xuantiangong conducts an underground demon realm trial within the sect. In this secret realm, disciples hunt demon beasts to enhance their combat abilities, with the top 10 outstanding disciples receiving generous rewards. Furthermore, the performance of each peak's disciples directly influences the allocation of cultivation resources for the following year. Thus, the masters of Xuantiangong are rigorously training their disciples, teaching them how to score points in the secret realm and achieve remarkable results to bring glory to their peaks. Shen Xiuyun muses that this feels reminiscent of modern exam preparation. Fortunately, he has only one disciple, and thankfully, his disciple is not participating. Zhu Xingyao has not participated for 4 consecutive years, so there's no sense of tension on Yiji Peak. Today, Shen Xiuyun is instructing Zhu Xingyao in new sword techniques. The master stands tall in flowing white robes, exuding an aura of cool elegance. As he draws his sword, his robe billows, and the blade gleams with a sharp brilliance, captivating those who watch. Did you clearly observe the techniques I just demonstrated? Shen Xiuyun finishes with a beautiful flourish, landing gracefully while sheathing the frost-marked sword. Zhu Xingyao nods, her eyes sparkling with admiration. as if filled with awe. Shen Xiuyun feels a sense of relief, believing that with the male lead's talent, a single demonstration is sufficient, as Zhu Xingyao has been quite easy to manage over the past 6 months. Yet perhaps this sword technique proves to be somewhat challenging, as Zhu Xingyao consistently mis-executes the move. The sword tip should be level, back straight. He instructs, the speed of your strikes is insufficient. Your movements lack fluidity. This will not do, Deadeye. In exasperation, Shen Xiuyun resorts to a hands-on approach, guiding Zhu Xingyao through the motions. Merely comprehending is not enough. Let us engage in sparring. With a swift motion, Shen Xiuyun lifts another wooden sword prepared nearby. His strikes are rapid and fierce, demanding Zhu Xingyao's utmost focus to keep up. Even so, she struggles to cope under Shen Xiuyun's increasingly relentless onslaught. Pretending to be overpowered, she lets her wooden sword be knocked from her grasp, causing her to stumble backward uncontrollably. Be careful. Shen Xiuyun swiftly pivots the sword and leans to grasp Zhu Xingyao's hand. But in that instant of contact, he feels a fleeting numbness coursing through him. This momentary lapse in balance causes him to tumble alongside Zhu Xingyao. As they fall, Zhu Xingyao emits a soft groan, while Shen Xiuyun feels a sharp pain on his lips, his teeth tingling. This fall seems to scatter their thoughts, leaving them in a daze, staring at each other in silence. On Yiji Peak, even a mountain wind seemed to have stilled, enveloping them in a haunting quietude, with only their increasingly rapid heartbeats echoing in the stillness, until an untimely voice calls out from behind, shattering the silence. What are you two doing? Chapter 37. Junior brother. I await your explanation. Hearing Yun Siqing's voice, Shen Xiuyun jolts in surprise, his stunned gaze gradually returning to focus. Then, his pupils widen in shock. The position he shares with Zhu Xingyao could undoubtedly inspire a 1,000-word essay. Their hair intertwines, their lips touch, and one of Shen Xiuyun's hands rests upon Zhu Xingyao's chest, where he could distinctly feel the firm muscles beneath her clothing. Shen Xiuyun's face burns with embarrassment, while within, a peculiar tingling sensation spreads. His hand, feeling as if it has been scorched, instinctively withdraws from Zhu Xingyao's chest. What kind of bizarre scenario is this? Seeing that Shen Xiuyun and Zhu Xingyao remain unresponsive, Yun Siqing's voice grows serious. Junior brother, Shen Xiuyun and Zhu Xingyao part ways, and without turning back, he calls out loudly, I'm here. Senior brother, stay right there. Fearing that Yun Siqing would approach and witness something even more inappropriate, he hurriedly scrambles to his feet. Master, it hurts. Hearing this, Shen Xiuyun looks at Zhu Xingyao and realizes in the previous life, Yun Siqing seldom sought him out personally, even when there was something urgent. It was merely a matter of a transmitted message. Yun Siqing's gaze lingered momentarily on Zhu Xingyao before he coldly remarked, there is indeed a pressing matter. Shen Xiuyun, following his gaze with curiosity, glanced at Zhu Xingyao, wondering if it pertained to his disciple. However, regarding the Demon Mirror trial, he had conveyed to Yun Siqing half a month ago that Zhu Xingyao would not be participating. After all, that place was the first step where Zhu Xingyao had completely opened the door to a new world. Such matters that could influence a child's healthy development should never occur again, especially not after having been reborn. Upon returning to the quiet chamber, Shen Xiuyun offered Zhu Xingyao a cup of fine tea. Yet, Yun Siqing showed no intention of touching the cup before him. Master, would you care for some tea? This is brewed from morning dew that a Yao prepares daily. It has a delightful flavor. Zhu Xingyao was diligent in his daily responsibilities, ensuring that Shen Xiuyun's needs were met with utmost care. The thought of losing such a considerate disciple suddenly left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Yun Siqing cast a fleeting glance at the tea, remaining unmoved. Zhu Xingyao kindly reminded him, Master, perhaps uncle is not thirsty. The morning dew is prepared with great effort for you, if it weren't for the need to maintain the impression of a dutiful disciple. Yun Siqing Wun tea even qualified to glance at this tea. Yun Siqing shot an irritable look at Zhu Xingyao, his voice cold as he commanded, Why are you still here? Go wait outside. Zhu Xingyao did not comply. Master is usually forthright with me about his matters. If uncle has something to say, he might as well speak plainly. There are proprieties in discussions among elders. How dare you presume to eavesdrop? Whether or not one can listen depends on the situation. It would be inappropriate for uncle to dismiss it so easily. Your flattery and smooth tongue are unwelcome. My words are not for you to interject. A gentle cough from Shen Xiuyun interrupted their escalating argument. The two seemed like two roosters ready to clash, their gazes sparking with barely contained animosity. If they were to continue this way, a physical confrontation might ensue. They had hardly met a few times. And yet, the intensity of their mutual grievances was bewildering. Shen Xiuyun, caught in the middle, felt utterly helpless. Point one was a delicate-hearted protagonist, while the other was an elder brother who had raised him like a father. Offending either was a precarious endeavor. How unfortunate his fate was. Sighing, Shen Xiuyun retrieved a white porcelain vial from his bag and pressed it into Zhu Xingyao's hands, soothingly saying, "Yao, did you not mention earlier that you were injured? Please return to your room and tend to your wounds so that you do not cause me worry, all right?" "Very well. Disciple shall heed master's advice." Zhu Xingyao pouted, resembling a petulant wife, reluctantly retreating. Once the door closed, Yun Siqing established a formidable barrier within the room, completely isolating their conversation from the outside world, ensuring that not a whisper of their discussion would escape. Shen Xiuyun's lips twitched. "Brother, is this truly necessary?" Inside the room, silence stretched uncomfortably. Yun Siqing furrowed his brow, gazing at Shen Xiuyun for a long moment, his deep eyes flashing with complex emotions. This caused Shen Xiuyun to feel as though he were back in school. Summoned to the office by the headmaster for a stern conversation, the pressure was overwhelming and anxiety began to creep in. Finally, it was Yun Siqing who broke the tense silence. "Junior brother, I await your explanation." Shen Xiuyun replied honestly, "There's not much to explain. I was sparring with Yao and, in a moment of miscalculation, nearly injured him. In my haste to pull him back, an accident occurred, and that was all there was to it." "Is that truly all? Are you certain?" Zhu Xingyao did not act with intention. Shen Xiuyun sighed. "What else could it be? Brother, what exactly do you think I have misunderstood?" His tone, filled with indignation, was reminiscent of a farmer lamenting his cabbage being trampled by pigs. Why did he resort to such a strange analogy? Yun Siqing suddenly remarked, "Junior brother, I feel you have changed." Shen Xiuyun's heart sank, his expression momentarily stiffening, and he hesitantly responded, Have I? Oh no, was he on the verge of being exposed? Chapter 38. Administering medicine to the disciple personally. Brother, what do you mean by this? Yun Siqing did not respond, but instead seized Shen Xiuyun's wrist, channeling a pure stream of spiritual energy into his meridians. Shen Xiuyun was taken aback. He never expected that the suspicion of being possessed would now fall upon him. Remembering how he had previously doubted Zhu Xingyao, he now found himself in the position of being questioned. However, being a transmigrator with a system, there was no reason for him to be so easily discovered, right? Brother suspects I've been possessed. I merely wish to ascertain whether your spiritual energy has changed. Yun Siqing withdrew his hand and stated, You have changed because your treatment of Zhu Xingyao has been notably different. You are like a different person altogether. He did not truly suspect Shen Xiuyun of being possessed, as there had been no disturbances in his life token. Rather, he suspected that Shen Xiuyun had unwittingly fallen under Zhu Xingyao's influence. Otherwise, how could one explain why Shen Xiuyun was uniquely attentive to Zhu Xingyao? Through this examination, he vaguely sensed traces of demonic charm lingering within Shen Xiuyun's soul, though faint. It was likely that even Shen Xiuyun himself was unaware of it. Yet this hinted that Zhu Xingyao was not as innocent as he appeared. Furthermore, Yun Siqing discovered a unique spiritual mark nestled within Shen Xiuyun's heart, tainted with a hint of demonic energy, yet seemingly harmless to Shen Xiuyun's body, intertwining with his soul as if they were one. He would need to consult ancient texts to uncover the nature of this mark. Only with solid evidence could he compel his junior brother to recognize the truth. Cough. Every master must feel a similar concern for their beloved disciples. There is nothing particularly unique about it, Shen Xiuyun explained. To avoid straying too far from the topic, he promptly redirected the conversation. You mentioned earlier that there was something important to discuss today, correct? Indeed, regarding your earlier mention that Zhu Xingyao would not participate in the Demon Realm trial this year, I have overruled that decision. Shen Xiuyun was taken aback. Why? Had his deliberate avoidance of the plot now been rendered futile? In the original narrative, Zhu Xingyao encountered a charming demon beast in the demon realm. That unprincipled creature, unable to defeat Zhu Xingyao, resorted to seductive poison, trapping him in an illusory realm. This illusion conjured the image of the one whom the trapped individual desired most in their life. Undoubtedly, for Zhu Xingyao, this was his master. It was in that moment that Zhu Xingyao first recognized his profound longing for his master, leading him to commit unspeakable acts within the secret realm. This experience had opened the door to a new world for him. Later, the events that transpired within that illusion became the very means by which Zhu Xingyao suppressed his yearning before succumbing to darkness. The mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Yun Siqing, exasperated and irritated, retorted, "Why do you even ask? Are you intending to raise him to be useless?" Shen Xiuyun countered, "How could he possibly be useless? He is doing just fine. I see no signs of failure. Brother, do not impose your expectations of excellence on everyone. It is exhausting. Is it not better to take things easy?" Yun Siqing nearly pointed at Shen Xiuyun's head in frustration. "After 5 years of training, you are still in the foundation establishment stage. Rather than focusing on diligently refining your swordsmanship and enhancing your cultivation, your thoughts seem absorbed in how to cater to him. Did you even read the books I provided you?" When asked about his reading habits, Shen Xiuyun stammered, his tone wavering. I did read them. The books Yun Siqing had given him were dense with classical language and annotations that made him drowsy. They paled in comparison to the illustrated manuals provided by the system, which were much more engaging. Yet he often felt that those 4 books contained some incomprehensible content, and when he inquired with the system, it merely laughed it off that a year from now, the grand tournament of the immortal realm will take place, where the most distinguished disciples from various sects will gather at Zhantiangong to compete. If you do not wish to embarrass yourself, you must train Zhu Xingyao into a competent individual. Alternatively, you may hand him over to me, and I will ensure he undergoes a complete transformation. Once Zhu Xingyao is in my hands, I assure you that no tricks will work on him, but he is not your junior brother. He is not so easily deceived." Shen Xiuyun wiped the cold sweat that had formed on his forehead. "Brother, you are already quite burdened with managing the sect. There is no need to trouble you further. I will certainly teach him well." It was a joke to think that handing Zhu Xingyao over to Yun Siqing would be akin to sending a lamb into the jaws of a tiger. Moreover, Zhu Xingyao would surely interpret it as abandonment, perhaps even believing that someone was being brought in to mistreat him, which would undoubtedly lead to an increase in his darkening value. An increase in darkening value equates to oneself facing all sorts of calamities. In the end, it would lead to yet another tragic demise. No, absolutely not. In the bamboo cottage, Zhu Xingyao extinguished the small luminescent orb in his palm, which displayed the scene within the quiet chamber. He vividly recalled how Yun Siqing had previously called Master away to set him up, so this time he remained vigilant. His true cultivation level surpassed that of the 2 individuals within the room. Thus his minor manipulations went unnoticed. Indeed, Yun Siqing had become far too idle, to the point of wanting to oversee his discipline. It seemed he would have to find some tasks for his uncle to occupy him. With so many disciples, it was only natural for there to be a few disobedient ones, causing him considerable distress, right? Moreover, the books that Master is usually reluctant to part with were, in fact, gifted by Yun Siqing. On several occasions, when he caught a glimpse of Master engrossed in reading, Master would swiftly conceal the books, fearful of being discovered, and would quickly divert the conversation, clearly wishing to deter any further inquiries. It turns out they are cherished gifts from Yun Siqing, which explains why Master safeguards them so jealously, not allowing him even a fleeting glance. Contemplating this, a cold glimmer flashed in Zhu Xingyao's eyes, and a sense of displeasure welled up within him, causing him to find Yun Siqing increasingly bothersome. He harbored a desire for these troublesome individuals to vanish from Master's presence forever. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a door being pushed open pierced through Zhu Xingyao's thoughts. Shen Xiuyun entered the room, his expression grave, his gaze lingering on Zhu Xingyao's face for quite some time, filled with scrutiny, uncertainty, and a hint of hesitation. Who could inform him why? Upon entering, he received yet another system notification indicating that Zhu Xingyao's darkening value had increased by 1. What on earth was this youth pondering throughout the day? He truly wished the system could provide him with a mind-reading feature. The thoughts of the male protagonist were often exceedingly difficult to decipher. In stark contrast, Zhu Xingyao had already concealed his earlier chill and was sweetly smiling as he guided Shen Xiuyun to sit within the room. Has Master concluded discussions with Uncle Master so quickly? He inquired. Yes, I feared you would grow weary from waiting, Shen Xiuyun replied, momentarily pausing before asking, have you applied the medicine to yourself? There is one area I could not reach. A wound on my lower back, Zhu Xingyao admitted, but I am quite resilient. I believe it will heal in a few days. That he poured a cup of tea for Shen Xiuyun, showing no inclination to trouble him with any task. Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow and said, fetch the medicine. I shall apply it for you, as you wish. Zhu Xingyao replied, his eyes nearly brimming with joy. Although having Master apply medicine was a mix of sweetness and discomfort, he willingly embraced it. Shen Xiuyun unscrewed the lid of the ointment and gestured for him to remove his clothing. Upon uttering those words, Shen Xiuyun hesitated, his cheeks flushing. The statement, at first glance, seemed somewhat indecent. Yet, Zhu Xingyao, with his back turned, appeared utterly oblivious, calmly shedding his garments to reveal his smooth back. This only underscored how misplaced Shen Xiuyun's thoughts were. Had he truly lost his sanity? He had seen Zhu Xingyao like this before, and he never recalled his thoughts straying in such a manner. Taking a deep breath, Shen Xiuyun endeavored to maintain his composure. You do have some redness and swelling here on your lower back. It may be a contusion. Indeed, Zhu Xingyao responded, his voice sounding unusually subdued, as though he were suppressing something. Shen Xiuyun's fingertips, smeared with ointment, began to gently apply it to the wound. The soft touch and gentle pressure gradually blended the ointment, and the tender sensation almost drove Zhu Xingyao to the brink of losing control. In that moment, he yearned. Oh, how he yearned for Master. Yet, those thoughts that threatened to escape his mind were abruptly dispelled by a gentle touch of Shen Xiuyun's fingertip upon his lips. Why are you biting your lower lip so fiercely? The wound you just reopened is bleeding again. Does it not hurt? Or is your back injury causing you significant discomfort? If it hurts, feel free to cry out. I shall not mock you. Since last year, when Shen Xiuyun had seen Zhu Xingyao struggle to walk due to numb legs, he understood that his disciple could be exceedingly delicate at times. Yet, when it came to enduring pain from injuries, Zhu Xingyao could bear it without shedding a single tear, trembling fiercely instead. Truly, he was both delicate and stubborn. Zhu Xingyao sighed softly. Indeed, it does hurt. Master, could you please massage it a bit more? He did have a particular area in distress, though it was not merely the minor injury on his lower back. After Master departed, he feared he would have to visit the cold pond once more. After a brief moment of massaging, Shen Xiuyun's hand grew fatigued, and he inquired, are you feeling any better? Zhu Xingyao, muffled against the pillow, replied, much improved. When I saw Master's serious expression upon your arrival, I wondered if your conversation with Uncle Master did not go well. It cannot be said that it was unsuccessful, Shen Xiuyun clarified, but rather, I was preoccupied due to the darkening value. That is a relief. Shen Xiuyun said, I have discussed with your Uncle Master and have decided to send you to the demon realm for trials in a few days. However, there is no need for you to be overly concerned. Although the demon realm is home to malevolent beasts, they are suppressed by the secret realm, and their cultivation levels are below the golden core stage. Given your proficiency at the late foundation establishment stage, you will have no trouble handling them. Zhu Xingyao endeavored to keep his voice steady and respectful, declaring, I shall exert my utmost effort to perform well and will never disappoint Master. Shen Xiuyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had always believed that Zhu Xingyao was far from incompetent. Observing his acceptance of the arrangements with such composure, one would think he had weathered numerous storms before. How rare indeed. There is no need to burden yourself with excessive pressure. Simply do your best. I have previously assured you that regardless of your performance, I will never abandon you. Shen Xiuyun retrieved a garment from the side for Zhu Xingyao to wear and also produced a special bag filled with treasures prepared for him. He hoped that offering something might compensate for the sudden rise in the darkening value. Thank you, Master, Zhu Xingyao responded joyfully, then took the opportunity to press further. Master, if I perform admirably this time, might I receive a small reward? Speak your mind, Shen Xiuyun replied. Perhaps fulfilling a small wish would suffice. However, it was prudent to ascertain the nature of that wish before deciding whether to grant it. Zhu Xingyao continued, I am exceedingly curious about the few secret texts Master often reads. Your engrossed demeanor suggests there must be something captivating within that I wish to understand and learn from them. Might you consider lending them to me? If Master were to remove those books, he would no longer be distracted by others and would focus solely on him. Shen Xiuyun raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, why the sudden interest in my core texts? Those books are meant for me, not for my disciple. Moreover, can a book bestowed by the system be shared with the male protagonist within its pages? The system, ever the tool, replied, It can. Shen Xiuyun remained uncertain. Was it truly so casual, without consequence? The system reassured him, there is no issue that IT would not reveal to the host that the book, depending on the identity of the person touching its cover, would switch to different versions, with content that varied drastically. That was the true private treasure concealed within the book. With the system's repeated assurances, Shen Xiuyun decided not to linger on his doubts and ultimately acquiesced to Zhu Xingyao's request. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Shen Xiuyun's mind, indicating that the darkening value had been nullified. Interesting, he mused. It seemed that whenever Zhu Xingyao's darkening value inexplicably increased, agreeing to a request would cause it to dissipate. So, did that last encounter truly involve nothing more than spending a single night together? He pondered what might happen if Zhu Xingyao's subsequent requests were not met or fulfilled. Days swiftly passed, and soon it was the day of entry into the secret realm. Shen Xiuyun reiterated the precautions to Zhu Xingyao, urging him to exercise utmost caution in the demon realm before they took to their swords and journeyed to the Xuanwu Great Hall. The Xuanwu Great Hall was an open plaza capable of accommodating thousands simultaneously. That be why the time Shen Xiuyun and Zhu Xingyao arrived, nearly 100 disciples had already gathered. Most of the disciples were of a similar age to Zhu Xingyao, brimming with youthful exuberance, their faces radiant with vitality, exuding a sense of flourishing prosperity. Shen Xiuyun descended upon his designated position on the high platform, exchanging glances with Yun Siqing, who sat at the foremost seat. With a slight nod, he gracefully took his place, clad in a white robe adorned with cloud patterns, with a jade crown securing his hair and a silver belt accentuating his slender waist. He exuded an air of aloof elegance. His expression remained characteristically cool, with his phoenix-like eyes cast downward, giving an impression of being unapproachable. Many disciples had yet to encounter Shen Xiuyun, having only heard of his stunning appearance, and they were left momentarily speechless. Should the list of the top 10 most handsome figures in the cultivation world include the immortal master, it would render any first place irrelevant. Alas, none dared to jest with the immortal master. Zhu Xingyao cast a cold glare at those fixated on Shen Xiuyun, inwardly wishing he could whisk Shen Xiuyun away and hide him from prying eyes. The teleportation array leading into the demon realm would randomly transport them to various locations within. In the demon realm, they could form teams to hunt demonic beasts and seize resources from others, but they were strictly forbidden from causing lasting harm or taking the lives of fellow disciples. Any severe violation would result in expulsion from the sect. Each of you will receive a jade token. Should you find yourselves in mortal danger, you may shatter it to be transported out of the demon realm. However, doing so will signify the end of your trials. The elder briefly outlined the rules before casting a spell to activate the teleportation array from his vantage point on the high platform. Shen Xiuyun watched as Zhu Xingyao and the other disciples vanished into the array, a sense of indescribable melancholy filling his heart. Having been reborn for nearly a year, this was the first time Zhu Xingyao would be away from him, and he felt an odd sense of discomfort and concern for his safety. Fortunately, he planned to secretly slip into the demon realm shortly thereafter. One must keep a close watch to feel at ease. Just as Shen Xiuyun was about to rise and inform Yun Siqing of his intent to return, he overheard various peak masters and elders discussing which disciples stood a chance of claiming the top spot this year. I find Lu Peak Master S disciple, Zhang Qingji, quite impressive. Having entered the intersect for just 3 years, he has already reached the late foundation establishment stage. His future accomplishments are bound to be extraordinary. I also hold high hopes for that child. He is diligent in his training and possesses a commendable character. Lu Feng, the master of the orange peel, wore a comical smile that made him appear quite ridiculous. He bowed in gratitude for the compliment from his fellow disciples. Humbly insisting that it was unwarranted praise, he remarked that had the immortal revered not declined to accept him as a disciple back in the day, he would have undoubtedly secured such a promising talent. Furthermore, the disciples of the immortal revered were also participating in the trials, and it was rumored that Zhu Xingyao had reached the late foundation establishment stage. Thus, the outcome remained uncertain. Indeed, uncertain. Shen Xiuyun, inexplicably drawn into the situation, lifted his eyelids and cast a cold glance at Master Lu, acknowledging that Zhu Xingyao was indeed a fine talent. That it was merely a matter of fate that he and Zhu Xingyao were not destined to cross paths. Master Lu had taught him well, and it was hoped that he would perform admirably in the secret realm. My disciple is the most formidable in the entire book, worth 10 ordinary ones. What is Zhang Qingji in comparison? Moreover, it was Zhang Qingji who insisted on becoming his disciple, only to be rejected, after which he bitterly declared 30 years on the east bank of the river. 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. In that moment, Shen Xiuyun almost believed he had stepped into a story of a rising hero. Master Lu smiled with a hint of mockery, saying, "Then let us heed the immortal revered's words." Some keen observers detected the sparks of hidden tension between Shen Xiuyun and Master Lu, prompting one to break the escalating atmosphere with a loud call. "Come on, everyone, stop dawdling. Let's place our bets. I'll wager 500 mid-grade spirit stones on Zhang Qingji finishing first. I bet on the sect master's third disciple for 100 mid-grade spirit stones." Seeing everyone so excited, Shen Xiuyun could not help but feel a surge of eagerness after checking the ample resources in his Chinquan bag. Chapter 40. The master has arrived. Shen Xiuyun counted briefly and, under the astonished gazes of those around him, stepped forward to toss a bag of spirit stones onto the name of Zhu Xingyao. With a casual greeting to Yun Siqing, he then departed without a trace of hesitation. The one managing the bets, belatedly realizing what had transpired, opened the bag to be dazzled by the sight of nothing but high-grade spirit stones. Extravagant and merciless, tears of envy streamed down his face. One high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 mid-grade spirit stones or 100 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, high-grade spirit stones were already rare, with perhaps only 10,000 available at a time. In the entire cultivation world, apart from the immortal revered, no one else could produce such an abundance. The immortal revered had lived nearly 200 years and had once stumbled upon a spiritual vein in a high-tier secret realm, casually unearthing no less than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The revered master was usually engrossed in cultivation and seldom spent spirit stones, as the sect provided ample resources, leaving him with no need to expend them. Thus, to this day, that sum remained unchanged. Now, with a mere wave of his hand, it was as if he were tossing them about for amusement. When Lu Yi saw the bag brimming with high-grade spirit stones, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his gaze filled with resentment directed at the vanishing figure of Shen Xiuyun. "Shen Xiuyun, why must you always interfere with my affairs?" They had both entered the Xiantian sect at the same time. And although his aptitude was commendable, the immortal revered had only accepted Shen Xiuyun as a disciple. Not only that, but Shen Xiuyun also received personal attention from Yun Siqing, the sect master's first disciple. After the previous sect master's ascension, Yun Siqing had increasingly favored his junior disciple Shen Xiuyun, nearly granting every request. Even when it came to the sect's treasured blood bodhi, Shen Xiuyun could simply express a desire to use it, and it would be handed over without a moment's hesitation. Why was that? Why should such a precious item be given to a half-blood, half-demon wretch? Just wait. In this secret realm, my disciple will surely show Zhu Xingyao a thing or two. As Shen Xiuyun busily drew the teleportation array, he conversed with the system. "System, I suddenly remembered something. The system responded that in my previous life, when capturing the ancient beast that terrorized the world, I should not have been injured. It was during the formation of the array that an elder faltered, forcing Yun Siqing to patch the gap, nearly leading to an ambush. In a moment of desperation, I took the hit for him. So that elder was? That would be Lu Yi, Master Lu. I must be cautious of him in the future." Shen Xiuyun completed the final stroke, and the array shimmered with golden light, identical to the one that had previously teleported into the demon realm. He infused it with spiritual energy and, in an instant, vanished from the room. When Shen Xiuyun opened his eyes again, he found himself in the demon realm to avoid triggering any anomalies in the realm's barrier. He even suppressed his cultivation to the late Foundation establishment stage. He was transported to the edge of a mountain lake, where tranquility reigned, suggesting that there were likely no others nearby. Shen Xiuyun squatted by the lake, gazing at his striking reflection in the water, and performed a transformation technique, altering his appearance to a mundane visage, one that could easily be forgotten in a crowd. Perfect! Who would suspect that he had come incognito to protect his dear disciple? He needed to find Zhu Xingyao quickly. Unbeknownst to him, a figure perched upon a massive tree nearby had witnessed Shen Xiuyun's every move and had also caught a glimpse of his true appearance. The man licked his lips, his emerald vertical pupils gleaming with a predatory ferocity akin to that of a beast fixating on its prey. As Shen Xiuyun hurriedly contemplated reuniting with Zhu Xingyao, he failed to notice that he was being watched. Following the system's navigation guidance, he drew closer to Zhu Xingyao, but just as he was about to arrive, a cacophony of sounds reached his ears. Could it be that Zhu Xingyao was embroiled in a conflict? Shen Xiuyun's anger flared. Who dared to bully his disciple? He would obliterate them in an instant. Indeed, Zhu Xingyao had encountered not just one, but several adversaries. However, it was not of his own volition. Rather, someone was deliberately instigating trouble, that he recognized this Zhang Chengji as a mere clown in his previous life. Zhang Chengji had sought to become the immortal revered's disciple, but was rejected, harboring resentment ever since, and had attempted to sabotage him while they were still in the demon realm. Their private skirmishes had drained considerable spiritual energy, leading to his encounter with a blue-winged snake demon, which had injured him and inflicted a love poison, all while the immortal revered remained blissfully unaware of the events. Having been reborn once more, he would certainly seek vengeance for the grievances of his past life. He would not show mercy. How dare such a wretch covet his master? The last fool to do so, Long Uni, had faced a brutal reckoning at his hands. This one, however, would be better served as fodder for demon beasts. After all, many disciples had met unfortunate fates during their trials in the demon realm. Who would ever suspect him? Like a turtle tucked away in its shell, he had hidden in the one-finger peak for 5 years. Finally daring to emerge, today, I shall see what prowess you possess that warrants the immortal revered's regard. Zhang Chengji sneered contemptuously. Zhu Xingyao scoffed, his peach blossom eyes filled with disdain. What a useless fool. Zhang Chengji's expression darkened at his words, and he summoned his sword, signaling his lackeys to attack Zhu Xingyao in unison. Zhu Xingyao drew his sword, ready to confront them, when suddenly he felt a familiar sensation from the heart bond curse at his chest. The master was nearby. How could that be? Since his rebirth, the heart bond curse had always existed, but Shen Xiuyun had not transferred the hatred from his past life to the present him. So he had not felt the usual pangs of pain in his heart. Instead, at times, the curse's sensations conveyed strange feelings from his master, such as embarrassment or anger. The last time he had orchestrated a tumble with his master, resulting in an accidental kiss, he had distinctly sensed the master's mortification at that moment. Clearly, you are a hopeless waste, diverting your attention in battle. Zhang Chengji hissed as he lunged forward with his sword. Zhu Xingyao coldly snorted. A waste like Zhang Chengji at the Foundation establishment stage required no overwhelming cultivation to defeat. Merely relying on his previous life's combat experience, he could easily overpower him. However, with his master present, he naturally refrained from acting too viciously. Zhu Xingyao handled the onslaught of several attackers with decorum. Feigning difficulty in his responses, he played his part well. His opponents were oblivious to any discrepancies. Believing that Zhu Xingyao was merely ordinary, that if they could perceive anything amiss, it would be a miracle. After all, Zhu Xingyao was capable of staging a fake match under Shen Xiuyun's watchful eyes without being caught. Zhu Xingyao's complexion paled slightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as he was forced back by Zhang Chengji's charged strike, his long sword slipping from his grasp and embedding itself in the ground some distance away. Weaponless, Zhu Xingyao could not possibly defend himself against the oncoming blade. Zhang Qingji smirked triumphantly. Your spiritual energy must be nearly depleted. Let us see how you evade this time. With that, he thrust his sword toward Zhu Xingyao's shoulder. Zhu Xingyao seemed to resign himself to the inevitable, closing his eyes and bracing for the pain that would soon radiate from his shoulder, only to hear a clang and feel a presence enveloping him from behind. Stop! Chapter 41. Avenge. Yao Shen Xiuyun nearly had a heart attack, his hand trembling as it rested on Zhu Xingyao's shoulder. Just moments ago, Zhang Qingji's sword had come perilously close to Zhu Xingyao. Had he been even half a second late, Zhu Xingyao would have suffered grievous wounds. Shen Xiuyun gently touched Zhu Xingyao's arm, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Zhu Xingyao shook his head, indicating he was unhurt. His gaze fixed intently on Shen Xiuyun. His heart raced. He could feel his master's deep concern for him. If only that concern transcended the boundaries of a master-disciple relationship. Shen Xiuyun stepped forward, his sword drawn and positioned protectively before Zhu Xingyao, his voice cold as ice. Have you all forgotten the rules spoken by the elders before entering the demon realm? Are you not afraid of being expelled from the sect? We were merely sparring with him, and besides, he was not harmed. One of the assailants retorted. Zhang Qingji discerned that Shen Xiuyun was merely at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, and thus his words became increasingly brazen. A spar. Shen Xiuyun scoffed. If I were to deliver a few sword strikes and leave you gasping for breath, would that also be considered a spar? The followers beside Zhang Qingji exchanged glances before bursting into uproarious laughter, adopting a pose of mock introduction. Huh. Do you know who this is? You, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. How dare you utter such grandiose claims? Which peak do you hail from? Luoyu Peak, Shen Xiuyun declared, revealing his prearranged identity as a disciple of Luoyu Peak. With numerous disciples of average aptitude, Luoyu Peak served as an ideal cover. The laughter resumed. You've killed me. So you're just the useless one from Luoyu Peak, the perennial underachiever. Zhang Xiuyun, this insufferable brat, doesn't he even know the heavens from the earth? Let us handle him. Zhang Qingji insinuated maliciously, but do take care not to injure him too severely, or you might find yourselves expelled from the sect. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the follower who had just fervently assured him was sent flying like discarded refuse, crashing to the ground and eating dirt, losing 3 teeth in the process. Zhang Qingji was momentarily rendered speechless. What on earth? You are the one who is worthless. Your entire family is worthless. Ah, don't slap my face. Damn, you're not from Luoyu Peak. Absolutely not. The wretched disciples of Luoyu Peak, how could they possess such combat prowess, wielding their swordplay with such finesse? Zhu Xingyao, observing the unfortunate souls being thoroughly beaten, couldn't he help but chuckle. Master is truly adorable. He had expected that. With Master having altered his appearance and suppressed his cultivation, he would refrain from unleashing his full strength in front of him. Little did he know that when it came to teaching a lesson, Master was utterly unreserved. That I like Master even more now. What to do? What a delightful commotion, instead of engaging in this mutual slaughter. Why not all come back to my cave for a moment of bliss? As Shen Xiuyun's fist halted, he recognized that familiar phrase. This was not good. He even had the chance to shout for Zhu Xingyao to flee before darkness enveloped him. And he toppled forward. What taking Shen Wuming so long to wake up? Wasn't he quite formidable just now? Why did he faint at the mere sight of that blue-winged serpent demon? Why else? He just too weak. What to do? Zhu Xingyao has already been dragged away by the serpent demon for quite a while. We're next in line, and I don't want to be forced into dual cultivation and have my cultivation drained. Don't worry. Zhang Xiuyun used the broken teleportation jade to escape. He will surely inform the elders and master to come to our rescue. Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun suddenly opened his eyes, a slight throbbing pain in his head. He found himself in a dim, cavernous space, bound to a cold stone pillar. Channeling his spiritual energy, he discovered it was stagnated. This familiar sensation was the binding immortal rope. Furthermore, scanning his surroundings, he did not see Zhu Xingyao. Only his fellow disciples whom he had previously beaten into a pulp, now similarly restrained. Upon discerning their current state, Shen Xiuyun inhaled sharply. The battered disciples bore bruises and tear-streaked faces, clad only in undergarments. Their outer garments stripped away, the damp cave walls dripped with moisture, soaking their remaining attire, clinging to their skin, creating an obscured, tantalizing view exacerbated by the binding immortal rope. Shen Xiuyun had to admit. This serpent demon certainly knew how to play. Wait, it seemed he was in the same predicament. Shen Xiuyun looked down at himself, nearly fainting. His collar had slipped down to his armpit, exposing his smooth shoulder, which he could not hide. No wonder he felt so cold and chill upon awakening. Damn, Huashi had said that the serpent demon only favored the beautiful. Why were even we, the less than desirable, not spared? That damned original text deceived my affections. Shun, think of something, one of the battered disciples mumbled incoherently. Shen Xiuyun, already irritated, barked back, "Shut up." The person, having been frightened by the earlier beating, instinctively shrank back. "Why are you yelling so loudly?" "Hee hee, good spirit." A chilling, sinister laughter echoed from the depths of the cave, followed by Shen Xiuyun feeling something cold wrapping around his leg, tightening gradually, the rough scales scraping painfully against him. "Your scent is quite fragrant. Your spiritual energy, so pure, even better than that purple-eyed one from earlier. I yearn to absorb your spiritual energy." Shen Xiuyun's chin was seized by an icy hand, allowing him to finally behold the half-human, half-snake beast before him. What an ugly sight. Scales covered half of its face, with its nose and eyes squished together, resembling a grotesque blob. Shen Xiuyun suppressed the urge to vomit. "What have you done to that boy earlier?" "Zhu Xingyao should be fine, right? Of course, he has been consumed. You're next, but I am loath to eat you. I want you to be my furnace, supplying me daily. With such a large appetite, aren't you afraid of bursting? Absorbing your spiritual energy won't be so easy." The serpent demon flicked its forked tongue, nearly licking Shen Xiuyun's cheek, and he was nearly overcome by the foul stench, almost fainting again. "I do have a very large appetite." Shen Xiuyun exerted every effort to awaken Zhu Xingyao's semblance of reason, urging, "Behave, we shall suffer later. First, help me untie the binding immortal rope, that we must depart swiftly." Depart? A mere fantasy. The snake demon, having already shattered itself into fragments, hovered in the air. Its ethereal form bared its fangs at Shen Xiuyun, its grotesque visage becoming increasingly terrifying. It began to chant an incantation, and an enigmatic blue light enveloped Zhu Xingyao, causing his body to gradually turn transparent, as if he might vanish at any moment. In a fit of desperation, Shen Xiuyun released the suppression on his cultivation, broke free from the binding immortal rope, and grasped Zhu Xingyao's hand. He expected to hold on to him, but instead, they both vanished within the cave. Shen Xiuyun felt as though the scenes before him were shifting incessantly, akin to a slideshow playing at an accelerated pace, dazzling his eyes. Ultimately, the image froze at an endless expanse of water, and he was abruptly drawn downward by an immense force, plunging into the icy depths of the pool. Driven by the instinct to survive, he struggled to swim toward the surface. Yet the more he fought, the deeper he sank. The oxygen in his chest dwindled, and under the severe hypoxia, his brain lost its capacity for coherent thought. Shen Xiuyun could not even conjure a single spell. Just as he neared suffocation, a flash of crimson swam into view, accurately encircling his waist. The figure pulled him close, pressing his head down, and warmth flooded his lips as air was shared between them. Gradually, this exchange of breath morphed into a fierce kiss, and Shen Xiuyun succumbed to unconsciousness. "Master." Shen Xiuyun jolted awake, his consciousness suddenly clear, though his eyes remained shut. The deep, seductive, and wild tone was one he hadn't heard in ages. It belonged to his apprentice after his dark transformation. But wait, hadn't he cast an illusion on his face? Had he been unmasked so swiftly? System. You have triggered the illusion of the blue-winged serpent demon. Please respond cautiously. Shen Xiuyun, are you jesting? That illusion was dispelled by Zhu Xingyao long ago, system. The host is about to confront the male lead after his dark transformation. High risk, high risk. Extremely dangerous. Caution advised. Shen Xiuyun was bewildered. What on earth was happening? He had merely fainted for a moment, and now he was informed that the male lead had turned dark. System. This male lead is a product of the illusion you created. When you were submerged and nearly suffocated, you thought of Zhu Xingyao after his dark transformation, and only then did he appear to save you. What the hell? How could I? Shen Xiuyun was dumbfounded, wishing to slap himself. Had his mind truly filled with water? Perhaps it had, in a manner of speaking. The system teasingly remarked, I would also like to inquire why weren't you always rejecting him in your previous life? Could it be that your dual cultivation with Zhu Xingyao was merely a facade? Shen Xiuyun, infuriated, retorted, Get lost. How long must master pretend to be asleep? Do you wish for your disciple to wake you with a kiss? The slightly threatening tone and the warm breath from the other party made it impossible for Shen Xiuyun to maintain his charade. Reluctantly, he opened his phoenix eyes, only to find Zhu Xingyao almost face-to-face with him. Clad in fiery red robes, a blood-red mark of the fallen demon adorned his brow. His expression a teasing smile, his enchanting peach blossom eyes fixated on him. Master has finally chosen to awaken. Shen Xiuyun pushed him away, silently sitting to the side, maintaining a safe distance from Zhu Xingyao. It was only then that he noticed he was draped in Zhu Xingyao's outer robe, while Zhu Xingyao wore only an undergarment. The damp fabric clung to Zhu Xingyao's body, subtly outlining his muscular form, his ink-black hair brushing against his cheek, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, his gaze suggestive, and his thin lips curled with amusement. This was, without a doubt, a bewitching seducer. Shen Xiuyun involuntarily swallowed hard. He was a sucker for beauty and could hardly withstand it. Consequently, when he spoke, he stammered, "Why are you here?" Zhu Xingyao narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Who am I?" Shen Xiuyun replied. "What is with your tone, as if I have betrayed you? Aren't you yourself?" Ignoring him, Shen Xiuyun tightened the robe around himself, preparing to seek out the Zhu Xingyao who had fallen under the influence of love poison. He hoped he was unharmed. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before his wrist was seized, yanked back, and in the next instant, he was unexpectedly slammed against the stone wall. Shen Xiuyun gasped in pain. But before he could retaliate, Zhu Xingyao gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who is it that makes master so concerned?" Shen Xiuyun, seeking revenge, deliberately replied, "Naturally, someone better than you, someone more obedient." Zhu Xingyao maintained his smile, his tone alluring. "Oh, is that so? Is master truly certain that someone can surpass your disciple?" Shen Xiuyun asserted, "Of course, he is leagues better than you." Zhu Xingyao leaned in closer, almost brushing his tempting lips against Shen Xiuyun's. "Is that so? If true, then I shall kill him. If false, then I shall." Shen Xiuyun felt a surge of anger. Why did this fabricated figment possess such sharp logic and formidable reasoning? He felt as if he could no longer continue, wishing desperately to escape. Why has master fallen silent? Perhaps I should help master reminisce about how good I once was to you, and whether that wild man outside could provide you with the same. You are insane. I am not even battle-damaged yet. I could obliterate you in an instant. Shen Xiuyun directed a sphere of spiritual energy he had been gathering at Zhu Xingyao's chest. However, Zhu Xingyao evaded with surprising agility, simultaneously grasping Shen Xiuyun's shoulder and tearing away a piece of fabric. In that moment, Shen Xiuyun felt utterly disheveled, while Zhu Xingyao's expression shifted in an instant. Moments later, he toyed with the torn cloth in his hand, chuckling. "So, master enjoys this kind of attention?" Chapter 43. The Master and Apprentice, despicable battlefield, enjoy it? Of course. The chill on Shen Xiuyun's shoulder was unmistakable. He did not need to see to know how enticing the scene was. The way the fabric clung, barely concealing, was most inviting to the imagination. Zhu Xingyao's gaze, almost tangible, made him wish he could dig a hole and bury himself right then and there. Shen Xiuyun instinctively shielded himself with his sleeve. Internally raging, "Damn! Why can I not escape such matters, even at my peak strength?" The system weakly reminded him, "Because you were thinking of the male lead after his dark transformation, who is a demon lord and the strongest in the entire narrative." Shen Xiuyun gritted his teeth. "I refuse to believe I cannot defeat him. He is just a fake." Yet even when he summoned his life sword, Frostbite, and focused all his energy, he still could not prevail. Zhu Xingyao casually snapped a vine from the cave wall, infusing it with demonic energy. It transformed under his will, at times as rigid as an immortal sword, at others as supple as a whip. During their skirmish, the vine repeatedly brushed against Shen Xiuyun's clothes, perfectly creating rips. Within a few exchanges, Shen Xiuyun's attire was left tattered, resembling a net. Embarrassment and rage colored Shen Xiuyun's face. Zhu Xingyao's gaze remained fixed on Shen Xiuyun's predicament, his eyes sparkling with excitement, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Master is truly beautiful, so beautiful that I wish to— Shut up, you are insufferable. Shen Xiuyun, unable to bear it anymore, swung his sword, yet Zhu Xingyao, familiar with his moves, effortlessly countered. His wrist was forcefully seized, causing frostbite to clatter to the ground, while he found himself firmly ensnared in Zhu Xingyao's embrace, unable to move. Zhu Xingyao leaned in close, whispering seductively, "What is it you wish to say? Is it that I am being audacious? Has your disciple been insufficiently audacious towards you? Let go." Shen Xiuyun glared at Zhu Xingyao, resentment and grievance shimmering in his phoenix eyes, which were now misty due to his immobilization. "Master, do not gaze at me like that. It makes me want to—" Zhu Xingyao lowered his head to kiss Shen Xiuyun's defiant eyes, but just as he was about to touch his lips, he suddenly dodged, having to release Shen Xiuyun momentarily. The reason was simple. He had almost been kicked in a sensitive area by Shen Xiuyun. "Master has a cruel heart. If I had been a moment slower, your future happiness would have been forfeit." "Happiness, my foot!" Shen Xiuyun delivered a knife-hand strike toward Zhu Xingyao's neck, but the latter deftly avoided it, simultaneously gripping Shen Xiuyun's right shoulder, and once again there was a rip. Shen Xiuyun's clothing was in tatters, or rather, it could no longer be considered clothing. Damn it, this cursed illusion, this absurd setting. Every move executed by Zhu Xingyao was personally taught by his master. Naturally, he was well acquainted with all of his master's techniques, which is precisely why Shen Xiuyun found it so effortless to have his every strike countered, leaving him utterly helpless. The two engaged in a prolonged struggle, unarmed, until ultimately Shen Xiuyun's hands were seized by Zhu Xingyao and raised above his head. Resembling a fish on a chopping board, vulnerable to slaughter, Zhu Xingyao caressed Shen Xiuyun's cheek, gazing at the nearly twisted figure of Shen Xiuyun with an air of assured victory. "All right, I played with you long enough." Zhu Xingyao began, but before he could finish, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by the sight of a blood-stained sword tip protruding from his chest. Zhu Xingyao's smile faltered, his expression momentarily blank. He looked down in disbelief at the bloodied wound, murmuring, "Master, you—" With a mere thought, Shen Xiuyun commanded the frost-marked sword to withdraw, spinning in midair before returning to his grasp. Zhu Xingyao was compelled to release Shen Xiuyun, staggering backward a few steps, dropping to one knee while clutching his wound. Shen Xiuyun looked down at him coldly, stating, "I have long wished to pierce you with my sword, and why previous restraint was not out of a lack of desire, but rather due to my inability." Zhu Xingyao's hand, which dangled limply, tightened around the ground's gravel, turning his palm white as fresh blood oozed from his injury. "Did my master truly harbor such hatred for me?" Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Xiuyun replied, "Yes, I wish to bleed you dry, you beast." Zhu Xingyao tilted his head back and suddenly smiled broadly, appearing before Shen Xiuyun. "But master, you were quite smitten back in those days, weren't you?" "What infatuation!" Another voice echoed within the cave. Shen Xiuyun instinctively pushed the person before him aside and glanced toward the entrance, where he beheld a youthful face, still somewhat immature and flushed, evidently affected by the poison. "You!" Shen Xiuyun turned back, glaring fiercely at Zhu Xingyao. Realizing he had been ensnared, Zhu Xingyao provocatively remarked, "Is that not the case? The newly arrived Zhu Xingyao is oblivious, but I can sense that the other speaker in this cave is a demon." Zhu Xingyao approached, pointing his sword at him, yet his words were directed at Shen Xiuyun. "Master, who is he? What were you just doing?" Zhu Xingyao dusted off the mud from his hands, stepping out from the shadows. His gaze toward Shen Xiuyun was audaciously disrespectful. "Master, where did this wild disciple come from, to shout recklessly at someone?" Zhu Xingyao stared in shock at the face resembling his own so closely, unable to believe. "You lie. I'm the only disciple of Master." He turned back to Shen Xiuyun. "Master, what is going on? Speak to me." Shen Xiuyun's eyes were vacant, his expression dazed. As though he had lost his soul, he had no desire to speak, only wishing to vanish. What a hellish scene this was. He wished he could disappear on the spot. It was maddening, truly maddening. Shen Xiuyun shouted desperately in his mind for help. Yet at that moment, the system remained eerily silent, not a sound to be heard. The system is utterly unreliable. He lamented, "My master belongs solely to me. You shall not contend with me." Zhu Xingyao emphasized the word my, as if declaring his ownership. Zhu Xingyao scoffed, "Who do you think you are to compete with me? And you, what are you? To morph into my likeness? Reveal your true self at once." Zhu Xingyao seemed provoked, drawing his sword and striking at the demon. Shen Xiuyun snapped back to reality, barely managing to shout internally, "Don't go offering your head. You are still merely at the foundation stage." However, Zhu Xingyao paid no heed to Shen Xiuyun's mental cries, as if he had no thoughts beyond his fury. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a blade of energy that flew directly at Zhu Xingyao's face. Zhu Xingyao derided, an ant shaking a tree. With a mere lift of his hand, he effortlessly dispelled Zhu Xingyao's attack. This was the wild man whom Master longed for. Hardly impressive. Zhu Xingyao observed Shen Xiuyun with a leisurely gaze. "Master, what is your taste? How could you fancy someone so immature? Or perhaps you desire 2 disciples to attend to you. How dare you? Don't corrupt my innocent little disciple." Indeed, Zhu Xingyao paused, curiosity piqued as he asked Shen Xiuyun, "Master, what does he mean by needing 2 disciples to serve you? Am I not enough?" Shen Xiuyun felt an intense urge to tear Zhu Xingyao's incessant mouth apart. The demon is sowing discord. Do not listen to his nonsense. Zhu Xingyao feigned innocence, sowed discord. Master truly forgets our shared days and nights so swiftly. Have I not brought you enough joy? Silence. You must be seeking more wounds from that sword. Shen Xiuyun flicked the blood from his sword. Striking with no mercy, he was genuinely enraged. If he did not reduce this impostor to a pulp today, he would write his name backward. Chapter 44. Do not fear. It will be over soon. Having been stabbed once, Zhu Xingyao found his movements severely hampered, and with the addition of the little disciple's interference, he felt increasingly powerless. Yet even in this moment of duress, as they were beset by a dual assault, Zhu Xingyao did not forget to tease Shen Xiuyun, "Master, how ruthless you are. With someone new, you forget your old flame that you found a youthful and charming one in my likeness. But am I truly so intolerable?" Shen Xiuyun's frustration peaked. Was there any way to silence this nuisance? "Master, what new flame? What old flame? What do his words mean? What transpired earlier?" At this moment, Zhu Xingyao, even if slow-witted, should have sensed the underlying meaning in the other's words. Shen Xiuyun found himself at a loss for words, while Zhu Xingyao seized the opportunity, casting a scrutinizing glance at Shen Xiuyun's attire. "You still cannot guess. Did you not see it just now? Master and I were." Zhu Xingyao's gaze sharpened, as if he had just realized something was amiss with Shen Xiuyun's clothing. Master had initially donned his white robe. Why had it now turned crimson? Was it blood from an injury? Zhu Xingyao's anger flared. "You dare to humiliate my master. You beat him to a pulp. How dare you?" The first half of that statement left Shen Xiuyun anxious, while the latter half rendered him speechless. Zhu Xingyao seemed to grasp the situation, yet remained confused. Master. Should he feel pleased or disappointed? Zhu Xingyao, like a lion enraged, unleashed a torrent of ineffective attacks against Zhu Xingyao, causing dust and debris to fill the cave. Zhu Xingyao evaded the onslaught, brushing off the dust from his clothes, taunting, "Humiliation. Is that so? Ask Master if it is true. I will kill you. How dare you?" Zhu Xingyao appeared thoroughly provoked, his violet eyes bloodshot, with demonic energy swirling about. Shen Xiuyun inwardly panicked. He had received the system's frantic alerts. Corruption value skyrocketing. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Warning, warning. Host must act immediately, or the mission will fail. A plant, a plant, a plant. Shen Xiuyun stood frozen, wide-eyed. Who could explain this situation to him? At this point, he no longer required the system's alerts. He could feel the demonic energy radiating from Zhu Xingyao. Anyone could tell he was on the verge of losing control. Shen Xiuyun gritted his teeth, forming a hand sign, channeling spiritual energy into Zhu Xingyao's forehead, softly commanding, "Steady yourself, do not lose your mind." The cool energy surged within him, akin to enlightenment, causing Zhu Xingyao to shudder as the demonic energy dissipated as if it had never existed. Zhu Xingyao blinked, momentarily dazed. "Master, Shen Xiuyun exhaled deeply. Internally drained, "It's all right." Once again, he had been pulled back from the brink. Being a master was truly burdensome. Zhu Xingyao, witnessing Shen Xiuyun's protective demeanor, cautioned, "Master, he is also half-demon. In the future, he might very well become another me." "Do you know what half-demons?" Shen Xiuyun interrupted sharply. "He is not like you. He will not." Unlike in his previous life, he would not allow Zhu Xingyao to roam free, but instead would guide him with care and patience, ensuring he became a loyal and obedient disciple. "Master, there is no need for words. Simply eliminate this demon." Zhu Xingyao, having just suffered a setback, desired no further conversation with the demon. He infused his sword with spiritual energy and once more launched an assault alongside Shen Xiuyun. After several waves of attacks, Zhu Xingyao grew noticeably fatigued, narrowly dodging a sword strike from Shen Xiuyun. He positioned his fingers against the frost-marked sword's blade, halting Shen Xiuyun's advance, "If Master prefers the young, that is acceptable. As long as you speak, I can transform into whatever pleases you." "Silence," Shen Xiuyun snapped. Zhu Xingyao stared in astonishment, as if his worldview had been shattered. "Master," Shen Xiuyun was in such excruciating pain that he felt as if his head might split open, wishing fervently to dismember that counterfeit. His words were deliberately misleading. There was no truth to them. Opposite him, Zhu Xingyao remained unyielding, continuing, "But at the bottom of the pool, it was not like this." Zhu Xingyao relentlessly pressed. "What pool? Master, what on earth happened? Damn it, must you speak so recklessly? Is it not enough that misunderstandings have deepened?" Zhu Xingyao retreated a few steps, clutching his injured chest and laughing maliciously. "Master, do not feign ignorance. You know full well how I ended up here. This illusion is precisely designed to manifest the one you desire most from the depths of your heart, and I'm the person you cannot forget." Without caring how others perceive his words, he vanished from the cave. Shen Xiuyun felt as if he might vomit blood. This insufferable fool spoke in riddles. Was he trying to lead him to doom? How would he explain this later? He had never intended for Zhu Xingyao to endure such tribulations within this secret realm, and now it was all in vain, a complete waste of effort. A pure victim of circumstance. As soon as Zhu Xingyao disappeared, the immediate crisis was averted, and Shen Xiuyun felt the tension ease, as if all his strength had been siphoned away, causing him to collapse towards the ground. "Be careful!" Shen Xiuyun swiftly caught him, propping him against the cave wall. Zhu Xingyao was burning with fever, his mind seemingly muddled, speaking in disjointed phrases. "Master, are you truly my master? How could you be in the demon realm? Is this real or merely an illusion? I thought everything was a figment born of my poisoning," that he portrayed his uncertainty with such vividness that it was hard to discern any flaw in his demeanor. Seeing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Shen Xiuyun decided to lay it all bare. "I was worried for you, so I stealthily entered the secret realm. When I saw you in danger, I had no choice but to intervene." Zhu Xingyao's gaze was dazed, as if his consciousness was slipping away, and he felt unbearable discomfort. In desperation, he began to bang his forehead against the stone wall, the sound echoing sharply. "Master, Master!" Shen Xiuyun hurriedly restrained him from self-harm, sighing, "Do not be afraid. It will be over soon." Chapter 45. The master is no longer a happy slacker leaning against Shen Xiuyun's chest. Zhu Xingyao's lips curled into a slight smile. "Master, I am afflicted by a love poison." Shen Xiuyun straightened him up, enunciating clearly, "We can temporarily force the toxin into your consciousness. Once we dispel the illusion and leave the demon realm, I will seek a healer to help you." Zhu Xingyao protested. "That is not what I want." He struggled. "But I cannot do it. I can teach you now." Zhu Xingyao replied, though he knew it was either a reversal of incantations or incorrect seals. In any case, he had never succeeded. His gaze was unfocused, his pupils lacking clarity, as if he were on the brink of death. "Master, I cannot concentrate. I cannot do it. Shen Xiuyun, equally anxious, was sweating profusely. If we do not try again, the poison will cause your demise. But I beg you, master, please leave. I cannot. Zhu Xingyao could not finish his sentence, biting down on his clenched left hand, swallowing the blasphemous words that threatened to escape. Shen Xiuyun, noticing this, quickly grasped Zhu Xingyao's chin. What are you doing? Release your mouth. You are biting yourself until it bleeds. Why do you always harm yourself? No matter how uncomfortable you feel, you must not hurt yourself. What a peculiar habit it was to bite so fiercely, because I cannot contain it any longer. If I do not bite myself, I will end up biting you. Shen Xiuyun, caught off guard, found himself ensnared by Zhu Xingyao's embrace. In despair, he thought that the pure-hearted flower had ultimately been led astray. It was all that wretched counterfeit's fault. Shen Xiuyun felt he was no longer a carefree slacker. No one knew how he had endured these past 3 days. Damn, I even need my disciple to feed me. After being reborn, he had never suffered such indignities. System. Cough, at least you managed to survive. Let us hasten to locate the whereabouts of the blue-winged serpent demon's soul. Only by dispersing that creature's essence can you return to the demon realm. By the way, it has been several days since the trial commenced, and Zhu Xingyao's ranking remains at the bottom. You might indeed lose your 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Shen Xiuyun. Thank for the reminder. Could anything be worse than my situation? Master, you have worked hard these past few days. Please rest here. I will go out to assess the situation and prepare some food for you. Zhu Xingyao helped Shen Xiuyun don his robe, picked up his sword, and set out to address the lingering issues left behind. He needed to reclaim the other half of his soul promptly, lest it raise Shen Xiuyun's suspicions. Shen Xiuyun made a faint grunt, his eyelids not lifting, conveying a clear message to hurry and leave. Zhu Xingyao quickly found the half of his soul that he had hidden precisely where Shen Xiuyun had fallen into the lake that day. This portion of his soul was the very essence that had sparked chaos and conflict. Emerging as the demon Lord Zhu Xing, he endured the agony of splitting his soul in two, meticulously orchestrating the previous charade. But on one hand, it was to help his master realize his true feelings. On the other, it was to secure an unassailable position for their dual cultivation. Even if his master had conjured such an illusion, even if they bore identical faces, he would never permit his master to engage in such intimate behavior with anyone else. Thus, he chose to replace that counterfeit with half of his own soul. Coincidentally, both the good child and the bad child had their desires fulfilled in one fell swoop. However, through his probing that day, he confirmed that succumbing to demonic influence seemed to be Shen Xiuyun's bottom line. His master only adored his current obedient demeanor. Very well, it was merely a mask he wore, for the sake of winning his master's heart. There was nothing he would shy away from. Regrettably, he had fallen short this time, not quite reaching that final step. Yet he believed that it would not be long before his master would become his partner in the way of cultivation. Zhu Xingyao silently chanted the incantation, and the slumbering half of his soul transformed into a streak of purple light, merging into his forehead. So this is the truth. You are but a half-demon. You have long since fallen into darkness, yet you have maintained an immaculate fade. You even split your soul, staging a grand performance, while your foolish master dances to your tune. I have lived many years and have never encountered anyone more adept at masquerade than you. Humans are indeed cunning and treacherous. On the lake's surface, a half-human, half-snake specter materialized, hurling insults at Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao scoffed, dismissing the creature entirely. If the blue-winged serpent demon were hiding in the illusion, he would need to exert some effort to find it. But it had foolishly presented itself. The blue-winged serpent demon, reveling in his perceived leverage over Zhu Xingyao, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. If your master were to learn the whole truth, would he still care for you as he once did? Zhu Xingyao tilted his head, his enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing into a smile devoid of warmth. Do you think I would allow you to reveal the truth? Chapter 46. Are you trying to lure my master here? The blue-winged serpent demon, once arrogant in its actions during its time in the human realm, was taken aback by this brash newcomer who dared to refer to himself as this seat. It knew that anyone who could call themselves this seat must possess at least the cultivation level of the tribulation crossing stage. This audacious brat, while I am aware that you have concealed part of your strength, this is not the demon realm. This is a world crafted by my own soul, unbound by the formations of the demon realm. Do you truly believe I am merely at the late stage of foundation establishment? Zhu Xingyao spoke in a calm, even tone, devoid of any fluctuations, as if discussing the weather. Oh, you mean the suppression? Mid-stage of transformation, I presume. That certainly sounds formidable. The blue-winged serpent demon, lost in its self-constructed fantasy, smugly replied, So, are you frightened now? If you beg for mercy and kneel before me, I might consider sparing you. How did you know I'm at the late stage of transformation? Zhu Xingyao cast a sidelong glance at the foolish creature. Is that really so difficult? If your cultivation is inferior to mine, it is quite easy to discern. The blue-winged serpent demon was on the verge of madness. I refuse to believe it. Given your age, even if you had early access to demonic power, there is no way you could surpass me. Moreover, Zhu Xingyao did not appear to have absorbed the power of others. His spiritual energy was not chaotic, but rather pure, indicating that he had cultivated step by step on his own. Who exactly are you? Each year, the younger disciples of Xiantian sect enter the demon realm, implying that this individual must have recently joined the sect. You ask too many questions. I am too lazy to respond. The longer we wait, the more my master will grow suspicious. It is best to eliminate you swiftly. Zhu Xingyao condensed a nearly transparent short sword in his palm. The serpent demon's pupils constricted. The aura emanating from the sword instilled a sense of imminent danger. In light of the uncertainty surrounding the opponent's true strength, engaging in a direct confrontation would be unwise. After deliberating, the blue-winged serpent demon decided to make a hasty retreat. But Zhu Xingyao would not allow it to escape. With his palm facing the air, he inhaled sharply towards the soul of the serpent demon, who struggled desperately, yet could only watch in despair as it retreated bit by bit. Realizing escape was futile, the serpent demon let out its final defiance, declaring, Even in death, I know that you and your master are destined for a disastrous outcome. Your immoral feelings for him are abhorred by the world. Your ulterior motives will surely yield nothing. Even if your bond seems profound today, when he learns the truth in the future, he will be utterly repulsed by you, and you will inevitably turn against each other. You, a lowly demon, how could the esteemed Xiantian sect ever tolerate a disciple so tainted by darkness? For the sake of righteousness, he will undoubtedly sever you with his sword. I shall await your arrival on the path to the underworld. Ha! The incessant noise irked Zhu Xingyao, who furrowed his brow and forcefully cast the serpent demon's soul to the ground. He drove a nearly transparent dagger into the soul of the blue-winged serpent demon, which immediately emitted a chilling shriek, writhing in agony. Is it merely the dissection of soul that prompts such a wretched outcry? Are you attempting to summon your master? Alas, he had been too fatigued in recent days and was currently in a deep slumber. He had also placed a barrier at the cave's entrance, ensuring that nothing would reach his ears. His master was too weary to move. Surely it was not just his hands that ached? How could the poison of love be so easily dispelled? He could not shake the memory of gently holding his master's long hair, caressing the back of his head, and the way his master would weep uncontrollably at the slightest pressure. In that moment, he would gladly accept death at his master's hands. The blue-winged serpent demon trembled, whispering, You are terrifying? At that instant, it felt an almost soul-deep shudder. Zhu Xingyao grinned with an air of inevitability. I am a demon. Naturally, I am fearsome. Yet, compared to some avaricious and loathsome individuals, I remain humble, and at least I strike with reason. Moments later, the blue-winged serpent demon's spirit floated quietly beside Zhu Xingyao, its color significantly dulled, its eyes vacant. Resembling a marionette, Zhu Xingyao glanced at the few small orbs of light he held tightly in his palm, disdainfully clicking his tongue. So filthy. The serpent demon, in its corporeal form, possessed a bewitching aura, its very blood laced with seductive poison. Now, as a soul, its memories were equally tainted. Zhu Xingyao gathered the severed remnants of the soul into a spirit-locking pouch and instructed the now-diminished soul beside him. Stab me a few times that in a state of semi-consciousness. Shen Xiuyun seemed to catch a whiff of a faint metallic scent, accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing and muffled groans of suppressed pain. He rubbed his temples and reluctantly opened his eyes, only to see Zhu Xingyao, back turned, struggling to wrap bandages around himself. Although the cave was dim, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern the crimson stains on the bandages. "What happened to you?" Shen Xiuyun exclaimed, only to wince as he forgot his own injury and inhaled sharply. Damn it. It was all the fault of the book that provided instructions for dealing with a disciple afflicted by the poison of love. It had led him astray. How could something that seemed so simple in writing turn out to be so arduous in practice? No, it was simply that Zhu Xingyao was too excessively powerful. If such a scenario arose again, even if it meant Zhu Xingyao would suffer, he would never extend a helping hand again. "Master," Zhu Xingyao's voice sounded somewhat flustered, and after a rustle, he managed to drape a robe over himself. "Are you feeling any better?" Shen Xiuyun noticed that the sky outside had darkened. He had slept from morning until night. "What are you doing? Are you injured?" Under Shen Xiuyun's scrutinizing gaze, Zhu Xingyao intentionally tightened his garment, then replied in a muted voice, "It's merely a minor injury. I've already bandaged it. Master need not worry." "Come here," Shen Xiuyun commanded in a low tone, based on his understanding of the current situation. If it were indeed a minor injury, Zhu Xingyao would have already approached him, seeking concern with puppy-like eyes. The present aloofness suggested something was amiss. Zhu Xingyao hesitated for a moment and nervously approached. "Why is your face so pale?" It was not just pale. His lips were nearly devoid of color, and he appeared utterly exhausted. Shen Xiuyun touched his forehead and found it chilling. This sensation reminded him of the icy bed from his past life, and he would have believed it if it were not for the fact that this fellow could still speak and breathe. Shen Xiuyun might have thought he was already cold to the touch. "What happened?" "I encountered that blue-winged serpent demon, and for reasons unknown, my strength was completely different from before." Zhu Xingyao lowered his head in dejection. Even as a soul, he had failed to defeat the demon and had to retreat, bringing shame upon his master. As he attempted to reclaim his half-formed spirit, he recalled how he had performed exceedingly well during their previous battle, like that time. His master might not have doubted him. But afterward, he could very well have second thoughts that he needed to sustain some injuries to convince his master that he was still a weakling, that his previous victories were merely due to his master's influence. Shen Xiuyun took a moment to regain his composure. His lips no longer throbbed with pain. He flicked Zhu Xingyao's forehead with annoyance. "What shame? The fact that you survived his grasp is already miraculous. I was careless and forgot to remind you." Within the illusion, he was no longer constrained by the demon's formations. That serpent demon had already reached the transformation stage when it was captured from the human realm. You were no match for it. Zhu Xingyao rubbed the spot on his forehead where he had been flicked, feeling no pain, but rather an unusual tingling sensation. He exclaimed in surprise, "Transformation stage?" "Indeed, even without a corporeal form. Its strength has diminished, yet it remains far beyond your current capabilities." Shen Xiuyun stated solemnly, "Oh, just how badly are you injured?" Under Shen Xiuyun's persistent questioning, Zhu Xingyao reluctantly revealed the truth. When the bandages, twisted and askew, were finally unwrapped, Shen Xiuyun held his breath involuntarily. On his left shoulder, there was a deep wound exposing bone. Flesh rolled back, and blood gushing forth. For a moment, Shen Xiuyun genuinely wished for Zhu Xingyao to abandon the path of cultivation. The road of cultivation was fraught with thorns, brutal trials, and life-and-death tribulations. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. He had endured so much suffering and criticism in his youth, and now again. Would it not be better to live as an ordinary person, enjoying a simple and joyful life? In the cave, the small fire crackled, casting warm, golden light that painted a scene of comfort. Zhu Xingyao curled up beside Shen Xiuyun like a small beast, resting his head on Shen Xiuyun's knee. Quiet and obedient, sleeping soundly. Shen Xiuyun tenderly caressed Zhu Xingyao's cheek, gently tucking a stray hair behind his ear, his gaze filled with an unprecedented softness. In this moment, time stood still. Cold, in his dreams, Zhu Xingyao unconsciously murmured, then instinctively leaned closer to the warm source that was Shen Xiuyun, nuzzling against him. Shen Xiuyun added a few more logs to the fire, ensuring it burned brightly. This should keep the cold at bay. Yet, it seemed to have little effect. Master, I am so cold. Zhu Xingyao's lips trembled, and his body began to shiver slightly, as if he were a leaf in the wind, clutching Shen Xiuyun's waist, striving to absorb his warmth. Shen Xiuyun thought, what nonsense! Is it not warm by the fire? And besides, you have spiritual energy to protect you. Not take advantage of my ignorance regarding the common knowledge of the cultivation world. Any cultivator with a modicum of skill can withstand the cold better than the average person. Master, hold me. Hold you? Not a chance. Shen Xiuyun's lips twitched, his fist clenching. Did being injured grant one license to act however they wished? He contemplated kicking Zhu Xingyao away, but suddenly remembered the injuries. Perhaps excessive blood loss indeed rendered one more susceptible to the cold. Shen Xiuyun nearly directed a reprimanding tap to Zhu Xingyao's head, but instead opted to gently ruffle the hair of his pitiful little disciple. His eyes filled with concern. Fine, I shall let it slide this once, he mentally reassured himself. After all, he was his master, so he could begrudgingly tolerate him this time. Since the boy was asleep, he could restore his composure before morning. Shen Xiuyun partially embraced Zhu Xingyao, allowing his head to rest against his chest. That moment, he felt the boy's body stiffen slightly. Yet, when he reached to touch Zhu Xingyao's arm, the tension in his muscles dissipated. Zhu Xingyao, now deeply asleep, appeared utterly relaxed, as if he could be manipulated without waking. How absurd. Why would he think of the term manipulated in this context? This was his disciple. Disciples should never overstep their bounds. So how could he allow himself to feel such desires? Shen Xiuyun silently recited the clear heart mantra several times, hastily dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, wrapping both of them in his outer garment. He endeavored to retain warmth, while also grasping Zhu Xingyao's hand, channeling spiritual energy to warm him. In the midst of this, he inadvertently dozed off. Within his dreams, he revisited many past moments shared with Zhu Xingyao. Upon awakening, he found himself gazing into those bright, clear eyes. The posture in which they embraced tightly was, at that moment, utterly inexplicable. Shen Xiuyun pondered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? How did my hand shift from holding Zhu Xingyao's to encircling his waist? How embarrassing! Zhu Xingyao, seemingly unfazed by their intimate closeness, naturally remarked, Master has finally awakened. Shen Xiuyun, pale, stammered an explanation. Last night you mentioned feeling cold, and I, as your master, was concerned you might catch a chill, so I held you for warmth. Fortunately, Shen Xiuyun's usual authority remained intact, and Zhu Xingyao appeared to believe him wholeheartedly. Thank you for your concern, master, but I have a question. Speak. Zhu Xingyao innocently inquired. Master, you clearly stated that you do not like being too close to others. Does that mean I am different to you? Do you like me? Shen Xiuyun coughed violently, his complexion a mix of pale and crimson. Stammering this, Zhu Xingyao's words seemed logically sound, yet they fell off in some way. The affection he spoke of might not necessarily imply a desire for a romantic partnership, but Shen Xiuyun felt an undeniable sense of being caught in a lie. Guilt. Yes, precisely that. Zhu Xingyao, noticing Shen Xiuyun's discomfort, reached out to touch his forehead, discovering it was slightly warm. Master, what is wrong? Did you catch a chill last night? Shen Xiuyun distanced himself, feigning calmness. I am fine. I do not fall ill. Zhu Xingyao gazed at him skeptically. Are you truly all right? Of course. Then, do you like me? Shen Xiuyun buried his face in his hands, wishing the question would cease. He genuinely did not know how to respond appropriately. Zhu Xingyao, sensing Shen Xiuyun's evasive demeanor, appeared somewhat upset. Master, why are you hesitant to admit it? Just a moment ago, you were calling my name in your sleep, repeating Yao, no, don't Yao again, Yao. Let go of me, Shen Xiuyun. How could he possibly utter such nonsense in his dreams? He never talked in his sleep. Even if he'd been troubled by that impostor and dreamt of those matters, he would never express them aloud. Yet, Zhu Xingyao's expression suggested he was not lying. These were matters from a past life. If they had not been spoken from his own lips, he would never have known. Could it truly be? Zhu Xingyao pressed on relentlessly. Master, may I be so bold as to ask? When you mentioned a Yao, were you referring to me or to that other person? Chapter 48. Does Master see me as someone else? Zhu Xingyao fixed his gaze on Shen Xiuyun, missing not even the slightest nuance of his expression. Master, you're always reluctant to confront what you most desire. You refuse to acknowledge how much joy you find in being with me. Since that is the case, allow me to help you recall, leaving you no escape, that I refuse to believe you can evade this. Shen Xiuyun was nearly at a loss for how to maintain his composure. He was losing his mind. That person was indeed you, yet not entirely you. However, those words were clearly unspeakable. Voicing them would only complicate the ambiguous dreams. What if his disciple misunderstood his intentions as a master? Moreover, this matter had transpired several days prior. Why did Zhu Xingyao still remember it so vividly? Could he not choose to forget selectively? Young people ought to look forward, not dwell on the past. System, oh dear, come forth and devise a plan for me. How can I distract the male lead? The system, seemingly indifferent, retorted, host, boo-hoo, I am merely an artificial intelligence. Shen Xiuyun, you're more like an artificial fool. What use are you to me? The system, heartbroken, replied, then I shall take my leave. Does Master see me as someone else? Is the person Master wishes to embrace not me? Is the disciple Master desires not me? Zhu Xingyao gazed at Shen Xiuyun, stubborn yet aggrieved, his wounded eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if they would spill over at any moment. Shen Xiuyun felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, unable to resist cupping Zhu Xingyao's face, words spilling forth with an urgency he could not contain. No, I do not see you as someone else. The disciple I wish to take as my own is you. He is you. Without you, there is no him. As soon as the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the cave, punctuated only by the crackling of the campfire. Opposite him, Zhu Xingyao stood dumbfounded, as if he had received a shock. What on earth did I just say? Why did that sound so much like a confession? Shen Xiuyun instinctively covered his mouth, his face burning bright red, the flush creeping down to his slender neck, making him appear like a ripe, tempting fruit. Shen Xiuyun hugged his head, consumed by a singular thought. Let me perish. The system clucked its tongue. Host, how bold of you. So this is the kind of host you are? Is he really that sort of person? No, he is not. What on earth is happening? Shen Xiuyun's mind was a tumultuous mess. Thoughts entangled in chaos. Am I him? But the disciple would never behave disrespectfully towards his master. While that person acted recklessly, embracing and kissing his master, he was born of his master. Could it be that his master actually? Zhu Xingyao acknowledged that he was feeling quite elated, enveloped in a state of bliss. Shen Xiuyun's words had successfully delighted him. N.O. Shen Xiuyun, the turtle withdrawing into its shell, attempted to dig himself out, adamantly retorting. Following his internal struggle, he concocted a scheme to divert attention. Yao. Do you not remember? This is an illusion created by the blue-winged serpent demon S, primordial spirit. The techniques it practices are bizarre, and thus the illusions it conjures cannot be good. It deliberately distorts the bond between master and disciple to mislead you into straying from the right path. Zhu Xingyao questioned, who is truly distorting the facts? You clearly desire me, but continue to deceive yourself. Master, I resent how you remain oblivious. Fearing Zhu Xingyao would not believe him, Shen Xiuyun hurriedly added, cough, I cultivate the path of indifference. I lead a life of simplicity, detached from all desires. How could I ever envision you in such an unseemly manner? Clearly, it is all the serpent demon's doing. Stinking serpent demon, you shall bear the blame until the end. After all, I shall eventually deal with you. I am ensnared in this hellish realm entirely because of your cursed illusion. Zhu Xingyao's eyes darkened, his surface expression feigning realization. Ah, is that so? Yet inside, he longed to embrace Shen Xiuyun, to tear away his garments, binding him to demonstrate that he was indeed so unworthy, yearning for him day and night. Unaware of Zhu Xingyao's inner turmoil, Shen Xiuyun foolishly patted Zhu Xingyao's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, you are young and inexperienced. It is only natural to be bewitched by demons. However, in future encounters, do not be so easily deceived. Zhu Xingyao, with a hint of reliance, replied, then master must keep a close eye on me. I fear I may falter. Who knows, One day, I might truly lose control. Of course, I shall watch over you. Shen Xiuyun vaguely sensed that Zhu Xingyao's words carried deeper meaning, but he could not pinpoint what it was. We have lingered in this illusion for far too long. We must find a way out. Otherwise, this trial of yours may end up being in vain. Zhu Xingyao responded, "What Master says is true. I previously faced the serpent demon and know where it lies hidden." "Perfect. Quickly take me there." Shen Xiuyun's heart shed 2 tears of relief. They were finally about to escape. Damn it, he never wished to endure such a dungeon again. Zhu Xingyao swiftly led Shen Xiuyun to the edge of a pool. Shen Xiuyun indeed sensed the faint primordial energy of the blue-winged serpent demon lurking at the bottom of the pool. However, this water emitted tendrils of black mist, eerie and sinister, with the surrounding trees appearing dead and desolate. Zhu Xingyao furrowed his brow. "Master, this water seems problematic. We likely cannot venture in to drag it out." "No need to enter. I will make it come out on its own. It is probably hiding below, clinging to life. Then let us directly force this foul serpent out. You are still injured. You need not intervene. Just take care of yourself by the lakeside." "Understood." Shen Xiuyun soared into the air, channeling immense spiritual power into the frostmark sword, then swung it to stir the water into a tumultuous frenzy, creating a deep whirlpool that churned the entire lake bed. It bore a striking resemblance to Neza's legendary exploits. Before long, Shen Xiuyun heard the familiar, irate voice, "You too, chaotic master and disciple. I have not sought vengeance on you. Yet you come to provoke me first. You really think I am easy prey?" Shen Xiuyun's brow twitched. "Mind your words. What do you mean by chaotic? Can you not use civilized language?" The blue-winged serpent demon continued its tirade. "Did I say anything wrong? Bah! Xiantian sect is filled with hypocritical pretenders that you've already compromised yourself for your disciple, yet you still deny having any inappropriate relationship. Who would believe that? How could a dignified immortal like yourself take a half-demon as a disciple? Following him into the demon realm for trials, you clearly have your eyes set on that boy. You two are nothing but a pair of dogmen." Shen Xiuyun was so enraged that his hand trembled around the sword. "To hell with your subservience. I did not. I shall reiterate once more. I did not do it." His last words were quite eloquent. In the next life, refrain from such a loathsome tongue. Standing poised in midair, clad in flowing white robes, he sent forth a blade of his sword, its fierce energy cleaving through the air like a bolt of lightning. The lake water surged violently to either side, and the essence of the blue-winged serpent demon had no time to react, disintegrating into dust in an instant. Something felt amiss. It seemed overly feeble. Was this truly a being of the transformation stage? Dispatched with a single stroke? That seemed implausible. In the original narrative, this individual had engaged in a prolonged battle of wits and strength with Zhu Xingyao. Was it possible that Shen Xiuyun's own cultivation was simply too overwhelming? Meanwhile, the surrounding forest began to fade away, leaving only the dark, damp cave before him, where the passage was cluttered with disordered stones, chaotic and congested. Shen Xiuyun transformed back into Shen Wuming, his cultivation still suppressed below the golden core stage. He hoped that his recovery of cultivation in the demon realm a few days prior had not drawn the attention of the Elder Guardians. Otherwise, what would they think? That the immortal venerable had concealed his identity to pursue his disciple into the demon realm? Casually clearing the rubble from the path, Shen Xiuyun discovered that several disciples of the Xiantian sect who had been captured had succumbed on the spot due to their inability to unravel the binding spell. However, Zhang Qingji was notably absent. Shen Xiuyun recalled how that young man was quite cunning. Upon sensing danger, he had seemingly crushed his jade token to escape the demon realm, leaving behind these foolish companions. Nonetheless, it was certain that his cowardice would place him at the bottom of the rankings, and Lu Yi would likely be furious. The thought of Lu Yi's precious spirit stones going to waste left Shen Xiuyun in rather high spirits. Zhu Xingyao remarked, "Master, they have been dead for several days. We should collect their remains and return them to the Xiantian sect." While these individuals were not particularly virtuous, they had not committed any grave sins. And as fellow sect members, it would be unseemly to let their corpses rot in the wilderness. At the same time, The elders of the Xintian sect's discipline hall gazed solemnly at the fragmented and dimmed life tokens, which belonged to those who had accompanied Zhang Qingji. Yin Xiqing inquired, "You all traveled together. What transpired on that day? Why did all these disciples perish?" Zhang Qingji knelt before the hall, drenched in cold sweat. This question had been posed to him several times, yet he was at a loss for an explanation. Had he not been drained of spirit energy from battling Zhu Xingyao, or had he not been struck by that Shen Wuming from Luoyue Peak? They would not have fallen prey to the serpent demon. Had he not reacted swiftly, he too might have perished. He had thought he had escaped a calamity, but facing these inquiries upon his return proved to be the most challenging ordeal. The most infuriating part was that he learned Zhu Xingyao had emerged unscathed. Lu Yi demanded, "Qingji, what truly happened? Speak plainly, and both I and the sect master will advocate for you." With gritted teeth, Zhang Qingji steeled himself and resolved to speak out. It was Zhu Xingyao. He sought to seize the demon beast we had surrounded, taking advantage of our weakened spirits, which led to our conflict and ultimately allowed the blue-winged serpent to ambush us. In his desperate bid to escape, he unhesitatingly pushed us forward as shields that I barely managed to survive. Yin Xiqing neither affirmed nor denied this claim, merely asking, "Is that truly the case?" Zhang Qingji insisted vehemently. Indeed, had I not reacted swiftly, I would have surely met a grim fate. He had no intention of fully severing ties, but given the events that transpired in the demon realm, it was clear Zhu Xingyao would seek retribution upon his emergence. It was better to strike first. Lu Yi added, "Sect Master, Qingji's character is trustworthy, and his word should be taken seriously. Moreover, his spirit energy was indeed severely depleted when he was transported out of the demon realm. I believe Zhu Xingyao." Yin Xiqing raised a hand to silence Lu Yi, stating that this was merely one side of the story. They would wait until the main figure was brought back for confrontation before reaching a conclusion. Lu Yi, unwilling to relent, replied, "Very well." Shen Xiuyun lounged leisurely atop a tree, refreshing the leaderboard every 30 seconds while observing Zhu Xingyao's achievements. In just half a day, he had secured 10 demon cores, successfully catapulting into the top 10. Currently, the first place belonged to his senior brother's third disciple, with 45 demon cores. Truly a remarkable prodigy. Yet, Zhu Xingyao might still have a chance to surpass him. As Shen Xiuyun pondered this, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. That be why the time he realized he should flee, it was too late. "Junior brother? What are you doing in the demon realm?" No wonder he had sent so many messages without receiving a reply from Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun inwardly lamented, "This is bad." How had Yin Xiqing arrived? His illusions might deceive the younger disciples, but against someone of Yin Xiqing's caliber, it would be far more difficult to pull off. Shen Xiuyun struggled to maintain a neutral expression, but ultimately failed at, "Brother, allow me to explain." Unfortunately, before Shen Xiuyun could clarify the situation, he and Zhu Xingyao were taken out of the demon realm by Yin Xiqing. It was then that he learned Zhu Xingyao had been reported. "Sect Master, you must stand up for me. We cannot let Zhu Xingyao's status as the immortal venerable's disciple shield him from justice. He must be severely punished." Lu Yi's weeping voice echoed as Shen Xiuyun stepped through the door of the discipline hall. This was clearly aimed at Yin Xiqing. However, hearing this, Shen Xiuyun felt an inexplicable surge of anger and retorted, "Partiality? If I am partial, what can you do about it?" He had never encountered such a shameless person. Beating Zhu Xingyao was one thing. After all, he had never succeeded. Abandoning fellow disciples in a moment of life and death was bad enough. But to then twist the deaths of his companions into a scheme against Zhu Xingyao was despicable. Lu Yi, upon hearing Shen Xiuyun's voice, was taken aback and looked up to see the imposing figure clad in white robes. The confidence he had displayed while reporting had vanished in an instant. He stammered, "Immortal, immortal venerable." Hadn't Shen Xiuyun been in closed-door cultivation? What was happening? He had intended to take advantage of Shen Xiuyun's absence to seek vengeance for his disciple and expel Zhu Xingyao. But unexpectedly, the previously silent Shen Xiuyun had reappeared. Seeing Lu Yi's disbelief, Shen Xiuyun continued, "You seem rather unconvinced. If you're dissatisfied, shall we step outside for a spar?" After regaining his memories, he had become adept at the techniques of this body. And he had not fought much. It would be a perfect opportunity to practice. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi panicked and cast a desperate glance at the silent Yin Xiqing that Sect Master. He was merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm, while Shen Xiuyun had reached the mid-stage of the ascension realm. One strike would likely bury him 6 feet under. Shen Xiuyun was brazenly humiliating him. How infuriating! Junior brother. Yin Xiqing shook his head in resignation. Urging him to enter first, Shen Xiuyun slightly restrained himself, stating, "When Lu Peak Master came to report, I doubt you inquired much about your disciple and what transpired at that time, did you?" Zhang Qingji, who had been hiding behind Lu Yi, stepped forward, mustering courage to declare, it is undoubtedly due to him being a half-demon, with a vicious and ruthless nature, that he could not tolerate his fellow disciples' guidance, which led him to strike against me and the others. The immortal venerable may not be aware of just how violent your disciple's temperament is. He will inevitably fall into darkness and bring calamity upon the world. He was convinced that now, apart from himself and Zhu Xingyao, everyone who knew the truth was dead, that Shen Wuming from Luoyue Peak had not yet surfaced, likely having met his end within, probably devoured by the demon beasts. The truth hinged solely on his words. He did not believe that his previous good reputation in the sect could be overshadowed by a mixed-blood wretch. Shen Xiuyun felt a surge of agitation that if one cannot articulate their thoughts, it is better to remain silent. All this talk of falling into darkness, could one not engage in a fair contest? You are the one who has fallen into darkness. Your entire family has fallen into darkness. At those words, Shen Xiuyun suddenly cast a fierce gaze at Zhang Qingji, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. Zhang Qingji could not withstand it for 3 seconds before collapsing to his knees. Drenched in sweat. One does not inherently possess malice simply for being a demon, nor is one inherently gentle for being human. For instance, you, a mere child who never focuses on the righteous path, but instead plots against your fellow disciples. What right do you have to cultivate as an immortal? Hearing this, Zhu Xingyao looked up in surprise at Shen Xiuyun, his heart racing uncontrollably, eyes filled with emotion. Beneath his sleeve, he clenched his fists in excitement. Master, does he truly think this way? At this moment, Lu Yi also detected the underlying meaning and inquired, "What do you mean by plotting against fellow disciples? Immortal Venerable, could you clarify? I can endure your indignation, but can you endure mine?" Shen Xiuyun boldly declared. Zhang Qingji, do you think that just because those who know the truth are dead, you can freely distort the facts? Do you recall the disciple from Luoyue Peak who intervened when you attempted to end Zhu Xingyao's life? Zhang Qingji's head snapped up in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. How could the immortal venerable know? Wasn't Zhu Xingyao just pulled out of the demon realm? How could he have reported so quickly? Does the immortal venerable trust him so readily? Shen Xiuyun chuckled at his naivety. Do you not know that the disciple from Luoyue Peak, Shen Wuming, is none other than I? Zhang Qingji felt as though he had been struck by lightning. As if he had received a punch to the face, his mind buzzed, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. No, that can't be. You are biased toward him. How could you possibly be Shen Wuming? On the summit, Yin Xiqing cast a cold, indifferent glance at Zhang Qingji, demanding the truth behind the situation. After all, Zhang Qingji was still a mere youth. Under the pressure of recent events, he had already lost his composure and was speaking incoherently. Perhaps it would be wise to hear what Io has to say about this matter, suggested the elder brother. Zhu Xingyao let out a soft sigh, clutching Shen Xiuyun's sleeve, timidly glancing at the fearsome elder brother across from her, and quietly defended herself. Elder brother, how can you slander me so? Chapter 50. The beating I gave him was well-deserved. Zhang Qingji stared in disbelief at Zhu Xingyao. How could this person possess 2 faces? On that day, Zhu Xingyao had been so arrogant, utterly unlike this portrayal of a victim. Not long after I entered the demon realm, Brother Zhang brought several people to challenge me. They took turns depleting my spiritual energy. And just as I was about to exhaust my strength, Brother Zhang lunged at me with his sword. Had it not been for the timely arrival of our master, I would likely not have returned alive. The elder listening was utterly bewildered. Why did the narrative change so drastically when spoken by another? Were they fabricating stories? Who among them was truly in the right? Moreover, it was shocking that the immortal master pursued his own disciple into the demon realm for protection. Such devotion was unprecedented. None of the masters here would show such care for their disciples. If any among you suspects that I am favoring my disciple, I have other means to prove otherwise. Shen Xiuyun exchanged glances with Zhu Xingyao and revealed the bodies of the deceased. Apart from one corpse drained of its essence, the others bore grotesque visages, with one head crushed beyond recognition. Shen Xiuyun was grateful he hadn't eaten, otherwise he would surely have vomited. Chang'e, a master in the crowd, recognized his disciple and rushed towards the lifeless form on the ground. Shen Xiuyun stated, corpses that have not exceeded 7 days of death can be subjected to the eye reflection technique, revealing what the deceased witnessed on their final day. The truth shall be evident. Zhang Qingji slumped helplessly to the ground, left with no remaining arguments. Shen Xiuyun employed the technique to reveal the crucial truths everyone was most concerned about. One segment showed Zhang Qingji provoking Zhu Xingyao, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the previously known decorum. When faced with danger, he was nothing short of a coward, fleeing alone. The other segment depicted the events leading to the demise of the group. Throughout, Zhu Xingyao remained the victim, ultimately returning the bodies of the fallen. Lu Yi's face darkened ominously upon witnessing this. Before Yun Siqing could impose punishment, he raised his hand and struck Zhang Chengji across the face, exclaiming, "You ungrateful disciple! How many times have I warned you not to be overly competitive, yet you refuse to listen? Now, having committed such a grievous error, even I cannot protect you." Zhang Qingji clung to Lu Yi's leg, weeping bitterly, "Master, I was wrong. I was too competitive. I did not intend to treat Brother Zhu so poorly. I promise I will never do so again, had it not been for the constraints of propriety." Shen Xiuyun would have rolled his eyes in disbelief. One mere mention of competitiveness was attempting to gloss over everything. Lu Yi's intentions were clear. "Master, please, let's not take this too seriously. Children often squabble. What harm is there? Would it not ruin the bonds of brotherhood? Moreover, Chengji was merely frightened and spoke those rebellious words in a moment of panic. Now that the misunderstandings have been cleared, why not let us all take a step back? I assure you, this young rascal shall properly apologize to your disciple and will be strictly disciplined henceforth as a child. At such an age," Shen Xiuyun raised a hand slightly. "A giant infant?" At his words, muffled laughter erupted within the discipline hall. Lu Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as if he were on fire, his resentment toward Shen Xiuyun intensifying. Wasn't Lu Yi the one who always praised this disciple's excellence? The accusations he made were logical, yet he claimed they were fabricated in a moment of panic. "I know of your fondness for your disciple, but I will not allow anyone to harm mine in the slightest." Shen Xiuyun turned to Yun Siqing. "Elder brother, I recall that those who deliberately harm their fellow disciples in the demon realm should face at least a year of confinement in the darkroom." Yun Siqing, his expression unyielding, concurred, "Indeed, should this happen again, their cultivation will be forfeit, and they shall be expelled from the Xuantiangong." The other masters present in the discipline hall nodded in agreement. Zhang Chengji clutched Lu Yi's robes, pleading, "Master, I don't want to go to the darkroom." The dark room was devoid of light and spiritual energy, where one could neither cultivate nor communicate with the outside world, languishing in monotony day after day. Thus, some disciples, released from confinement, would find themselves driven to madness before their release. Lu Yi gritted his teeth, desperately arguing, "Master, I know you handle matters with impartiality, but is the punishment of the dark room not excessive?" Yun Siqing shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you dare question my judgment?" Lu Yi trembled, lowering his head. "I do not dare." He then patted Zhang Qingji on the shoulder. "Disciple, in the Xuantiangong my influence is limited, and I cannot protect you. Unlike some who hide their identities and infiltrate the demon realm to disrupt the trials and assault disciples, only to escape unscathed." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun recognized the implication was directed at him. "You old rascal, who do you think you're implying? The beating I delivered was well-deserved. I even thought I'd gone too easy on him." Yun Siqing turned to Shen Xiuyun, stating that he too would face punishment, pointing at peak master Shen Xiuyun for violating sect rules and ordering him to reflect for 6 months and transcribe the sect rules 500 times. "I have no objections. 500 times. Who hasn't been punished with writing during their school days? It's a trivial matter. System. Host. Just a friendly reminder, the Xuanian Gong has been established for a millennium, and the sect rules are extensive, numbering in the thousands, you know. Shun smiling with a hint of menace. Xiuyun. Thank you for your enlightening information. System. You're welcome. It's the least I can do. This matter finally reached a resolution, and everyone concluded that the immortal master was indeed overly protective, harming himself while attempting to harm his enemies. From now on, disciples must remain vigilant and steer clear of Zhu Xingyao to ensure their safety. With the matter settled, the elder masters were dismissed by Yun Xiqing. This trial was abruptly halted due to disturbances in the barrier, and they would need to prepare for a rematch in a few days. Once the discipline hall's members had dispersed, Zhu Xingyao finally voiced the thoughts he had been suppressing. Master, I have caused you trouble. Yun Xiqing replied sharply, You are aware that you have caused him trouble. If it were not for your safety, would he have ventured into the demon realm? Would he have faced punishment for it? Ever since I took you as my disciple, there has not been a single day of peace. Shen Xiuyun hurriedly interjected, positioning himself between the two. It was my decision to go. This has nothing to do with Io. Yet Zhu Xingyao lowered his head, fists clenched, insisting, No, it is my fault. This doesn't seem to concern you much. Does it? Why are you taking the blame? He orchestrated everything, and Zhu Xingyao was completely unaware. Yun Xiqing scrutinized Zhu Xingyao, his voice icy. During your confinement, you shall reside in the disciples' quarters, attending classes and training alongside my other disciples, with no allowance for idleness, should you show no progress after 6 months. Zhu Xingyao met Yun Xiqing's gaze resolutely, his eyes unwavering. If I make no progress, there will be no need for you to expel me. I shall leave of my own accord. Shen Xiuyun quickly waved his hands. No, that won't be necessary. Yun Xiqing chuckled coldly at Zhu Xingyao. You have said it yourself. Do not regret it later, elder brother. Disciples, could you perhaps consider my perspective as one of the parties involved? Surely my opinion warrants some consideration. Chapter 51. Master, your heart is racing quite rapidly. Yun Xiqing, busy with daily affairs, seldom had the time to instruct his disciples personally. Being the sect leader, his status was significant, and he rarely engaged in hands-on sword training with the students. His teaching style could be summed up as a blend of free-range guidance and intermittent assessments. If one failed the assessment, they faced severe consequences. Under such pressure, the disciples trembled in fear while striving to excel, making success nearly inevitable. After today's lesson, Zhu Xingyao proactively stopped Yun Xiqing. Master, did you not say you would personally teach me? How can I improve my swordsmanship if I am left to my own devices? Shen Xiuyun feigned an air of nonchalance, clearing his throat and subtly tugging on Zhu Xingyao's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from provoking trouble. Brother Zhu, you have truly been spoiled by the immortal master. How dare you speak so boldly? If the master would take offense and personally instruct you, you might find yourself bedridden for 10 days or more. You wish to spar with me? He had longed to engage in a serious duel with Yun Xiqing, yet had never found the opportunity. I know I'm still weak and often cause my master worry, which troubles you. Thus, I wish to grow stronger, aspiring to reach a point where I can protect my master. Zhu Xingyao's ambition was commendable, yet how could he protect his master when he had yet to attain the golden core stage? Yun Xiqing regarded Zhu Xingyao, having previously thought him lacking in all but his appearance. Now, the youth stood tall and resolute, displaying a newfound determination that set him apart from his former self. Very well, let us see just how much strength you possess. Yun Xiqing raised his hand to summon the wind-chasing sword, showing no signs of deference towards Zhu Xingyao merely because he was younger. Instead, he unleashed a series of fierce and formidable strikes, providing Zhu Xingyao with no opportunity to catch his breath. In a moment of carelessness, the gleaming thin blade was already threateningly close to Zhu Xingyao's face. Zhu Xingyao narrowed his eyes and hastily retreated, managing to evade by a hair's breadth, yet the gust of wind scattered some of his hair into the air, which, before even touching the blade, had abruptly severed. What a sharp sword! Had he not dodged in time, what lay on the ground now would likely not be mere hair, but rather his head. Yun Xiqing remarked, not bad for a reaction. But is evasion all you can do? With such a performance, how can you speak of becoming stronger? Zhu Xingyao countered, how can my master know if I'm capable unless he continues to test me? He summoned his own sword and retaliated, matching Yun Siqing's prowess. The two exchanged blows back and forth, stirring up countless fragments of stone, the clashing of blades ringing incessantly in the air. A few onlookers stood in stunned silence. And the third junior disciple lifted his stiff jaw. Elder brother, is Zhu Jr. really at the foundation establishment stage? Although our master only exerted 30% of his strength, we can barely withstand even 20% on a regular day. He is simply too monstrous, Shen Xiuyun remarked. That indicates he possesses extraordinary talent. The elder who assessed his qualifications once mentioned that he is born with a sword bone, a rarity seen once in a century. The third junior disciple leaned closer to Shen Xiuyun, a hint of envy in his voice. I believe it's more than just talent that I heard that his swordsmanship has been personally taught by our uncle master, which undoubtedly allows him to learn faster and make fewer mistakes compared to us who study on our own. Personally, Shen Xiuyun mused, our uncle master indeed holds a special affection for Zhu Xingyao. Such favoritism was both enviable and jealousy-inducing. Shen Xiuyun gazed longingly at Yun Siqing, who had his back turned towards him, unable to recall the last time their master had individually taught him sword practice. He longed for it too, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Shen Xiuyun was still diligently copying the rules of the sect, his hands cramping from the monotony. Ever since Zhu Xingyao had moved out, he felt like a lonely elder, neglected and unloved. He could only maintain a semblance of life through communication via jade slips. Previously, he had been terrified of Zhu Xingyao's antics, but now that the latter had finally distanced himself, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Distracted, Shen Xiuyun inadvertently wrote a character incorrectly, ruining an entire sheet of work. His composure shattered. He slammed his pen down and struck the table in frustration. What is our master thinking? Hearing a familiar voice, Shen Xiuyun looked up to see Zhu Xingyao had returned unbeknownst to him, a flicker of unrecognized joy flashing in his eyes. Why are you back? Zhu Xingyao obediently moved closer. Kneeling on another cushion by the table, disciple missed the master, so I returned. Shen Xiuyun rubbed his arms, feeling a wave of goosebumps rise. Aren't you afraid of your senior brother punishing you? Our uncle master did not say I could not return. Zhu Xingyao gazed earnestly at Shen Xiuyun. Have you not missed me at all during my absence? After not seeing you for a while, you've grown increasingly shameless. Zhu Xingyao tugged at Shen Xiuyun's sleeve playfully. Shen Xiuyun pursed his lips, pondering for a moment before replying. I did. Think about it. Zhu Xingyao pouted. Your tone is so dismissive. The bead of sweat trickled down Shen Xiuyun's temple. What was this ridiculous tone of a girlfriend disapproving of her boyfriend? The atmosphere felt slightly strange. Shen Xiuyun's gaze sharpened. Why has your hair been cut shorter? And what are those bruises on your neck? Have you been hurt? Zhu Xingyao fumbled to cover up. This is... Don't move. Shen Xiuyun pressed Zhu Xingyao's shoulders, pushing him onto the low table. Without hesitation, he peeled away Zhu Xingyao's hand and tore open his collar, finally revealing the faintly menacing wound on the boy's fair neck. The injury was not deep, but it was still oozing blood. What happened? In a previous life, you harbored an aversion to reading, particularly sacred texts, which induced a state of drowsiness at the mere sight of them. While Laozi recited scriptures, you would succumb to my hypnotic influence, drifting into a deep slumber. The only time you displayed earnestness was during sword practice, often colliding into his embrace, which, to be frank, was somewhat taxing on the waist. However, in this lifetime's lecture on scriptures, it appears that Zhu Xingyao has never once dozed off. After careful reflection, Shen Xiuyun confirmed that indeed, not a single instance of drowsiness had occurred. How peculiar! Has his nature transformed? Or has he truly, under my guidance in this life, blossomed into a diligent student? Master, there are some items entrusted to me to deliver to you. Zhu Xingyao placed a bulging bag of holding upon the table. What is this? Oh, this bag seems rather familiar, reminiscent of the one he used to store 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones? These were the winnings from the wager master had placed, believing that his disciple would emerge victorious in the demon realm. Shen Xiuyun remarked. Well, that certainly is the case. He inquired. How many? One could estimate it must be a considerable sum, given that no one anticipated Zhu Xingyao would emerge as the ultimate dark horse, breaking through the competition. I imagine many must have wept bitterly over their losses. Zhu Xingyao replied calmly, 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Shen Xiuyun nearly choked on his own saliva. So many. You speak of this with such nonchalance. Do you realize the enormity of this enviable fortune? Indeed, nearly 90% of the Xintian sect had lost their bets that my goodness. Has he inadvertently offended nearly 90% of the sect? Fortunately, as he is an immortal, no one dares to stir trouble. Otherwise, anyone else would have been thoroughly beaten. Elder Hao had remarked when handing over the spirit stones, "You have placed a good bet this time. But do not place another next time." Shen Xiuyun mused, "Goodness, he's been blacklisted outright. How stingy. Clearly, he cannot handle the stakes." Zhu Xingyao smiled. "How could Master know that I would surely secure first place?" Shen Xiuyun shot him an exasperated glance. "You are my disciple. How could I not know your capabilities?" Zhu Xingyao's lips curled into a broad smile. "So Master has such faith in me. For me, it is merely an abundance of spirit stones, with no place to spend them. The outcome is of little consequence." Shen Xiuyun, growing annoyed by the questioning, retorted, "Enough with your prattle. Leave the items and be off. You are distracting me from my duties. Very well. I shall take my leave for now, and later report to Master through the Jade Tablet on what I have learned today." Understood, understood. Speaking of daily reports, it does carry a hint of the intimate exchanges between young couples. The developments are becoming increasingly absurd. Upon returning to the disciples' quarters, Zhu Xingyao shut the door and eagerly retrieved one of the books Shen Xiuyun had given him. Upon touching the cover, he was astonished to find the title had changed. How to Win Over the Aloof Master. Zhu Xingyao. Chapter 53. Master, I wish to hear your voice. Zhu Xingyao was utterly bewildered as to why the book transformed upon his touch. Could it be that Master had cast an illusion upon it? Yet, judging by the frivolous title, it seemed unlikely that Master would engage in such antics. What was happening? What did winning over entail? Driven by curiosity, Zhu Xingyao opened the first page, and the vivid imagery left him utterly stupefied. There, depicted without faces, were two individuals embracing intimately. His master, it seemed, was reading such literature. This was certainly not something Yun Siqing would have given to Master. Why had Master chosen to change the book? Was there some hidden implication? With intense focus, Zhu Xingyao gripped the delicate pages, almost tearing the fragile paper with his fingers. As he continued to flip through, he found scenes of the two individuals embracing and kissing in various settings. By the window, at the desk, in a hot spring, every detail was laid bare, even though the figures lacked distinct facial features. Their attire, hairstyles, and certain characteristics bore a striking resemblance to himself and Shen Xiuyun. Zhu Xingyao was unable to resist the urge to visualize himself in their place, his fingertips grazing the thin paper, as if caressing. Master, 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 the title echoed in his mind, a yearning he could scarcely contain. Footsteps and voices approached from outside. The others from his dormitory were returning. Zhu Xingyao abruptly closed the book, flung open the door, and, like a gust of wind, departed before anyone could react, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. The third junior disciple brushed aside a leaf that had blown into his eyes from the strong gust and asked the senior brother Shen Xiuyun. Perplexed, was that Zhu shitty just now? What's wrong with him? Why was he in such a hurry? I thought I saw his eyes were a bit red. Is everything all right? In contrast to the third junior disciple's animated inquiries, Shen Xiuyun remained indifferent, his expression unperturbed as he replied coolly, "I don't know." He then strolled towards the dormitory, only to catch a faint, lingering fragrance upon entering. Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow, wondering, could it be that residual poison hasn't dissipated yet? Didn't the elder mention that he had a close call with the blue-winged serpent demon in the demon realm? Should we inform the elder? The third junior disciple exclaimed, alarmed. Shen Xiuyun rubbed his temples in frustration, unable to comprehend how the third junior disciple could exhibit such a demeanor under Master's guidance, especially when the second junior disciple was so fearful of him that I will send a message to the elder. Shen Xiuyun called for Zhu Xingyao several times through the Jade Tablet, but received no response, leading to a growing sense of urgency. Could it be that Zhu Xingyao is truly in trouble? Given the way this child clings to me, there is no reason for him not to respond unless he is unable. just as Shen Xiuyun contemplated breaking through the mountainous barrier. The jade tablet flickered to life, finally receiving a response. However, it bore no image, only sound. Shen Xiuyun began, "Report on your studies," and such immediately, to which Zhu Xingyao had previously responded with annoyance, causing quite the commotion. Thus, his current demeanor seemed somewhat contrived. "Master, what is the matter?" Zhu Xingyao's voice sounded deeper than usual, laced with a hint of languor and satisfaction, tugging at one's heartstrings. "What are you doing right now?" "What am I doing?" In the dim moonlight, Zhu Xingyao gazed at his reflection on the water's surface, a smirk playing on his lips. This visage appeared more striking than usual, with his peach blossom eyes shrouded in a soft mist. Brimming with affection that, of course, he was all because of the book Master gifted him, that if he didn't linger until midnight, he wouldn't be able to return to the disciples' quarters. That a soft splash echoed from the other end of the jade tablet. Abrupt and hasty, as if Shen Xiuyun had misheard. "You are bathing?" Zhu Xingyao paused before responding, his voice thick with nasal tones, as if suppressing something. Shen Xiuyun sighed, realizing why Zhu Xingyao had not replied earlier. Thank goodness he hadn't responded, for the thought of video calling while bathing would have left him thoroughly embarrassed. "Finish your bath. I will speak with you later." "Master, don't leave," just as Shen Xiuyun intended to sever the connection. Zhu Xingyao interjected with a hint of urgency. In his haste, a splash resounded, suggesting he had inadvertently slipped, and faint breaths escaped involuntarily. This foolish child. I hope he hasn't hurt himself," Shen Xiuyun inquired. "What's wrong?" Zhu Xingyao fell silent for a moment before responding in a hoarse tone. "Master, please stay and talk with me. I wish to hear your voice. Your voice seems off. Are you all right?" From the beginning until now, something felt amiss, yet Shen Xiuyun could not pinpoint what exactly was strange that Zhu Xingyao truly bathing. Indeed, Zhu Xingyao's reply was prompt. "Shen Xiuyun just informed me that you don't seem well." Zhu Xingyao keenly picked up on the information. "Shen Xiuyun, since when do you refer to him so casually? Could it be that he has been secretly communicating with Master about me?" No wonder Master, who never contacted him first, would suddenly inquired. He had even thought Master was keen to gauge his reaction to the book, but was this all there was? Had he misinterpreted? He had assumed Master had become more perceptive. Zhu Xingyao felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him disenchanted. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, though his voice remained steady. "I'm fine. As long as Master talks to me, I will be well. Hearing your voice is all I need." What should I say? What a peculiar request. Would talking make everything better? Was he merely seeking companionship? Why not continue with the scriptures you didn't finish last time? Shen Xiuyun replied, "Go wash yourself. You have spoiled him. If I speak, I would appear quite foolish, especially since I still have 300 rules to copy, Master." "Are you still there? Is that not permissible?" "System. Corruption value 1. Shen Xiuyun, I have 1,000 profanities that I do not know whether to utter or refrain." Zhu Xingyao, "Well then, that's all right. I'll be a bit aggrieved." "How pitiful." "System. Corruption value 2. Shen, take a deep breath and maintain a smile. Xiuyun, "Very well. I was merely searching for a book. I shall tell you now. It is nothing. He merely acts from the heart." The soothing and steady voice of Shen Xiuyun emanated from the jade tablet, reminiscent of a gently flowing river. While it was intended to calm one's spirit, it only served to stir up a tempest within Zhu Xingyao's heart. The master remained blissfully unaware of the thoughts racing through his mind or the actions his hands were undertaking as he listened to the recitation of those sacred scriptures. The sensation was akin to being in the most solemn of places while engaging in the most irreverent of acts, invoking a secret thrill reminiscent of the time he penned invitations in his previous life. As for Shen Xiuyun, initially concerned that Zhu Xingyao's vigorous scrubbing might strip away his skin, he soon realized that the situation seemed to transcend mere bathing. He hurriedly covered his wandering thoughts. Urging himself to cease, his face flushed once more. This weather was unbearably hot. Yet at that moment, an image from Zhu Xingyao's side inexplicably materialized. In the serene moonlight over the forest lake, a breathtaking youth lay by the water's edge, his inky hair clinging wetly to his profile, draped in a thin garment that accentuated his slender form. This was truly remarkable. Shen Xiuyun felt a rush of warmth in his nose, a telltale sign of a nosebleed. Chapter 54. The master plays alone. Shen Xiuyun clamped his hand tightly over his bleeding nose, internally reeling from the shock. How could this be? Master. The voice was hoarse and deep, reminiscent of the moments following their previous lives' dual cultivation. Shen Xiuyun held his breath, the familiar heat in his chest intensifying, but he could not afford to dwell on it. Zhu Xingyao turned his head, droplets of water, whether from sweat or the lake, glistening on his face. Tracing the elegant line of his jaw and dripping from his chin or sliding down his neck, that IT was utterly intoxicating. His damp, glistening eyes gazed over, shrouded in mist, reminiscent of water-soaked grapes, dark and lustrous, as if they were about to draw one in. Shen Xiuyun could no longer withstand the onslaught of sensations and abruptly severed the connection. Though the image had vanished, its effects continued to simmer within him. Why did he react more intensely to a man than to a woman? While Zhu Xingyao's visage was indeed soul-stirringly beautiful, he was still a man. Surely he could not be swayed by the entanglements of their past lives? Shen Xiuyun was struck by his own thoughts, feeling utterly defeated, as if struck by lightning. The system unceremoniously chimed in with its insipid tone. Tisafisque. Desperate for solace, Shen Xiuyun implored the system. Old Sixth, this must be an illusion. Right? The system replied. Yes, indeed. Your nosebleed is merely a result of spring's arrival in your restless heart. Shen Xiuyun retorted, Don't think I haven't noticed your veiled insinuations. The system, with a righteous tone, asserted, Host, this system underwent rigorous training before going online. And under no circumstances will it mock or belittle the host, only providing you with quality service. Shen Xiuyun scoffed, I find that hard to believe. You just laughed out loud. The system cryptically suggested. Calm down, dear host. You must have misheard that IT would be prudent to address your personal issues first. Yes. Personal issues. Shen Xiuyun glanced downward, immediately feeling a wave of embarrassment. He immersed himself in the cleansing pool. As he shed his garments, he discovered an alarming blood-red mark on his chest, glaring and impossible to ignore. What could this mark signify? The text had not mentioned it. He had thought it merely a manifestation of Zhu Xingyao's possessiveness in their past life, perhaps with some locational significance. Yet, here he was, having died once, and this mark still lingered upon him, flaring up at such a moment. Furthermore, the pool's waters seemed to have no effect on it. It was as if it were branded upon his very soul. Inextricable as he repeatedly thought of Zhu Xingyao. The heat engulfed his entire chest. Shen Xiuyun narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, leaning against the cool wall of the pool, his lips slightly parted as if gasping for air like a fish washed ashore. The sensation of ice and fire clashing rendered him utterly devoid of composure. Drawing from personal experience, Shen Xiuyun was convinced that Zhu Xingyao was undoubtedly engaging in equally improper behavior at that very moment. The mere thought that he was the one to enlighten Zhu Xingyao sent a wave of heat surging to his head. At this point, he could no longer deceive himself. He suspected he might not be entirely straight. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel such uncontainable excitement at the sight of Zhu Xingyao. Yet, how could it be? This lifetime's Zhu Xingyao, while also inclined, had grown into an exemplary youth under his diligent tutelage, harboring no inappropriate thoughts toward his master. Shen Xiuyun felt a deep sense of despair, wondering if he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. Upon returning to the disciples' quarters, Zhu Xingyao, burdened with a chill, tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The faint, unfamiliar pleasure that did not belong to him infected him, rendering slumber impossible, as the restlessness he had finally suppressed surged back. For the first time, Zhu Xingyao felt that the heart union spell was more of an encumbrance than a blessing. The tantalizing prospect was just out of reach, igniting a fire in his heart. His master seemed to indulge tirelessly in his own pleasures. Once, he would have been left exhausted and pleading for mercy. Now, after several instances, was his own skill still inferior? Zhu Xingyao thought indignantly. Not long after the embarrassing incident that left Shen Xiuyun flustered, news arrived that Zhu Xingyao had fainted again. Shen Xiuyun. This boy was growing increasingly delicate. He must have been possessed by Lin's sister. However, upon employing the projection technique to observe Zhu Xingyao, whose shoulders bore an array of scars, Shen Xiuyun felt not only sorrow, but also a surge of anger. Was his senior brother attempting to work his only disciple to death? Zhu Xingyao lowered his gaze, pulling the blanket up to cover his shoulders, attempting to conceal the marks. His complexion was pale. His lips even paler, fragile like a glass lantern that could shatter with the slightest touch. Master, please don't look. What is there that your master hasn't seen? Whether in their previous life or this one. From her intimate moments to the medicinal applications in the secret realm, he had witnessed it all. He reached out to touch the wound on Zhu Xingyao's shoulder, only to abruptly halt, realizing he could not reach it now. Had he known it would come to this, he would have fought tooth and nail with Yun Xiqing to prevent Zhu Xingyao from being sent to the disciples' quarters. His senior brother's methods were too severe. Although Zhu Xingyao was talented, he could not withstand Yun Xiqing's near-demonic coaching. Yun Xiqing imposed harsh demands on his disciples, unwavering in his convictions. He was a merciless figure, akin to the cold-hearted path of cultivation. Shen Xiuyun's heart ached for Zhu Xingyao all the more. Once the Master's confinement was lifted, you shall return to One Finger Peak, and I will personally instruct you henceforth. Master, truly? Zhu Xingyao turned his head, excitement shining in his tear-filled eyes. If it weren't for the distance between them, Shen Xiuyun would have sworn this foolish child was about to leap into his arms and weep uncontrollably. Of course, Shen Xiuyun assured him. However, Zhu Xingyao's injuries necessitated additional preparations of elixirs and external ointments. Otherwise, it remained uncertain whether he could endure until Shen Xiuyun's return to One Finger Peak. Shen Xiuyun pondered for a moment and sent a message to the Master of Four Finger Peak. Chapter 55. I have a friend. The Master of Four Finger Peak was currently in his alchemy chamber, pulling out handfuls of hair in frustration. Since the trial in the demon realm, the sales of various elixirs had plummeted, and the newly concocted potions were on the verge of spoiling due to inability to sell. He was nearly destitute and could see that moment. The jade tablet at his side lit up. It was the Immortal Lord. What business do you have, Immortal Lord? The Master of Four Finger Peak's voice carried an air of reverence, yet there was an undercurrent of barely suppressed excitement. Shen Xiuyun replied, "It's not so much a command as a query. Do you have any effective healing elixirs?" The Master of Four Finger Peak's eyes brightened, and he immediately began to rattle off a list of over 20 types of elixirs, each boasting exceptional efficacy, promising to compensate for any mishaps. Given your advanced cultivation, you may not need them often, but your disciple will inevitably encounter mishaps during his journeys. Quality elixirs can save a life in critical moments. It would be wise to stock up on a few of each type. I can offer you a friendly discount of 20%. Shen Xiuyun. It feels as though I've stepped into a store and been cornered by a salesperson. Inundated with recommendations. However, the Master of Four Finger Peak did make a valid point. He needed to stock up on elixirs for Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao was far too prone to injury, and he could not always be there to watch over him. Then let us procure them all. I cannot descend the mountain at present, so I would appreciate it if you could send the elixirs to the disciples' quarters for my student. The Master of Four Finger Peak was already calculating in his mind. Grinning broadly and readily agreed, certainly a small task. By the way, has Zhu Shizi sustained any injuries? How severe are they? Should I send someone to check on him? Behold, perhaps one might yet persuade the esteemed immortal to purchase a few external remedies, thus enabling a successful sale and sparing oneself from the harsh winds of the Northwest this month. Quite splendid indeed. After all, the entire sect is now aware of the immortal's profound affection and protective instincts towards Zhu Xingyao. Recently, the immortal has won a considerable fortune in spirit stones and is unlikely to be stingy in lavishing gifts upon Zhu Xing. And no need for that. It is not a grave matter, and there is no necessity to mobilize such resources. Shen Xiuyun hesitated momentarily, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he subtly hinted to the Peak Master of the Four Fingers Peak. Do you happen to have any of those pills? What kind of pill are you referring to? The Peak Master of Four Fingers lowered his crossed leg, his tone suddenly turning earnest and serious. If Shen Xiuyun were present, he would witness the flickering flames of gossip dancing in the Peak Master's eyes. You see, I have a friend who has recently been feeling rather restless and uncontrollable. He hesitated. You understand what I mean, right? Shen Xiuyun was cautious not to be too explicit, that he trusted that the Peak Master, as a man himself, would grasp the unspoken understanding. What he truly desired was something to temper that impulsive yearning, for becoming emotionally entangled was too troublesome. He couldn't possibly visit the purification pool every time. Could he? As for the alternative, Shen Xiuyun fervently shook his head in his mind. Zhu Xingyao was still a child. Such matters could ruin him. He couldn't bring himself to act so beastly. Moreover, seeking someone else felt psychologically intolerable. He seemed to harbor a distinctly unique feeling towards Zhu Xingyao. After a moment of contemplation, the peak master of Four Fingers clapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Ah, I understand now. Fear not. I possess just the remedy you seek. Its efficacy is tenfold, and those who have used it speak highly of its benefits without any harm to the body." What friend? With his years of experience, he discerned that this was clearly about the immortal himself. It seems that even the emotionless immortal is not exempt from such desires. Indeed, without ascension, he remains bound by worldly customs. How arduous it must have been for the immortal to endure all these years. Despite his esteemed position and the reverence he commands, he is deprived of even the most basic human experiences, which is truly lamentable. The peak master felt a surge of sympathy for Shen Xiuyun. Secretly, he decided to enhance the concoction with additional potent ingredients to ensure the immortal experienced both bodily and spiritual satisfaction. Shen Xiuyun. Tenfold efficacy. Does that imply exceptional results in that regard? Are we truly on the same wavelength? Such a description is bound to lead to misunderstandings. Avoid any confusion. Shen Xiuyun confirmed. You truly understand? The peak master nodded vigorously, finally lowering his voice as a fellow man. I comprehend completely. Rest assured, I will personally prepare this remedy for you and ensure it remains confidential. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun felt somewhat reassured. Very well then. The secrecy was commendable, and he believed there would be no errors. However, when he later consumed the remedy, only to find himself in a most regrettable predicament with his disciple, he realized just how misguided he had been. Although the act of sending pills to Zhu Xingyao was executed with great discretion, for reasons unknown, within just a few days, the entire sect inexplicably became aware of it. Many harbored feelings of envy, jealousy, and resentment towards Zhu Xingyao, their gazes toward their own masters increasingly laden with longing. As if silently beseeching, "Master, when will you procure for me a similar training package from the peak master of Four Fingers?" At that moment, Shen Xiuyun was buried in a pile of books. Attempting to ascertain the nature of the mark upon him, blissfully unaware of the rampant discussions surrounding him and Zhu Xingyao within the sect. Frustrated, he covered his face with a book, lying atop the stack with a weary complaint. I am nearly blind searching for this. I peruse 17 or 18 tomes, yet not a single one contains what I seek. Are the manuals in Xintian's sect truly inadequate? What kind of nonsense has that little brat, Zhu Xingyao, put me through? It's infuriating. What has Zhu Xingyao done to you? A familiar voice called from outside. Senior brother? Shen Xiuyun hastily removed the book, only to see a tall figure standing at the entrance. Backlit, he could not discern Yun Siqing's expression at that moment. Yet he was acutely aware that his current posture was quite unseemly. The original owner, no matter how he faltered in maintaining his facade, would never have behaved in such a manner. Moreover, he had no idea when Yun Siqing had arrived or how much of his instinctive muttering he had overheard. Oh no, how am I to explain this? Yun Siqing reiterated, "What has Zhu Xingyao done to you?" Shen Xiuyun attempted to cover up. Senior brother, you misunderstood. I meant that Zhu Xingyao, that mischievous child, has presented me with yet another conundrum. Yun Siqing's probing gaze lingered on Shen Xiuyun's face for a moment before he instructed, "Come with me to the purification pool." Shen Xiuyun, bewildered, wondered why they were suddenly going to the purification pool. The waters therein were meant to cleanse the soul, such as dispelling the remnants of past lives, like the lingering essence of Zhu Xingyao's spiritual connection imprinted upon his soul, or removing certain foreign soul imprints. Yet in this life, none of that had occurred, so he had no need to immerse himself. The purification pool was shrouded in mist, the vapor creating a hazy ambience that left one's eyes feeling moist. "Step in," Yun Siqing commanded. Shen Xiuyun, trusting his judgment, complied. He shed all but his undergarments and slowly waded into the pool. The water was rather cold, causing him to shiver slightly. Lifting the damp hem of his clothing, He raised his gaze to Yun Xiqing. Senior brother, what on earth is going on? Can you tell me now? After a pause, Yun Xiqing replied, do you often experience an inexplicable feeling towards Zhu Xingyao, finding yourself recalling him unbidden, unable to refuse his requests, and even feeling an involuntary sense of compassion towards him? Shen Xiuyun's pupils dilated. How do you know this? Have you installed a camera on me? Chapter 56. He bewitches you. Shen Xiuyun was utterly bewildered. In all his years, he had never felt this way about anyone. With Zhu Xingyao, he consistently exhibited more patience and tolerance than he did with others. Though he could not fathom Why.it was an inexplicable and ineffable sensation. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Zhu Xingyao, he felt an affinity for anyone encountering a bloodied and unconscious individual on the roadside. The instinctual reaction would likely be to avoid involvement, fearing entanglement. Initially, Shen Xiuyun had considered burying the boy, but was startled when he realized that Zhu Xingyao was still alive, even while murmuring about avenging himself against the hypocrites. Intrigued, he chose to take the boy back with him. Even after being bitten by the awakened cub, he hardly minded. He merely felt pity for such a young child who had evidently endured much to become so feral. During their time together, he had thought his indulgence toward Zhu Xingyao was merely compassion, but the current circumstances suggested it was far more complex than that. The reason for your feelings is that you have fallen under the heart-binding spell. Recently, Yun Xiqing had perused numerous texts in the library and finally discovered descriptions resembling what he had sensed in Shen Xiuyun. Coupled with Shen Xiuyun's shocked reaction, he was nearly certain that Shen Xiuyun was unwittingly ensnared by the spell. What is the heart-binding spell? What is that? Why is it affecting him? It is a forbidden technique employed by the demon race to bind one's beloved, using the caster's blood as a catalyst, leaving an imprint upon the beloved's soul. This binds them together across lifetimes, entangling them even in death. The heart-binding spell distinguishes between the master and the servant. Once the spell is cast, the servant shares in the master's fortunes and misfortunes. Wait a moment. Shen Xiuyun suddenly recalled something. That mark on him, wasn't it Zhu Xingyao's blood imprint? The last time he traversed the path, it had been unceremoniously unearthed, likely due to that very mark that he had previously believed that Zhu Xingyao had merely marked him out of spite to assert his claim, but it turned out to have far-reaching implications. This was too scheming to be entangled with him across lifetimes. How vexing! Thankfully, the darkened figure had already perished. Otherwise, this game would have been utterly unplayable. Yun Xiqing observed Shen Xiuyun's expression with keen interest and continued calmly. Those under the spell will gradually develop an illusion of affection for the other, complying with their every request, becoming a docile and perfect puppet partner. Isn't this functionally similar to that love insect? I don't recall reading about this in the texts. Yun Xiqing cupped a handful of water in his palm, conjuring a complex sigil in midair, which he then pressed against Shen Xiuyun's heart. Suddenly, Shen Xiuyun felt a sharp pain, nearly choking on his breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Did you feel that? Shen Xiuyun leaned against the pool's edge, his strength waning as he nodded weakly. Not just felt. It was excruciating to the point of wishing for death. Fortunately, the effect of the spell lasted only a few breaths. Even so, it had nearly drained him of all his energy. This was bestowed upon you by Zhu Xingyao. Yun Xiqing stated with certainty that no, it wasn't him. Shen Xiuyun pressed his hand against his chest, his voice trembling as he spoke, that it was the same heart-binding spell cast upon him by Zhu Xingyao in his previous life. Not the one present now. Junior brother, is the influence of the heart-binding spell that has left you so bewildered. But you not find it peculiar that you, who practice the path of indifference, are so emotionally invested in him? The only explanation could be that the heart-binding spell had ensnared you, leading him to manipulate your feelings. Shen Xiuyun remained silent, his lips pressed together, as Yun Xiqing's words seemed quite reasonable. He observed that Zhu Xingyao was indeed unable to control his emotions. Yet, could it truly be solely the heart-binding spell that elicited such strange feelings towards Zhu Xingyao? What kind of spell could wield such power, easily manipulating a person's heart? Yun Xiqing continued, your thoughts must be in disarray, making it hard for you to comprehend. Fear not, The heart-binding spell only reaches its full effect when you are together. If you were to distance yourself for a while, the influence of the spell would naturally lessen, and clarity would follow. This is why he has been so determined to separate you from Zhu Xingyao. What troubled him immensely was that even with one confined and the other relocated, Zhu Xingyao still reached out to his junior brother daily, claiming to report on his studies. He even went so far as to deliberately injure himself during their sparring sessions, drawing the junior brother's concern, who then sent numerous elixirs, making the entire sect aware of the situation. Truly cunning. Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there no way to remove this heart-binding spell?" The best method to ascertain whether my feelings for Zhu Xingyao stem from my heart or from external influences would be to eliminate the spell and see how I feel towards him. He yearned to understand the nature of his feelings for Zhu Xingyao. What others spoke of was not necessarily what he felt. Only he could ascertain the truth of his emotions. Yin Xiqing's expression grew solemn as he replied, "It is indeed possible, but your case is quite unusual. The spell has become almost inseparable from your spirit and soul." Shen Xiuyun exclaimed in surprise. "How could this be? Is it because I have died once? What then shall I do? Must I carry this peculiar mark with me indefinitely? How can I clarify my feelings for Zhu Xingyao?" However, this bizarre mark seemed to inadvertently explain the drastic shift in his personality. No wonder Yin Xiqing had not seemed troubled by his drastic change. It was likely that all blame had fallen upon Zhu Xingyao. Oh dear, what a predicament! My disciple has unlocked a new usage of blame. For the time being, he was uncertain. After all, this was a forbidden technique of the demon clan, and the records in the library were limited. Yin Xiqing advised, in any case, it is best that you keep your distance for now. In the future, there will surely be a way to dispel the heart-binding spell. So minimize your encounters with him, so I shall see him secretly then. How exhilarating, as if I were a love-struck student fearing discovery by a teacher. It was indeed rather thrilling. Even using a jade slip is not permissible. Shen Xiuyun retorted, "Brother, must you make things so stringent? In 2 months, Wuangxi will hold a cleansing ceremony for their young master. The young master has been reminiscing about your past encounter and has implored his father to invite you as an honored guest. I calculated the dates, and by then, your confinement will have been lifted, allowing you to step out and refresh your spirit. It's been quite a while since you left Xiantian's sect. That child possesses commendable talent. Should you take a liking to him, he could become your disciple, alleviating your singular focus on Zhu Xingyao." "Absolutely not. I cannot accept." Shen Xiuyun's expression morphed into one of disbelief, nearly choking on his own words. "Brother, I truly cannot. You may choose any esteemed elder or peak master, but it absolutely cannot be him. I refuse to have any further entanglements with the second male lead. He could not endure the sensation of being a sandwich ever again." Each encounter with such a scenario filled him with an overwhelming desire to vanish. Yin Xiqing firmly declared, "No, you can." Shen Xiuyun's face was a portrait of rejection. "Brother, please. It is not that I cannot go." But brother had already walked away. "You are indeed my true brother, are you not? This is akin to pushing me into a pit of fire." Chapter 57. "Master, you best provide me with a reasonable explanation." Shen Xiuyun was left in a daze. Ever since his rebirth, he had no intention of engaging with the second male lead again. One Zhu Xingyao was already enough to contend with. If he had 2 disciples, wouldn't he be in chaos daily? Furthermore, one must honor their promises. Having declared he would only take 1 disciple, he could only take 1. If he broke his word, Zhu Xingyao would likely descend into darkness again, leading him to a fate of suffering once more. Absolutely not. Perhaps he should slip away and evade the storm. To be honest, the barrier outside was merely a formality for him now. The so-called confinement depended entirely on self-discipline. System. "Host, are you being foolish? Are you going to continue berating me?" Shen Xiuyun smiled benignly, gathering a sphere of spiritual energy in his hand, crackling ominously. Appearing quite perilous, if struck, it would likely reduce him to nothing. The system recoiled in fear, nearly glitching. "I apologize, there was an error in my programming. That was not my intended meaning." Shen Xiuyun plopped down onto a chair, arms crossed, adopting a fierce demeanor. Speak plainly, he was preoccupied with packing up to escape. The system, not daring to waste words, continued. "I merely wanted to remind you, Have you forgotten your current identity and strength? You are no longer the fragile beauty of your previous life, easily molded by others. You are now a revered immortal, the pinnacle of combat prowess if you truly do not wish to engage. No one can coerce you into doing so. Shen Xiuyun pondered for a moment and realized it was true. He was indeed formidable now. His expression softened so. The system elaborated, thus, why do you feel the need to flee? Even if you go to Wuangxi, if you do not wish to take on a disciple, who would dare threaten you? That would be courting death. Even Yun Xiqing would not dare. Shen Xiuyun, gradually swayed by the reasoning, rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. You make a valid point. Why should I run? What is there to fear? It was a form of liberation. He would no longer endure the grievances of his past life. The system pressed on, providing logical analysis. Moreover, it is still not the time written in the book for you to take the second male lead as a disciple. He harbors no particular obsession with you at this moment. Your visit would be an opportune moment to resolve your past entanglements once and for all, a highly advantageous decision. Besides, the white flower male lead would be unaware of your intentions in Wuangxi. So there's no need to worry about inciting jealousy. After contemplating for a while, Shen Xiuyun nodded. Your reasoning is sound. You have finally proven useful. The system feigned bashfulness. I've always been quite useful. You know, Shen Xiuyun's brows twitched again. Save your charm for later. I might just explode your virtual head. Thus, the matter was settled. Yun Xiqing remained puzzled by Shen Xiuyun's earlier resistance, now suddenly agreeing with enthusiasm. Although it seemed strange, he felt perhaps his junior brother had come to a realization. Indeed, separation proved beneficial that moment. Zhu Xingyao remained oblivious to these developments. Until one day, while dining with Shen Xiuyun and their spirited third senior brother in the dining hall. The gossip-loving third senior brother rambled on about the matter. You all know that soon. The young master of Wuangxi will hold that cleansing ceremony. Third senior brother spoke while eating. Shen Xiuyun maintained a stoic expression. Having heard some rumors, the second senior brother quietly consumed his meal, saying nothing. Zhu Xingyao casually sipped his soup, the spoon lightly tapping the porcelain bowl, producing a crisp sound. A faint smile graced his lips, almost mocking, as he uttered, "Oh." The third senior brother felt an inexplicable chill and involuntarily hugged his arms, glancing curiously at Zhu Xingyao. "Zhu Shitty, why do you wear such a facade? You don't like that young master?" Zhu Xingyao's smile grew more congenial as he sipped his soup. "Not at all. I've never even met him. How could I possibly like or dislike him?" "Well, I've simply never encountered him in this lifetime." That's so?" Third senior brother scratched his head, mumbling. Zhu Xingyao casually picked at his food and inquired, "What exactly is this cleansing ceremony for?" Shen Xiuyun gently set down his chopsticks and explained, "It is a rite of passage that every dragon of the dragon clan undergoes. The so-called cleansing refers to the removal of impurities from a body, allowing those with exceptional talent to elevate their strength further. Though the future is promising, the success rate is often dismally low, with failures facing dire consequences. Yet they must still attempt it. For if one cannot grow stronger, the treasures they possess will inevitably lead to their downfall." Third senior brother chimed in, "Indeed, do not be deceived by the formidable reputation of Wuangxi. Their cultivation is far more arduous than ours. Therefore, they have invited the elders to attend, ostensibly to witness the ceremony. But in truth, to serve as guardians. The elder has agreed and will depart shortly." "Hey, Zhu Shitty, why did you suddenly break your chopsticks?" Third senior brother exclaimed, nearly leaping from his chair. Zhu Xingyao slammed the broken chopsticks onto the table, coolly asking, "Did you just say my master agreed to go to Wuangxi?" This was out of sync with the timeline. In his previous life, it had not happened so soon. Why had his master not informed him and yet consented? Did his master, burdened by guilt from his past life, intend to take Long Yunin as a disciple once more? His master dared not. If his master dared to accept another disciple, he would immediately lock him away. The third junior brother inexplicably found the gaze of Zhu Xingyao to be utterly terrifying, profound, and reminiscent of an abyssal black hole, as if it were poised to ensnare and rend him to shreds at any moment. He stuttered as he spoke. "Well, it was just a few days ago. I only heard about it from the elders, and they didn't, Don't you report your progress to the master every day? I didn't mention it to you. Shen Xiuyun tugged at the sleeve of his somewhat dim-witted junior brother beneath the table, but alas, it was to no avail. The third junior brother continued unabated. Don't be too upset. Perhaps the master has been too busy and simply forgot to tell you. Too busy? Forgotten? Ha! The master has neglected him for several days now. Has he nearly forgotten that he has a disciple waiting outside? He hasn't even brought him back yet and dares to think about the wild disciples outside. Am I to be regarded as non-existent? This is simply outrageous. With a sharp clap, Zhu Xingyao slammed his chopsticks down on the table, letting out a cold laugh before abruptly standing up and leaving the table. Junior brother Zhu, where are you going? We have class in just a little while. LDU's class? That's you Yin Luo. The third junior brother scratched his head in confusion. Big brother, I feel like junior brother Zhu has become increasingly capricious lately. Don't you find him rather strange? The last time I happened to see him sneaking a look at something related to our Serene Master's nightly meditation. His face was flushed and his breathing was rapid. I was about to approach him to show concern, but he suddenly put away his book and vanished from my sight. Cough, 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 Shen Xiuyun choked on his tea, sputtering it out as he shot a fierce glare at the third junior brother. From now on, do not mention this to anyone. Zhu Xingyao, what are you doing? How dare you be so brazen? Aren't you afraid? The third junior brother, bewildered, asked, Big brother, what's wrong with you? Your complexion seems off too. Laughing, the elder brother completely ignored him and walked away. As Zhu Xingyao stormed back to the foot of the one-finger peak, he noticed the newly established barrier. Very well. They have even changed the barrier. Have they so swiftly devised a plan to keep him at bay? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Without a second thought, he tore a hole in the barrier and stepped through. Master, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation today, or else. Chapter 58 Master, don't go, or else. A sneeze interrupted Shen Xiuyun, who was lazily reclining against a tree, unexpectedly sneezing thrice in succession, rubbing his nose. He turned over, wondering who was speaking his name behind him. Just as the thought crossed his mind, an alert sounded in his mind. Warning. Male lead. Male lead what? Shen Xiuyun barely had time to process the system's message before his consciousness suddenly sank, and he drifted back into a drowsy slumbered, in a hazy state. He felt something soft brush against his lips. The sensation was oddly familiar. Zhu. He suddenly opened his eyes to a burst of light, and amidst the dappled shadows of the leaves, he beheld his usually well-behaved disciple, Zhu Xingyao, standing about a meter away, his brows slightly arched in a gentle smile. Yet, something about that smile seemed tinged with a hint of mischief. Master, did I disturb your rest? Would you like to continue sleeping? Shen Xiuyun's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Why did he feel an unsettling sense of danger? He scrutinized Zhu Xingyao for a moment, caught between words. Zhu Xingyao's expression remained impassive, though his lips seemed a bit peculiar. Was it possible that he had merely imagined everything that had just transpired? Shen Xiuyun was taken aback by his own thoughts. Could it be? Have I fallen so deeply into this obsession? But hadn't Yin Xiqing mentioned that separation would weaken the effects of that heart-linking spell? Why was there no sign of it diminishing, but rather intensifying? Unless he felt such a connection to Zhu Xingyao that days apart felt like an eternity. Not good. I must hasten to urge the fourth peak's master for the elixir. I cannot allow myself to continue this descent. Master. The young man's voice, laced with confusion, pulled Shen Xiuyun back from his wandering thoughts. How did you return? I thought Yin Xiqing had altered the barrier. He remembered that a soundproofing shield had been added, effectively severing his means of secret communication with Zhu Xingyao, that if he suddenly lost contact for several days, Zhu Xingyao's sensitive and fragile heart would undoubtedly leap to conclusions, and soothing him later would be a troublesome affair. Zhu Xingyao's gaze darkened, his expression shifting into one of displeasure. From your tone, Master, it seems you do not wish to see me. Without thinking, Shen Xiuyun instinctively replied, No, not at all. Curse it, he had been turned into the guest who had overstepped his bounds. The narrative should not have unfolded this way. Zhu Xingyao's expression grew increasingly sullen, his tone colder. But Master has clearly been ignoring me for several days. What do you mean by ignoring? Shen Xiuyun retorted, That's a dreadful description that he attempted to soothe. You are injured and need a rest. It would be inappropriate for me to intrude. Besides, I had someone deliver plenty of elixirs to you. Is that so? Then why has Master even changed the barrier at the foot of the mountain? Was it also to ensure I could rest in peace? Let me think of a way to wiggle out of this. If he claimed it was Yun Xiqing who changed it, he would have to explain why, which would inevitably involve the heart-linking spell. However, Shen Xiuyun had no intention of letting Zhu Xingyao in on that particular detail. Otherwise, given Zhu Xingyao's propensity for meticulousness, it would undoubtedly lead to a veritable hellscape. He was desperate to avoid a repeat of the events from his previous life. Zhu Xingyao lamented, "Does Master no longer want me?" "No, I wouldn't dare." Zhu Xingyao inched closer, and with a narrow tree trunk behind him, Shen Xiuyun found himself backed against it, with no room to retreat. An ominous premonition washed over him. Why did this disciple suddenly feel increasingly like a darkened version of himself? Master is deceiving me. Master intends to venture to the Wuwang Sea to seek someone else. Master wants to take Long Yunya as a disciple and will no longer want me. Shen Xiuyun was utterly bewildered. "What do you mean?" Zhu Xingyao chuckled. "How would I know? Master doesn't want to find out, does he? Is he planning to keep it a secret until everything is set in stone? Forcing me to accept it? It was no wonder he was so wary of Long Yunya. After all, it seemed as though his master had transformed entirely after taking Long Yunya as a disciple. He could not allow his master to become that way again. Shen Xiuyun hurriedly retorted, "No, that's not it. Wait, who spread the rumor that I would take on other disciples? This feeling, was it really not that darkened self?" Aside from a different attire, there was no trace of a demonic mark. The tone and cadence of the speech were strikingly similar. Upon hearing Shen Xiuyun's words, Zhu Xingyao's demeanor softened slightly, if that is the case. "Master should not go to the Wuwang Sea." "Then I will believe you," Shen Xiuyun patiently explained, "but I had already made a commitment. How could I go back on it now? Ayao, I assure you, I will never take on another disciple apart from you. And no matter how exceptional Long Yunya may be, I won't spare him a glance, for I already have a unique Zhu Xingyao. You once made such a solemn vow to me, yet you abandoned me later. I cannot allow anyone to take you away from me again. Not even the slightest possibility." Zhu Xingyao tightened his grip on Shen Xiuyun's shoulders, inhaling deeply as he struggled to restrain himself. "Master, please do not go." Shen Xiuyun frowned. "This isn't something you can simply decide with Adon Godayao. You're acting strangely today. This matter." Zhu Xingyao raised his gaze, coldly reiterating, "Master, do not go." Otherwise, Shen Xiuyun unwittingly asked, "Or else what? Are you going to demonstrate a dark transformation right here? Must I be compelled to obey only if you resort to such drastic measures?" As the swirling demonic energy began to manifest in Zhu Xingyao's violet eyes, his expression turned icy, a faint crimson mark appearing between his brows. Shen Xiuyun. No, he had merely been indulging in whimsical thoughts. How had it escalated to an outright dark transformation? Why such a sudden shift? His usually obedient disciple was not like this. He was on the verge of losing his composure. Where had that old six gone? Why was there no sign of him to provide an explanation? "Master, you are forcing my hand." Chapter 59, What an act of rebellion you are committing. What am I forcing you to do? I haven't done anything. I am merely trying to reason with you. It was utterly exasperating. How could a conversation devolve into a dark transformation? What a ridiculous setup. Author, come out here and face the consequences. System, old six, why are you not appearing? Do you want to see me perish? System. Punishment. G. The system barely produced 2 syllables before the signal faltered, resembling a malfunctioning black and white television. Shen Xiuyun. What punishment? Finish your sentence before logging off. I advise the master not to go to the Wuwang Sea. Since you refuse to listen, I will have no choice but to confine you. Confine me? Is it really necessary? Am I doomed to be trapped in a little black room forever? Shen Xiuyun's expression was tense as he gazed at Zhu Xingqiao across from him. The ominous purple aura surrounding Zhu was poised to explode at any moment. And his cold, unfeeling eyes involuntarily reminded Shen of the day he was killed by Zhu in his previous life. He had every reason to suspect that if captured, it would be certain doom. Shen Xiuyun swallowed hard, fear gripping his heart. He had no desire to fight, but only wished to flee from this dangerous entity before him. However, Zhu Xingqiao seemed to have already disowned his intentions. Just as Shen Xiuyun attempted to duck away, Zhu swiftly elbowed him at the waist, pinning him firmly against the tree trunk. Shen's back ached painfully from the pressure, feeling trapped. Zhu Xingqiao, do you even realize what you're doing? This is utterly outrageous. Are you attempting to betray your master? Zhu Xingqiao chuckled. Indeed, I am. Haven't I hinted at it before? I said I fancy men, and I cling to you day in and day out. Surely, that should be clear enough? Clear? Are you certain you're not just speaking nonsense? Your usual obedient and clingy demeanor makes you appear like a spoiled little disciple, showing no signs of insubordination. Or is it that once you turn dark, you revert to your previous self? I thought my master understood my feelings, which is why, in the demon realm, you were willing to engage in intimate acts that only partners could share. Shen Xiuyun shook his head in disbelief. No, I do not understand that moment. I merely wanted to prevent you from behaving in certain ways that, if Zhu Xingqiao's usual gentleness was merely a fade, then he was indeed a master of disguise. Whether you admit it or deny it, I will not allow you to venture into the sea of misfortune, nor will I permit you any chance to interact with that young dragon lord. You can only be my master. With tears of frustration, Shen Xiuyun lamented, I truly will not accept Long Uni as a disciple. What must I do to convince you? No assurance from his master would suffice. Shen was so exasperated that he felt his carefully constructed persona crumbling. You just said there wasn't a good reason to refuse. How about I give you one? How about I make you unable to get out of bed? Enough. Silence. Shen Xiuyun was both embarrassed and furious, thinking that the darkened little beast indeed spoke without restraint and would likely dare to do anything that was impossible for him, to simply endure such an act. Shen grasped Zhu Xingqiao's hand, which was gripping his waist, and twisted it in retaliation. With Zhu's current strength, it was nearly impossible for him to withstand Shen's resistance. Yet the reality was that Zhu remained unshaken. Shen's spiritual energy dissipated like a cow sinking into the sea, not causing any ripples. Something was amiss. Zhu Xingqiao's strength was not normal. Even if darkening would temporarily enhance power, it could not be this outrageous. What was happening? Was his master intentionally giving him an opportunity to take advantage of him? Seizing the moment, Zhu Xingqiao turned the tables, swiftly capturing Shen Xiuyun's wrists and raising his hands above his head. Binding them with a powerful restraint spell, that Zhu's hand lingered on Shen's cheek, his voice dripping with seduction. Isn't it true that you desire me to do this? You want me, don't you? Shen's eyes burned with indignation as he turned away from Zhu's touch. Cursing, get lost. You think too highly of yourself. Zhu Xingqiao grasped Shen's chin, casually stroking his fair cheek with his thumb. That it matters not if you deny it. The truth shall soon reveal itself. What are you doing? Zhu leaned close to Shen's ear, whispering with a hint of mischief. After so many times, you still ask such pointless questions. Very well, let me tell you, I have only one thought regarding you. That as Shen heard Zhu's words, he felt his entire being ignite with embarrassment. Just as he was about to unleash a barrage of curses, his head was lifted, and his mouth was sealed with a fierce kiss, reducing his protest to mere muffled sounds of distress. By the heavens, not again. Shen Xiuyun sporadically struggled, but it was futile to know. He couldn't allow it. If he were to be overwhelmed, the entire peach tree on the peak would. He would truly perish on the spot. Master, wake up! Suddenly, Shen felt someone vigorously shaking him, accompanied by the urgent and worried voice of a young man. With great effort, he opened his heavy eyelids and vaguely discerned the anxious face of a youth before him. Master, what is wrong? Please don't scare me. The youth raised a hand, intending to wipe the cold sweat from Shen's forehead. However, just as his sleeve brushed against Shen's skin, Shen unexpectedly jerked away, causing the youth to tumble from the tree. Shen Xiuyun trembled like a frightened young beast, his breath coming in rapid, uneven gasps, his eyes filled with confusion and panic as he nearly shouted, "Don't touch me." It was that very face that had. Master, it's me. It's Yao. Zhu Xingqiao suppressed the strange glint in his eyes and scrambled to his feet, not even bothering to brush off the dead leaves and dirt clinging to him. As he leaned closer, Master, did you dream that your disciple did something wrong, which is why you're so angry? It seemed he had inadvertently provoked Shen Xiuyun. For reasons unknown, Shen suddenly appeared as if he had become a lifeless puppet. his vacant gaze piercing Zhu Xingtiao's heart like a dagger. That it was reminiscent of the moment his master had departed in the previous life. In a state of panic, Zhu Xingtiao attempted to kiss Shen Xiuyun, but was met with complete silence. He was terrified. He had only wished to prevent Shen from entering the sea of misfortune. He had not genuinely intended to provoke him. Shen Xiuyun leaned weakly against the tree, cradling his head, rendered speechless. Was it merely a dream? Why did it feel so real? Zhu Xingtiao's voice, tinged with hurt, broke through. Master, you can hit me or scold me. I will accept it all, but please don't ignore me. Looking into Zhu's round, innocent eyes, resembling a well-behaved kitten, Shen found it impossible to reconcile this image with that of the rebellious disciple who had just defied him. With a sigh, he finally spoke. I am not ignoring you, that I simply dreamed that you had fallen into darkness. Zhu Xingtiao lowered his gaze, causing Shen to see only the top of his head, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a pitiful puppy. The youth's hair, neatly styled moments ago, was now slightly disheveled, with a dead leaf tangled within. Shen Xiuyun reached out to remove the leaf and gently adjusted Zhu's hair, uncertainly asking, Yao, will you always be like this? Zhu Xingtiao gazed at Shen with unwavering determination that if master likes me this way, then I shall remain so, both in public and in private. Chapter 60. The master may continue to caress. Shen Xiuyun tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. Zhu Xingtiao's fervent assurances from earlier had inexplicably heightened his anxiety. Whenever he closed his eyes, his mind was plagued by the image of the youth who had pinned him against the tree, treating him with such reckless abandon. The haunting scene tormented Shen repeatedly, making his grip on the sheets tighten, beads of sweat forming in his palms. The sensation of being utterly helpless, manipulated by another, felt all too familiar, reminiscent of the moment he had met his demise in his previous life. Fear coiled around him like a tightening vine, suffocating him. Host, are you all right? The system's timid voice broke through. Shen exhaled deeply, pulling himself from the depths of his troubling emotions, and gritted his teeth. Do I appear to be in good spirits? The system felt on the verge of tears from Shen's fierce tone. I apologize, host, for not alerting you sooner. Shen's voice softened. If you had warned me in time, I wouldn't have been scared senseless. The murderous glare he cast toward the system was unmistakable. The system, teetering on the edge of destruction, cautiously responded. It seems that's not feasible. The male lead's darkening value suddenly skyrocketed, and my frail initial system couldn't withstand the pressure, causing it to malfunction. This led to you being unprepared and entering the punishment mechanism. Dear esteemed host, could you grant this system a chance at redemption? I promise I will refrain from malfunctioning next time. You dare suggest there will be a next time? Shen Xiuyun's forehead twitched. What is this punishment mechanism? The system replied. Well, if the male lead's darkening value remains excessively high for an extended period, it will automatically trigger. After being confined in the little black room, you will be faced with the most terrifying scenarios, such as being... Shen Xiuyun interrupted. All right, I understand. No need to elaborate. That it was likely that Zhu Xingtiao had heard some rumors that had led to this unwarranted calamity. Yet it had only been a few days since he had promised Yun Xiqing, who had yet to formally announce it. Hardly anyone knew the truth behind his predicament. Yun Xiqing had recently endured a streak of misfortune. After resolving the sex affairs, he faced unexpected complications. This morning, during an early meeting with the elders, he nearly fell from the high platform. Had it not been for his quick-witted disciple catching him, the dignified image of the Xiantian sect's leader would have been utterly shattered. As Shen Xiuyun munched on grapes, he listened to Zhu Xingtiao recount these events, sighing, Senior brother has truly been having a rough time lately. It's beyond mere misfortune that it feels as though he has incurred someone's wrath, facing incessant sabotage and misfortune. However, within the Xiantian sect, who could so discreetly undermine the sect leader? It is unlikely, I suppose. However, Yun Xiqing has been exceedingly busy, leaving no time to attend to him. Consequently, Zhu Xingyao has been sneaking back nearly every day, vigilantly watching over him as if fearing his sudden disappearance. Regarding Zhu Xingyao's clandestine returns, after Shen Xiuyun thoroughly understood the circumstances, he could only describe it as impressive. Zhu Xingyao found the weakest point of the barrier to demonstrate, traversing back and forth with ease. One can only speculate that Yin Xiqing never anticipated such a debacle when he established the barrier. After all, the male protagonist is inherently a bug, far too formidable. "Master, I have peeled it for you. Let me feed you," he said. That is unnecessary." Before Shen Xiuyun could comprehend, a moist sensation graced his lips as the sweet, succulent grape juice seeped into his mouth. "No need," he insisted. Seizing the moment when Shen Xiuyun opened his mouth, Zhu Xingyao exerted a slight pressure with his fingertip, causing the fruit flesh to slide effortlessly into Shen Xiuyun's mouth. When Zhu Xingyao withdrew his hand, his fingertip inadvertently brushed against Shen Xiuyun's lips, an ephemeral touch that left Shen Xiuyun feeling as though he had been gently tickled by soft feathers, stirring an inexplicable sensation within. "Master, is it delicious?" Shen Xiuyun glanced at the hopeful expression on Zhu Xingyao's face, then at the plate of translucent grapes, recalling the time he was bound and fed fruit. Instantly, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Shen Xiuyun stiffly nodded, an urge to flee coursing through him. "Yes, it's good that you've worked hard peeling these. You should eat them all. I shall take a walk." This is truly absurd. Ever since he was confined in the small dark room and witnessed the younger version of Zhu Xingyao turn malevolent before him, he found it increasingly difficult to remain calm and composed in Zhu Xingyao's presence. The experience had left him psychologically scarred. "Does Master dislike it?" Zhu Xingyao gently tugged at his sleeve, preventing him from leaving. Shen Xiuyun could only turn back, feeling a chill run down his spine as he replied, "Not at all. I merely recalled some unpleasant memories. Master indeed finds me bothersome." Zhu Xingyao sighed softly, lowering his gaze, resembling a pitiful creature feeling unloved. Ever since Master dreamt of his disciple succumbing to the demons, his demeanor towards Zhu Xingyao had been lukewarm, perpetually giving him a sense of distant intimacy. "Master, are you tired of me? Or do you mind?" "I do not." Shen Xiuyun's hand moved faster than his words, gently ruffling Zhu Xingyao's hair, even giving a light pat. Zhu Xingyao's body quivered slightly. The tears welling in his eyes, freezing in place, he looked up, his deep-set gaze fixed on Shen Xiuyun, revealing complex emotions that Shen Xiuyun could not decipher, only for them to quickly revert to normal. "Master." Shen Xiuyun was jolted back to reality by the sound of his name. "Damn, how did I come to this?" He had momentarily succumbed to the pitiful look on Zhu Xingyao's face, treating him like an adorable puppy. When he was younger, such gestures were harmless, but in the past year, Zhu Xingyao had grown considerably taller, now nearly matching his height, making such actions feel inappropriate. Shen Xiuyun awkwardly withdrew his hand, yet this only heightened the awkwardness. Zhu Xingyao took the initiative to lean in closer. "Master, you can continue to pet me." Cough, cough, cough. Shen Xiuyun erupted into a fit of coughs, nearly choking on his own saliva. I did not find you bothersome. I simply do not wish to trouble you with these trivial matters that may hinder your cultivation. I have never minded your status. Our initial encounter was fate. Regardless of who was wounded that day, I would have never turned a blind eye. What a lie. The painful lesson learned from that day taught him that no matter who lay there, he should simply turn and leave. No, run would be more appropriate. Shen Xiuyun believed his explanation to be quite satisfactory. Yet Zhu Xingyao's face darkened like a pot's bottom, his expression grimmed. He cast a long, penetrating gaze at Shen Xiuyun. His lips moved slightly, but he ultimately remained silent. "I shall go and cultivate diligently." Go ahead, go ahead." Shen Xiuyun smiled gently at him, letting out a sigh of relief as he turned away. Finally, he's gone. If he doesn't leave, I truly won't know how to continue. It seemed increasingly challenging to deceive him as he grew older. Zhu Xingyao returned to the disciples' quarters with a sullen expression, emanating an icy aura. What did Master mean by saying that anyone lying by the roadside could be disregarded? Was he attempting to infuriate him? Had it not been for the earlier incident that had frightened Master, he would have. Zhu Xingyao's anger simmered, seeking an outlet as he took his sword to the bamboo grove on the back mountain. In a mere half-hour, a third of the bamboo was laid waste. Scattered branches and leaves littered the ground, and Zhu Xingyao knelt, his forehead glistening with a thin sheen of sweat, his sword planted before him. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling of leaves being trodden upon. He venting his frustrations after being scolded by the master uncle. Zhu Xingyao sheathed his sword, and turned to see Shen Xiuyun, the highly praised disciple of the sect leader. That is none of your concern. Zhu Xingyao, what exactly do you intend to do? What you wish to do, I wish to do as well. Shen Xiuyun's expression shifted slightly as he replied coldly. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Zhu Xingyao crossed his arms, leaning against a bamboo pole, regarding him with a knowing smile. What are you pretending for? If you desire something, why hide it? Shouldn't you strive to obtain it? Chapter 61. Thus, Master Uncle, forgive me. Shen Xiuyun's tone dripped with sarcasm as he retorted, You mean your unscrupulous tactics? And what of it? If it achieves the desired outcome, what matter? Should I remain stagnant like you, merely watching from the sidelines, unwilling to take a step beyond the bounds? Zhu Xingyao maintained a languid demeanor, appearing unfazed by Shen Xiuyun's hostility, seemingly struck or hurt. Shen Xiuyun's expression soured further. Oh, you think everyone is as you are? He had been privy to Zhu Xingyao's subtle maneuvers all along, intentionally seeking guidance from the master and sustaining injuries, feigning helplessness to garner sympathy from the master uncle, and pretending to be obedient to please him. Zhu Xingyao's cunning was unprecedented in Shen Xiuyun's experience, though he disdained some of Zhu Xingyao's actions. He couldn't help but envy the favoritism Zhu Xingyao had garnered from the master uncle. Thus, he was aware yet refrained from exposing Zhu Xingyao to Yun Siqing. In hindsight, he regretted it. Having witnessed those scenes, it ignited an inexplicable yearning within him, akin to wild grass growing uncontrollably, no longer suppressible. No, that is not it. He and Zhu Xingyao were not the same. He harbored no such thoughts. He merely desired a bit more attention from his master. A little more companionship. Nothing more, nothing less. Zhu Xingyao chuckled knowingly as he remarked, But I believe we are kindred spirits, for the longing gazes cast upon those they cherish are strikingly similar. Zhu Xingyao turned to return to the disciples' quarters. He paused beside Shen Xiuyun and said, Considering the past kindness you have shown me, I shall offer you a few words. Master Uncle has been entangled in trivial matters of late, and while you assist him daily, do not forget to seize the opportunity. What do you mean? Shen Xiuyun inquired, bewildered. I possess some secret text that could alleviate Master Uncle's daily fatigue, Zhu Xingyao replied, raising an eyebrow as he conjured a few books. From their covers, they appeared to be wrapped in the usual packaging from the bookshop at the foot of the mountain. Shen Xiuyun recognized that establishment, known for selling sentimental romance novels among practitioners, which had gained considerable popularity among some disciples of the Shintian sect over the years. Thank you, Zhu Shidi, but I believe I do not require these. Shen Xiuyun remained cautious, refusing to accept them. Yet Zhu Xingyao paid no heed to his reluctance and forcefully pressed the text into his hands. Caught off guard, Shen Xiuyun found himself with several volumes of dubious content. Shen Xiuyun felt as if he had received a scalding hot potato, attempting to push the books away. However, in the scuffle, the pages fanned out, revealing explicit and vivid illustrations that assaulted the perceptions of the chief disciple, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun's eyes widened in fury as he suddenly drew his sword and lunged at Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao effortlessly dodged his robe, barely stirring. There's no need to thank me, Shen Xiuyun. These are merely the fundamentals. With your comprehension, self-study should pose no issue. And who knows, you might even employ them with Master Uncle in the future. Shen Xiuyun's face flushed with anger as he barked, Silence! I would never employ such things. Zhu Xingyao confidently asserted, You will. Having been bound by rules since childhood, Shen Xiuyun had always adhered to propriety. Even if he harbored thoughts, he likely wouldn't dare to act upon them. Yet, the more restrained a person is, the more fervently they may unleash their true nature when the opportunity arises. He truly did not wish to act in such a manner, but only by leaving Yun Siqing preoccupied would he avoid interference in his affairs. Thus, Master Uncle, forgive me. Zhu Xinyao's figure vanished into the bamboo grove, leaving Shen Xiuyun dazed in place. His sword pointed at the scattered books on the ground. A mere flick would reduce those vile materials to dust. Yet inexplicably, Shen Xiuyun hesitated, unable to make a decision. That evening, he dreamt for the first time of something deeply rebellious towards his master, awakening drenched in sweat, and, Days passed swiftly amidst Yun Xiqing's continuous misfortunes and the affectionate entanglements of Zhu Xingyao and his master. Soon, the day arrived for their journey to Huangxi. "Master, are you truly leaving me alone at Yiji Peak?" With tearful eyes, Zhu Xingyao suddenly threw himself into Shen Xiuyun's embrace, tightly wrapping his arms around Shen Xiuyun's waist. Taken aback by the unexpected collision, Shen Xiuyun stumbled back 2 steps. Nearly regurgitating his breakfast, he attempted to pry the youth away, but to no avail. It was utterly impossible. In exasperation, he resorted to ruffling the boy's hair, soothingly saying, "Master will return shortly, and if you find it unbearable to stay here alone, you may temporarily reside in the disciples' quarters." Zhu Xingyao was relentless. "Can't you take me along, master? I'm nearly ready to descend the mountain for training. Can't you show me the world?" "Ah, if I were to take you along and you happen to act recklessly, I might very well lose half my life that AS for your training. Arrangements will be made in due time. You have only recently formed your core, and this is the crucial moment to solidify your foundation. It is not advisable for you to descend the mountain. Simply wait for master to return." Zhu Xingyao fell silent, yet he did not loosen his grip, his face clouded with displeasure and unwillingness. Shen Xiuyun, feeling a headache and helplessness, added, "If you behave upon my return, I shall grant you a wish. As long as it is not too excessive and within my capabilities, I shall indulge you. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao's expression subtly shifted. He seemed to ponder something, his throat bobbing as his gaze grew increasingly profound. "All right, it's a deal." Immediately, Zhu Xingyao released Shen Xiuyun's waist and stood to the side, appearing as obedient as if he were a completely different person from the child who had just been clinging so stubbornly. "Shen Xiuyun? Wait, did you agree so quickly? Is there some sort of conspiracy here? Why do I feel as though I have unwittingly walked into a trap?" However, as his clingy little disciple finally relented, Shen Xiuyun, despite his regrets, felt it inappropriate to voice them at that moment. Well, when I return, I shall think of a way to smooth things over." As Shen Xiuyun turned away, he failed to notice the smile that had crept onto Zhu Xingyao's lips. "Master, just because you won't take me doesn't mean I can't follow you secretly. If you go once, I shall go once. That seems fair, doesn't it?" This journey to the Huashi was long, and traveling by sword was too arduous. So Yun Xiqing had arranged a flying boat for Shen Xiuyun. The flying boat, a common mode of transportation in the cultivation realm, resembled a ship, but differed in that it soared through the sky rather than traversing water. It required only a small infusion of spiritual energy to cover great distances, yet was prohibitively expensive, beyond the means of ordinary folk. Before departing, Shen Xiuyun noticed the dark circles under his senior brother's eyes and his haggard expression, stirring feelings of sympathy for the misfortunes that had befallen his brother over the past 6 months. He admonished Shen Xiuyun, who stood nearby, "Your master has been exceedingly fatigued lately. You must take good care of him and help alleviate his weariness." Shen Xiuyun, recalling a certain method from that day, thought of ways to relieve fatigue. Zhu Xingyao, amidst the crowd, could not help but chuckle softly. Shen Xiuyun glanced at Zhu Xingyao, puzzled. Shen Xiuyun, his expression becoming peculiar, quickly regained his composure, replying, "Yes, Uncle Master." However, after speaking, he shot a sidelong glance at the snickering Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun observed their strange interaction, feeling both bewildered and slightly irked. Were they particularly close? This irritation lingered even as they boarded the flying boat, which was further exacerbated when the accompanying elder assigned him a resting chamber. Shen Xiuyun closed his eyes, positioning himself to meditate, yet found it impossible to calm his racing thoughts. His mind was entangled in the mystery of his senior brother's excellent disciple and his own Yao. What secrets did they share that even he, as a master, was unaware of? Why did he feel an overwhelming urge to confront Zhu Xingyao about it? Chapter 62. Is Master feeling jealous? Shen Xiuyun's nameless agitation found no outlet, and the furrow between his brows deepened. He inexplicably retrieved a jade slip, absently rubbing its smooth surface while repeatedly whispering Zhu Xingyao's name to himself. Just as he hesitated over whether to indirectly inquire of Zhu Xingyao, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound emanating from the room's wardrobe. Furrowing his brow, Shen Xiuyun pocketed the jade slip and rose to approach the wardrobe. Yes, he flung open the doors. A small figure tumbled out, landing at his feet. Master, the boy sprawled at Shen Xiuyun's feet. Furtively glanced up, and upon seeing his master's displeased countenance, hurriedly exclaimed, Master, I was wrong. Shen Xiuyun's expression froze, while inside his mind screamed, Why on earth are you on this flying boat? How did you sneak into my room? Are you trying to kill me? No, he thought, while they were still en route to the Wuwang Sea. Could he not just kick Zhu Xingyao out and escape this predicament? Disciple, forgive me, but I cannot do this, he thought, his gaze intensely fixed on Zhu Xingyao. Sensing Shen Xiuyun's impending action, Zhu Xingyao clutched on his master's leg, refusing to let go. Master, please don't be angry. Don't throw me out, Shen Xiuyun. Now unable to move an inch, wore a conflicted expression, he struggled to suppress the urge to shove the boy away. This is utterly inappropriate. You must let go. Zhu Xingyao leaned in closer, his voice laced with a sense of grievance. If I let go, you will throw me back to the Xiantian sect. I have never descended the mountain before. If I were to return alone and encounter some fearsome demon, you would never see me again. Moreover, I do not wish to wait for your return alone in the Xiantian sect. Without you, I would find it impossible to eat or sleep well. Would you have the heart to return and find a haggard disciple waiting for you? Shen Xiuyun felt tears welling up inside. Why, dear disciple, have you ever considered that with you following me, I too would struggle to eat or sleep well? Would you be able to bear seeing your master on the brink of collapse every day? Zhu Xingyao pressed on, like a devoted little dog. Master, please take me with you. Yao will be very obedient. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Shen Xiuyun, momentarily forgetting himself, nearly succumbed to Zhu Xingyao's pleas. But rationality pulled him back. No, Zhu Xingyao remained adamant. Why? I can sense that you are reluctant for me to accompany you. If it is not due to disliking my presence, then perhaps there is something about your trip to the Wuwang Sea that you do not wish for me to know. What are you hiding from me? Shen Xiuyun was taken aback by this unexpected insight, nearly leaping in shock, though his feet were rooted to the ground. Good heavens, how can your mind be so sharp? What should I do? What can I possibly hide from you? I have yet to inquire what you might be concealing from me. When confronted with uncertainty, it was always prudent to toss the question back. Zhu Xingyao paused, his eyes darting around as if searching for an answer. He had many secrets. Which one was being referenced here? What did Master already know? He had always been completely open with Master, without any concealments. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun felt a surge of irritation. Am I blind? You think I can't see through your deceit? What about your recent interaction with Shen Xiuyun? Zhu Xingyao looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean, what about it? Shen Xiuyun gritted his teeth. I witnessed everything. You two exchanged glances. Exchanging glances? With Shen Xiuyun. Are you sure you didn't misinterpret? Shen Xiuyun had been harboring a grudge against him for months due to a previous incident. And today he had merely shot him a look filled with disdain, as if he wanted to stab him multiple times. How could... Wait, could it be that Master misunderstood and was feeling jealous? Zhu Xingyao's spirits lifted momentarily, and he loosened his grip on Shen Xiuyun, hastily clarifying, I assure you, there is absolutely nothing between you. It is entirely impossible. Shen Xiuyun scoffed, turning away to gaze out the window. Master, Zhu Xingyao tugged at Shen Xiuyun's sleeve, his voice dripping with grievance. Shen Xiuyun yanked his sleeve back, ignoring Zhu Xingyao. After a moment of silence, Zhu Xingyao stared at Shen Xiuyun for a long while before muttering, Master, I feel so wrong. Wasn't it you who advised me to spend more time with my fellow disciples, as it would help me open my heart? Why is it that now, having followed your advice, you have begun to question my relationships with others? This is utterly unreasonable. With that, tears welled in his eyes. Shen Xiuyun, crying. The fiery anger that had been burning within him was suddenly doused. What is happening? Have I truly wronged Zhu Xingyao? Although Zhu Xingyao was often spoiled, this was the first time he had ever cried. Shen Xiuyun felt utterly at a loss. Had he truly said something so outrageous? Did Master dislike me making friends? Zhu Xingyao's eyes grew increasingly red, and he eventually turned away, silently moving towards the door, looking more wrong than Do Yi herself. Shen Xiuyun stood there, bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I never intended to discourage you from making friends. I never meant to. Shen Xiuyun, in despair, tugged at his own hair, unsure of how to express himself. If only he had known that one day he would lose his composure. He would have never been so easily persuaded to let Zhu Xingyao stay in the disciples' quarters, nor would he have encouraged him to make friends. Now he truly felt as though he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Then why is Master angry? Zhu Xingyao suddenly turned back, asking with an air of helplessness, how on earth am I supposed to tell you that I might have developed feelings for you? Zhu Xingyao stepped closer, stating, Master, look at Yao. Shen Xiuyun was momentarily taken aback, involuntarily following the words of Zhu Xingyao. Those eyes were truly enchanting, more crystalline and clear than the finest glass, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. Zhu Xingyao's voice was soft, imbued with a certain alluring magic. It was not that the master could not accept my friendships with others, but rather that he forbade anyone from being more significant to me than you. Correct? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Xiuyun slowly nodded. Zhu Xingyao smiled, the corners of his lips lifting, asking playfully, is the master feeling envious today? In chapter 63, this alone is not permitted. Shen Xiuyun's expression bore a hint of conflict as he shook his head and replied, I don't know. Zhu Xingyao gently caressed Shen Xiuyun's cheek, his voice rising in pitch in a manner that could captivate one's very soul. Shen Xiuyun, puzzled, scratched his head and muttered, I truly dislike it when you grow close to others. But I cannot discern whether this aversion stems from my own feelings or the influence of the heart-binding curse. Zhu Xingyao's previously languid demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his voice tinged with a rare note of tension. How does the master know? Who informed him? In his past life, he had never mentioned the heart-binding curse to the master, and such sorcery was scarcely known to outsiders. My senior brother told me. Shen Xiuyun said, massaging his temples, frowning in confusion. Why do I feel so disoriented? It's rather peculiar. Why does it feel as though I've been drinking? Zhu Xingyao's hand, which hung by his side, instinctively clenched, his expression darkening like deep waters. How much did the master know? The fact that the master had yet to suspect him was likely due to the lack of detailed records regarding demonic arts in the texts of Zhaniangong, which had allowed him to narrowly escape revelation. He had almost exposed himself without realizing it. The thought of what might transpire if the master uncovered the truth was too daunting to contemplate. Their relationship would likely deteriorate even further than in the previous life. Not much, just that it will affect my judgment of you, Shen Xiuyun said. Sometimes I find myself pondering. He bit his lip, forcing down the words that rolled around his throat. It felt unsettling to be unable to restrain himself from uttering such difficult sentiments. What are you thinking? Zhu Xingyao pressed. You must tell me for me to know. Shen Xiuyun abruptly lifted his gaze. Staring blankly at Zhu Xingyao, momentarily entranced by the enchanting figure before him, a string within his mind snapped unexpectedly, and for a fleeting moment, he nearly lost control and lunged forward. Zhu Xingyao grasped Shen Xiuyun's hand, gently pressing it against his own cheek, nuzzling affectionately. The master need not feel pity for me. I am at your disposal. Shen Xiuyun, filled with excitement, declared, Can I have you at my side? Zhu Xingyao's expression darkened. That alone is not permitted. Shen Xiuyun withdrew his hand, feeling deflated. Zhu Xingyao would not allow Shen Xiuyun to have his way. He tightened his grip on Shen Xiuyun's hand and teased, How could the master entertain such thoughts? In the past, after merely a brief encounter, you would complain of exhaustion and lose interest. You would often throw tantrums, requiring me to coax you for ages before you would comply. And now, you don't even consider that you can. Suddenly, a light yet firm knock resounded from outside, interrupting Zhu Xingyao's playful banter and startling the dazed Shen Xiuyun. A flicker of sternness crossed Zhu Xingyao's eyes, and as Shen Xiuyun began to break free from the spell, Zhu Xingyao gently tapped his forehead with a finger. Shen Xiuyun's eyes fluttered shut, and he collapsed directly into Zhu Xingyao's embrace. Zhu Xingyao held Shen Xiuyun, half kneeling on the ground, placing a tender kiss on his forehead. The master is weary. Rest for now. He buried his face in Shen Xiuyun's neck, greedily inhaling the unique scent that belonged solely to him. allowing those outside to wait in vain, knowing they would not dare intrude. Reflecting on his own rebirth, Zhu Xingyao surmised that it was likely due to the Master's influence. The heart-binding curse did not originally pertain to him. Thus, as long as the Master lived, so too did he. Yet, if one were to speculate, what reason could there be for the Master to still be alive? Shen Xiuyun pondered for days, struggling to recall how he had agreed to let Zhu Xingyao stay. The last time he experienced such memory confusion was over a year ago. Logically, with his cultivation, it should be impossible to have fragmented memories. Yet, the reality was otherwise. He felt as though he was missing some crucial piece of information. Did it involve Zhu Xingyao? Had he done something to him? Why has the Master been gazing at me so intently these past few days? Lost in thought, Shen Xiuyun was startled when Zhu Xingyao's face suddenly loomed large before him. He instinctively pressed a hand to his chest, exclaiming irritably, "The room is so small. You keep wandering in front of me, making it impossible not to see you." Zhu Xingyao replied softly, "Isn't it because the Master forbade me from going out?" Shen Xiuyun nearly poked Zhu Xingyao's forehead in reprimand. "Oh, you dare complain? Do you wish for everyone to know that you descended the mountain without permission? If your master uncle finds out, wouldn't he publicly punish you?" Zhu Xingyao protested, "But I've been missing for many days. Wouldn't he still find out?" He then questioned, "If my master uncle punishes me severely, will the master protect me?" Shen Xiuyun's eyebrows knitted tightly in frustration. What a perplexing dilemma. It was akin to choosing between saving my mother or my wife if they fell into the water. If Zhu Xingyao were to be truly punished, Shen Xiuyun would naturally be reluctant to disrespect Yunji Siqing, but could he truly ignore Zhu Xingyao and ensure that his darkening emotions wouldn't explode again? Shen Xiuyun internally groaned. Why did it feel as though he had become ensnared in a conflict between a mother and a wife? Fortunately, at that moment, an accompanying elder knocked on the door, dispelling the awkward atmosphere. "Immortal Lord, we are nearing Wuwang Sea." "Understood," Shen Xiuyun replied, adjusting his clothing. As he stood, he turned to his not-so-pleased disciple and said, "Hurry and cast a transformation spell on yourself. Don't you wish to go out?" The previously sullen disciple's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and he quickly began to chant the incantation. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a small white snake, swiftly slithering into Shen Xiuyun's wide sleeve. The serpent coiled around Shen Xiuyun's arm, gradually tightening its grip, its cool scales sending shivers down Shen Xiuyun's spine. "I didn't tell you to become a living creature, and a snake at that, wriggling into my clothes and wrapping around me," Zhu Xingyao, with a pitiful tone, transmitted, "but you didn't say so earlier." He had long wished to entwine himself around the master this way, if not for the time limit of the transformation spell. Shen Xiuyun made a concerted effort to ignore the strange sensations coursing through his body. Taking a deep breath as he said, "Fine, you can stay in my sleeve, but behave yourself. Yao will definitely be obedient," Zhu Xingyao assured, lightly tapping Shen Xiuyun's arm with his cool tail. Shen Xiuyun's body tensed slightly. He genuinely felt as though Zhu Xingyao could take his life. In Chapter 64. What to do if the disciple is triggered? Wuwang Sea lay at the easternmost edge of the continent, encompassing an expansive expanse of water that belonged entirely to the Dragon Clan. They had inhabited this realm for nearly 1,000 years. The ancient barrier over the sea was immensely powerful, severing the Dragon Clan's connection with the outside world. Such barriers were rarely lifted, serving as a means of self-protection, as well as to prevent outsiders from disrupting the clan suppression barrier. Shen Xiuyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the coastline, awaiting the opening of the passage. The salty sea breeze blew towards him, gently rustling his garments. Within his sleeve, Zhu Xingyao, perhaps chilled by the wind, wriggled his body further inside. This teasing motion made Shen Xiuyun's breath falter, and he frowned frequently. Ultimately unable to suppress a low reprimand, "Do not move recklessly." Even though his voice was subdued, those elders and disciples behind Shen Xiuyun were not oblivious. Every word reached their ears. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion. One elder, mustering his courage, said, "Immortal Lord, we have not moved at all." Without turning, Shen Xiuyun replied, "I wasn't speaking of you." The group was left even more puzzled. If it wasn't them, Then who? Moreover, the three words spoken earlier sounded as if they had been uttered in a moment of anger, yet they clearly carried traces of helplessness and affection. Who could elicit such indulgence from the exalted, immortal Lord? Before they could piece together the situation, the tranquil sea suddenly began to churn. Shortly after, a translucent archway, intricately carved with lifelike dragon heads, gradually emerged from the water. Shen Xiuyun stepped onto the crystal bridge first, entering the vast depths of the ocean. Immortal Lord, this way, please. The Holy Master was aware of your arrival today, and has specially prepared a welcoming feast for you to— Oh, delightful. There's food as well. That sounds delightful. After a few days of monotony aboard the flying vessel, my mouth has nearly dried up. Although the world's lore suggests that once one attains the golden elixir, there is no need to consume the grains of the earth. As a modern individual, I find it challenging to adapt to such a routine of daily fasting. The dragon envoy guides Shen Xiuyun and others forward as Shen Xiuyun traverses numerous scenic vistas. He maintains an aloof and composed demeanor, while internally he is utterly astonished. The Wuwangxi never fails to astound with each visit, offering a more visceral experience than any amusement park. The various aquatic plants and the rocky outcrops, adorned with luminous pearls the size of an infant's fist, create a breathtakingly distinct aesthetic from the mainland. Before long, Shen Xiuyun is led to his destination, a palace carved from a natural cavern. The towering dome gives the interior an expansive feel. Unlike humans, the dragon clan prefers subterranean dwellings. Generally, adult dragons, after successfully courting, will construct their nests. Shen Xiuyun, it has been many years. I trust all is well. Greets the dragon sovereign, an elder dragon who appears to be in his 30s, despite being of a similar age to Shen Xiuyun. Upon seeing Shen Xiuyun arrive, he quickly offers a warm welcome. Indeed, it has been years. Over a decade ago, Shen Xiuyun visited the Wuwangxi to assist the dragon sovereign in mending the suppression barrier, and, in passing, checked on the reluctant hatchling to see if there was an issue with the egg. Unexpectedly, he discovered a rather melodramatic connection. Shen Xiuyun inclined his head, replying with a cool detachment, "Quite well." The sovereign ushered Shen Xiuyun to a seat of honor and ordered the servants to present sweet spiritual fruits. Shen Xiuyun's gaze fixated on the fruit, and he discreetly swallowed hard. He recollected that the sea spirit fruit was chillingly refreshing, melting in the mouth with an exquisite texture. In a few days, the ceremony for the child's marrow cleansing will require your kind assistance. Shen Xiuyun returned to his formal tone. Your words are too generous. I can only offer my humble contribution. After all, such matters of marrow cleansing are purely dependent on fate. Why do you not come forward to pay your respects to Xianzuan? Did you not insist on meeting him just days ago? Why are you now silent as a gourd with its mouth sawed off? Following the sovereign's gaze, Shen Xiuyun's eyes met those of the black-clad youth, who was fixated on him with fervent intensity. No wonder Shen Xiuyun felt as if he had been locked onto by gaze since entering. Long Yuni appeared slightly overwhelmed by the scrutiny, nearly knocking over the low table as he stood. The sovereign closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead, exasperated by his son's foolishness at a pivotal moment. How could they possibly discuss the matter of apprenticeship now? My esteemed master, Long Yuni is here, he announced, bowing deeply before Shen Xiuyun. For reasons unknown, the youth's hoarse voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Sovereign, what a sight to behold, he stammered, though the sovereign was aware that his son dreamt of taking Shen Xiuyun as a mentor. It was too soon to express such eagerness. Shen Xiuyun, taken aback by the radiant youth several meters away, suddenly recalled the tortured Long Yuni from his previous life. Though not particularly astute, the boy was a casualty of circumstance. Perhaps this time, it would be best to resolve everything early, allowing Long Yuni to attain a favorable outcome. Shen Xiuyun, for once, softened his icy tone. Young master need not be overly formal, nor should you be so anxious. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the serpent coiled around his elbow. Zhu Xingyao reacted. The serpent tightened its grip on Shen Xiuyun's arm and nipped him lightly with its fangs, as if to issue a warning. Shen Xiuyun mused. I knew Zhu Xingyao's assurances would be as reliable as a rogue promising eternal fidelity. Long Yuni, eager to clarify, stammered, I'm not nervous. I'm just excited. I greatly admire you and have always aspired to become a powerful sword cultivator like you, strong enough to protect all that I wish to safeguard. Shen Xiuyun, with an indifferent air, replied, the young master harbors great ambitions. Indeed, he is a promising talent. The sovereign chuckled, as long as he is not a wastrel. That is sufficient. Long Uni exclaimed, you truly are my dear father. After a moment's thought, he added, in truth, my earlier display of emotion has another reason. On the day I hatched, you were the first person I saw. For the Dragon Clan, the first individual encountered upon hatching holds immense significance. If not apparent, then Shen Xiuyun interjected, I understand. You mean that due to this connection, I hold a fatherly significance in your heart. In simpler terms, I am akin to your father. Reflecting on the hatching incident, Shen Xiuyun could recount an abundance of melodrama. The elders of the Dragon Clan had employed various secret techniques to no avail until Shen Xiuyun, with merely a touch of spiritual energy, resolved the matter effortlessly. The newly hatched Long Uni, having first laid eyes not on his father but on Shen Xiuyun, displayed an extraordinary affinity towards him. The aftermath, well, those in the know would understand. Long Uni, wide-eyed, protested, that's not what I meant. Initially, he believed that without the confounded constraints, he could finally make a name for himself and alter his destiny. How had it all gone awry? The sovereign cleared his throat, shaking his head at his son's ineptitude, then turned to Shen Xiuyun with a smile. Please forgive my son. He is often spoiled by me, speaking foolishly, should he have offended you. I hope you will bear with him. It is nothing. The young master's candid nature is quite charming. Shen Xiuyun began, but his expression suddenly shifted. His hand, which had been resting naturally before him, instinctively rose to press against his left shoulder. But it was too late. Zhu Xingyao had slithered from his sleeve to his chest. Shen Xiuyun's body went numb. Although he maintained a composed facade, his ears had unwittingly flushed with color. The guests of the banquet, bewildered by Shen Xiuyun's peculiar behavior, exchanged puzzled glances, yet none dared to inquire. Long Uni waited in vain for Shen Xiuyun's response. Feeling utterly dejected, he sought help from his father, who was busy making gestures that seemed to suggest offering a toast to apologize. Long Uni's eyes brightened, and he quickly understood the implication. He turned back, poured a cup of clear tea, and approached once more. Shen Xiuyun, I was abrupt earlier. I wish to offer you this tea as an apology. The cup of tea was thrust before Shen Xiuyun, placing him in a predicament. Meanwhile, within his robes, Zhu Xingyao, invigorated by the words, writhed more vigorously against Shen Xiuyun's chest. The serpent's flicking tongue sent an inexplicable sensation coursing from Shen Xiuyun's spine to his scalp, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Shen Xiuyun thought, are you two conspiring to drive me to madness? Chapter 65. Master, am I truly so unpresentable? Shen Xiuyun made no move to accept the cup, nor did he utter a word like tea that moment. He dared not stir. His fingers curled tightly beneath his wide sleeves, nearly drawing blood from his palm. He struggled to endure. Zhu Xingyao was truly not being deliberate. Was it? Having fallen, it would have sufficed, yet now was unable to climb back up, writhing all the while. Shen Xiuyun felt as though he might lose his mind in the midst of a public gathering. He found himself unable to unleash his frustration, resulting in internal turmoil. His throat constricted several times, and just as the sovereign could no longer refrain from intervening to assist Long Uni, Shen Xiuyun managed to speak in a measured tone. I do not mind this matter. There is no need for such formality. The sovereign remarked, Shen Xiuyun's magnanimity is commendable. However, we must maintain sincerity in our etiquette. Offering tea is a proper gesture from this wretched boy. Shen Xiuyun felt a wave of despair wash over him. I genuinely will express my gratitude. The sovereign, at this moment, still did not forget to adorn him with praise, thus oblivious to Shen Xiuyun's plight. Long Uni bowed his head, presenting the tea. Inching closer, Shen Xiuyun, please have this tea. Shen Xiuyun found himself in a dilemma, ultimately compelled to accept as he leaned forward, raising his hand. Zhu Xingyao, who had made half the journey, slipped once more. The sudden turn of events nearly caused Shen Xiuyun to slam his hand on the stone table, pressing his fingertips against the smooth surface until they turned pale. Clearly, this cup of tea was one he absolutely could not drink. Otherwise, Zhu Xingyao would undoubtedly continue to plague him. Thus, he had no choice but to. Shen Xiuyun took a deep breath, laboriously lifting his hand to receive the teacup. In that fleeting moment when he grasped the cup, Long Yuni discreetly released his hold. The cup clattered to the ground, shattering into countless pieces, scattering tea that dampened Shen Xiuyun's robes at the waist, that a profound silence enveloped the banquet, as if a pin drop could be heard. "You wretched boy, could you be any clumsier?" The sovereign's face turned ashen as he reprimanded Long Yuni. Long Yuni, bewildered and aggrieved, replied, "Shen Xiuyun, I didn't mean to. I apologized." He fell on the verge of tears. Had he truly ruined everything? It was all due to his excessive excitement today. Yet, it was Shen Xiuyun who had accepted the cup before he let go. How could this have happened? Alas, he had left his master with a foolish and incompetent impression, making it even more challenging to seek apprenticeship in the future. How could he ever rescue his master from dire straits? "Allow me to perform a cleansing spell for you." Long Yuni attempted to salvage the situation. Shen Xiuyun leaned back slightly, maintaining a respectful distance, and refused. "It is of no concern. The spill was due to my own lack of steadiness. You need not feel remorse." While speaking, he deftly used his sleeve to cover the spot that had been stained by tea, and seized the nefarious serpent. Shen Xiuyun let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he rose and addressed the sovereign. "Thank you for your gracious hospitality today, but after a lengthy journey, I find myself rather fatigued and wish to rest now. If I do not leave soon, I fear I may lose my composure." The sovereign, seizing the moment, responded, "It is my oversight. Allow me to arrange for someone to escort you to the prepared palace. Once you are settled, I shall attend to that insufferable fool of a son." Shen Xiuyun replied, "I appreciate your efforts." After Shen Xiuyun departed, the others from the Xintian sect dared not linger. Thus, the banquet concluded rather early. At this moment, Long Yuni gazed at his father's face, which was dark enough to drip water, feeling as if a dozen buckets were being swung in his mind, anxiously oscillating. "Father, Father, I am your own flesh and blood." He clutched his head and cried out, his movements a practiced display of distress. Upon hearing this, the sovereign's face darkened further, his hand raised to strike. "How dare you speak? I have no son as foolish as you." Just as he was about to reach Long Yuni, a faint cracking sound suddenly echoed. Both father and son froze, instinctively turning to the spot where Shen Xiuyun had just been seated. The stone table had shattered into dust in an instant. Long Yuni's pupils constricted into thin lines, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "What happened?" The sovereign, his expression grave, asked, "Did you find the immortal sovereign's demeanor somewhat unusual during the banquet?" Long Yuni, prompted by this, began to realize something was amiss. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit off." The sovereign hesitated. "Recently, the barrier has been unusually active. Could it be that the immortal sovereign has been—" Long Yuni struck his left palm with his right fist, suddenly enlightened. "So, this stone table was a signal. Hey, you little rascal, where do you think you're going? I'm going to assist my master." "What master? When did the immortal sovereign agree to take you as a disciple? You truly have no shame. You will eventually bring disgrace upon me. Come back." Long Yuni, already bolting out, resolutely told himself in silence, word for word, "No, he did take me as a disciple. Once." Meanwhile, Shen Xiuyun was unaware that his momentary lapse in controlling his spiritual power had led to such a significant misunderstanding. He was currently busy reprimanding the audacious Zhu Xingyao. The moment the palace doors closed, Shen Xiuyun extracted the little white serpent from his bosom and unceremoniously tossed it onto the bed. The spell failed, and Zhu Xingyao reverted to human form. Rubbing his aching lower back from the fall, he thought to himself that he had truly provoked his master this time. "Master, you have hurt I.O." Zhu Xingyao gently tugged at Shen Xiuyun's sleeve. At this point, it was unclear who was punishing whom, thought he was already in pain, and his master was being so harsh with him. What if he ended up injuring him? What would happen to his master's happiness in the future? Shen Xiuyun coldly pulled back his sleeve. "When we were on the flying boat, what did you promise your master? To behave, to avoid causing trouble. You remember that? Of course." Zhu Xingyao obediently admitted his mistake, his tone overly sincere, while continuing to tug at Shen Xiuyun's sleeve. "Master, I was wrong." "Yes, you were wrong, but you haven't changed your ways, have you?" Zhu Xingyao continued. "But I was doing it for your sake." Shen Xiuyun, you speak as if it's true. Doesn't your conscience ache? That father and son were clearly up to something, conspiring against you, using your good nature to force you to drink Long Yun's tea. Shen Xiuyun replied, does this have anything to do with you sneaking into my clothes? Zhu Xingao earnestly responded, it does. I merely intended to remind you, but I didn't expect you to be so slippery. I couldn't catch hold, and down I went to be wide away. Master, I didn't crush you, did I? Would you like me to check? You seem to. Zhu Xingyao's hands moved faster than his words, directly tugging at the already disheveled collar of Shen Xiuyun. Do not touch me. Keep your distance. Shen Xiuyun grasped his collar and stepped back several paces. He was barely holding himself together and dared not be so direct. Master, I just wanted to help you. Zhu Xingyao's hand froze in midair. Hurt. Shen Xiuyun. He truly cannot endure Zhu Xingyao's pleading gaze. Damn it, I'm going to lose my mind. Just then a series of knocks echoed outside. Immortal Sovereign, have you settled down? Damn, why is Long Yun here? Quick, cast a spell to hide. Otherwise, if he suddenly leaves in a hurry and finds someone in the room in disarray, countless scandalous stories will arise. No, Shen Xiuyun conceded. If you behave, I shall overlook what happened earlier. However, Shen Xiuyun's concession only fueled Zhu Xingyao's rebellious spirit further. Master, am I so shameful? Shen Xiuyun, why does that sound so strange? Zhu Xingyao smirked. Why must I hide when you meet him? What if I were to let him see? What would happen then? Chapter 66. It's over. My disciple has been rendered foolish. Not to mention in the previous life he had already formed a bond with his master, making him the rightful partner of the sovereign. And in this life, he was the only disciple of his master, by any account. He should not be the one hiding that it was Long Yun who should leave. He was the extraneous one that he had found Long Yun quite displeasing during the banquet, that boy staring fixedly at his master. Had it not been for his master's presence. Now, with the provocation at hand, he had no reason to hide. Shen Xiuyun was so exasperated by this rebellious youth that the veins in his forehead nearly bulged. Not lose your temper. Remain calm and be a virtuous teacher. One must not teach their disciple to resort to violence or allow them to turn dark. Shen Xiuyun took a moment to adjust his turbulent emotions, striving to maintain a calm tone, so as not to provoke the sensitive Zhu Xingyao further. You are overthinking it. I did not find you shameful. I merely wish for you to avoid unnecessary attention. Zhu Xingyao's gaze deepened, and he retorted almost immediately. Then, Master, prove it to me. Shen Xiuyun, what proof do you need? Do you wish to be hung up and beaten by the entire dragon clan? They harbor great animosity towards the demon clan due to ancestral blood feuds. Zhu Xingyao was fine with Shen Xiuyun. His aura enveloped him, preventing detection by the dragon clan. But now, Shen Xiuyun was about to argue again when he was interrupted by a spell being cast. This time it was not Zhu Xingyao, but Long Yun outside the hall. Immortal Sovereign, I apologize for the intrusion. I was merely... Shen Xiuyun did not catch the latter part of Long Yun's words, nor did he have the time. As the door was suddenly forced open in an instant, he reacted with remarkable speed, grabbing the uncooperative Zhu Xingyao and swiftly casting a transformation spell in the blink of an eye. Zhu Xingyao turned into a pillow, and he snatched the thin quilt from the bed, threw himself down, and pressed the pillow down firmly. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, such that when Long Yun stepped around the screen, he was greeted by the sight of Shen Xiuyun, his back to him, his clothing slightly disheveled, revealing a glimpse of his snow-white nape, appearing to be resting peacefully. Long Yun paused momentarily, his gaze fixated, his golden pupils narrowing, before he averted his eyes slightly, his ears turning faintly warm. I am sorry. I am sorry. It seems you have already settled down. Taking advantage of this moment, Shen Xiuyun adjusted his disheveled clothing under the covers, turned half away, resting his back against the pillow, his voice low and heavy, revealing a hint of coldness. What business do you have, young master? Long Yun, in truth, feared Shen Xiuyun's stern demeanor. The earlier encounter with the snow-white nape had sparked alluring thoughts, and now only nervousness remained. He could almost hear his own heartbeat clearly. After you left, the stone table at your seat suddenly shattered. Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow and tightened his lips, his expression momentarily stiffening. That was due to Zhu Xingyao's antics. My spiritual power was not properly restrained, and I accidentally caused the stone table to break. Did everyone at the banquet witness it? Well, that's another social death. Seeing Shen Xiuyun's silence, Long Yuni quickly added, I was worried something had happened to you, as that creature in the abyssal sea barrier has been unusually active, and many clan members reported being affected. I thought it best to intrude. Something did happen, but it was due to my disobedient disciple, Shen Xiuyun thought. Young master, you worry too much. That dragon's cultivation is not low, but to influence my true self is not so easy. The stone table incident was merely an accident, not as grave as you imagined. That if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I need to rest. If he did not leave soon, he would no longer be able to suppress Zhu Xingyao. He certainly did not want Long Yuni to witness any peculiar occurrences involving flying pillows attacking him. Long Yuni's gaze swept over the lonely pillow lying on the bed, seemingly carelessly tossed aside. While the pillow Shen Xiuyun was resting upon seemed to carry an odor he detested, he felt somewhat uncertain, for this scent was almost indistinguishable from Shen Xiuyun. Is there anything else? In all honesty. Shen Xiuyun felt a slight ache in his waist as Zhu Xingyao suddenly transformed into a pillow, persistently unleashing his spells in an attempt to revert back to his original form. The pressure was becoming unbearable. Long Yunyao's drifting thoughts were abruptly pulled back, and out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught sight of the pillow that Shen Xiuyun had been using as a support shifting slightly. He had intended to inquire further, but the words caught in his throat, and he merely feigned nonchalance, saying, Please take care of yourself. Shen Xiuyun remained cold and distant throughout the interaction, his words few and far between. Despite being aware of his usual demeanor, Long Yunyao couldn't shake the feeling of desolation. He truly did not wish to leave. After such a long time since their last meeting, he yearned to converse with his master and gaze upon him once more, hoping to reclaim the lost years and regrets. However, his master now regarded him merely as an ordinary junior. Yunyao took his leave. The moment the door closed behind him, Shen Xiuyun let out a sigh of relief. Retrieving the pillow from behind him and transforming Zhu Xingyao back, preparing to deliver a serious reprimand. However, upon returning to his original form, Zhu Xingyao's entire face burned crimson, his gaze unfocused and wandering, akin to someone under the influence of an intoxicant. Shen Xiuyun was taken aback. He hurriedly moved Zhu Xingyao into bed, tucking him in before leaning down to check his forehead, which felt slightly warm, as did his face. What was going on? Had he truly broken his disciple? Io, how are you feeling? Shen Xiuyun asked, channeling a bit of spiritual energy into Zhu Xingyao, his voice laced with concern. Yet, Zhu Xingyao remained in a daze, seemingly oblivious to Shen Xiuyun's words. Gently, Shen Xiuyun tapped his cheeks a few times, but there was no response. This was a disaster. The protagonist was rendered incapacitated. Shen Xiuyun felt a twinge of regret, realizing he should not have disregarded Zhu Xingyao's wishes so bluntly, transforming him into a pillow and pressing down on him. Zhu Xingyao was merely a fledgling golden core. How could he withstand such treatment? What if Zhu Xingyao truly became foolish as a result? Would he have to care for him for a lifetime? Chapter 67. The disciple overdid it. Shen Xiuyun shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. After all, Zhu Xingyao was the protagonist endowed with a halo. He couldn't possibly be that weak, that he recalled that he had a considerable stash of elixirs in his chinquan pouch, including some antipyretics. He could not allow Zhu Xingyao to burn up like this, or else his mind might truly suffer. Quickly, Shen Xiuyun retrieved several antipyretic pills, pinching Zhu Xingyao's face to force him to open his mouth. Seizing the moment to shove the pills into his mouth to prevent Zhu Xingyao from spitting them out, Shen Xiuyun instinctively covered his mouth tightly. The warmth of Zhu Xingyao's lips against Shen Xiuyun's palm sent an unexpected rush of heat to his face. This act of covering his mouth felt far too intimate, igniting a flurry of thoughts. For instance, in a previous lifetime, during moments of passion, Zhu Xingyao would often press his lips firmly against Shen Xiuyun's, urging him to listen. The more Shen Xiuyun pondered, the faster his heart raced, rekindling the embers of the unnamed desire that Zhu Xingyao had unwittingly ignited during their last encounter. Stop, He must not dwell on such thoughts. Upon noticing Zhu Xingyao's atoms, apple moved slightly as he swallowed the pill. Shen Xiuyun hastily withdrew his hand, as though he could not endure another second of proximity. This should suffice, right? Such an expensive elixir should at least yield some effect. Shuden Tiet, sitting at the edge of the bed, he observed Zhu Xingyao for a moment longer. Seeing that he finally exhibited some response, Shen Xiuyun quickly leaned forward to touch his forehead with the back of his hand. It was still quite warm, and, oddly, it seemed to have intensified. "Master," Zhu Xingyao murmured, his drowsy peach blossom eyes fluttering open, immediately landing on Shen Xuyun's slightly loosened collar, revealing a glimpse of his exquisite skin. Fair and lustrous, almost ethereal. Did Master truly believe he would refrain from action? Yet before he could do anything, Shen Xiuyun's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Why is there blood?" Zhu Xingyao inwardly cursed. The damned medicine that Master had given him had been too potent. His already stirred-up qi surged uncontrollably, exacerbated by the supplement. Shen Xiuyun looked at his disciple, who lay in a pitiful state on the bed, and anxiously consulted the system, asking, "System, is the protagonist going to be all right?" The system replied with a sidelong glance. "Does he look fine to you?" He is practically bursting with suppressed energy. The damage could be significant. Shen Xiuyun coughed awkwardly. "Well, I can't be entirely blamed for this. Who knew that my actions would lead to a more severe situation?" The system agreed. "Indeed." Shen Xiuyun ground his teeth, suppressing the urge to strangle the system that I'll go find someone to treat him. Not long after Long Yunyao had left Shen Xiuyun's side, he watched as Shen Xiuyun emerged with a visibly anxious expression, carefully closing the palace doors and even placing a barrier over them before heading straight for the residence of the elders and disciples accompanying them to Xinyangong. Long Yunyao observed the tightly closed palace door, deep in thought, then took a shortcut to cross paths with Shen Xiuyun before he reached his destination. "Xianzuan, didn't you say?" Long Yunyao began. Surprised, Shen Xiuyun brushed past him, curtly stating, "I'm currently occupied." Long Yunyao hesitated but quickly caught up, expressing concern. "What's wrong? Has something happened? Is there anything I can assist with? It's nothing that someone injured?" If he had not misjudged, there appeared to be bloodstains on Shen Xiuyun's sleeve. Shen Xiuyun paused. Long Yunyao seized the opportunity, hastily adding, "Earlier during the banquet, the alchemist you brought along drank a bit too much of the celestial brew and is now likely incapacitated. I can summon an elder from my clan to check on him, as long as it's not a serious injury. It should be manageable. If it's complicated, I could offer a bit of my blood. There's no need for that. Please just have your clan elder take a look." Shen Xiuyun interrupted, exasperated. Why did this fellow always insist on offering his blood? In his previous life, Long Yunyao had secretly drawn blood and used it to concoct elixirs, stealthily mixing it into his master's meals for almost a year. Thus, when his master eventually found out, he felt a tinge of guilt towards Long Yunyao, prompting him to take the initiative in teaching this disciple whom he had neglected for so long. As a result, when Zhu Xingyao returned, he felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Shen Xiuyun believed that while Long Yunyao might not be as reckless as Zhu Xingyao, his obsession was no less significant. He needed to ensure this young man forgot about those past grievances sooner rather than later. Before long, Shen Xiuyun and his companions returned. Upon seeing Zhu Xingyao lying on the bed, Long Yunyao's eyes flashed with barely contained murderous intent. In his previous life, it was Zhu Xingyao who had brought about his master's demise. He longed to rend this scoundrel to pieces. Shen Xiuyun, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed the hostility and turned to Long Yunyao. The latter blinked a couple of times, and the menacing aura dissipated. He smiled at Shen Xiuyun, saying, "Xianzuan, I don't believe I've seen this person before." Caught off guard, Shen Xiuyun stammered, He is my spiritual pet." "A spiritual pet capable of transformation. What is its original form?" Long Yunyao inquired. "A snake," Shen Xiuyun replied tersely, falling silent thereafter. Long Yunyao did not press further, but instructed the elder beside him, "Elder Wu, please examine him thoroughly to determine the situation." That he placed particular emphasis on the words "thoroughly examine." Elder Wu, understanding the unspoken message, was taken aback, although he was unsure why the young master harbored such intense animosity towards this beautiful youth. He knew that failing to comply with the young master's wishes could result in dire consequences, He placed his hand on Zhu Xingyao's wrist, and his expression shifted from confusion to shock. This was not a spiritual pet at all. Why would the Xianzuan claim him to be one? A stunningly handsome youth lying in the Xianzuan's chambers, blushing and resting on his bed. This was troubling. Did he inadvertently uncover a secret that should remain hidden? Elder Wu swallowed hard, his fingers trembling as they fell away from Zhu Xingyao's wrist. Shen Xiuyun, equally anxious, asked, "What is it? Is it serious?" Elder Wu, drenched in cold sweat, wiped his brow and cautiously placed his hand back on Zhu Xingyao's pulse, hastily assuring him, "It's nothing serious." Long Yunyao interjected, "But Elder Wu, I notice his complexion is quite off, reminiscent of those in our clan seeking mates." Shen Xiuyun looked at Long Yunyao, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Long Yunyao replied, "It's akin to experiencing a period of heightened emotions, now that the constraints of the past life were gone." He thought, why not let Shen Xiuyun realize Zhu Xingyao's hidden feelings sooner? Perhaps this could aid Shen Xiuyun in altering his fate. Shen Xiuyun, "Elder Wu, my little ancestor, please refrain from making reckless statements." Elder Wu wished he could cover his young master's mouth. In the midst of such an awkward atmosphere, Zhu Xingyao, who should have remained in a stupor, unexpectedly seemed to regain his senses. He looked at Shen Xiuyun and called out in a low, husky voice, "Master." Elder Wu's pupils constricted, and he gasped internally. They were truly a master and disciple. This was far too stimulating. Chapter 68. Will the master have a harder time? In that moment, Zhu Xingyao's address to his master resembled the act of casting a colossal stone into the tranquil lake of several hearts, causing ripples of varying degrees to erupt in each individual present. A brief silence enveloped the hall. Oblivious to the commotion, the dazed Zhu Xingyao nestled deeper into his blankets, turning to gaze at Shen Xiuyun, and unreservedly remarked, "Master, why have you ceased to caress me? Do you no longer harbor affection for me? It saddens me greatly." Shen Xiuyun, out of the corner of his eye, he scanned the expressions of the other two individuals present. Excellent. Their reactions were nothing short of spectacular. One bore a clenched jaw, while the other appeared utterly astonished. Shen Xiuyun positioned himself in front of Zhu Xingyao, awkwardly attempting to explain, "Ahem, my mind was momentarily clouded. I was merely speaking nonsense." "Not at all." Long Yunyao inadvertently caught the provocative gaze Zhu Xingyao cast his way, and, knowing Shen Xiuyun was oblivious, he felt emboldened to express his contempt, as if he were rubbing his face into the ground. How infuriating! Long Yunyao was almost tempted to confront Zhu Xingyao and tear away the facade of his hypocrisy. Such absurdity! Elder Wu, understanding the situation, gently pulled the hot-headed Long Yunyao back and wisely remarked, "Immortal Lord, we comprehend the circumstances." Shen Xiuyun cast a grateful glance at Elder Wu, silently acknowledging his understanding. Elder Wu dared not linger on Shen Xiuyun, for he sensed a hint of chilling hostility emanating from the exquisite youth upon the bed. "Your spirit companion is on the verge of maturity. In the days to come, he will likely experience episodes of heightened warmth. During this period, he may exhibit a tendency to seek closeness or entwine himself with you, which signifies his affection. You may indulge in caressing him. Ahem, the warmth will eventually dissipate." Upon concluding, Elder Wu perceived the previous chill in the air had vanished. Shen Xiuyun's lips twitched imperceptibly. He had thought himself quite the storyteller. Yet Elder Wu had taken it to another level. Impressive, indeed. Long Yunyao cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Xingyao, deeming him merely a spirit companion, unworthy of such exertion from the immortal lord, in my opinion. It would be far more prudent to find him a fellow companion of his kind, thereby resolving the matter once and for all. Absolutely not. Shen Xiuyun and Zhu Xingyao spoke in unison. As their voices fell, they instinctively locked eyes, an unexpected harmony between them. "Master." Shen Xiuyun felt the weight of Zhu Xingyao's hopeful gaze, causing him to fluster and avert his eyes like a tea that moment. He truly wished to slap himself for speaking so hastily. What he meant to convey was that, as a spirit companion, it was imperative not to make such a hasty choice in selecting a mate. He ought to find someone who matched his temperament. Zhu Xingyao silently chuckled behind Shen Xiuyun. Long Yunyao's anger reached a boiling point, his head nearly steaming as he glared at Zhu Xingyao, furious that this scoundrel had so easily garnered Shen Xiuyun's protection. In stark contrast to the seething young master, Elder Wu remained composed. "You have spoken well, immortal lord. Your possessiveness is rather pronounced." He rummaged through his sleeve for a moment before producing a small notebook. His expression pained. "Considering your spirit companion shares a kinship with our dragon lineage, the manifestations of his condition may bear some similarities. I have compiled this book over the years, detailing various strategies to address such situations. I hope it proves helpful." "Thank you, but I do not require it." Shen Xiuyun attempted to decline, yet Elder Wu placed the tome into his palm, insistent. "Please accept it. It may come in handy to it is evident you lack experience. So do not let the situation escalate further." Though he was indeed an immortal cultivator, rest was still necessary at night. Moreover, your spirit companion is not in any grave danger. The nosebleed is merely a result of the potent elixir paired with heightened emotions. Once the effects wear off, all will be well. However, you may need to exercise some restraint. He mused aloud. "I wonder where the immortal lord sourced such an elixir. It is clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary alchemist. While it superficially reduces heat, it conceals other properties, laden with aphrodisiac components. Though it poses no harm, this young lad, being youthful and spirited, would find it difficult to withstand such stimulation, especially after your provocations." Shen Xiuyun, resigned to the misunderstanding, replied, "Thank you for the reminder. It seemed this miscommunication would remain unresolved, but at least it wasn't occurring in Zhantiangong. We shall not intrude upon you any longer." Long Yunyao, reluctantly pulled away by Elder Wu, exited with an air of dissatisfaction. Once they turned a corner behind an artificial hill, Long Yunyao forcefully broke free from Elder Wu's grasp. "Uncle, whose side are you on? Why protect that scoundrel?" He confronted him. "Am I not your nephew? You are fully aware of my feelings." Elder Wu sighed in exasperation. "I understand your sentiments, but you witnessed the situation. The immortal lord clearly intends to protect him. Heed my advice and let it go to I cannot allow my master to endure another round of humiliation and torment. I cannot stand idly by while he suffers when I possess the power to alter the outcome. I refuse to let him belong to someone else. Child, how can you be so single-minded? You cannot coerce the immortal lord, nor can you dictate his choices. That if you persist in this manner, the one who will ultimately be harmed is yourself. Why can't you see that?" Long Yunyao hung his head, fists clenched. "I understand, I truly do." "Then if you understand, but uncle, I cannot." Long Yunyao raised his head, his eyes reddened as he implored. "Why? I was the first to encounter him. After all these years of diligent cultivation, striving to surpass him, it was all to narrow the distance between us, to stand proudly by his side. Yet, why must there be others, now that he has returned? Why couldn't it have been sooner? If that were the case, Zhu Xingyao would not exist, and my master would be mine. Indeed, without that troublesome fellow, everything would unfold as you wished." A strange and unfamiliar voice echoed in Long Yunyao's mind. He felt a sudden chill, yet upon listening closely, the voice vanished without a trace, as if it had been a mere figment of his imagination. Unaware of the brief interlude, Elder Wu took a moment of silence before sighing. "Your uncle understands. However, you must recognize that love is the most irrational of emotions, devoid of regard for precedence." Long Yunyao closed his eyes, sulking that I cannot accept this. I despise the one who has taken away my beloved. Where do you think you're going? Upon witnessing Long Yunyao transform and vanish in a flash, Elder Wu hurriedly pursued him. Meanwhile, after sending the others away, Shen Xiuyun leaned against the door, exhaling in relief, only to discover that Zhu Xingyao had inexplicably opened the small booklet he had left by the bedside and was engrossed in its contents. One might mistakenly believe he was diligently studying some ancient tome of cultivation. What was particularly alarming was that whenever Zhu Xingyao encountered something he didn't understand, he would directly inquire of Shen Xiuyun, "Master, this illustration appears to depict the method you employed to assist me last time. So, to alleviate my condition, I merely need to follow this procedure. But why do I feel even warmer when you grow closer to me? Furthermore, is there a difference due to my dragon lineage? Will I also change when I transform into a serpent? Will it be more arduous for you, Master?" Chapter 69. Master, may I rub your back? What utter nonsense! Shen Xiuyun swiftly approached and snatched the booklet, slamming it shut. You are still a child. Such material is inappropriate for you. Zhu Xingyao corrected him. Master, I am no longer a child. You shall see for yourself. Shen Xiuyun retorted. You have yet to even reach 17. Oh. Zhu Xingyao rubbed his previously bleeding nose and, in a slightly hoarse voice, asked, Master, I still feel quite unwell. Will you assist me as you did last time? What other choice is there? Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow. The crease is nearly capable of squashing a mosquito. Considering Elder Wu's earlier words, would Zhu Xingyao truly become more spirited without some exertion? It is evidently impossible. Master, Zhu Xingyao's hair was slightly disheveled as he leaned against the pillow, his eyes glistening with moisture as he gazed at Shen Xiuyun, repeatedly calling his name with an uncontrollable affection. 8 times, he would deliberately elongate the final syllable, his words becoming indistinct. Even the originally dignified and solemn title of Master took on a unique flavor as it rolled off his tongue. It was as if Master was not merely a title, but a special appellation reserved for their whispered exchanges, capable of stirring within him a hidden delight. In that moment, they seemed less like a mentor and disciple, and more like inseparable lovers. It was not until the deep hours of the night that Shen Xiuyun allowed his disciple to appear somewhat less spirited, granting himself a moment to attend to his personal matters. Ever since he had realized his own inclinations were not entirely straightforward, his endurance had plummeted. The earlier excitement had certainly left a profound impact on him. After the entire ordeal, Shen Xiuyun's back was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, there was a reasonably sized bath behind the chamber where he could soak. Although tending to himself was merely a matter of a simple cleaning spell, Shen Xiuyun preferred to wash with water, relishing the process of relaxing his body within it. If everything could be accomplished with a single spell, life would lose much of its enjoyment. Just as he, despite having fasted, still maintained the habit of eating daily. Shen Xiuyun removed his outer robes and stepped into the pool, leaning against the wall as he closed his eyes and sighed, feeling utterly relaxed. He was too fatigued from earlier exertions to lift a finger. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps approached, and Shen Xiuyun opened his eyes wide. Before he could turn around, a warm cloth was pressed against his back, accompanied by the youth's slightly hoarse voice. Master, let me assist you. No, that's unnecessary, Shen Xiuyun stammered. He had just confirmed that Zhu Xingyao had fallen asleep contentedly. Why was he now awake? Did it really have to be 3 days and nights? It would be better for him to perish than to endure this. His hands were already incapacitated. Thank you very much. Master, dissatisfied with my clumsy hands, fearing I would not serve you well. Not at all. Even without seeing his face, Shen Xiuyun could imagine the forlorn expression on Zhu Xingyao's face as he spoke those words, his lowered gaze appearing pitiful. The youth's earlier gloominess instantly dissipated as he cheerfully said, Then let me massage your back. You must be tired from earlier, and now it is my turn to serve you. Thank you, but please do not repeat what happened last time, when you nearly rubbed my skin off. Really, it is not needed. I can manage on my own. Shen Xiuyun attempted to refuse once more. Yet Zhu Xingyao's other hand had already pressed firmly upon his shoulder. The youth's fingertips, slightly calloused from years of wielding a sword, sent a shiver through Shen Xiuyun's skin. He inhaled sharply as Zhu Xingyao leaned closer, whispering in his ear, Disciple fears Master cannot reach his back and clean it properly. Shen Xiuyun thought to himself, What a ridiculous excuse. Do you think I cannot use both hands to rub the towel up and down? Master, please allow me to help you. Shen Xiuyun could no longer withstand Zhu Xingyao's persistent entreaties and reluctantly acquiesced. The youth bustled about with earnestness, embodying the ideal young man, yet his burning gaze never strayed from that fair neck. Master, is this pressure acceptable? It's tolerable. The technique was indeed commendable, but why did this exchange always feel so peculiar? How about this? Still all right. And here, Master, I apologize, Shen Xiuyun interjected. Do not inquire. To ask is to regret. Initially, Zhu Xingyao seemed genuinely focused on giving a back rub, but gradually, certain touches made Shen Xiuyun feel rather uncomfortable, nearly prompting him to leap out of the pool that he felt deceived. Shen Xiuyun later refrained from allowing Zhu Xingyao to continue. He was reaching his limit. After much coaxing, he managed to send the youth away and hurriedly tidied himself up, hastily donning his clothes before emerging from the pool. Upon opening the door, he found Zhu Xingyao standing at the threshold. The boy, illuminated by the glow of the luminous pearl embedded in the stone wall, appeared enveloped in a soft radiance, accentuating the gentle contours of his face. Zhu Xingyao stood tall, nearly matching Shen Xiuyun's height. His slightly tousled black hair casually tied back with a red ribbon, a few strands falling across his forehead, exuding an inexplicable languor. "Master," the youth's eyes sparkled as he called out. Clearly, he had been waiting at the door since being sent away. Shen Xiuyun adjusted his slightly loose robes and inquired, "Why are you still here? Aren't you going to sleep?" Zhu Xingyao replied, "Now I can." Shen Xiuyun, taken aback, questioned, "You wouldn't have been intentionally waiting for me, would you?" "No way, right?" Zhu Xingyao approached with a smile. "What are you looking at, master?" "Come, it is time to rest." Shen Xiuyun blinked, feeling as though he had been bewitched, foolishly leading the enchanting figure back to his abode. The youth unceremoniously claimed his bed, lying on his side, propping his cheek with one hand and patting the other side of the bed. "Master, come sleep." Shen Xiuyun froze momentarily, clearing his throat. "I shall meditate." He realized he could no longer afford any contact with Zhu Xingyao. Otherwise, sleep would elude him that night. The youth lowered his gaze, appearing sorrowful. "But master, a Yao cannot sleep alone." Shen Xiuyun retrieved a meditation cushion from his bag, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. "Please do not call out to me again. Master, the stone bed of Wuwang Sea is so hard and cold. A Yao is not accustomed to it." Shen Xiuyun retorted, "You truly possess a talent for fabrication. Just a few days ago, on the flying vessel, we shared the same bed. Why can we not do so now? Are you still upset that I did not listen earlier?" Shen Xiuyun could no longer contain his frustration. Chapter 70. Is Master ill like me? His brow twitched, clearly nearing his breaking point. This disciple had truly become adept at driving him to madness. He raised his hand, casting a binding spell upon Zhu Xingyao, who immediately became as quiet as a chicken. See, when the child misbehaves, what should be done? A binding spell will suffice. Even if he is disobedient, he must comply. Shen Xiuyun adjusted his robes and resumed his meditation on the cushion. However, he had barely recited a few calming mantras when the system began to frantically chime in his mind, nearly shaking his consciousness apart. "System. Darkening value," Shen Xiuyun replied with a smile. "If I unbind you, will I never again hear those 3 words, darkening value?" The entity residing next to Shen Xiuyun's consciousness observed the sudden chaos in the neighboring mind, resembling a silent threat that nearly short-circuited the system, prompting it to hastily advise, "Host, evasion will not solve the problem. Oh, you not recall last time when your darkening value was too high? You were..." Shen Xiuyun recalled the last time he was darkened. Pinned against a tree, feeling utterly unwell, and swiftly redirected his tone, speaking gently. "Isn't it just about sleeping? I adore accompanying my disciple to sleep. There is no issue with that, system. Host, may I say you're truly capricious?" Shen Xiuyun took another blanket and placed it on the stone bed, releasing Zhu Xingyao from the binding spell, wrapping him up like a cocoon and pushing him into the bed. Zhu Xingyao protested with dissatisfaction. "Master," Shen Xiuyun did not turn around, merely wrapping himself tightly in the blanket, mumbling back, "All right, I will accompany you. Sleep now, and you shall not feel cold." He rolled himself up snugly, thinking that this should suffice. However, not long after he shielded the luminous pearl in the hall from view, he began to hear rustling sound behind him, as if someone were shedding their garments. Shen Xiuyun desperately wished to ignore these sounds. But alas, a cultivator's hearing was exceptionally acute. His mind spiraled out of control, envisioning garments slipping from shoulders to strong arms, then down to a lean waist. "Stop! This cannot be." Shen Xiuyun closed his eyes and recited the calming mantra. Yet his body suddenly stiffened, and he opened his eyes that if he was not mistaken, something had indeed slipped beneath his blanket. They were pressed tightly together, and he could almost hear the heartbeat of the person behind him. Shen Xiuyun had not anticipated that after all his efforts to cocoon himself, it would be so easily breached. As a hand brushed against his waist, he instinctively grabbed it. rather than the startled panic one might expect for being caught. The captured youth leaned in closer, whispering temptingly in his ear, "Master, you have yet to remove your clothing. It will be uncomfortable to sleep like this." Zhu Xingyao slipped away like a snake, swiftly evading Shen Xiuyun's grasp and reaching for his belt. With the front line compromised, Shen Xiuyun could only retreat, desperately clutching his belt as if it were his last shred of stubbornness. "And no need. I prefer to sleep fully clothed. Do not come any closer. Very soon, your disciple will assist you. You need not do anything yourself." Shen Xiuyun felt on the verge of tears. He could not cover himself adequately, and soon he was left with only a thin layer of undergarment. Nearly as good as nothing. "That's enough. Master, sleep now." Zhu Xingyao nestled closely behind Shen Xiuyun, pressing in tightly, yet refraining from any further indiscretions, as if simply wishing to huddle together for warmth. Seeking a more comfortable sleep, return to your own blanket. Upon speaking, Shen Xiuyun realized his voice sounded somewhat hoarse. "Master, have you forgotten? The blanket has just become dirty." Upon hearing these words, Shen Xiuyun felt as though his entire being was ablaze. He could almost envision smoke billowing from the crown of his head. It was exasperating, truly exasperating. Moreover, the blanket was chillingly cold, especially in contrast to the warmth radiating from his master. This statement was utterly irrefutable. "Indeed, you could not be more accurate. I feel as if I am on the verge of combustion. How could it not be warm?" It was as if he were a human-shaped heater. After much internal deliberation, Shen Xiuyun finally declared, "Allow me to fetch you another blanket."